Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 85. When did you come to me? In just a moment, the ape-like hunter was instantly wrapped in a layer of deep thoughts. At the same time, he immediately turned around, facing the direction of the sound. At the same time, he immediately gathered air in his eyes and used condensation. Very good reaction. The young man in black who appeared in the eyes of the ape-like hunter praised. Who are you? The ape-like hunter seemed calm on the surface, but asked in a slightly solemn tone. Molek. The young man in black introduced himself. I am a bodyguard of a family who is traveling. What about you? The ape-like examiner remained silent. Telling each other's names may also be one of the prerequisites for the activation of a certain thought ability. He often excavates and repairs ruins, but he is particularly alert to all kinds of sudden events. If he lacks a little caution and precaution, he may be entangled and trapped by the traps and strange abilities that suddenly appear in the ruins, and lose his life. He has seen too many such situations. Therefore, he is full of vigilance against the man named Molek who suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't you want to tell me your name? That's okay. Molek's eyes moved downward again. I know your name is Sats, a ruins hunter. Do you know me? Well, I heard that there is a ruins hunter who looks very similar to the human-faced ape in the Lost Melody wetland. Now I have seen it up close and I think it is true. Sats fell silent again. He felt that this was not a good topic. Whether it was his personal emotional perception, or the fact that the other party knew him so well, but he knew nothing about the other party. Wait, Molek. Sats, who originally thought that this name was somewhat familiar, suddenly had an impression in his mind. You are Molek, the examinee who beat up the examiner in this hunter test, right? The invisible mouth blurted out, and the calm poker face finally changed. Has my reputation spread? Molek commented jokingly, and it sounds like it's all bad reputation. Why would a person like you appear here? Sats couldn't help asking 01. Just passing by, and then. Molek pointed down. I heard some noise here, so I came to see what was going on. It seems that the situation down there has also reached a fever pitch. At this moment, after Black Silk Vikhill took action, the first shot of the battle was fired. The fluttering black cloth strips seemed to have life, constantly enveloping the target. But it's just a facade. Molek sentenced him to death after just one look. The foundation of mind is too poor, and the activation of the cloth strips is too fancy, and there is no power at all. Not to mention wrapping up the enemy and tying him up, it's a blessing to be able to touch him. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the black cloth strips flying towards the eyebrowless man. What a rubbish! Accompanied by a roar, a stronger mind surged from the iron fist. He held one in each hand, and then pulled it hard. Tear! In an instant, the rags were scattered from the sky like a rain of flowers. My cloth strip! Black Silk Vikhill was horrified. However, this was not the end. The breaking of the cloth strip was just a simple omen for him. The next second, a tall figure suddenly flashed beside him. I said, stop making noise. The low voice filled with murderous intent instantly invaded Vikhill's brain. Before he could react. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking and shattering sounded, and the body wrapped in black cloth strips suddenly stiffened, and then fell limply to the ground. Tisk, I thought it would feel like to break a head wrapped in cloth. The eyebrowless vicious man Finks spat. It turned out to be no different from others. Finks Magyakub, the fifth member of the Phantom Troop and a combatant of the troop, was always the first to arrive at the battle site. Sure enough, when it comes to killing, these experts are the best. On the big tree next to him, Molek carefully observed every move of Finks. The action of breaking the head just now gave him some inspiration to exert force with his hands. Sats on the side quietly distanced himself from Molek. After learning that this man had beaten up the hunter examiner, Sats had already classified him as a dangerous person. After listening to his remarks, he felt that he needed to keep a certain distance from him. And when he moved, he was still below. Swoosh! When Finks just finished off Black Silk Vikhill, the sound of breaking through the air was heard almost immediately. The one who knows how to wait for the aureole to come after the mantis stalks the cicada is not the only one who attacked Hisoka. Is this a Gundam? With almost the same super-fast dodging speed, Finks coordinated his body to dodge all the flying hidden weapons one by one. While dodging the attack, he determined the attacking object. It's a reinforcement-type Gundam Cardmello. If you are hit by her telekinetic Gundam, you will, Sats analyzed subconsciously, but when he thought of Molek next to him, he immediately shut up. Boom! The telekinetic Gundam that Finks dodged hit the tree trunk and exploded violently in an instant. The two Gundams that fell to the ground created a large pit on the ground with the Gundam as the center. Hey? Will there be different effects when hitting plants and the ground? Finks was a little interested. Your ability is quite interesting, but it's just that the technique is a little bit worse. Crush! Finks casually crushed the stone next to him, and threw it towards the other side with his telekinesis. After not knowing what effect the opponent's Gundam would have on a human body, he still cautiously chose to shoot from a distance. Although Finks sometimes loses his temper and is a dangerous person who gets angry at any time, he also has a calm side. The reinforcement system in the Phantom Troop is not the kind of brainless idiots. Finks' handling is correct, but obviously, Finks, who was surrounded, is a big fish in the eyes of others. No one will tell him about the code of conduct. Hi! Finks, who had just thrown the stone, felt a scratch on the back of his head. A gust of cold wind came, and he decisively dodged to the side. A shovel flashing with cold light passed by the place where Finks had just stood. If he had been a second later, his head might have been moved. Asshole! Staring at the guy who suddenly appeared and smelled like a mummy, a cold light suddenly flashed in Finks' eyes. It's Gravedigger Garrus, a person with the ability of materialization. The shovel in his hand is materialized, whether it is fighting against the enemy or digging ruins, it has a good effect. Sats didn't say anything, and the information of these people automatically popped up in his mind. You can't hold it back, and you're going to go one by one, right? Veins were popping out of Finks' head, and he could no longer bear it, so he started to turn his right arm. As he turned, the soil under his feet suddenly softened, causing his feet to sink slightly, and then solidified rapidly. After completing this series of actions almost instantly and imprisoning Finks, a short and fat figure emerged from the pit nearby. Loosening Ground Ratzerdal, a user of the transformation system, can use his own chi to transform the surrounding soil after diving underground, but after implementing the transformation, he must leave the soil and run to the ground. Sats was perfectly explaining in his mind again. He also discovered that his analysis seemed to be really suitable for explanation. Is it just the feet that are trapped? Finks below also noticed the abnormality under him. But as long as the upper body can move, that's enough. Swinging one arm quickly, the amazing telekinesis instantly gathered in his arm. Let's go together. The several relic hunters who gradually realized that something was wrong immediately chose to hold back. Swoosh! Swish! Gundams and shovels all came together, and the ground loosened again. However, they were still a step late. Get out of my way! After swinging his shoulders to the maximum force, Finks roared and slammed down hard on the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, gravel flew, and the stone broke the sky. The rolling gravel storm swept in all directions with Finks as the center. It has to be returned to heaven. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Molek gently swayed his body and dodged all the gravel. Finks' return to heaven is a standard strengthening mind ability. It condenses the energy on the arm. The more the arm rotates, the stronger the punch. But he doesn't seem to know how to grasp the effect of the number of rotations on the strength. It fits the desperate character of the strengthening system. Billy Billy Billy. Just as he continued to watch Finks preparing to kill everyone, the phone in Molek's arms suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at the phone number, and he was a little happy. What's wrong? It's rare for you to call me. Ah, it's the technology you told me before. After the call was connected, Jin's vague voice came from the other end. Someone here is very interested in your universal capsule technology. As early as when he saw Molek take out the universal capsule, Jin was keenly aware of the important strategic role of this item. Not only in daily life, but also in the subsequent exploration of the Dark Continent. Before the two parted, Jin mentioned that he wanted to find a big man in the relevant field to do research. Although Molek said that he couldn't trust it, in terms of research ability in this area, no one was more professional than the people Jin knew. Then I will send you some of the technology in this area and the finished capsules. Huh? Aren't you afraid that I will embezzle it? You can try, Jin. After the two chatted for a few more words, Molek hung up the phone. Then he saw the wide-eyed expression of Sats next to him. The person you just talked to, was Mr. Jin. Ah, how, do you know him? Molek asked knowingly. Yes, Mr. Jin is my benefactor. Sats's face he nodded solemnly. Originally, he was a hunter who excavated the ruins for fame. After hearing about Jin's achievements, he felt ashamed and later devoted himself to the protection and restoration of the ruins. He admired Jin's behavior, so when he later learned that Xiaozhou was Jin's son, he took good care of him. It can be said that he is Jin's little fan. Since he is a person who can chat with Mr. Jin, then. Sats thought about it and slowly closed the distance with Molek. At this time, below. Sure enough, they are all a bunch of garbage. The dust and smoke covered the thick fog, and then a mocking voice came. Crack! The throat of Zerdal, who had no time to dive underground, was crushed. Puff! Steel Cannon Camelot, who was looking for cover to hide, was pierced through the chest by a sharp knife. Ding Jia! Gravedigger Garrus's shovel was crushed directly, and his head was shattered along with the shovel. What a rotten fish and shrimp, bah! The mist dissipated, revealing Finks' unscathed figure. The murderous eyes stared at the other relic hunters nearby whose faces gradually turned pale. Their expressions changed from mockery and disdain at the beginning to complete horror now. The corpses lying on the ground, all of them were famous among the relic hunters before them. But now, they all fell to the ground, without any life. Monster! Someone suddenly screamed and then retreated immediately. This scream seemed to blow the horn of retreat. The many relic hunters who had come to surround Finks fled in a hurry. The ruins can be dug again, and the burial objects can be found again, but there is only one life. No one knows whether this eyebrowless vicious guy will drag himself down with him before he dies. This is obviously a hard bone to chew, and it is extremely ruthless. It is not worth throwing away your life for the burial objects of the pharaoh. The relic hunters who realized this made a decisive choice and chose to evacuate. Stop right there! Finks bumped his fists and shouted angrily there. However, the louder he shouted, the faster the relic hunters retreated. As for Finks himself, it was just a lot of noise but little action. His voice was loud, but his steps were basically the same as marking time. He was not stupid. Who knew if these relic hunters had any other strange telepathic abilities? Chasing too hastily would only cause unnecessary trouble. It was better to quit while you were ahead. Anyway, your things were not lost. You are a coward, you are a man in the gutter. The rats in the house. Spitting again with disdain, Finks straightened his pharaoh hoodie. Then he looked up and looked in a certain direction on the tree. Are there any rats left? Finks looked up and looked at the two people standing on the tree next to him, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Bang! He bumped his fists again, and the murderous aura in his body gathered again. Just when he was ready to go. Hey, you are Finks, right? A greeting suddenly came from above, causing Finks' figure to stagnate. Hi! Finks stared at the figure that jumped down from the tree. Do you know me? Ah, I heard Maki, Phaeton, and Franklin mention it. Molek spoke immediately. I just came out of Meteor Street and met them. Maki? Phaeton? Franklin? As a reinforcement system, Finks' forehead was gradually filled with question marks. You know them? And you said you came out of Meteor Street, so you are also from Meteor Street. Asking when you don't understand is their biggest advantage. Yes, I still have Maki's phone number in my hand. Molek nodded and spit out a string of numbers. Finks was silent. Then he was alert, maintaining his momentum, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Billy pressed twice and took it to his eyes. It's really this number. After checking several times and confirming that everything was correct, he nodded repeatedly. Molek. As a member of the brigade, you don't remember the phone numbers of your companions, but just save them in your mobile phone, right? Yes, this fits the stereotype of the reinforcement system. And Finks's behavior next can be said to be more vivid. Beep beep click. Moshi moshi? What's wrong, Finks? Chapter 86. The cold voice of Maki came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Maki. When in doubt, Finks would ask the person directly. He looked at Molek and then asked on the phone. There is a guy named Molek, do you know him? Maki on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. How do you know this name? Because he is standing in front of me. Finks said as a matter of course. He said he also knows you, Phaeton, and Franklin. Well, we met before, we just met here on Meteor Street. Maggie didn't hide this. So what is your current position and situation? Enemy? Not yet. Finks thought about it seriously, and then grinned and asked. What do you think of me crushing his neck? Whatever you want. Maggie said directly, but if you die, I won't collect your body. Click. She hung up the phone directly, and Finks heard another burst of blind sound. It seems that they are not enemies. Finks put away the phone and looked at Molek in a serious manner. How did you get to know Maki and the others? It's a long story. They are in Meteor Street. Just ask them and you'll know. Molek raised his hand slightly and put away the blue blind box next to Finks. I didn't know there were so many powerful characters in Meteor Street. Finks narrowed his eyes without eyebrows. It seems that Franklin is right to bring Zyadai from Meteor Street to join. He kept staring at Molek, and his whole body was full of the momentum of eagerness to try. Maki's words just now really aroused his desire to compete with Molek. However, next, Molek looked at him and suddenly said, "Your pharaoh costume is pretty good." He gave his opinion and evaluation. It suits you well. You think so too, right? The aura on Finks' body disappeared instantly. Ha 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 ha, I knew I was not the only one who thought so. Putting one hand behind his head, Finks looked particularly happy. Phaeton, that idiot, doesn't understand the benefits of this outfit. Of course, it's a bit of a stretch for him to wear it like this with his height. I also think no one is more suitable for this outfit than me, ha ha ha. Molek's two sentences really touched his itch. Although both sides maintained a tacit understanding, although they were at a safe distance, Finks still started to talk endlessly about how to wear pharaoh costumes. I tell you, only the pharaoh level headscarf feels better when worn, the others are not as good in weight or size. And the shawl on my body, only the pharaoh's specifications make me feel comfortable, the others are a little too small. Sats, who also did not leave, quietly watched the chat and interaction between Molek and Finks. The corpse lying on the ground next to him looked a little out of place. Sats didn't feel anything when getting along with this dangerous murderer. The things he heard about Jinfulis before seemed to be a good relationship with a murderer named Liza. Everyone has their own cognition and mode of getting along, and Sats doesn't have any moral cleanliness. As a hunter, he is used to this world and he is very open-minded about this. If we meet again in the future, I will learn from you. Finks left with satisfaction, and before leaving, he did not forget to issue another declaration of war. He had just fought with a group of people, and he would not be stupid enough to fight with an unknown, seemingly mysterious guy again. He and Wojin, who must fight to the end, are two types of reinforcement systems. If there is a chance in the future. Molek also waved at him, looking at the blind box in the storage space. He was in a better mood. I hope you can bring me a better blind box next time. He silently said in his heart and opened it. Get a medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Navy 6 styles, paper painting. Source World, One Piece. Another Navy 6 styles. Molek estimated that after meeting the members of the Phantom Troop, maybe they could gather them all. And this time, the blind box only opened one type. Molek had a new guess in his mind. Just like Phaeton and Franklin before, although only one blind box appeared when the two of them were present, two techniques were opened, which just represented the two members of the troupe. It seems that blind boxes sometimes gather together and overlap. Perhaps even if two key figures appear at the same time, only one blind box will appear. However, the level of this blind box and the things inside will be superimposed and upgraded accordingly. For example, when two characters with white blind boxes appear together in some occasions, the two white blind boxes will be upgraded to a blue blind box. Although there is no clear explanation, Molek thinks this possibility is very high. What do you think next, Mr. Satz? After sending Finks away, Molek turned around and looked at Jing, who was waiting for him. The Satz who was waiting for him. Just because all the ruins hunters were scared away just now, but Satz stayed by his side. Molek still had a certain good impression of him. Just call me Satz. Satz glanced at the figures around him who were almost covered in dust and sand, and shook his head. I have dealt with some of these people before, I plan to help them rest in peace first. Then go back and repair the ruins. After hearing this, Molek gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Satz is worthy of it. This is what a real ruins hunter should do. No, I was just inspired by Mr. Jin. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. If Mr. Molek can meet Mr. Jin next time. Satz slowly stretched out his hand to Molek, please tell him that I know. Molek shook it with a snap. There is still a hunter in this world who is inspired by him, and is doing his job as a relic hunter with all his heart and soul. He smiled at Satz and said, if there is a chance, I can arrange for you to meet. Thank you very much. After parting with Satz, there was no more twists and turns on Molek's way back. When he returned to the Nisra family on the airship. But he found that none of the familiar faces in the family were here, only Skavara was left, lonely in the garden, teasing his dog. You are back, Captain. After finding Molek entering the house, Skavara quickly put down the dog food in his hand and got up from the ground. Why are you alone? Molek looked around the yard, as if it had been expanded a lot during his absence. At least the original small villa has been replaced by a more luxurious and magnificent villa. It can be seen that the Nisra family has developed very well in the past few months. Where are the others? He walked in the long garden that was renovated and more lush. The boss went out to discuss business. Skavara stopped the dog next to him who wanted to grin and immediately responded. Recently, with the help of the lady's prophecy, the boss has developed more and more customers and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. He has been busy outside during this period and rarely comes back here. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. And in order to ensure that there are enough people over there and their own safety, in addition to Daisy, the boss also brought you Wally info over. Well, especially with Jinnah in the middle with the help of this guy, the Nisra family has now entered a stage of rapid development. Light Nisra was also tired and happy, busy all the time. As for the young lady, she heard that a new ruin was excavated near the city of Orbach, and it is said that a pharaoh's body was excavated inside. The young lady went there with the protection of Hua Shi Do Lang and Xia Chi Ma no Do Chino. When Skavara said this, there was a little more bitterness in his words. Nian went there with her maids this time, including his girlfriend Arissa. He wanted to go with them, but the boss asked him, a guard who could control dogs, to stay and watch the house. So he, Skavara, is a qualified guard dog, right? And it seems that the boss believes in his ability to guard the door and is very satisfied with his work, and has entrusted him with important tasks in this regard. Skavara really wants to thank him. Orbach. Molek paused. Why did he feel that the name of this city sounded familiar? And the new ruins, the body of the pharaoh. All these add up, and the sense of déjà vu seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I heard that it is quite close to an abandoned gathering place called Meteor Street, and it is a surrounding city. Skavara nodded, and then felt a little scared. I heard that after the ruins were mined, thugs destroyed them and stole the pharaoh's crown, clothes and other valuable items. And it seems that they went on a killing spree and killed several ruins hunters. If the Hunter Association hadn't intervened in this matter later, and Orbach was an important base of our upper family, the Liz family. Otherwise, the boss would not let the lady go there. Speaking, Skavara was still a little scared and fortunate. After hearing about the incident in that city, he felt that it was safe for him not to go there. But when he thought of Arissa being there, he couldn't help but worry. Molek. No wonder he felt so much déjà vu, it turned out to be the place he just came back from. With Nian's strange hobby of collecting human organs, it is not difficult to understand why she rushed there as soon as she learned about this. It just so happens that there is no one at home, so I can take this time to have a good rest, and by the way. Molek stretched and muttered to himself. You can try to use Turtle School to develop some hidden skills of other martial arts schools. The most classic one is the one in Dragon Ball and Turtle School. Although Crane Immortal is not a very good person, it must be said that his martial arts attainments are really good. Especially the most classic and practical technique among them, dancing in the sky. Dancing in the sky mainly achieves flight by controlling the chi in the body. First of all, it requires the practitioner to have a calm mind and no distractions, and then to achieve suspension and movement by concentrating and guiding the chi in the body. Specifically, the practitioner needs to keep the body relaxed, concentrate the chi and release it slowly and moderately, so that he can float. Once you can freely control the release of chi, you can further learn how to change the direction of chi and thus control your movement direction. For example, by allocating different proportions of chi to control the left and right movement of the body. In short, it is the use of chi. After saying hello to the old housekeeper Chaaraba, Molek also walked into the new luxury villa. I remember that in this hunter world, if you use the flow of chi properly, you can also stay in the air for a short time. For example, in the Greed Island chapter, when Zetsuzera jumped up, a large amount of chi gathered at his feet, which greatly increased his jumping ability, and he also stayed in the air for a short time. It seems that the idea is correct. We just need to verify it more, and... Molek stretched out a finger and raised it, with numbers constantly changing on it. I have no problem practicing the basic ability of Nin, but the use of high-level skills can be integrated with the martial arts of Turtle Immortal style. For example, the perception of chi is exactly the same as circle, but both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Both sense the opponent's position and movement, and once the opponent blocks the breath, using Ju and Yin, it is impossible to know the opponent's situation. For example, if the circle is unfolded, as long as the opponent is within the range of the circle, even if the breath is blocked, his every move can be known. However, the circle can only be within the range of your own, and the perception of the breath can detect your existence and location even if you are thousands of miles away. One is good at close range, and the other is mainly long range. If the two are combined, there will be no shortcomings. If you open it with this idea, other advanced combinations of telekinesis, such as firmness, hardness, flow, etc., have the possibility of being explored. Especially this trip, and the contact with Boera, Jin, and others, also gave Molek more ideas. It's just a while before the hunter test next year. Enough. Do it if you want to. After coming to your room to rest for a while, Molek immediately threw himself into training again. So, the whole Dabi wilderness regained its peace once again. Except for the daily patrols of the dogs of Skawera, there were no other incidents. Time flies, and the days pass by in a flash. There is no time for cultivation, and no year for the end of winter. The turmoil in Orbach gradually subsided. After part of the pharaoh's body was auctioned and part was sent to the museum, there was no more attention. Only a group of relic hunters led by Sats were left, diligently repairing the crumbling ruins. And Sats's behavior also won the praise of the Hunter Association. And it is planned to invite him to serve as the chief examiner of a round of the Hunter Association next year. Also attracting the attention of the Hunter Association is the gourmet hunter Boela. With its extremely novel cooking methods, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu and other unique spicy dishes, it has attracted widespread attention in the food industry. The Hunter Association also included me in the category of Hunter Test Examiner. For this Hunter Test, the association worked hard to reverse the negative impact of last year. Make sure there will be no more mistakes this year. With such enthusiasm and mobilization, time passed slowly and it was 1999 again. The day of the new hunter test is coming. Chapter 87. The climate of the European continent is different from other continents. Even in the winter of January, it is still warm as spring. Especially the address chosen by Leitnisla is suitable and comfortable. Behind the luxurious villa, in the newly built training room. Bang bang bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh continued to ring, and finally ended with the fall of figures. It's almost over here. Zacumona Docino next to him hurriedly stopped him and took back his almost broken 11 people under the roof, feeling a little distressed. It still doesn't work. Hua Shi Dulang in the center of the field shook his head slightly. This level of 11-man double teaming is not even a warm-up for him now. Unconsciously, his eyes subconsciously looked at Molek, who was sitting there and observing his movements and state. Then he quickly threw away some unrealistic ideas in his mind. He always felt that his captain's strength seemed to have improved incredibly. At least, he felt more and more unfathomable. You are in very good condition now. After Hua Shi Do Lang came over, Molek nodded slightly and made a positive comment. It seems that you are ready for the next battle with Hisoka. Hua Shi Do Lang's face was calm. I have waited for 2 years, just for that moment. He has never forgotten the shame of losing to Hisoka the year before last. And now, after this period of hard practice, his ability to read has made great progress. According to the agreement he made with Hisoka on stage, Hua Shi Do Lang has already made a trip to the Sky Arena. After conveying the message to Hisoka through the official organization, he began to adjust his state. Prepare to avenge the previous shame with Hisoka in this Sky Arena. You have made up your mind, I won't say much. Molek patted his shoulder. When the time comes, I will be there to cheer you up. Thank you, Captain. Hua Shi Do Lang nodded heavily. Back then, he made up his mind to improve his strength and chose to follow Molek here. And now, Hua Shi Do Lang is grateful for how wise his choice was. He is also grateful for the man in front of him, who has brought him everything now. This captain was called sincerely and sincerely. I heard you're going to take part in this year's hunter test, right, Captain? Hua Shi Dulang took the towel from Shachimano Docino and wiped the sweat off his face while asking. Well, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go and have some fun this year. Molek said it was easy. But he had been waiting for this year for a long time. In this hunter test, the main storyline officially entered, and the blind box that was going to appear, Molek had been looking forward to it for a long time. In this hunter test, the Hunter Association should not have that kind of stupid examiner again, right? Shachimano Docino also came over to join in the fun. Last year, I heard that you, the captain, beat the examiner, and I was really shocked. As long as the association is not stupid, it should know what to do this time. Molek really wanted to say that you overestimated the guys in the Hunter Association. Otherwise, the second round of tests would not have come with such a willful and neurotic examiner. If Netero had not had experience and arrived at the scene in time, the situation might have continued to deteriorate. It can only be said that they never learn the lessons of the cause of the creation, but instead work hard on subsequent compensation and stop loss. But if you want to take the hunter test, the young lady, Hua Shi Dulang reminded, in 2 days, there will be a Schultz auction in the nearby city. It's the same as before. You and Shachimano Docino can go with her. Molek said casually, if you can't get away, you can let Rinsen go for you. Rinsen is a new member of the guard team recruited by Leitnisla. He is thin, pale, and sickly, and looks very ordinary and unremarkable. Indeed, he himself has no sense of existence in the original work. Even if Leitnisla hadn't recruited him, Molek almost forgot that such a person existed. But later, after Karapika took control of the Nisla family, he became Karapika's right-hand man. It is enough to see that he still has some skills. Not to mention, he is also a professional hunter who has passed the hunter test and voted in the president election. Basic qualities are still no problem. But the lady specifically asked you, the captain, to accompany her. Hua Shi Dulang hesitated. After 2 years of getting along, he has also taken care of Nian for such a long time, and he can be regarded as understanding her personality. If Molek doesn't go, maybe she will cry and make a fuss again. It doesn't matter. When I come back, I will bring her some gifts and comfort her. Molek waved his hand. Besides, there is Arissa comforting her, so it's not a big problem, don't you think, Skavara? Skavara, who had been silent beside him, nodded numbly. Anyway, he would be left here to look after the house, and he was used to it. He still remembered that shortly after Molek came back, and I, who had taken a photo of a part of the pharaoh's body, Nian returned home happily. But after hearing that Molek was back, she pouted immediately. It must be said that their captain Molek was the one who could coax a little girl. I don't know where he got it from, but it is said that it is the organ teeth of the most famous combat unit of the 10 old men, the Yin Beast. And he boasted so much that not only did Nian's pouting mouth turn down, even her eyes were full of stars. Later, Molek told the eldest lady some follow-up stories, such as taking away the pharaoh's clothes and fighting against the relic hunters. Nian was also very fascinated by it, and before she knew it, she leaned against Molek again. Anyway, in Skavara's opinion, these were all stories to coax children, and he didn't take them seriously at all. As for the relationship between the young lady and the captain, I am just a gatekeeper, what right do I have to speak? Hua Shi Do Lang is Molek's younger brother, and Xia Chi Ma no Dochino has wisely stood on Molek's side. He is a bodyguard who guards the house with a dog. If he can't see the situation inside, he won't be stupid enough to report to the boss. Skawara will never forget that although his current strength is still shabby, it is much better than before. Who is it thanks to? So, Molek and Nian's relationship in the room became a matter that everyone in the big villa knew, but it was self-evident on the surface. Even the old housekeeper Chaaraba was already very old, so he didn't want to make trouble for himself. Especially after Molek found Boela and arranged a very relaxing and comfortable job in the food industry for his grandson, which was especially safe and far away from the gangs. He decisively turned a blind eye to everything. As for whether the boss knew about this matter, it was not known to everyone. Okay, I'll talk to the young lady later. Hua Shi Dulang sighed. He had already anticipated the crying scene at that time. Everything is hard for you. Molek looked at the people present and chuckled again. Leave it to us, Captain. Hua Shi Dulang and others responded solemnly in unison. And when Molek was about to leave, in a dilapidated small building, it's time to go. The tall man in a suit and small round sunglasses took a last look at the empty, narrow room. He pushed his glasses, put all the doctor's books and basic medicines in his briefcase, picked it up and left without any regrets. Wait, Pi. I will become a doctor and realize my dream. And getting a hunter's license and exempting the medical school tuition is our goal. The first step to realize the dream. Raise your head, hold your chest high, there is nothing else in your eyes, only the awareness and belief of risking your life and everything, and moving forward. In an unknown forest on the other side. Once, this place was famous for discovering the destruction of the Kurita tribe. But now, it has become desolate and dilapidated. At the entrance of the forest, a handsome boy with blonde hair, whose gender is difficult to distinguish, kneeled at the entrance and whispered softly. The sun in the sky, the green trees on the ground, are the body was born on the earth. Our souls come from heaven, the sun, Akoi, and the moon shine on our limbs, the green land nourishes our bodies, this body is given to the wind that blows across the earth. Thank God for the miracle and the land of the Kurita tribe. The earring on the left ear swayed gently in the wind, and the orange-blue clothes on the body swayed with it. May our hearts be forever healthy, I wish to share joy with all my compatriots, I wish to share their sorrows, please always praise the Kurita people, let us use the red eyes of fire as a witness. When he finished the last prayer, the boy's eyes suddenly opened. He revealed a pair of scarlet eyes that were breathtakingly beautiful and incomparable. They were also the only pair of eyes in the world that were full of emotions. I'm leaving, elders, father, mother, and Piro. The blonde boy slowly stood up and bowed deeply again towards the entrance of the forest. Then he turned around and resolutely embarked on the journey of revenge. The lonely back of the man and the heavy national hatred he carried made him look particularly small. On the other side, in the big city that contrasted with the lonely and desolate forest, The lights were bright and the neon lights were particularly dazzling. Young men and women in fashionable clothes were enjoying their nightlife with laughter. But they didn't notice the short figure that passed by them silently. Hunter test. The boy stopped at the window selling home appliances and looked at the hunter license advertised on the TV screen. It seems that there is no place to go for the time being. He had run away from home and was a little confused about what to do next, but now he seemed to have found a goal. To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Let's go there and have fun. The silver hair was particularly dazzling under the flickering lights. While he was taking action inside a player's room in the Sky Arena. It seems that I have one more reason to participate in this hunter test. Listening to the crazy and neurotic voice of his mother coming from the phone, Ilmi tilted his head slightly. He nodded. It just so happens that my next commission also requires a hunter's license. Let's finish both things at once. After saying that, he looked at the figure sitting on the bed next to him, holding a notice letter, and reading it motionlessly for 10 minutes. What do you say, are you going this year? Yes, of course I have to go. Putting down Hua Shi Do Lang's letter of challenge, Shisuo slowly raised his head. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth had already outlined a huge arc. It's really unexpected that the fruits planted in the past will mature in almost the same time period. It seems that this year is really a harvest season, hehe. Shisuo was crazy there every day, and Ilmi had already gotten used to this kind of daily routine. But he didn't care about this one thing. Will the man named Molek come this year? Yes, he will definitely come. When this name was mentioned, Hisoka's body trembled again. It was the kind of excitement to the critical point, the body couldn't help but tremble. He promised me that he would come this year. Is that so? Ilmi also put his index finger on his chin. Then it seems that I have to take some precautions. This man has his own secrets, and he beat up the examiner last year. If he gets ruthless again this year, maybe even I will be hurt. That includes you, Hisoka. Ilmi looked at Hisoka and kindly reminded him, do you need my help? The price is very fair. Swish. Before he finished speaking, 2 playing cards flew past him. He is my prey. In the gap where Ilmi's cut hair fell, Hisoka's extremely perverted and aggressive eyes were revealed. No one is allowed to take it away. In another dense forest in the wilderness, there was someone who had a similar understanding to Hisoka. This year's hunter test, you wait for me. In the silent night, a roar came from the jungle. Dang! The sound of the machete falling to the ground was particularly harsh. Molek, this time, I must avenge my previous shame and tear you into pieces with my own hands. Under the moonlight, the hideous scars and marks on the man's face were revealed. Just rely on the 4-sword style skills I have practiced in the past 6 months. The familiar hunter dress that has never changed reveals that he has not forgotten the shame of the past. Wait for me, Molek. I will get rid of you in this hunter test. Full of the roar of hatred roared in the mountains and forests. The hatred of the beating that year was irreconcilable and unforgettable. And on the distant Whale Island, the fishing float that had been silent in the middle of the lake finally moved, attracting the attention of the hedgehog-headed boy who had been fishing for a long time on the treetop. Then, splash! The fishing float and the fishing line suddenly sank into the lake, carrying a huge force, as if to overturn everything. However, the boy sitting on the tree showed an extremely happy and innocent smile. Caught it! Accompanied by that cheerful shout, he exerted force on his hands, and his 2 thin arms pulled violently behind him. In an instant, a hideous fish with several strange lower limbs was pulled out of the lake by the hedgehog-headed boy. Success! I caught the Swamp King. I can take part in the hunter test now. The heartfelt smile resounded through the sky, and the joy was shared with most of the animals in the forest. Led by the Forest King, Jiatai Fox Bear, they all shouted congratulations. Under those howls, the hunter test for 1999 officially kicked off. The headquarters building of the Hunter Association. It's going to start again this year. In the president's office, Mr. Netterol looked at the registration information form that he had specially asked to be handed over. Looking at the familiar name and information on it, he stroked his hooked beard and smiled particularly happily. Let me see how much progress you have made in a year. Chapter 88. Netero is looking forward to Molek's return. But some people are reluctant to see such a suited thug again. What should I do? That devil will definitely come back this year. The square-nosed rookie killer, who is hiding in his own residence, is in an unusual distress this year. His intuition can predict that the murderer this year will definitely come back. Then should I participate in the hunter test this year or not? Should I keep refreshing my record of continuous participation and continue to participate regardless of danger, or should I survive this session and wait until the next time? As an old hand who has participated in the hunter test for more than 30 years, I only feel that this time, I have encountered the biggest decision in my life. On the other side, in the wooden house under the huge redwood tree at the top of Dory Port, the Fox family sat around the table. Dad, will Molek come this year? The Fox son asked while biting a carrot. He said he would come. The Fox father said firmly, before entering the examination room last year, he asked me to lead the way for him again. Is that so? That's great. These carrots taste terrible. They are not as good as what Molek gave us last time. Do you think Molek will bring carrots this time? From Port Dory to the desolate village between the big fir trees. It's a new hunter test. Quick question and answer. Grandma sat in the rocking chair, her body swaying gently. I wonder what kind of newcomers will emerge in this year's hunter test, and whether they will be as good as the young man last year. The breeze blew, allowing her to put away the only 2 teeth left exposed, and fell into memories. At a certain departure port of the Hunter Association, a ship that had sailed for decades continued to be ready after maintenance. Prepare to sail again, old friend. Captain of the wine trough and Red Nose carefully cleaned the last water stain on the deck. Get ready to welcome this year's bad boys. Maybe there will be old guys next year. Captain of the wine trough and Red Nose seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but tighten the bottle of wine in his arms. There was also an expectant smile on his face. Let's go, guys. Oh. Under the captain's command, the Poseidon once again set sail, sailing against the wind and waves to the first gathering point for picking up candidates who signed up for the hunter test. The horn of the 287th hunter test has already sounded. Whale Island is the familiar check-in point again. When Molek stepped into the island again, he had a different feeling. So you went to Whale Island, right? Jin's extremely dissatisfied mood came from Molek's phone. Even though Molek couldn't see his expression at this moment, he knew that Jin should be staring at him with a pair of dead fish eyes at this moment. Of course, I believe in it, but I will get up from where I fell. Molek responded with a smile. This is also the good virtue and advantage I have always had, which allows me to go further. Jin. If he was not afraid that Molek would do something excessive on Whale Island, the 2 words fart would be stuck in Jin's mouth and almost sprayed out. Jin was not afraid of ruining his deployment or something like that. But he was afraid that Molek would secretly find Zyja and tell him some of the things he had arranged in advance. That would make him very embarrassed. In order to keep his face as a father, Jin could only suppress this shame in his heart. The analysis and development of Universal Capsule have achieved certain results. It is expected that it will be officially put into experiment and use in a while. Jin coughed twice and kindly reminded that there was such a result. Do you want to try to use the semi-finished product first? No need for that. The finished product in my hand is still good. It is not the point of using semi-finished products. Molek replied lightly. After he returned to the Nisra family last year, he conveyed one of the Universal Capsule and the technology that was basically not used to Jin through special channels. Jin has many ways to receive things, so Molek naturally does not need to worry about this. During this period of time, there have been certain scientific research results, even if the technology itself exists. From nothing to a semi-finished product for experiment, such scientific research ability is already terrifying. Also, I say it again, I am not interested in research in other directions. The technology of Universal Capsule was not developed by me, so if you still want to chat with me to discuss technology, just reject it. Then, When Jin wanted to say something, Molek directly rejected it. Well, during this period of time, people who studied Universal Capsule have been looking for Molek who took out this technology to study and discuss it. And for such a scientific research madman, Molek naturally declined. But. No but. Molek interrupted Jin again. Also, I'm at the mid bar now, ready to have a drink before taking the hunter test. Do you think I should drink a few more glasses and have a good chat with this beautiful proprietress, or not drink a single sip and talk about each other's past stories? I think you should just take the hunter test. Jin on the other end of the phone was unusually decisive. You are very busy here and can't leave. I will decline all invitations for scientific research. Click. After saying that, Jin hung up the phone immediately without waiting for Molek to continue. It felt like running away in disgrace. Molek put away the phone and looked up to see the door of the bar in front of him. As the boss lady, Mid hugged the hedgehog-headed boy tightly, and then let him go as if he were her own child, and let him follow his father's footsteps. Take care, I will definitely come back after I become an excellent hunter. With a wave of his hand, the hedgehog-headed boy disappeared into the distance. Until he could no longer see him, Mid, who was staring at the scene in front of him, sighed and turned back to the bar. This is really the starting point of all stories. Being able to witness this scene with his own eyes, Molek was also a little sad. More than that, he was delighted. Sure enough, I have caught up with it. This is the moment to start the journey. Molek looked at the dazzling red blind box that was about to disappear on the spot, and went straight forward to quickly put it away. Only when this fate line starts to start, will there be a blind box of this level. Just after arriving at Whale Island, he had such a harvest, which made him more determined to participate in the correct behavior of this hunter test. Get a high-level blind box. Do you want to open it? Open it. Open successfully. Get 4-star Dragon Ball. Source World, Dragon Ball. This does not need too much introduction. Gather 7 Dragon Balls and you can summon the dragon to fulfill any wish. Including but not limited to resurrecting the dead, conquering the world, etc. This kind of causal ability is the most bug. And mainly, this 4-star Dragon Ball is also the beginning of the storyline of Dragon Ball. It is also the fundamental and direct reason for Goku and Bulma to meet and then unfold that series of stories. After putting away the 4-star Dragon Ball, Molek stepped forward and pushed open the door of Mit's bar. Ding! The bell of the guest's arrival rang, and Mit, who was still sat at the bar, sorted out his emotions a little and wiped his eyes. Welcome. She quickly adjusted herself back to her normal state of receiving guests, and stood up to greet them. Would you like something to drink? A glass of thorns. Molek pulled open a chair, sat at the bar, and scanned the surroundings. The bar was very clean and tidy, with a faint warm smell. As the only bar on the island, Mid kept it very well. Thorns. Mid muttered the name, and then shook his head. Excuse me, sir, is this wine from outside? We are just a small place, I have never heard of this wine. It's okay, it's very simple to make, I tell you to do it. Molek casually put a gold coin on the table. Take 45-60 ml of gin, then add lemon juice, 20 ml, then add white sugar syrup, 20 ml. Mid glanced at the gold coin, and then quickly took out a pen and paper to write down Molek's request. The customer is God, and the customer who can pay the bill with gold coins without saying anything is even more God among gods. Fill the cup with crushed ice, shake quickly for 8 to 10 seconds. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Molek described the process step by step, and Mit was also recording while carefully practicing. If he could learn a new way of mixing drinks, the pub's business might be better. This is the thorn wine you ordered, please taste it. After practicing for a while, Mit brought this glass of new wine with bright black and red colors to Molek. It's my first time making it, please forgive me if there are any shortcomings. It's nothing, just based on the appearance, it's already very good. Molek picked up the glass and took a sip, then nodded, and it tastes even better. Thank you for your recognition. Mit still thanked politely. This glass of wine is called Thorn. Does it have any special meaning? Mit asked casually while arranging the wine utensils and looking at the black and red colors. This has nothing to do with the green color of the thorns. Well, no matter how difficult and painful it is, no matter what kind of danger you face, you can get through it. Molek picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "This glass of wine is for those who go out to venture, and the best blessing for them." Mit paused for a moment while arranging the wine utensils. "I saw it outside just now." Molek took another sip of wine. "Is he your son?" Zero asked for flowers. Zero. "No, it's a nephew." Mit was silent for a moment and told the truth. "I see, it's not a parent-child relationship, but it's better than a parent-child relationship." Molek nodded, looking at his preparations. "Will he also take the hunter test this year?" "Also?" Mit raised his head and looked at Molek's outfit carefully. A standard black suit looks like the outfit of a social elite. "Yes, I am also a candidate for the hunter test this year." Molek understood the meaning in Mit's eyes and said with a smile. Looking at Mit's alert expression with a vigilant and alert look, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. "Don't get me wrong, I just came to see this child. His head shape is exactly the same as his father's." "Dad?" Mit, who was originally vigilant, was suddenly stunned. "What do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything, I just briefly stated my personal opinion." Molek waved his hand gently. "I am not interested in intervening in and understanding too much about the complicated relationship between you, and I will not do anything boring to the child. I just happened to pass by here and wanted to take a look." "Just by chance?" Mit opened her mouth, with many questions in her heart that she wanted to ask. As a result, her eyes blurred, and the next second, Molek's figure had disappeared from the original seat. Ding! The doorbell of the bar rang again, and Molek had already opened the door. "By the way, there is one more thing." He turned around and looked at the empty cup. "Thorn, this cup of wine, which is used to go out and fight through difficulties, actually mainly represents the father's dedication to his children, and teaches his children the spirit of fearlessness and courage to move forward. If there is a chance in the future, you can mix it for those who need it. Your bartending skills are very good. I hope I can taste such wine next time I come." "Wait!" As soon as Mit shouted out, the door of the bar dinged shut. Mit hurriedly ran out from the bar and opened the door. What came into view was an empty scene, without a single person. "Thorn, father, who is he?" Mit murmured. She felt that the shock she suffered today was a bit big. Whether it was Zyja's departure or the arrival of this man, her emotions fluctuated so much that her heart could not bear it. "Let's close the shop for now." She hung the sign of closing the shop on the door and went back to the house to calm her heart. The arrival of the man in the black suit certainly caused her emotions to fluctuate. But she felt vaguely that this man did not seem to have any ill intentions. "I hope Zyja can be safe in this hunter test." She muttered to herself. He was found by someone, and what he said was all about Jin. He must know Jin. Jin is an out-and-out troublemaking bastard. Being sure that this was related to Jin, and that Zyja was involved, Mit was furious again and could not help but start to criticize Jin. Achoo! In a ruined forest thousands of miles away, Jin, who was sitting on one of the heads of a giant two-headed wolf, snorted hard. Sneeze. He rubbed his nose and asked self-awarely. "Strange, is there anyone talking about me behind my back again?" After drinking a cup from Mit bar, Molek felt that he was in a good state now. He immediately put his mood in order and came to the town at the port slowly. "It's not strange to come here again. And the folk customs here are still so simple. Catch the thief." The fisherman on the street wailed and ran out to chase the thief immediately. At this time, there was no one in his stall and someone's stomach was empty. A guy who happened to have spent all his money and was hungry, carrying a briefcase and looking like an uncle with round glasses. He stole a bunch of fish and ran away quickly under the gaze of the hedgehog-headed child and the handsome blonde boy. Then, after he made a fire and ate the grilled fish, his briefcase was stolen again. Sure enough, the folk customs are so simple. Molek, who saw all these scenes, nodded again. Then the town was in great chaos due to the many rare and exotic animals released from the exhibition group. There are three-headed venomous snakes, Xiao A, Xiao B, and xiaoxi, as well as giant frogs that particularly like rainy days, rotating turtles that can't stop once they start turning, and the fox bear, the king of the forest. In short, in the gap between the Poseidon that is about to set sail, this place is also particularly lively. At the same time, 2 other blind boxes with a red luster are also looming in this port. The 3 main characters are all gathered together, ready to board the ship and officially start the next journey. Chapter 89. Seagulls flew across the sky, and the Poseidon blew its whistle and headed for the final port of Dori. Whoosh! In the air, a beautiful parabola was formed. 2 figures, one large and one small, fell from the sky one after another. Safe landing! The hedgehog-headed boy in green clothes squatted on one knee handsomely, with a sunny smile on his face, and completely collected the fishing rod on his head. Bang! The man with round glasses and a briefcase next to him did not master his body balance and fell flat on his face. "Are you okay, uncle?" "Don't call me uncle, call me Leorio." "Oh, okay, my name is Jeffries, Leorio, you can just call me Jack." The 2 main characters who boarded the ship last finally caught up with the last ship. It seems that there will be no dull moments before we reach the end of this year. Captain of the Red Nose with a drunk groove witnessed this scene and took 2 puffs of his pipe to refresh himself. But then again, I don't think I saw, He patrolled around with a group of sailors, trying to find the person he wanted to see. Then he saw a figure in a corner of the deck, smiling and waving at him. Is he here after all? Captain of the Red Nose with a drunk groove grinned, and his pipe was almost too big to fit. I knew this man would never let go of the hunter test, which was like a lively meeting for him. The captain pressed down the brim of his hat and continued to stroll on the deck. How could this lawless man miss such an interesting event as the hunter test? I wonder what interesting things he will do this year. It's really exciting. There's no rush to reminisce. After he finishes the preliminary screening of the applicants, there will be time to sit down and have a good chat. He continued to look around the deck. How many people can survive the 237 this year? Looking at the seasick and vomiting, and the one who was hunting seagulls with a knife for fun, he couldn't help shaking his head. They are all a group of spineless guys. Compared with last year's Molek, they are not even a little bit worse. You, and you, get off the boat. The drunken red-nosed captain used his authority to let the sailors throw those useless guys into the sea one after another. A life buoy was also provided. With their level, participating in the hunter test would only mean death. We are still passengers. Leorio, who was leaning against the mast, muttered softly, while Karapika, who was sitting on the other side, watched the scene coldly. As for Gon, he turned a deaf ear to it, sitting at the stern, holding a fishing rod and concentrating on fishing. Get a high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Molek on the side watched this scene with peace of mind. And he took the red blind box that was faintly born at the port and followed Karapika and Leorio on board and opened it. Opened successfully, obtained, 2-star Dragon Ball, 5-star Dragon Ball. Source World, Dragon Ball. Sure enough, the starting lineup of the protagonist group still gave away Dragon Balls. And these 2 Dragon Balls were also found by Bulma herself before teaming up with Goku. Then the 2 of them started their journey with 3 Dragon Balls. Everything is right. But it should be more than that. Molek held his chin with one hand and quietly watched the scene of the 2 people in front of him. On this ship, there is also a very classic deck duel between 2 people, and then the plot of enemies becoming friends in the storm. If there is no blind box, it really doesn't make sense. You still have to follow the protagonist group of fate to get more high-level blind boxes. Now I suddenly understand the feelings of Hisoka and Biscuit. Seeing the delicious green fruits and flawless dazzling raw stones, the excitement and joy. Aren't you also coveting those unknown blind boxes to Zyja and others? If Hisoka is a fruit farmer and Biscuit is a absentee, then I am a pure gambler who opens blind boxes. However, my act of opening blind boxes only needs to be found, but there is no need to pay any other costs. The deck seemed much quieter after the red-nosed captain of the wine trough cleared a group of people. Until Zyja at the stern caught a rare flying fish, the scene became lively again. However, in the midst of this excitement, Molek stood up, stretched his body and walked into the cabin. The annual storm used to test the applicant's level is coming. He doesn't have the habit of getting wet in the rain outside. Molek's return did not attract anyone's attention, but Zyaj's performance attracted some people's attention. The storm is coming. Zyaj shrugged his nose and gave his judgment. The wind was a little warm and had a strong smell of salt, and the attention of the seagulls. At first, some people laughed at Zyaj for knowing bird language, but only the captain, who seemed to see something, asked seriously. "Boy, did you get on the ship from Whale Island?" "Yes." "What does your father do?" "He is a hunter. Although I have only seen his photos, I respect him very much." "Really? Is your father also a hunter?" On Zyaj's back, he saw the familiar figure of the person who impressed him. "Boy, do you know the time and scale of the storm? According to the state of the seagulls and the wind, it should be, in 2 hours. Ha, you are the third person who can give such an accurate answer to tell me that there is a storm." "The third. Fold the sails." The captain did not answer Zyaj's question, but called the crew directly. The sailors on the Poseidon were already familiar with it, and they quickly folded the sails. I don't know how many times they have experienced that uniform action. Just when they took action, the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds in the next second. And just when everyone else was about to enter the cabin to hide, crashed! A flash of lightning cut through the dark night sky, as if it was a sign of some danger. The mainmast of the Poseidon seemed to be coated with fluorescent agent, and began to emit pink and purple light particles. At first glance, it looked like a strange flame was burning the entire ship. Such a scene made the entire deck agitated with fear. "This is St. Elmo's fire." In order to calm the uneasiness in everyone's hearts, the captain stood up and explained. "There has been a legend since ancient times that anyone who sees this St. Elmo's fire will become a person who will never return. Applicants on the ship. You might as well not say it. What is St. Elmo's fire?" Zyaj never hides his curiosity. This is a luminous phenomenon caused by static electrons in the air or charged rain clouds affecting the electrons on the mainsail. The blonde and handsome boy at the side stood up and kindly gave an explanation. He also showed his erudition, which made the captain take a closer look. "Just a phenomenon? That's nothing special." The people on the deck were slightly relieved, but the captain continued to wave his hand. "The storm is coming. Why is there such a legend? It is because every time this phenomenon occurs, there will be a huge storm. Many sea wave sailboats, so there are not a few that sink to the bottom of the sea." After hearing this, the applicants on the deck did not dare to delay any longer and hurried to the cabin. But when they walked into the cabin, someone was already sitting there. The other applicants didn't take it seriously and found empty seats to sit down. Gon and Leorio, who came in later, and the handsome blonde boy, looked over there. If they remembered correctly, the man in the black suit should be the one who just walked in early. However, as the ship began to shake and bump, the few people did not pay much attention and found their own place to stay. On the contrary, Zyaj looked at Molek, and then looked at Leorio. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Leorio. "Ah, what's wrong? I think the suit that man wears is better looking than yours. You don't have to talk." "Woo." Outside, the wind was howling, and the huge waves were sweeping across the sky, intending to drive the Poseidon galloping on this sea into the seabed. %*. In the cabin, the captain sang an unknown ballad and manipulated the rudder casually, accurately, and quickly avoiding the waves that came one after another. Like a swimming dragon, it shuttled across the sea. The captain handed the rudder to his deputy only after sailing out of the turbulent sea. "Well, let's go see how the guys are doing this year." When the drunken red-nosed captain walked into the cabin with his pipe in his mouth, he saw a bunch of crooked figures lying on the ground. "Don't be ridiculous, these useless guys actually want to pass the hunter's test." The captain shook his head repeatedly, not flattering the level of these guys at all. "But there are still a few good seedlings." His eyes flashed one by one on the three people: Zyaj, who was very energetic in serving water to the people next to him, Leorio, who was holding an apple and eating it, and the blonde handsome man with his eyes closed. As for Molek, who was sitting casually in the innermost part, there was no need to consider him. 4 people. The captain made a judgment in his heart, and then, just like in the original version, he took the 4 people to a separate small room. Want to know our names? Leorio's eyebrows were raised first. My name is Zyja. Karapika. Zyja was the first to respond, and the handsome blonde man next to him also said his name. Seeing that both of them said their names, Leorio also pulled the corner of his mouth. My name is Leorio Zero. Is it Zyja, Karapika and Leorio? The captain nodded. Then why do you want to become hunters? Hey, why should we tell you? Leorio felt that the captain was too nosy and was a little unhappy. This is not an interview. The captain was unmoved. Don't worry about anything else, answer quickly. What? I want to know what kind of job this is because my father is doing this job. Don't interrupt. Can't you see that I'm talking to this uncle? Leorio turned around and scolded Gon in a gentle tone, which was in sharp contrast to his attitude towards the captain. Just giving reasons, what's the big deal? I don't want to say it. I will never say it. Leorio has his own persistence and reasons, because I don't want to do something, even if I have to duel. I feel the same way as you, Leorio. At this time, the blonde man next to him, Karapika, also spoke. And his name made Leorio even more unhappy. Hey, how old are you? Don't call me by my name casually. Karapika ignored him at all. Although lying can easily avoid annoying questions, I think lying and robbery are the most shameless behaviors in the world. Leorio, who was ignored again, was already fuming. Call me Mr. Leorio now. Karapika, who had seen Leorio stealing fish before, had no good feelings towards him and just stared at the captain. Besides, the reason why I want to become a hunter is very personal. Why should I tell you, someone I just met for the first time? Call me Mr. Leorio, Mr. Leorio. Karapika glanced at Leorio and said nothing again. Those who don't answer, get off the boat now. The captain with the red nose and the trough said in a deep voice. Hey! Don't you understand? The hunter test has already begun. The captain took out a certificate from his arms. From the moment you boarded the ship. Is that a certificate from the Hunter Association? The Hunter Association's logo was particularly obvious, and the 3 of them recognized it at a glance. As you know, there are as many people who want to become hunters as the stars in the sky. If we test all of them, we won't have enough manpower and time, so we will help to screen them. Captain Sour Red Nose explained seriously. Whether it is the people who fell off the ship or the people who fell on the ground over there, we have already reported to the committee that they are unqualified. Even if they arrive at the test venue, they cannot participate in the test. At this point, the captain's mouth corners raised. Whether you can participate in the real test depends on my mood. So, just answer my questions obediently. Is that so? After listening to this, Leorio couldn't help but sigh. There's no other way. I have to answer. But before that, Leorio suddenly changed the subject and pointed at someone who had been watching the scene silently beside him. Why can this guy not answer any questions, and you didn't ask him any questions at all? Such a 0.9 difference in treatment made him point at Molek, questioned the captain. Are you talking about him? The captain didn't expect that there would be such a brave guy who questioned Molek. He said in a natural tone with a little subtlety. Because he told me last year. Last year? Leorio was startled when he heard this. Karapika raised his eyebrows, and Zyja raised his hand very simply. What does this mean? It means that I have already taken a trip on this ship last year. Before the captain could speak, Molek spoke first. Long time no see, Captain. Although it's only been a year, it feels like a long time. The captain smacked his tasteless mouth, and then saw Molek took out a bottle of wine and threw it to him. He immediately took it with a smile on his face, but reunion and goodbye are always joyful, aren't they? If you want to come again next year, I can give you a ride again. No need, I'm not interested in taking the 3rd test. Molek shook his head. He didn't drink much, and he still had a lot of Hokage wine in stock. Really? That's a pity. The captain was happy, but a little regretful, and put away the Hokage wine. What a pity, it will be difficult to meet again in the future. You are sorry that you can't drink these wines anymore, right? Ha ha ha, you saw it. The two chatted as if no one was around, and the other three were stunned. So he was a candidate who had already participated in the hunter test last year. Chapter 90. Xiao Jie, who heard this meaning from the two people's conversation, looked at Molek curiously. He must have had experience in participating in the hunter test again, right? It was his first time participating in the hunter test, and he felt that everything was so new. It turned out that he was an old student who was participating in the test for the second time. Leorio, who also reacted, muttered softly. And he has such a good relationship with the captain. He sent a lot of bars last year. He made a slightly narrow guess. This is not something that can be solved by sending wine. Kurapika has a different view. To be able to survive and get out of a test that is extremely difficult and dangerous, and to be able to continue to participate in the hunter test. He made a precise analysis and gave his own judgment. This man is definitely not an ordinary person. The reason why he can have such a good relationship with the captain, the examiner of the Hunter Association, who sends applicants to the exam, and can chat so well is not just because of sending wine. Leorio also reacted quickly, mainly because the captain's optimistic and appreciative attitude was simply obvious. Although this is my second time here, I still have to abide by the rules. Molek clapped his hands. My name is Molek, and I am taking the hunter test for the second time. As for the purpose of taking the test, I told the captain last year, and the reason is the same this year. Last year, he said that he was curious about the process of the hunter test, so he wanted to see what kind of questions would be asked in the hunter test. And this year, he also said that he was not interested in taking the test for the third time, which means, it seems that I won't see you next year. The captain understood, and he knew that Molek was going to get the hunter license this year. As for whether he could do it, if someone who was beaten up by the examiner can't get a hunter license, then this test is too dark. The same reason as last year. Leorio curled his lips secretly. It made no difference whether he said it or not. But he was not interested in the reasons of others. I want to become a hunter because I am a survivor of the Kurta tribe. Kurapika interrupted directly, making Leorio's anger soar again. 03 Hey, I'm talking. I want to be a hunter, a bounty hunter who makes a living by earning bounties. Kurapika ignored him again and said directly. What's the reason? The captain asked while putting away the wine. 4 years ago, all my compatriots were killed. The criminals were the murder troop, the phantom troop, and in order to catch them. So you want to become a hunter? The captain expressed his understanding. The phantom troop is full of A-level bounty criminals. Even experienced hunters will not easily take action. He kindly reminded, you will only die in vain. I am not afraid of death. Kurapika's attitude was very firm. I am just afraid that I will forget this angry feeling. Heh, what a willful guy. Leorio couldn't help but sneer. You don't have to become a hunter to take revenge, right? This is the stupidest question in the world. There are many places that can only be reached by hunters, information that can only be collected, and activities that can only be carried out. Leorio. Why don't you call Mr. Leorio? When Leorio was furious, the captain was very respectful of his address. So Mr. Leorio, what is your motive? Me. Being addressed by the captain, Leorio's fur was smoothed a little. I'm not going to tell you a false answer, just let me tell you what's in my heart. A filthy smile began to appear on Leorio's face. It's money. He was extremely greedy. Becoming a hunter can make a lot of money. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Big house, beautiful car, fine wine, even women. He. He stretched his hands upward like claws, and fell into a beautiful fantasy. Zyja blinked and looked at him. For some reason, he always felt. What real reason is he hiding? At this time, Molek's voice sounded in his ears. Xiao Jie couldn't help but look back at Molek, Mr. Molek, you mean? Just call me Molek. Molek didn't care about this. This shouldn't be the main reason for him to participate in the hunter test, although he looked at Leorio's appearance. This is also one of his purposes. It's true, but not all. Molek understood Leorio's true situation, but Kurapika couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on Leorio because of his preconceived notion of stealing fish before. You can't buy humanity with money, Leorio. Leorio took a deep breath, the third time. He looked at Kurapika expressionlessly. Get out. It seems that the guys from the Kurita tribe with dirty blood are all rude guys. Kurapika's expression also changed. Take back what you said just now, Leorio. It's Mr. Leorio. Leorio emphasized his tone. Get out. I wish for it. After that, the two of them left one after another without caring what others thought. Out of the cabin. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. It was the first time that the drunken red-nosed captain encountered such a thing, and he was a little confused. Let them be. Xiaojie didn't think it was a big deal. If you want to get to know someone, you must first know what that person will dislike. This is what Aunt Mit taught me, and it's also my favorite saying. Xiaojie talked about his life experience. In my opinion, they are angry because those are very important things to them, so it's best not to stop them. On this matter, Xiaojie and I have the same opinion. Molek came over and clapped his hands on Ziyaji's head. How should we face and deal with people who disrespect us and anger us? And how should we make choices in this environment of hunter test? Molek rubbed Ziyaji's head and said with a smile, let them solve it themselves. This is also part of the test. Mainly in his sight, when the two left, the blind box that emerged and emitted a glow was also looming. Is that so? The captain smacked his pipe and thought it made sense. It seems that the candidates who registered this year are all troublesome guys. He put his hands behind his back and slowly left the house. Molek, you are right. Xiaojie scratched his cheek. It would be better if you didn't touch my head. Well, Xiaojie, who is currently sunny and optimistic, is the most suitable to be teased. I am also curious. Molek continued to rub Xiaojie's head. What are you angry about? This feels really good. Me. Xiaojie thought about it seriously, and then showed a harmless and cheerful smile. I don't know either. You don't know either. That is, when you know it yourself, you will become evil. Well, it is still evil in the literal sense. Let's go and see it together. Molek suggested, let's go and see the duel between the two of them. Okay. Ziyaj readily agreed. It would be great if he could get to know the people who would be taking the test together. Besides, he and Leorio had already known each other before boarding the ship. In his heart, Leorio had long been a good person and companion. Hoo-hoo! The waves were raging, the waves were roaring, and the storm poured down on the deck of the Poseidon, which was riding the wind and waves on the sea. Leorio and Kurapika were not affected by the storm at all. They only had each other in their eyes. To read the violent novel, just go to Feilu Novel Network. Take back what you said just now. I can still forgive you, Leorio. You should take it back, Kurapika. I will never give in. Also, call me Mr. Leorio. The two chose to fight directly because they didn't agree. Swish! The two swords were unsheathed, the daggers were unsealed, and the two almost jumped into the air at the same time, and came to a close combat. As soon as they fought, they realized that the other party was extraordinary. Good skills. You too. Leorio originally thought that Kurapika was just a sissy who knew how to dress up, and Kurapika also thought that Leorio was a smart thief who stole chickens and dogs. But this time, the collision of the fight made them all know that the other party was not a common person like others. During the battle between the two, Ziyaj was watching carefully. Molek was also watching some of the fighting skills of the two. One side was the ethnic fighting method taught by the Kurita tribe since childhood, and the other side was the wild fighting system that he had explored since childhood. It can be said that each has its own merits. But with Molek's observation ability, if there is no accident, the two really want to duel to the end. The winner is very likely to be Kurapika. It's not that Leorio's fighting ability is too poor, but mainly in terms of brain, he is not as good as Karapika. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen in the next second. A sailor who wanted to repair the main ship's railing accidentally stepped on the air and was blown off the deck by the storm. "Save me!" He cried out for help, and Gon heard the cry and jumped out to catch him. Gon! Leorio and Karapika jumped out at the same time. Each of them grabbed one of Gon's feet, and successfully pulled Gon and the sailor back together. "Gon, why are you so reckless?" Leorio blamed him, but actually asked with concern. "It's really reckless." Karapika agreed with this. "If we don't catch you, you will become sawdust on the sea too." But Gon put his hands behind his head with an optimistic smile on his face. "Didn't you catch me?" Hearing this, both of them lost their temper. Gon, who acted as a lubricant, said innocently, "Then what about your duel?" "Duel, seems to be like that." Leorio turned his face away, he no longer had the desire to continue fighting. The same is true for Karapika, and through the fight just now, and the act of saving Zyja, also made him change his view of Leorio. "I apologize to you for what happened just now, Mr. Leorio. Don't be so polite." Leorio was also a little embarrassed. "Call me Leorio, Karapika. I also want to apologize to you. I take back everything I said about the Kurita tribe just now." The atmosphere at the scene was more relaxed for a while, and the storm in the sky gradually stopped. The dark clouds began to slowly dissipate, revealing the sun behind the cover. "It seems that you will not be so lonely this year." The captain, who watched the whole scene, also took a puff of his pipe and smiled at Molek next to him. "Yeah, they are all very good juniors." Molek nodded, and then looked at the blind box that had been condensed, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. "The condensed red blind box is also quite good. Get the advanced blind box, do you want to open it?" Molek put the blind box away casually, and then opened it immediately. "Open successfully, get a copy of Time Digital Alloy. Source World, Digimon. Digimon stuff?" This kind of action plot between the two protagonists Leorio and Karapika seems to be in Digimon. When fighting against Puppetman, one of the four Dark Lords, Taiki and Ahe fought. And their two Digimon, Battle Greymon and Metal Garurumon. 343. Time Digimon is the metal used to make the armor that Battle Greymon wears, and the subspecies of Metal Garurumon, Moon Garurumon, also wears a gold alloy armor that can rebound attacks. Time Digimon is made from Huanglong ore and usually has extremely high hardness. Due to different production ratios, there are different colors of Time Digimon, and the performance is also very different. Its official name is Time Digimon Hybrid Organic Alloy, which can be abbreviated as CHO alloy. This super metal can be integrated with organisms and can be transformed into living metal. Therefore, in addition to being used as a material for weapons and protective gear, it can also be used in the parts of transformed and mechanical Digimon. And such a material is also the most suitable for making equipment in the hands of Molek. As for weapons, he doesn't need too much. Firearms like the collector and long weapons like the Ruyi stick are considered the best of the best. We can use this alloy to make a protective gear. Molek straightened his black suit. This suit is nice to wear and looks good. But if you really fight with some powerful people, if the masters fight, the quality of this clothing will not be very good. And if it can be used to enhance the flow and power of Qi, it will be great. Molek has many ideas in this regard. And the ability to make a weapon that is beneficial to the strength of the mind and the flow of Qi. Well, when you are in doubt, just find someone with connections. Molek took out his mobile phone, edited a text message and sent it. "I found a very good alloy material here, please help me find someone to make a suitable set of clothes." He sent his requirements at the same time. Almost in the next second, the phone received a reply. "Go to hell, bastard." The blonde sent back a text message with a middle finger emoticon. "Xiaojie is by my side now." Molek replied quickly, "I can touch his head and reply to your message at the same time." After sending it this time, the reply was even faster than the last time. "You will definitely be punished." "Absolutely." Jin cursed and took on this task again. However, Jin was really curious about what Molek said, which even he thought was good. So, after the duel between the two sides ended, the relationship between the three people was officially formed. The captain also held a pipe in his mouth and announced with a smile that all the people had passed the preliminary test this time. Next, I will send you to Port Dory. Amid Xiaoji's cheers and Liorio's relief, after the captain's words, the Poseidon accelerated on the already calm sea. Soon, the outline of the island in the distance appeared. The next test site leading to the Hunter test. Chapter 91. It was still the familiar port location. As the only 4 people who qualified for this voyage, they disembarked one after another. Then they saw the many applicants from other places gathered at the port location. There are so many people. Leorio carried his briefcase in one hand and looked at the crowd in front of him, almost making an expression like Joe. I guess their purpose is the same as ours. Ah, they are the participants of the Hunter test from all over the world. Looking at those guys who are dressed well and look like they are not easy to mess with, you can know why they came here. By the way, the location of this Hunter test seems to be in Saba City, so where is the bus to Saba City? Leorio looked around. Instead of searching on your own, I think you should follow someone with experience. Karapika made a pertinent suggestion. If candidates who have successfully reached the official venue of the Hunter test in the past search again, the probability of success is very high. Experienced people? Have they successfully reached it in the past? Thinking of these two factors, Leorio subconsciously turned his head and happened to look behind him at the same time as Karapika. Captain, thank you so much. Zyja had a sunny boy's smile on his face and thanked the captain solemnly. Let me have a happy journey. Really? You feel happy on such a journey, ha 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 ha. The captain also made Zyja laugh, and he was able to feel happy on such a dangerous journey. They are really a father and son. Although we have successfully arrived at Dolii port, there is still a long way to go. Yes, I know. At the captain's warning, Zyja nodded seriously. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I also want to thank you for your care during the journey. Seeing this, Leorio was also moved by the scene, and before leaving, he also expressed his gratitude to the captain. This is just my job. The captain smiled and put the pipe back in his mouth. My job is over here, and it's up to you guys to do it next. There will be other tests later. Although I think you can definitely pass it with your qualifications, it's better to listen to the advice of those who have experienced it. The captain raised his pipe to Molek next to him. The advice of those who have experienced it is very valuable and pertinent. That's not necessarily true. Molek followed with a joke. The location and method of the Hunter test will change every year. Who knows if the mother-in-law and the family on this island are still here? Don't worry, there will be no major accidents for our guides. Basically, the position remains unchanged. This is also for old students like you to participate again, save the process of retesting qualifications in advance. Those guys are still living there peacefully. After saying that, the captain said hello to Molek and said goodbye again. And there may be no time to meet again in the future. He, 3 excellent new guys, you don't know what kind of person the person traveling with you will be. When the captain and everyone else boarded the ship separately, he looked back at the 4 people and laughed lowly. That will be fun, right? I hope you won't be scared when you arrive at the official venue, little guys. Take care, everyone. At the port, Zyja waved his arms and bid farewell to the Poseidon, which was getting farther and farther away until it disappeared at the end of the sea level. So, where are we going next, Mr. Molek? Karapika asked politely now. Especially regarding the veteran of the Hunter test, this person is already considered their predecessor. The other party has experience in the Hunter test, which will definitely be very helpful for their next journey. I said, just call me Molek. Molek stretched out his hand and pointed to the huge redwood tree at the top. See the huge redwood tree on that mountain? Going over there is a shortcut to the official test venue. But Leorio repeatedly stared at the huge map erected at the port. The location of Saba City shown on the map is in the opposite direction of the giant redwood tree. And Saba City should be a big city, not in this mountain jungle. Leorio hesitated, and there is also a bus to Saba City marked on it. So should we go to the giant redwood tree, or take the bus? The express bus to Saba City is about to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from behind everyone. A guy with short yellow hair, a big nose, and half eyes appeared behind everyone. He pointed in another direction. The bus stop is over there. Leorio was very wary of the guy who suddenly appeared. Who are you? My name is Matthew, and like you, I am a candidate for the hunter test. He introduced himself. With an uncomfortable smile on his face, please give me your advice. My name is Zyja. He stretched out his hand to greet him, but only Zyja shook hands with him. Leorio rolled his eyes. Mr. Matthew, are you going by bus too? Sorry, I hate taking buses, and two have already decided to go to the direction of the cedar tree on the top of the mountain. Matthew politely refused. Then why don't you go with us? Karapika was silent, but Zyja's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! Matthew stretched out his tone a little exaggeratedly. I'm looking for a speculative travel companion, why don't we go together, Zyja? Zyja was about to nod and agree. Then, someone next to him made a decision for him. Get lost. Molek didn't say much, but just calmly looked at the person who appeared in front of him, who wanted to take advantage of their exploration. Hi! Such an impolite attitude made Matthew stunned. What did you say? He felt as if he hadn't heard clearly. I said, get out. Molek repeated it calmly. Hi! Matthew's anger instantly rose. Stop being so arrogant. He immediately touched the handle of the knife behind his back, trying to pull it out. Result. Snap. A hand grasped his wrist. It seems that we don't welcome you here, Mr. Matthew. Leorio, who had never let down his vigilance and alert, decisively took action and stopped him from pulling out the knife. You. Matthew pulled hard a few times, but found that he couldn't pull it out at all. Tisk. He stepped back suddenly, and Leorio let go in time to let him jump to the side. Matthew, with drooping eyelids, first looked at Molek, then at Leorio, with an extremely ugly expression. Finally, he ran away from here with hatred, and ran towards the direction of the giant redwood tree. It seems that guy is not a good person. As early as when Molek said the first word go, Leorio was ready. After staying on the ship for such a long time, he had never seen Molek being so rude to others. So when he saw Molek's attitude towards Matthew, he let Leorio know. There must be something wrong with this guy. But even that guy is heading towards the direction of the giant redwood tree, which should be the right place. Karapika, who had been silent all the time, also started to analyze again. Well, I also plan to follow Molek's words. Zyja naturally had no other questions. Molek said so, there must be a reason for him. Since you all said so. Seeing that the attitudes of the two were so firm, coupled with Matthew's behavior, Leorio's thoughts were also shaken. Then let's go to the redwood tree first. He made a decision. He exhaled, but why does this map show this route? Leorio still couldn't forget this map. When I came here last year, the location marked on the map here was not Saba City, but Laufa City. Molek glanced at the map and couldn't help laughing, but I know Laufa City is not in that direction. Laufa City? Yes, that's where I took the official test last year. Karapika understood immediately, so, the direction of this map is wrong. Such a big the map is wrong. Leorio was a little unbelievable, it's just placed in the port of Dolii port. There is no Hunter Association logo on it. Zyja also looked at the sign on the map carefully after hearing this. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. On Whale Island, the map has the logo of our Whale Island, but there seems to be nothing on it. At this point, it is already obvious. Isn't this a blatant deception? When Leorio learned that he was almost deceived, he was somewhat relieved, but also quite unhappy. Why is there such a map here? I think it should be to screen candidates. Karapika thought, just like on the Poseidon, this is also a test for us. After all, except for candidates like us who take the hunter test, no one will go to Saba City. Another test. Leorio's eyes twitched, and he understood it in his heart. This test should be not to believe all kinds of information easily, to learn to distinguish and find the right way out. However, he still refused to admit defeat and said stubbornly, "Really, you always come up with some weird and embarrassing questions." He seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Molek puzzledly. "Since Saba City is a big city, why do you want us to go to that redwood tree? Maybe it's the guide the captain just mentioned." Karapika was very smart to remember the key words just now. According to the literal meaning, it means that we should go to that huge redwood tree and find the person who will lead us to the real venue. That's right. Molek praised Karapika's wit. Candidates must rely on the little information they get to find the venue, which is also a test for candidates. Molek explained, in order to reduce the number of candidates, the Hunter Association has set up various traps along the way. And the venue is located in a different place every year, and it is set in a place that is difficult to be found. Without a guide assistance, candidates are difficult to reach the venue. Candidates must first find a guide, and they can confirm their talents before they can reach the venue. Is that so? Zyajin nodded in understanding, and then he was full of energy. Then let's go. The group no longer had any objections and set out on the journey to find the guide. But what are the guides like? Walking on the road, Leorio had another crooked idea. He came close to Molek, looked around, and made sure there were no other people, then whispered. "Can you tell us what kind of guys they are, and what the test is about?" Karapika also pricked up his ears when he heard it, and Zyja followed with an inquiring look. "What, do you want to cheat?" Molek asked with interest. "How can this be considered cheating? This is called collecting information in advance and preparing well." Leorio found a reason and then cheered up, So if I tell you, what benefits can you give me?" Molek rubbed 2 fingers. "This is very important information related to passing the hunter test." Leorio. "Well, he used to make others pay the price, and now it's his turn. But I don't have much money on me." Leorio said a little embarrassedly. "I know this." Zyja raised his hand. "Leorio has no money to eat, so he went to steal the fish from the boss." "Well, I can testify to this." Karapika nodded in agreement. "I saw it too." Leorio, "Thank you for explaining it so clearly. It doesn't matter if I don't have money now." Molek smiled meaningfully. "After you pass the hunter test and get the hunter license, we can sit down and talk about this." "Hunter license? No problem." Leorio agreed decisively. "If you can really get the hunter license, it will be a sure win no matter what." "I accept it too." Xiaojie also raised his hand. Karapika thought for a moment and felt that intelligence was more important. Especially what the captain said before he left, that he should consult more experienced people. He always felt that this sentence seemed to have some deep meaning. Seeing that everyone agreed, Molek no longer concealed it. "On the road ahead, good, we will pass through a small town. The examiner in the town is an old woman with only 2 teeth. She will ask us questions, and as long as we answer correctly, she will let us go." Leorio couldn't wait to ask. "What kind of question did she ask you last year? If your mother and father both fell into the water, and you could only save one?" Molek said casually, "1, mother, 2, father, which one would you save?" Leorio's face was full of black question marks. What kind of question is this? There is no correct answer to this kind of question. Gon was still thinking, and the calmer Karapika asked. "What did you answer, Molek? You arrived at the official hunter test venue last year, so you should have passed the test if you answered the questions correctly, right?" "Yes." Leorio, who was about to get angry, immediately reacted, "What is the correct answer?" "I chose 1. Molek said truthfully. 1. Karapika was startled to think that there might be other explanations for such a test question. "Why?" "Because I don't like the number 2, so I chose 1. Molek said as a matter of course. "So 1 is the correct answer?" Leorio couldn't believe it. "Of course, not." Molek stretched out his tone a little, causing Leorio to hold back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Since 1 is wrong, it can't be 2, right?" he muttered. "It shouldn't be right either." Karapika frowned and thought for a while, what did the old lady examiner say? She let me pass. Leorio. Chapter 92. You got through with the wrong answer. Leorio was bewildered. He felt that he had more questions today than in the past year. Of course, except for the questions in the medical book. She just asked me to go, but she didn't say the way was the right way. Molek continued, so, I took a long detour and finally got to the place. Take a long detour. I always feel that it is not as simple as Molek said. Then since 1 and 2 are not the correct answers. Leorio couldn't figure it out, are there any other answers? Maybe. Molek said casually, but even if the answer is wrong, we can still get to the destination normally. I took that wrong road last year, and now I am very familiar with it. Leorio choked, but after thinking about it, it did make sense. Even if they answer incorrectly, they will not be eliminated. They will just take a more troublesome road. Anyway, with Molek here, they will be able to reach their destination in the end. If they calculate it this way, they will not lose out no matter what. Thinking of this, Leorio felt much more relaxed. Karapika also thought about it for a while, and there was no problem, and then nodded gently. As for Zyja, it still doesn't work. I can't think of the answer. Zyja suddenly raised his head, distressed and unable to give an answer. Why are you still thinking about this? Leorio, who had calmed down, couldn't help but tease, no need to think about it anymore. Why? Anyway, we can all reach the final destination, so any answer is fine. Having said that, Leorio still bumped his fists. Really, how could there be such a question? When we get to the official venue of the hunter test, I must have a good chat with the person in charge. What is the point of asking such a stupid question? I know. Gon said seriously, but what if you really encounter a situation where you can only save one relative? Karapika and Leorio were both stunned, and then they all hid their smiles. This is indeed a very serious question. If she can ask such a question, then the old lady should know the answer, right? Zyja seemed to have thought of something, and knocked his fist lightly on his palm. When we get there, let's go ask her. Leorio and Karapika. Both of them looked a little strange. It was the examiner who was supposed to ask the examinee questions, but it was Zyja who had to do the opposite. But, 533, if Gon asked this question with his personality, it might have a very good effect. Karapika and Leorio looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Just like that, the four of them walked forward. Along the way, they also saw a lot of footprints and messy traces on the road. According to Gon, there should be beasts like rhinoceros living nearby. And this is their territory. Maybe someone came here before them, and the rhinoceros thought that their territory was violated. This made Karapika and Leorio think of Matthew, who wanted to talk to them at the port just now. It seems that someone got ahead of them, which is not a bad thing. Soon, in front of the four people, a dilapidated town that looked old and desolate appeared. Is this where the old lady examiner is? Leorio looked around. Well, this is called Heartbeat 2 Choice Town. Molek looked around and shook his head. It's the same as last year, nothing has changed. So, the old lady in front is the examiner. Zyja has good eyesight and saw the road ahead at a glance. The old lady with a cane and the short man with colorful hair and a mask wearing a wide white robe blocked the middle of the road. And in front of them was Matthew, who had just run over. But looking at the scars on his body and the heavy breathing, it was obvious that he had not had a smooth journey up. If your mother and lover are both captured by bad guys, and you can only save one. Mother, 2. Lover, who would you choose to save? Quick question and answer. Granny still fulfilled her duties and asked such a question. Sure enough, it's another question without a standard answer. The people who followed behind also heard the question. Even though he knew it would be like this in advance, Leorio couldn't help but complain. You have 5 seconds to choose the answer. 5, 4. I choose 1. Matthew took a deep breath and decisively chose 1. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at the people behind him with hatred. It was because these guys didn't follow along that he didn't use them as stepping stones, causing him to be chased by the rhino for so long. Why did you choose this answer? The quick question quick answer grandmother asked calmly. Of course it's because there is only one mother, but you can find another lover. Matthew took a breath and said as a matter of course. And the quick question quick answer grandmother chatted with her companions in large white robes behind her as usual. They discussed for a while. Then, go ahead. A group of people split up to the left and right, clearing the road. Hee. Matthew had a smug smile on his face, and ran forward quickly. Let me set some traps for you guys in front. Watching Matthew's leaving figure, and the people in front who surrounded the road again, the four people saw everything just now. So he also answered wrongly, going to the wrong road ahead. Leorio didn't have a bad temper this time, but asked the question honestly. Well, just now the old lady just told him to go through, but didn't say that he passed through. Karapika, who always pays attention to various details, also smiled. So, this is the same as what Molek said? Well, this old lady is also the examiner of the Hunter Association. Zyja also saw the Hunter Association logo on the cane. Just when several people confirmed this review, the quick question and answer old lady finally set her sights on the four people. To be precise, it was Molek. You are here again, Molek. A smile appeared on the face of the quick question and answer old lady. It's been a long time since I last saw a candidate passing by me for the second time. Of course, I said last year that I would come again. Molek also smiled and greeted, I'm not a person who breaks his promise. Really? Quick question and quick answer, Grandma smiled happily. It was rare to meet a familiar junior who made her feel excellent and admired again. So this time, are you going to take the right path? Sure, but... Molek pointed to the three people who were silently observing behind him, I came with them this time. Oh? Are there people traveling with you this time? Quick question and answer Granny looked at Karapika and the other two with interest, and then nodded slightly. It seems that they are indeed good seedlings. Just don't know if they can answer the questions correctly. She turned her head and looked at Molek. From their looks, do they already know the rules and questions? I told them on the way. Molek stood aside, but I didn't tell them the real answer. You can ask them again, mother-in-law. Is this really okay? What if they get the wrong answer? To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Didn't I choose a wrong answer last year, but didn't I still reach my destination? Is that so? That's how it is. Quick questions, quick answers, mother-in-law listens. I understood what Molek meant. We are three lucky little guys to have met an old man like you. But... She glanced at Molek again, and pursed her lips with her two remaining teeth. It could also be misfortune. These words rose in her heart and quickly dissipated. The mother-in-law turned around and faced the Zyja trio. So, even if you already know the rules and questions, you still have to follow the procedures, and you still have to give me an answer. The mother-in-law's tone returned to calm. If your son and daughter were captured by the bad guys, who would you choose to save? One son, two. Daughter, give me your answers. None of the three people answered. Even the most irritable Leorio chose to keep silent at this moment. Although he sneered at these questions, he wisely chose not to say much when Molek came forward. Whoever wants to answer these weird questions can answer them. Anyway, Leorio will not open his mouth to do so. Karapika, who had just seen all of Matthew's performance, gradually understood in his heart the real answer to the questions in this test. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seeing that the trio were silent, the corner of the mouth of the quick question and answer grandma raised a curve. Time is up, the answer is over. Hehe, I don't know if you are really lucky, or you really understand the correct answer. The quick question and answer grandma chuckled and looked at the reactions and expressions of the three people. Gon seemed to be waiting for something, Karapika was calm, and Leorio was full of turbid stupidity. Well, it seems to be both. Quick question and answer Granny's mouth moved, and then she smiled at the few people. You all passed. Passed. Leorio, who had originally prepared to let Molek take them on a complicated road, now turned into a dot-eyed man. As expected. Karapika laughed, silence, is that the correct answer? Silence. Yes, just like you said, there is no correct answer to such a question. Karapika stepped forward, because there is no correct answer, and the answer can only be one or two, the correct answer is silence without answering. Is that so? Leorio with small eyes was still thinking about what Karapika said. The latter looked at Molek again. If it's just a question of this level, I think there's no reason for you to answer wrong last year, Molek. I just picked an answer at random. The quick question and quick answer grandmother smiled and said for Molek, last year, he had already found the right path. But he said he would leave the right path for this year, so he just picked a wrong answer at random. Squeak. When the quick question and quick answer grandmother finished speaking, the wide white robe next to her also opened the dark door on one side. Last year, you said you wanted to see the lush green scenery along the way, and you didn't go through here. Then this year. Of course, this year we have to choose the fastest route. Molek snapped his fingers, looking at the red blind box condensed next to the dark door, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, in this quick question and quick answer town, there are still blind boxes. It turns out that Molek had already found the right path last year. Xiaojie immediately looked at Molek with admiration, and then at the quick question and answer mother-in-law. Then mother-in-law, if the situation you asked really happened, what do you think you should do? Me. Seeing Xiaojie's clear and serious eyes, the quick question and answer mother-in-law smiled. I am already an old woman, and these questions have no meaning to me. Is that so? Xiaojie was a little disappointed. Seeing this, the quick question and answer mother-in-law changed the subject, but I can tell you an answer I heard last year. Last year's answer. Gon raised his head, while Karapika and Leorio subconsciously looked at Morakot on the side. He said that if you encounter such cruelty and accidents, you must be prepared. Quick question and answer. The wrinkles on the grandmother's face were covered with a smile. Make yourself stronger, strong enough to protect the people you care about. Become stronger? Karapika and Leorio were silent again. If I can be strong enough to protect my people. Karapika clenched his palms tightly. If I could have strong enough medical skills or make so much money at that time, Pido would not have died. Leorio pushed his round eyes. The word strong is very broad, but both of them can draw a deep understanding based on their own experiences. And, if anyone gives such a difficult question again, just solve the person who asked the question. Quick question and answer. Granny added this sentence. Solve the person who asked the question. Is that so? Xiaojie scratched his head and said he didn't understand. But maybe when I become stronger, I can find Jin. Xiaojie also has his own understanding of this answer. So far, this heartbeat 2 choices answer has officially ended. Follow the road in this corridor and walk for about 2 hours to reach the top of the mountain. There is a couple of tour guides living there. If you pass, they will take you to the venue of the official test. Quick question and answer. Granny gave the final instructions, and then smiled at Molek. Well, with Molek here, I believe you can still successfully reach Saba City. Thank you, Granny. Xiaojie and Karapika thanked the quick question and answer Granny one after another. Molek stepped forward and took out a hat. We are leaving soon. We may never see each other again in the future. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. He smiled and handed the hat to the quick question and answer Granny. Squeak. As the iron gate of the corridor slowly closed, the place became quiet again. Will there be no chance to meet again in the future? Quick question and answer. Granny murmured, and then stroked the hat that Molek gave her before leaving. Grandma May's magic hat was exactly what Molek got from the white blind box here last year. It was just right for quick question and answer Granny. At this time, in the corridor, the 4-person group walked on this empty dark road. Molek also put away the red blind box. Sure enough, it is only by being with the protagonists that you can have such a harvest and get a higher level blind box. Chapter 93. When I came here alone last year, it was just a white blind box. When I came back here a year later, it turned into a red blind box. This level leap made Molek even more excited about the ferocious fox family under the giant redwood tree. Get a high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, blasting acupuncture. Source World, Ranma 1/2 Grandma Kaloon. Blasting acupuncture? Finally, another practical skill. Molek's mouth corners raised a little arc. But because it's a quick question and answer Grandma, and there are so many children wearing large white robes around, so the ability given is also a grandma's ability. Grandma Kaloon, Shanpu's great-grandmother. Elder of the female hero tribe, with great martial arts skills. She admires the protagonist Ranma very much and regards him as Shanpu's fiancé, so she calls Ranma great-grandson-in-law and teaches him various martial arts such as Fire Tianjin Sweetly Fist. She is very good at martial arts and can compete with Hakase. She has never lost in the original animation. What's more rare is that she was born in China and is the manager of a cat restaurant. She masters boxing and various secrets of the female hero tribe. She has a wide range of knowledge and knows a lot of fighting moves, traditions, or legends. Her interests are fighting, playing with the younger generation, and joining in the fun. Therefore, Ranma, Ryoga and others often go to the cat restaurant to ask Granny Kaloon for advice when they encounter fighting and other related issues. It just so happens that Granny Kaloon also likes to see that one after another excellent juniors come to participate in the hunter test to become an excellent hunter. And both of them are old, and they have similarities. As for this move Explosion Point, is it a special skill that focuses on the finger? In the dark corridor, Molek raised his index finger, feeling that it contained a different kind of power. Explosion Point, everything has a blasting point, just use your finger to hit it and it will be shattered. It is similar to Mystic Eyes of Death Perception and the atomic theory in Saint Seiya. Everything is made of atoms, and as long as the atoms are crushed, everything can be destroyed. Explosion Point is like this, accurately hitting the blasting point can shatter the object. Except for humans. Well, Explosion Point is not a special skill for the human body, so it has no effect on the human body. This move is actually equivalent to a kind of mind ability. At the cost of not being able to affect the human body, it can crush any other objects. Ruins, monsters, and even, the disaster of the Dark Continent. At the same time, this move can also be used as a protection to deal with various unexpected dangers. I can break through all kinds of difficulties with just one finger. It's a bit out of place. Haven't you arrived yet? In the dark corridor, Leorio was walking very tiredly. Why haven't we reached the exit yet? Didn't they say it only takes 2 hours to walk? It's already been more than 2 hours now. He couldn't help but look at Molek who was walking in front of him. Did you take so long to walk last time, Molek? I didn't walk. Molek didn't even turn his head. Last time I came out of the town, I was attacked by monsters. Monsters? Is that the wrong path that Matthew took? Ah, yes, they look cute. Cute. Yes, they wanted to eat me, and after I beat them up, they were very friendly and willing to become my mount and take me to the place. Well, as expected, the guy who can have a good relationship with the examiners of the hunter test and has participated in the hunter test once is definitely not an ordinary person. Even monsters of the level of monsters can be beaten up and subdued at will. Leorio was also convinced. The group walked and walked, successfully stepped out of the corridor, and then shuttled through the vast and dark jungle. After a period of time, they finally arrived in front of the huge redwood tree at night. Finally we're here. Arriving at the cabin under the redwood tree, Leorio lamented how difficult it was to get here. Hey, is anyone there? He immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door, but no one responded. No one. Leorio was a little confused. While trying to open the door, he asked, Molek, when you came here last year, the couple here. Swish. The moment the cabin door opened, a pair of red eyes stared at them closely. Warcraft. Leorio's face suddenly changed, and Gon and Kurapika also hurried forward. But as he walked, he found something wrong. Because they found that the two beasts that looked like ferocious foxes were sitting at the table. Beside them, there was a man and a woman with beards and ears, who looked like a couple. No, it should be more like a son and a daughter. Karapika looked at the tattoo on his daughter's arm and guessed so. Hey, hello. The fox's father held a teacup in one hand and raised the other hand, smiling and greeting everyone. Hello. Leorio and Karapika always felt a little out of place. On the contrary, Gon, who often hangs out with animals in the forest, felt very friendly. Hello, my name is Gon. He enthusiastically followed and greeted everyone. Greeting, they are Karapika, Leorio, and this one. We know this one. The fox mother laughed sharply. Long time no see, Molek. Yeah, a year no see. Molek smiled and responded, why, you are not going to do the test this year, are you going to lie down? You brought the three of them here directly, don't we understand what this means? The fox father blinked his eyes, if you still want us to test them, you should separate from them. Equals. Is that so? I just want to take another look at the test you did last year. After all, such an interesting method is rare. I knew it. The corner of the fox's mouth twitched, and he complained in his heart. It's because we know you want to see our fun, so we wisely didn't choose to continue the test this year. If another guy like you comes and says that we are a family of 4, then I don't want to keep my face. So, Mr. Fox's family had changed the way of testing a long time ago. Especially after seeing Molek coming from afar, they were even less willing to play around. So, the other 3 are the newcomers who came to take the test this year. The old fox looked at Zyja and the other 2, and then nodded. The guy who was chosen by Molek must be a very good person. But then again, I didn't expect that a guy like you would actually choose to do it again. The old fox seemed to be recalling what happened last year, and couldn't help but sigh. When I gave you the number plate, you said you just came to experience the hunter test process and would come to me again next year. I thought you were joking with me at the time, but I didn't expect it to be true. Well, this is normal. Who made you do that during the 4th round of the test? At this point, not only the old fox, but also the other foxes were all in high spirits. To be honest, we were really surprised when we heard the news. The fox mother pulled a chair over and smiled pointedly. Who would have thought that you would do such a thing? Later, the Hunter Association directly deprived you of the qualification for the test. What happened at that time? If it's convenient, why don't you sit down and talk to us? The other 3 people who were ready to take the test. Do we not need to take the test now? Leorio was a little confused about the situation in front of him. It seems so at the moment. Karapika looked at that impolite person and directly Molek sat down and started chatting with the fox family. But what I care more about now is what happened to Molek. From what Mr. Fox family said. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Zyja's attention has long been attracted by those words. Molek did some amazing things in the Hunter test, and then was disqualified by the Hunter Association. If it was an amazing thing, it should be rewarded, not this kind of punishment of being disqualified, right? Equals Layli voiced, I think, should it be violated in the Hunter test? Equals and maybe a big violation, equals Kulrapika's guessing, equals and let the Hunter Association actively deprive the test, and even the foxes, such, can hear this matter and think about it. Knowing Moker's things are definitely not small. Equals he is really not ordinary people. Equals even if he comes along, Molek is very usual, so that he can't see anything. Equals the daughter of the fierce fox saw Zyja and Karapika's expression of their question marks, and she couldn't help but surprised. Those are things of the past, let's not talk about them. Molek waved his hand. It seems that not only you didn't mention it, but the examiners in front of you didn't mention it either. The fierce fox father laughed happily, really, a bunch of guys who want to laugh at others. Well, your eldest brother doesn't laugh at the second brother, and the smile on his face is no different from theirs. That Zyja always asks when he doesn't understand, did Molek do anything in the Hunter test last year? Leorio and Karapika also pricked up their ears. This. The old fox looked at them, then at Molek, and laughed again. Zero ask for flowers. Ha 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 ha, wait until you arrive at the official venue of the Hunter test, someone will tell you the answer naturally. I think those guys will definitely be surprised by your arrival. The Fox family couldn't help but think of something, and all showed funny expressions. And this made the trio even more confused. What kind of thing could Molek do to make these guides react like this? Okay, I won't say much about these past things. Molek sat down and talked about the old times with the Fox family for a while. After that, he changed the subject. I still have to trouble you to take me there this year. Hehe, we are also looking forward to it. The fierce fox father laughed twice. We have already tested your qualification last year, but... He raised his head and looked at the three people standing there stupidly. They are three newcomers. According to the regulations, we still need to test their qualifications and talents. Here we come. When it comes to business, the three of them all look stern again, and begin to focus on the test in front of them. According to our previous testing methods, we need to test your handling of special situations. The fierce fox father coughed twice, but since you are here with Molek, it is enough to simply test your observation skills. Just tell me what you observed. Observed, content? The trio was thinking hard there. At the table, the son of the evil fox came to Molek and asked in a low voice. Molek, do you still have the carrots from last year? I only had a few left, and I ate them all. Is that so? The son of the evil fox was a little disappointed. We kept some of the carrots you gave us last year to plant, but the taste of the ones we planted was always a little different from what you gave us. It would be great if you still had these carrots. Well, there are no carrots, but I don't know if you will eat the others. Molek looked at the red blind box condensed in the room, and then continued to raise his hand to collect the freshly baked blind box. Well, in this classic place where guides are, of course, there are blind boxes. Get a high-level blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get enhanced spinach. Source World, Popeye. Okay, last time it was carrots, this time it's directly spinach. And they are all from American cartoons. Popeye, the protagonist of Popeye, can become extremely powerful as long as he eats spinach, comparable to the infinite Superman. But it only works once, and after destroying the enemy, it will return to its original state. If you make an analogy, it is like the autonomous control mode of the knights carrying the fate of others' mind ability. Raise the strength of your own mind power and energy until you kill the enemy in front of you. The difference is that the knight's ability is uncontrollable and unconscious, but this enhanced spinach is subjectively controlled, and there are no sequelae afterwards. It's just like taking drugs. Even taking drugs can't compare to this super enhanced spinach with no side effects. Like this life-saving level, no side effect enhancement items are worth a red blind box. Here, after Molek put away the enhanced spinach, Zyja and his team successfully passed the test of the evil fox family. Karapika discovered the tattoo on the arm of the evil fox daughter, which served the ancient Mo tribe gods and never married, and concluded that the family of 4 was parents and sons and daughters, not a young couple. Zyja successfully identified the evil fox father and the evil fox mother. Becoming the first candidate in 10 years to identify both of them, the 2 evil foxes laughed happily. Leorio, who had stared wide-eyed and didn't observe any difference, was also included in the qualified category. The test location this time is in Saba City. Let us take you there. After the 4 of them were all right, the evil fox family also stood up and prepared to take all 4 of them to the test location. Under the moonlit night, 4 flying foxes, plus the students caught under their feet, soared in the sky. It is expected that we will arrive in Saba City at dawn. You can take a rest during this period. The fierce fox father said, and couldn't help but make a joke. Of course, you can also look forward to the expressions and reactions of the group of students after arriving. Expressions and reactions? What is there to look forward to? Or? The other 3 looked at Molek again. So what did he do last year to make those students have superstandard reactions? Chapter 94. Mr. Fox's words made the 3 of them even more curious. But no matter what. Under the moonlight, Zyja's eyes sparkled. We will soon have a formal hunter test. Soon, we will get more blind boxes. Molek, who was led by the fox father, had similar ideas. In this way, a group of 4 people were taken and flew to the location of Saba city. I don't know how long it took, when the first ray of morning light on the horizon sprinkled on the earth, a huge and magnificent city also appeared in front of everyone. Let me see, the location of No February 5th, 10 in Saba city. The fox father, who turned into a human form, led a group of people to find the location of this hunter test. Ah, I found it. He stopped at a certain position. This building is the venue. Gon, Leorio, and Karapika all looked up. They saw a luxurious building that could be called the ancient Roman Colosseum appear in front of them. So tall, so impressive. The entrance is so luxurious, no wonder it can be the venue for the hunter test. It's amazing. Is this the gathering place for masters who want to become hunters from all over the world? The 3 people were very emotional there, their eyes flickered and swayed, and their emotions were mobilized. However, what are you looking at? Molek passed by them, patted their shoulders one by one, and touched Gon's head. The hunter test won't be held in such a conspicuous place. The 3 turned their heads in surprise and saw that the fierce fox father had already walked to the door of a steak house. Ah, yes, the entrance is here. The fierce fox father pointed to the barbecue door sign, and the shabby decoration almost raised the mood of the 3 people. Welcome. When the few people walked into the steak house, the waiter and the chef both greeted them politely. Stop joking, tour guide. Leorio still couldn't accept it. How could this be? Boss, steak set. How do you grill it? Grill it slowly. Come in. It's really here. After the strange code, the group came to an empty private room under the reception of the maid. Gon and Leorio collected their feelings and looked at everything around them. Molek was complaining to the fierce fox father. Who decided this code this year? It's not rigorous at all. If there happens to be a customer who orders this set meal, should we let him in as well? However, when he learned that it was a volleyball player who casually said the code while eating steak and ordering food, Molek was fine. Given Netero's personality, it was good that he didn't say useless. Besides, the place he chose was not bad. Molek looked at the blue blind box that appeared in the box, and his mood suddenly became better. Even this steak restaurant that entered the official test venue has blind boxes to open. Get a medium blind box. Do you want to open it? Open it. Open successfully. Get special chef cooking skills. Source World, Cooking Master. Wow, this is in a steak restaurant, so the cooking chef skills are opened? And it comes from the world of glowing food, the Cooking Master Boy. A group of chefs want to rule the world of China through kitchen utensils. Okay, it's better than a certain medicine king spirit. What's more, the skills of the top chefs in Cooking Master Boy. Needless to say, it's also a good ability. And it just so happens that the second round of tests requires cooking skills, so it's just right. This is the hunter test. Any unexpected things may happen next. In the private room, the fierce fox father introduced the basic instructions, and then looked at Molek. Just like the one next to you, he basically passed the test last year, and this year he came with you again as a senior. Only one person in 10,000 people has the chance to reach the official venue. From this point of view, you are already amazing as newcomers. If it is you, I will be happy to continue to lead the way for you next year, just like I agreed with Molek last year. As he said, the fierce fox father took out 4 number plates and flew to the 4 people in turn. 403, 404, 405, still the familiar 3 numbers and figures? And Molek looked at the number 406 card in his hand and put it away with a smile. Try hard, newcomers. The old fox waved his hand. I don't know if any other examiner has said this to you before. Finally, he looked at Molek and said with a smile, sometimes, experienced people can still provide unexpected help. After that, he wanted to leave. Mr. Fierce Fox. Then he was stopped by Zyja and offered a hand. Thank you. The old fox looked at him and smiled. Even happier. Ah, you're welcome. Snap. He held Zyja's hand. See you again if we're lucky. The steakhouse's private room slowly sank, like an elevator, descending downwards. Although his reminder was well-intentioned, isn't it rude to say that? It's as if we were bound to fail this year. Leorio muttered as he watched the walls around him rise and fall. 1 in 3 years. Karapika said calmly, this is the pass rate of newcomers. Most of the newcomers can't stand the harsh test and give up halfway. And some people are injured and can't take the test again. Is that so? Zyja blinked twice, and then looked at Molek. So Molek, how was your hunter test last year? Me? I didn't encounter the situations that Karapika said. Molek thought about it and said it truthfully. Well, he did not suffer any injuries in this regard and was not targeted or dangerous from the hunter test. But, it seems that he is the one who brings them to others. Zyja was curious, then why were you stripped, for not completing the hunter test, Molek? Karapika and Leorio immediately looked over at this curious topic. In the cabin under the giant redwood tree, the Fox family didn't explain it clearly. The cover-up aroused their curiosity. And they also wanted to know what Molek, a candidate who had participated in the hunter test, had experienced. It's nothing bad to say. Molek didn't think there was anything wrong, it's mainly because I broke a rule during the hunter test last year. Broken the rule? It's not a serious matter. Meeting Zyja's curious and pure eyes, the corners of Molek's mouth curved slightly. I just beat up a hunter test examiner who didn't like me. Zyja. Karapika. What? I thought it was something else. The excessive act of killing people. Leorio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out that I just beat up a test examiner. As he kept repeating this sentence, he felt that the meaning was getting more and more wrong, and he couldn't help but gradually widen his eyes. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hey! He suddenly shouted, looking at Molek in disbelief and said, you beat up an examiner. This incident had a huge impact on him, and even his cognition was greatly shocked, making him follow. He asked again. Well, he's a pretty annoying guy. Molek spread his hands slightly, his tone slightly helpless and innocent. I've always been a gentle and easygoing person, and I like to make money in harmony. But there's nothing I can do. Others are deliberately looking for trouble, and they're getting ahead of me, so I have no choice but to be rude as well. Leorio and Karapika. What you said is as simple as a street thug provoking someone and then having a street fight. That's the examiner of the hunter test. Leorio swallowed hard. You beat him like that? Karapika echoed. Every hunter test is conducted by professional hunters from the Hunter Association, and their level is also up to the level of the hunter test of this difficulty. So what? Molek asked back calmly. They are also human beings, they will feel pain if they are beaten, and they will die if they are killed. Even if you are a professional hunter who has passed the hunter test, after you pass this year's hunter test, won't you be the same as those people? That's right. Leorio opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But he still felt that this kind of thing was beyond his understanding. But then again, he thought of something. You have done such a thing, will the Hunter Association allow you to continue to participate in the hunter test? Didn't I have been given the punishment of deprivation of the test qualification at that time? As Molek said, he felt the speed of the elevator began to slow down. The term is the term, and the examiner of the hunter test will be replaced every year, and the content of the test is determined by the examiner himself. He laughed. As long as the examiner says it is qualified, even demons can be allowed to pass. So, if I pass the hunter test this time and am selected as an examiner next year, Molek sighed, then at that time, whoever I want to pass will pass. Leorio himself didn't know how many times he was silent. Even you, Molek, still have to take the hunter test after you beat up the examiner. Zyja's focus was on another direction. Why are there so many people who want to become hunters? Karapika and Leorio turned their heads at the same time. You really don't know anything, but you just come to take the test. I don't know. Seeing the serious eyes of the two people looking at him at the same time, Zyja subconsciously took a step back. Then listen carefully. The job of a hunter is the most important thing in the world. The highest salary / greatest profession. Leorio and Kurapika said it in unison. Then they looked at each other again. Pretending to be noble / money worshipping. The disdain in their eyes was clearly visible. Zyja, listen carefully. Only formal hunters have hunter licenses, which allow them to enter and exit most countries freely, and use a large number of public facilities for free. Leorio fired at full power. If you become a special hunter or treasure hunter for the tycoons, you can get a lot of money and live a comfortable life. No, Zyja. Maintaining the order of humans and nature is the official job of hunters. Kurapika sternly retorted, arresting wanted criminals and illegal hunters, protecting precious relics and rare animals and plants, is the job of hunters. All of these require a healthy body and mind and a strong will. Kurapika glanced at Leorio again, and the meaning behind his words was clear. Zyja, what kind of hunter do you want to be? It was as if two parents with different educational philosophies were instilling in their children what they thought was the right way. This. A drop of sweat flowed down Zyja's cheek. I don't know which one to answer. Suddenly, he subconsciously glanced at Molek, who was watching the show there. What about Molek? As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he quickly changed the subject. What kind of professional hunter do you want to be? Kurapika and Leorio also had a quarrel. Then they all looked over, wanting to hear Molek's thoughts and opinions. It doesn't matter to me. I don't lack money at the moment, and I'm not too interested in ruins, so I'm not interested in these two types of hunters. Molek said his thoughts truthfully, and I don't think Leorio and Kurapika actually conflict with each other. In this world, nearly half of the top 100 richest people are professional hunters. As far as I know, some hunters have wealth and power that exceeds the level of the president of a country. Look, Zyja, am I right? Leorio jumped out immediately, beaming with joy at how correct his opinion was. Kurapika frowned at the sight. But that hunter did not seek pleasure, but did his job as a hunter. Molek continued leisurely, he built a large number of ruins, and became famous for excavating and repairing a 3.4 famous ruins. He is well known all over the world and has become an idol for many ruins hunters. He also used his own money to renovate the ruins, and in and around build facilities to facilitate the public to visit. It also protects rare species and develops a breeding method for some rare animals to prevent them from becoming extinct. His pioneering work is regarded as a benchmark by later generations. Kurapika was overwhelmed by the emotion and nodded repeatedly, yes, this is a real great hunter. The practices and achievements that Molek said are completely in line with his impression of a hunter, glorious and majestic. To put it bluntly, isn't it because you need so much money and power to do these things? Leorio was not to be outdone and said the prerequisite, if there is no money, how can you renovate the ruins? As he said this, he muttered, anyway, I won't use my own money to do these things. That Molek. Even Zyja's eyes were particularly bright when he heard this, flashing, who is that hunter? Him. Dang. While Molek was still thinking about whether to talk about some of Jinfuli's deeds again, he suddenly felt his feet stop. It seems that we have arrived. The door of the private room elevator slowly opened, and several people immediately gathered their minds. After wearing all the number plates, they all walked out at the moment the elevator door was completely opened. Is this the real venue for the hunter test? The atmosphere is completely different from before. Everyone is a master, and they are completely different from the applicants and even the examiners I have met so far. Leorio swallowed his saliva, and Kurapika's face became more serious and cautious. Even Zyja subconsciously looked around. Chapter 95. When the elevator door opened. The candidates who had arrived at the venue earlier, after seeing someone coming. All of them cast vigilant and alert eyes over there. But after seeing the face of a certain person standing among the four people who impressed them deeply. That devil, why is he here again? The faces of some candidates could not help but change. In fact, before the elevator door came down, they had already discussed this matter. Do you think that devil will come here again this year? That's hard to say. Hisoka, the murderous demon, is here, and he will probably come too. He beat the examiner like that, can he still come to take the test? The Hunter Association didn't refuse, so let's not worry about it. A group of candidates were whispering there. The short and fat figure with a square nose sitting on the thick water pipe looked around carefully and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he is very likely not to come this year. He touched the number 16 on his chest. In principle, as long as it is a veteran of the Hunter test, the number plate will not be too far back. Just like Hisoka, who participated last year and came to the test again this year, last year was number 33, and this year is still number 44. He, a veteran who has participated in more than 30 classes, is number 16, let alone. So, if that devil comes here to participate in the Hunter test again, it should be within 1 or 200. Fortunately he didn't come. The great god Dongba exhaled heavily. Before he came to participate in this Hunter test, he still hesitated for a long time. Finally, because of his perception of danger, he realized that this Hunter test should not be life-threatening. So in order to maintain his consistent participation record and continue to enjoy the pleasure of harming newcomers and crushing their dreams, he, the great god Dongba, gritted his teeth and came to this place. Although he couldn't help shrinking his neck when he found that Hisoka had come again. But when he had waited until now and had not seen the guy who had left a huge psychological shadow and left a deep impression on him, he gradually put his mind at ease. And it also allowed him to have some leisure time and began to observe the newcomers of this year. This year's Hunter test seems to have many amazing newcomers. The great god Dongba's eyes kept moving around those people. Candidate number 99 drank so many of my laxative drinks. Logically, even if he didn't have diarrhea, he would die of dehydration, but... He looked at the silver-haired boy with a skateboard under his arm with a complicated expression. As soon as he was thirsty, he came to him to ask for a drink, and he also said that the poison had no effect on him. Killa number 99 drank the drink even though he knew it was problematic. Who is he? Dongba couldn't see this young guy clearly, and he couldn't see through him, and he didn't even dare to approach him. He didn't even dare to approach him. Candidate number 301, Jidaleku. The man with a blue mohawk, ugly face, nails all over his face, purple skin, and long purple nails on his fingers. Most importantly, he was shaking all over when he walked, as if he was about to fall apart. The head made a clicking sound, and the face kept a weird smile. From the appearance alone, he was even more terrifying than Hisoka, which made Dongba shudder. Of course, not all newcomers were unfamiliar and fearful. For example, for the candidate 294, he knew not only the other party's identity and occupation, but also the purpose of the other party's participation in the Hunter test. It's not that his intelligence ability is so outstanding, but... Do you know? In fact, I am a ninja, a jonin from the secret group Kumagaku Ryu. Under Dongba's dead-eye gaze, the ninja Hanzo of candidate 294 was approaching a candidate and whispering his identity information. I came here to take the Hunter license exam in order to find the dream scroll. Well, based on Dongba's observation and judgment, this so-called ninja should not be throwing smoke bombs and spreading false news to confuse the candidates of the same period. It's just that this guy simply can't control his mouth and talks a lot of nonsense there. But once this ninja gets serious, it's still quite scary. Dongba still remembers that the moment he handed over the juice, this chatterbox ninja showed an extremely scary look and expression. Dongba still remembers the murderous aura that he released while saying that ninjas would not eat anything given by anyone. Although he is kind to everyone, once he encounters something that puts him in danger, he will not hesitate to generate murderous aura and turn hostile immediately, right? Dongba has a new understanding of the profession of ninja. Is this a ninja? The above three are the more difficult new candidates that he feels a little difficult to deal with this time. But the one who makes him feel the most uncomfortable is the candidate number 187, the guy with greasy hair and powdered face. He couldn't help but glance at the fat guy who sat on the stone slab with his legs crossed, typing on the computer, and stroking his crew cut from time to time. Candidate number 187, Niklu, wearing a white lining shirt and suspenders, with a red bow tied around the collar. He is a fat guy with oily hair and powdered face, who looks upper class and polite on the outside, but actually looks down on others. He seems to have a strong sense of self-esteem and is very confident in himself. The laptop he carries with him contains information about other candidates that he has collected and analyzed from various channels, including but not limited to his 35 times of participating in the Hunter test, ranking second in the history record, including 30 consecutive times participating in the record far ahead were all exposed by the other party. And from the analysis of past test data, it was inferred that the location of the 287th examination room, all subjects and sports since childhood were ranked first. It is true that he has always been the child of other people's families since childhood. But such newcomers are more worth destroying when they are attacked. A cruel sneer appeared at the corner of Dongba's mouth. Squeak! Just at this time, the elevator door on the other side slowly opened. Are there any other candidates coming? Dongba looked over subconsciously. The first 3 guys who came out were all faces he saw for the first time. Very good, it seems they are all newcomers. Just when he was about to take out the drink and was eager to do his old job again and jump off the water pipe. Hi! The last figure who came out made Dongba's smile freeze on his face. Not only his smile, but also his body froze in midair. Then, bang! He fell straight from midair. And because he was too frightened, he didn't adjust his body shape at all. As a result, his fat face came into close contact with the ground. The whole person fell flat on his face. But even so, Dongba still didn't care. Instead, he was very frightened and looked at the man who walked out in that direction. Mo. Molek. Not only Dongba, but also other candidates who noticed the movement here and kept an eye on the situation of entering all looked over. Then, after seeing that familiar face, their expressions changed. Why is he here again? I knew that guy was here again. That devil! Especially the guys who had fought with Molek last year, their faces were even more ugly, and they all took a step back. The atmosphere of the entire formal test venue changed at this moment. If it was still serious and depressing before, then after Molek stepped in, leaving became nervous. What's wrong? Seeing the changes in the expressions of the people around him, the bald ninja Hanzo couldn't help but look at the people around him curiously. Candidate. Is there anything special about those guys? On the other side, a child with silver white hair who heard the noise also looked over. He didn't feel anything about other people, even Molek only looked at them twice and then turned his eyes away. Only, his attention stayed on Xiaja, who was carrying a fishing rod for a while. A kid about my age. Click, click, click. Jidaleku number 301, also known as Irmi, kept nodding his head there. Finally, is it here? In the corner, someone wearing a familiar clown costume, holding the Ghost King card tightly in his hand, slowly stood up. The originally narrow eyes gradually developed in the direction of perversion. Really, it's been a long time since we last met. His aura and emotions were rising and rising, ready to take a step or throw out the ghost ace in his hand at any time. His interest and attention were all raised, and he put them on the Molek who walked here, and he didn't care about the rotten and worthless fruits around him. But, just at this time, bang! He didn't care, and was hit by a rotten fruit without eyes. And, he didn't even turn his head, didn't even pay attention, and walked straight past him. Hisso. It seems that his mother didn't teach him this most basic etiquette to say sorry when you bump into someone. It seems that the atmosphere in the field is a little unfriendly to us. Xiaja, who walked into the field, could naturally sense the difference in the atmosphere. I think I should know why. Leorio tightened the briefcase in his hand. He could also see that the expressions and faces of the group of examines were all focused behind them. Or rather, on Molek behind them. Karapika observed the situation around him and breathed a sigh of relief. Now I understand a little bit what the smiles and words on Mr. Fox and the captain's faces meant. Isn't that just waiting to watch the excitement and the show? To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It seems that many examines here also witnessed or heard about Molek's deeds last year. The bad side is that we were targeted as soon as we arrived, but the good side is that no one dares to fight us at present. Well, not only will they not fight, but all of those guys have moved away from them at the same time. It seemed as if this was some extremely dangerous place. It seems that everyone knows about Molek. Xiaoji's curious eyes rolled around. Are there any people you know among these people, Molek? Or, are there any candidates worth noting among them? Leorio and Karapika also looked over. This is also relatively important information for them. I know some, such as number 53 Bakur, who is a good hunter with bows and arrows. Number 34 Fighter Long has some skills, and number 281 Candidate Agent has good swordsmanship. Number 362 Jian Miai and number 89 Zixi Tuer also know a little bit of skills and boxing. Molek read out the names of these people like the king of hell. Are these all very powerful guys? Xiaoji followed the numbers Molek said, looked at the candidates one by one, and then asked with his head tilted. He always felt that these candidates seemed to be quite average. These candidates have the ability to enter the fourth round of tests, and their own qualities are not bad. Well, it is true that they are all 24 candidates who have entered the fourth round of the hunting war on the island of Vigil. But this is not the point that Molek mentioned them. But they are not that good. Molek said lightly, because last year, they were all taught a lesson by me. Karapika and Leorio, 697. In other words, these guys are all losers who fell to Molek last year? Then there should be no need to pay attention to them. And that guy? Molek pointed at the great Dongba who had hurriedly climbed up from the ground and ran to hide in the crowd without even having time to wipe the dust off his body. His name is Dongba, nicknamed Rookie Killer, who enjoys destroying newcomers in the test. He has participated in the Hunter test 35 times and is an old hand. He knows a lot about other candidates. If you need anything, you can find him to find out the situation. Rookie Killer. An old hand who has participated in the test 35 times. These labels were put on the same person, making Karapika and others look at the direction where Dongba left twice. Of course, it was mainly the title of Rookie Killer that showed what kind of guy he was. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from somewhere in front. Everyone made way for a space so that others could see the scene inside. One person's arms seemed to be cut off at the root, and he fell to the ground in pain and kept wailing. Hee, be careful, remember to say sorry if you bump into someone. The cards in his hand kept shuffling, and Hisoka laughed strangely. He turned around slowly. His eyes just happened to look towards Molek. Who is this guy? In just a moment, Gon, Leorio, and Karapika's hair stood on end. It was as if they were prey being stared at by a beast. The chill and murderous aura seemed to condense towards this side. His name is Hisoka, Hisomolo, and he's a slightly tricky guy. Molek took a step forward. It's hard to get rid of the prey he's targeting. Moreover, his strength is enough to rank in the top 3 among the candidates taking the Hunter test this time. Is he that powerful? Leorio swallowed his dry throat and asked hoarsely, is he also a newcomer this year? Molek whispered, no, he and I both failed the Hunter test last year, and chose to take it again this year. He's already such a powerful guy, but he didn't pass it last year. Leorio and the others wanted to ask a few more questions, but found that Molek had already walked forward. Of course, he wasn't going to face Hisoka directly. Instead, in the direction ahead, a dazzling purple light that no one else could see began to slowly bloom. Chapter 96. In that light, a blind box with purple glowing all over appeared. Purple blind box, the highest level of special blind box. This is the second purple blind box that Molek has encountered since he came to this world. The last time he got this blind box was in the Sky Arena, where he met the world's #1 president Netero. And now, because there are so many hunter candidates, and there are also the 3 protagonists, Killua, Hisoka, and Illumi, plus this hunter test, the official venue of the start of the meeting, so this level of blind box was born. With so many elements gathered together, if you can't form a special blind box again, it's really unreasonable. The last time I opened a special blind box, I got Turtle Hermit's 100 years of martial arts experience. This time, Molek's heart is getting more and more expectant. The last time he gained power, it laid the foundation for his nin ability. It gave him the strength to protect himself and not fear other non-masters. And the purple blind box he got this time. Get the special blind box. Do you want to open it? Open it. Open successfully. Get Tenseiga. Source World, Inuyasha. The next second, in Molek's storage space, a slender and elegant long sword with a sharp edge hidden in the sheath appeared. The red hilt, the handle is a standard Japanese samurai sword grip, the whole blade is hidden in the sheath, covering up the strange brilliance and power. Tenseiga, one of the precious swords used by Shimaru, the brother of the protagonist Inuyasha in the anime Inuyasha, is known as the Sword of the Underworld. Made with the teeth of Inu no Taisho, it is collectively called the Three Swords of Fang together with Tessaiga and Murakumaga. After Inu no Taisho died, he passed this sword to his sons Shimaru. This sword initially had no offensive ability, but it contained a special ability that could make death, the truth of this world, invalid. Although Tenseiga cannot directly cut the enemy, it can kill the messenger from another world to maintain life. So, its greatest ability is to resurrect the dead. Tenseiga is also a healing sword that is said to be unable to kill things in this world, and belongs to the sword of the other world. The dead can be resurrected by killing the messenger of the underworld, but each person can only be resurrected once. This point is the same effect as the initial dragon saving people in Dragon Ball. But if it can be activated with a true compassionate heart, a swing of the sword can save hundreds of lives. This is also the effect that Molek values the most. A magical weapon that can revive people. Sure enough, the last time I gained power, and this time I gained a treasure with special abilities, right? Molek was very satisfied with what he got this time. The power to resurrect the dead, this level of skill is already worthy of this purple blind box. Swish! When Molek was checking natural teeth, a poker card quickly flew over. And it was mixed with surging telekinesis, full of murderous intent that was not concealed at all. You are still the same, Hisoka. Chi. Molek raised 2 fingers, and with his telekinesis, he gently pinched the rapidly flying poker card between his fingers. I haven't seen you for a year, and I finally say hello. Hisoka slowly approached Molek, and the appreciation and possessive luster in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wow! The people around him also immediately moved away, and some old students who took the test last year wanted to retreat several steps. Even newcomers like Hanzo and Killua who were not sure about the situation retreated together for the sake of caution. Number 44 Hisoka, a terrifying magician. When Zyja and others followed and retreated, the fat man Niklu, the candidate number 187, retreated to their side with a computer. It is said that he is moody and loves to lie. As a magician, his words and deeds are both true and false, and it is difficult to see through his truth. The fat man kept typing on the computer and obtained information from the last hunter test. In addition, for those he is not interested in, he will not hesitate to take the other person's life. He is an unpredictable, dangerous person for ordinary people. Just like in the last hunter test, he made 20 candidates who took the test unable to make a comeback. He originally had the ability to pass the test, but after the 4th round of the test, he and the disqualified candidate, now number 406, Molek, withdrew from the hunter test together. And number 406 candidate Molek. Currently, we only know that he was disqualified because he beat the examiner in the last test, and everything else is nothing. Speaking of this, even the greasy little fat man Niklu's face became a little solemn. No? Does it mean that there is no information about Molek? Xiaojie next to him asked in a familiar way. There is no information about him on the internet. Niklu glanced at him and closed the computer directly, no longer paying attention to this furry child who looked like he came from the countryside. In fact, if he hadn't come here early and listened to the exchanges of other testers, he might not even know about what happened last year. This incident is so well known that many people are talking about it. But I only learned from the conversation that there is no information about Molek on the internet. Whether it is identity information, past experiences, etc., no information is shown. This situation is very strange and terrifying. It means that someone is helping to delete everything about Molek, so that his information is not revealed. This also means that this person called Molek is definitely not a simple person. It is better not to get involved as much as possible. The little fat man Nicolo thought of this and took a few steps back again. At this time, inside the venue, seeing that Shisuo was getting closer and closer to Molek, Molek still just looked at him calmly. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the venue was getting more and more tense. There were even many people holding their breath, staring closely at the collision that was about to happen between the two. But at this moment, ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling, a piercing alarm sounded in the sky. All the candidates present subconsciously looked up. Then they saw a slender figure falling from the sky. Registration time is now officially over. Sats, wearing a crimson suit, still had a middle-parted hairstyle and two curly nose hairs, appeared with an alarm clock in his hand. He landed right between Molek and Hisoka. The hunter test officially begins now. He glanced at Hisoka, then at Molek, his eyes softened a little. Candidates, please come this way. After saying this, Sats walked in a certain direction first. As soon as he, the person who announced the start of the test, moved, the other candidates followed subconsciously. This tense, potential conflict also disappeared without a trace. See you later. Hiso was not annoyed by being disturbed. He just chuckled, threw down a joker card, and followed behind Sats. Are you okay, Molek? After the other candidates started to move, Zyja and the other two gathered around. It's okay. He won't do it here. Molek responded, besides, his killing intent and momentum were disrupted by someone just now. Well, the unlucky guy who bumped into Hisoka and didn't apologize deserved it. Hisoka cut off both his hands. This time, because he disturbed Hisoka, he directly embedded half of his body into the wall. Is that so? After hearing this, Gon and Leorio looked at Hisoka's back again. I always feel that guy is very dangerous. Kurapika did not speak. He caught a key point in Morek's words. I won't do it here. That is to say, in the next hunter test, the one called Hisoka the examines of Sasuo may find an opportunity to release their killing intent again. Moreover, according to what Niklu, number 187, said just now, after Molek was deprived of the qualification for the test last year, Hisoka also withdrew. Perhaps there are some unknown secrets and intersections between the two of them. After this episode, the examines followed closely behind Sats, and Molek and his companions followed. A group of people started a long journey in the underground passage of Saba City. It should be stated in advance that the hunter test is extremely harsh. Those with bad luck or lack of strength may be injured or even die. Sats walked in front and gave the final advice. Things like the fight between examines just now that make it impossible to make a comeback in the future also happen from time to time. Those who retreat, please return to the original route, and those who are not afraid of death can continue to follow me. Tat tat. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No one fell behind. Except for the unlucky guy who bumped into Hisoka at the beginning, everyone kept up with Satsu's pace. I understand. Satsu continued to walk forward without looking back. There are a total of 405 candidates who will take part in this test. No one has withdrawn, but what he said is nonsense. Leorio wiped the sweat from his head. He was a little nervous when he officially took part in the test. Strange. As Gon walked, he found some unusual situations. And gradually, some people began to notice that something was wrong. Shua. Satsu, who was walking in front, just lost his mind, and the whole person opened a big gap with the candidates behind him. His move caused the candidates behind him to speed up their pace and follow closely behind Sats. Hey, what's going on? Why are you walking so fast? The speed of advancement is getting faster and faster. The people in front took the lead and ran, but they were also following the examiner. That is to say, more and more people began to realize something. Yes, just as you think, I am an examiner of the 287th Hunter test. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Satsu, and I will lead you to the venue of the second round of tests. Second round. Bald Ninja Hanzo followed closely and asked, what about the first round of tests? It has already started. Satsu turned around and glanced at the people behind him with different expressions. Those who can follow me to the venue of the second round of tests will be considered to have passed the first round of tests. I will not reveal the location of the venue, nor the time to arrive at the next venue. Satsu turned his head again and told the rules. The explanation is complete, so everyone can only follow me closely. So, this is an ultra-long marathon test to test the candidate's endurance and willpower. So this is a test of our physical strength and endurance. Many candidates also understood the purpose of this test instantly, and they all stopped talking. Too many words will disturb the breathing rhythm during running, which will only make the body more tired. And no one thinks there is a problem with the competition of physical strength and endurance, and they are even quite confident in their physical fitness. For example, a fat boy holding a computer in the crowd, shuttled easily. Based on past data, this type of test should be about 40 kilometers long. The fat kid number 187, Nikolai, showed a smile of control. According to my calculations, the time is almost here. He followed Satsu with a smile, ready to be the first candidate to pass the test. So that's how it is. A race without a clear finish line will put a heavy psychological burden on people, so is this also a test of our willpower? Behind them, Karapika and Leorio were also analyzing the intention while following the main group. Just at this time, swish crack! A handsome guy with silver-white hair, with his hands in his pockets and riding a skateboard, passed by them leisurely. Hey, brat, you underestimated this hunter test, didn't you? The pug, who was sweating profusely and almost sticking out his tongue, felt that he really underestimated Leorio in this hunter test. Seeing someone catch up so easily with the help of tools, he couldn't stand it immediately. Huh? What do you mean? The silver-haired boy on the pedal turned his head inexplicably. It's your skateboard, you broke the rules. Leorio was there, with a white eye and sharp teeth, loudly accusing the other party of breaking the rules. Why? You dare to ask why? Leorio's unbalanced mentality made veins on his forehead stand out. This is an endurance test. No, the examiner just told us to follow him closely. Zyajin next to him chimed in, he didn't say we can't use tools. Leorio, Zyaja, who are you helping? He became even more angry, are we still companions? Companions. The word, Avli, made the silver-haired boy a little concerned, and he looked at Zyaja twice more. Then he drove the skateboard to Zyaja's side. Hey, how old are you? Me? Almost 12 years old. The same age as me. The silver-white boy thought for a moment, then jumped up handsomely and grabbed the skateboard under his feet. Then I'll run too. So handsome. This handsome action made Zyaja look forward to it. My name is Killua. Killer with silver hair took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Zyaja. The two of them got to know each other. Uncle, what's your name? Killer looked at the uncle-like guy who was yelling that he had violated the rules. Uncle. I'm just a teenager like you guys. Leorio retorted dissatisfiedly. No way. Killer didn't believe it at first, and even Zyaja opened his eyes wide and looked at Leorio with a look of true and false. Zyaja, you are like this too, isn't it too much? Seeing the two of them like this, Leorio was so angry that he said, I want to break up with you. Karapika on the side simply distanced himself from them and didn't want to get involved with the noisy Leorio and his friends. Zyaja, who finally accepted Leorio's age, continued to introduce him. He is Leorio, the one in front is Karapika, and the one over here is Molek. Zyaja introduced all the people who had come with him. Molek. Among the group, except Zyaja who was the same age as him. What he cared about most was Molek who had almost fought with Hisoka. These two people should be the most terrifying guys in this test. Chapter 97. Hello. Molek raised his hand and greeted Killua, the well-deserved second male lead. Hello. Killua responded and kept a distance. For some reason, he always felt that the danger of Molek was greater than that of Hisoka. Subconsciously staying away from people, things, and places that might be life-threatening. Seeing Killua's actions, Molek was not surprised. Since his brother Illumi had instilled in him the idea of never fight a battle you are not sure of since he was a child, and used the mind spike as an aid and inserted it into Killua's forehead. So he is quite afraid of enemies who are stronger than himself, and he is easy to give up in the face of danger. These are all his shortcomings at this stage, brought about by the mind spike, but since it is a shortcoming, there is a way to overcome it. Molek saw something not far behind him from the corner of his eyes. Jitaraku, who seemed ordinary on the surface and blended into the crowd without any excessive reaction. But in fact, he had been paying attention to this side and was ready to attack this side at any time. As long as Molek dared to make any unusual moves against Killua, Ilmi, who was aliased as Jitaraku, would definitely stop it immediately. No matter how mysterious the other party was, no matter whether he could beat him or not. Anyway, it was not okay to touch Killua. This was a deep obsession from a perverted brother who was obsessed with his younger brother. Sure enough, in this world, most of the strong ones are some kind of perverted or strange guys. Molek didn't care about Ilmi's gaze at all, but he didn't want people to keep looking at him like this. In addition, running for such a long time was indeed a bit boring and tedious. So, he took out a universal capsule with his backhand. Molek, what is this? Seeing Molek take out something, Gon, who saw the universal capsule for the first time, asked curiously. Transportation. He briefly introduced it. Transportation? Such a small capsule. Leorio had a question mark on his head, and Killua was also observing carefully. Then they saw Molek pressed down on the capsule with his hand and threw it to the side. Bang! A burst of purple mist appeared and dispersed, revealing a handsome motorcycle. Leorio. Killua. Gon. So cool. The first thing he looked at was the two-wheeled sports-style motorcycle that appeared. Both eyes sparkled. How did you do that? Leorio rubbed his eyes, a little confused. Now the technology outside has developed to the point where is it this bad? Killua was lost in thought. 067 He could tell at a glance that this was a technological method. Because in his family, he also had a fat otaku brother who was good at technology research and development. Although he didn't think much of him. Miji, that idiot, thinks he has made some amazing inventions all day long. What about tying a bomb to a mosquito, and compressing a motorcycle into a capsule? It's so weak. Killua despised his second brother again in his heart. Then he looked at the motorcycle straight like Zyja. Well, even if he was born in a killer family, he was still a child, and he was willing to take a second look at this kind of thing. Buzz! Molek climbed on the motorcycle, kicked the pedal, stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant, the motorcycle's air pipe emitted a roar. The noise here also attracted the attention and sight of other candidates. Then, where did the motorcycle come from? Someone looked at Molek who was riding the motorcycle in astonishment. Why didn't I see it just now? Where did it come from? I seemed to see him take out a capsule just now, and then threw it casually, and it came out with a bang. Hi! You didn't drink, why are you talking nonsense now? You are talking nonsense, believe it or not. No matter what the means are, riding a motorcycle, this is considered cheating, right? Some people raised the same unbalanced question as Leorio. If you have a motorcycle, you can ride it too. Someone responded bluntly, also, if you have any opinions, go to him directly. The person who had just questioned the cheating immediately wilted. He didn't dare to go to the man who had beaten up the examiner last year. That was an old man who hanged himself because he thought his life was too long. Let's go. After getting used to riding the bike, Molek twisted the handlebar. Buzz! Then I'll go first. He waved at Leorio and Gon, then rushed forward with his foot on the accelerator. Leorio opened his mouth, but he didn't say what he wanted Molek to lead him. His pride wouldn't allow him to do that. What a joke, it's just a hunter test, and it's only the first round. Leorio's head was covered with veins. How can you fall down here? He immediately tore off his coat and ran forward at full speed. Ayami swore in front of Paido's grave that I would become a hunter. Paido. Kurapika, who was also watching Molek riding away on a motorcycle, heard the roar of Leorio passing by. After thinking about it, he followed. Although Leorio had always emphasized that he wanted to become a hunter for money, after spending the past few days together, Kurapika felt that there were other reasons. He could still see this. Although Leorio's attitude was indeed arrogant and his mind was not good, he did not think that he was so superficial. In the past, he had seen too many people who loved money, but Leorio was completely different from those guys. While Kurapika and Leorio began to move forward, on the other side, rookie killer Dongba God also started his action. Haven't we run more than 40 kilometers? How long will it take to run? Number 187, the little fat boy Niklu's face was already full of saliva and snot. His feet were trembling, and he staggered. Impossible, how could this happen? He looked like he was about to collapse. My calculations will never be wrong. But I won't be eliminated just like that, will I? I will be eliminated. No way. How is it possible? Whether it is studying or sports, I am the best, and the others are weaklings. They are all weaklings who were discarded after I used them. I don't want to become like this. His wailing voice instantly resounded in the underground passage. Hi! The three brothers of Amurai who were running in front heard the sound and looked back, and then looked at each other in tacit understanding. Click! The computer he had been holding fell to the ground, and the sling on his shoulder also slid loosely. Niklu opened his mouth wide, looking unacceptable. He slowed down his pace, shaking and breathing heavily. Hey, rookie! At this time, he was surrounded by the three brothers of Amurai. It's too ugly, isn't it? You are so useless. In the hunter test, no matter how good you are, you will only be the last one. Don't come again, trash! The three brothers exchanged glances, saying the most mocking and contemptuous words. Every word made Niklu's mouth grow bigger and bigger, and his saliva and snot flowed more and more. Finally, Niklu completely collapsed, his psychological defenses destroyed, holding his head, and kneeling on the ground screaming. He was completely finished. Take it. In front, the great god Dongba happily took out 30,000 jinni for the three brothers. Just one for each person. Thank you, well done. He was very happy to see another newcomer in the test being hit to the point of collapse. And it was the guy who was particularly self-righteous and mocked him before, and he was quite disgusted with him. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He was very happy to see this scene, so he specially hired the three brothers of Amurai to verbally attack the greasy little fat man on his behalf. The third brother of the three Amurai brothers, Imori, took it without hesitation. The eldest brother, Amurai, sneered, he has been ridiculed and hit so hard that he will never be able to stand up again. The second brother, Omori, followed suit and said, it seems that he will not participate in the future. Dongba, I'm talking to you, you really like to destroy newcomers. The third brother, Imori, who had put the money in his pocket, commented bluntly. Hehe, because that is my, survival value. Dongba also did not shy away and frankly admitted that this was indeed the fun of his life. Is that so? Then besides number 187, aren't there other new candidates? There are quite a few this year. Tisk, the newcomers this year are basically the more surprising guys, well, but this is more fun. The four people were chatting here, and just as they finished talking, a sound suddenly rang next to them. Beep beep. A burst of motorcycle horns attracted the attention of Dongba and the three brothers of Yamalai. Then, is it him? After seeing who was coming, the faces of the three brothers of Yamalai changed instantly. Then they all lowered their heads and ran in the direction of the side in tacit understanding. The great god Dongba also wanted to follow the pace of the three brothers at this moment. He suppressed his inner fear and was about to turn around and run. Long time no see, Dongba. The slow tone made the great god Dongba's body stiff instantly. Yes, I haven't seen you for more than a year, ha 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 ha. Sweat was flowing on his face, he touched the back of his head with one hand, and turned his head stiffly. Looking at Molek, he showed an ugly smile on his face. Your dry way of greeting is really no improvement at all. Molek honked the horn twice again, your voice is not as loud as my horn. Dongba. Do I dare to speak loudly in front of you? He complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Don't worry, don't be so nervous. Molek looked at him, who was becoming more and more uncoordinated, with sweat on his forehead. I'm not interested in you this year. And after getting the hunter's license this time, I won't be able to see you next year. So I came to say hello to you in advance. Really? Hearing what Molek said, Dongba's voice rose an octave on the spot. That's really great. No, it's a pity. He suppressed his excitement and became a little incoherent. Mr. Molek, it's only natural that you passed the test. As a super old student who can't pass it no matter what, I'm destined to be on the road of taking tests all my life. You have a broader and brighter future, and you don't need to consider a small role like me anymore. These words are sincere and heartfelt. It is indeed his personal true feelings, but he also said it very beautifully. It makes Molek sound more comfortable. No wonder he has survived all the 30 tests. Not to mention this year's test. Sometimes, Molek feels that he doesn't know whether he is really lucky or has some kind of perception and prediction of danger and stays away. He was able to go against the protagonists in the whole test, and was so disgusting and shameless, but he was still able to escape the test unscathed. He also got the nickname Dongba God. Such a clown character is really rare. Especially when he fed Killua a poisonous drink containing laxatives at the beginning. Ilmi, the perverted brother control, was right next to him. Afterwards and during the whole test, he did not kill Dongba. It is enough to show that Dongba God survived with considerable strength. Then I will take what you said as true. Molek waved at him. Then I wish you can still enjoy your unique fun every year in the future. Goodbye. He stepped on the accelerator again, and the motorcycle sprayed a puff of smoke, covering Dongba's face. But instead of choking, he sighed with relief. It's finally safe this year. Soon, as everyone moved forward, the distance had exceeded 60 kilometers. The number of people falling behind also began to increase. During this period, Kurapika also found Leorio and asked about Paido. And with Leorio's stubborn personality, he would never say anything. However, it was not until Kurapika honestly said that his tribe was destroyed because of their unique fire-red eyes. All the tribe members who were killed had their eyes gouged out. Their empty eyes seemed to tell of their hatred. I must catch the Phantom Brigade with my own hands. Group, return all the eyes of our compatriots. At this time, everyone has stepped onto the stairs leading to the ground. Those eyes may have been sold to the black market long ago. Leorio continued to shed sweat. The buyers there are powerful and influential, and ordinary people can't get close to them at all. Kurapika's face was full of determination. It will be fine after becoming a hunter. If you can be employed by a rich family, you can get more information in this regard. Employed? Leorio couldn't help but look at him. Didn't you say that this kind of contract hunter is the most undignified and disgusting? Like a running dog driven by money. My dignity. Kurapika slowly closed his eyes. Compared with the suffering of the tribe, what is it? Leorio was also silent. I'm sorry, I don't have such a noble reason as you. He said slowly, I'm doing this for money. You're lying. Do you think you can buy everything in the world with money? That's right. Not only things, but also dreams and lives. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't buy. Leorio, please take back what you said just now. Why? This is the truth. With money, my friend won't die. Leorio gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Then he saw a motorcycle driving back to him. Molek. He looked stunned, looking at the man sitting next to him in the car, smiling at him. I heard everything, Leorio. Chapter 98. Ah, Molek. Leorio suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment as if he had been caught in the act. Everyone has their own dreams. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Molek slowed down on his motorcycle and gradually got on the same level as Kurapika and Leorio. I think your dream is pretty good, Leorio. Really? He was still a little embarrassed. And Kurapika, the choices you mentioned are all great. Molek continued to praise. The purpose of the two people coming to participate in the hunter test was clearly stated in the elevator compartment. But later, the choices and behaviors of the two were exactly the opposite. Leorio is moving towards becoming a great doctor who can cure diseases and save lives, while Kurapika becomes the contract hunter who is the bodyguard for the rich kid, whom he hates and despises the most. It can only be said that this is the true fate and destiny. I just happen to have some relevant channels and connections in my hands. If you feel you need it, you can come to me after the hunter test. Molek tightened his grip again. Of course, the premise is that you have obtained the hunter license. Don't forget, you still owe me the price for giving you the relevant test information. After that, Molek stepped on the accelerator again and drove forward. Related channels and connections. Leorio looked at Molek's receding back. Speaking of which, we still don't know what Molek's identity is. And we don't know the purpose of his participation in the hunter test. This may be because his identity is quite special. Kurapika adjusted his running posture while speaking at a constant speed. Just like the previous Nikolou, he didn't find anything about Molek on the internet. It means that there is indeed an unimaginable power behind Molek. The channels and connections he mentioned may also be true. And Kurapika's eyes slowly turned red. He always felt that Molek's outfit was like the outfit of the contract hunter he wanted to become. Plus his extraordinary strength that is probably hidden. No, there is no need to hide it. The confrontation with Hisoka just now, and the beating of the hunter test examiner in the last session, made all the candidates extremely wary and afraid. All of these show that Molek is extremely powerful. Perhaps, Molek is a member of a mysterious huge organization. Then this may be of great help in hunting down the Phantom Troop. Kurapika began to ponder about his future life choices. At this time, the marathon race was still going on at the ascending stairs. More and more candidates began to fall behind. Okay, candidates, it's almost the final sprint stage, I'm going to speed up. Sats looked back at the candidates, and then said this lightly. The speed of his feet increased again. The candidates immediately cried out in pain and hurried forward. At the same time, they were envious but dared not say anything, looking at Molek who was riding a motorcycle leisurely and heading straight towards the exit in front. In front of everyone, the exit full of light was right there. Finally, as Sats paused, many candidates all ran out of the underground passage with sweat on their heads. Here is. Before everyone could catch their breath, they saw a natural landscape in front of them. Dense jungles, swamps, and many hills and mountains formed a bumpy terrain. This is the Shimala wetland, generally known as the lair of the trickster. Sats briefly introduced the place and dangers to the candidates. At the same time, this is also the only way to enter the second venue. This wetland has many rare animals that are not found in the outside world, and most of them mainly eat human flesh. And they are cunning and greedy creatures by nature. As soon as he finished speaking, an iron gate at the exit behind him immediately dropped down. Wait for me. A candidate who fell to the ground and didn't have time to come out stretched out his hand to the crowd and shouted weakly and desperately. Everyone else looked indifferent. If he couldn't even keep up with this level of running, then it would be difficult to survive in the dangerous environment that follows. Perhaps, it was also a kind of luck that he could save his life here. Even Zyja looked at him indifferently, because the other party only said wait for him, not save him. If he shouted for help in danger, then with Zyja's personality, he might really help. Please follow my steps. Sats ignored him and continued to give his final advice. Once you fall into the trap, you will die. He even stretched out his finger and shook it gently. The creatures in this wetland will do whatever it takes to deceive their prey and catch them for food. This is an ecosystem composed of creatures that use deception as a means of hunting, so it is called the Deception Master's Lair. I'll say it again, don't be fooled, follow me closely. He kindly repeated it to emphasize the importance. What you said is really strange. Leorio, who followed and listened to the warning, was a little puzzled. If I knew it was a trap, how could I have been fooled? However, just after he finished speaking. Liar! That guy is lying. A figure staggered out from behind the wall at the exit. It was a man with scars all over his body and wearing green clothes. One of his arms was hanging down, and the other arm was holding a tattered cloth bag. Inside the cloth bag was a strange monkey with a mouth, tongue exposed and eyes rolled up. Why is it strange? Because its appearance is almost exactly the same as the examiner Sat's. He is a fake. The green-clothed man with scars all over his body barely raised his arm, pointed at Sats and said angrily. He is not an examiner at all. I am the examiner of the hunter test. It was when this guy who suddenly appeared shouted angrily that all the candidates who came out looked over. Fake. What does this mean? So, who is that person? The examines were already in a commotion, but Sats was still watching the performance in front of him quietly without making any moves. So who is the real examiner? Such an impetuous appearance can clearly feel the vacillation of the crowd. They had just experienced the harsh test of the underground marathon, and they were all on the verge of collapse. At this time, such a thing came up again, saying that the examiner who led them before was fake. Hey, uncle! Leorio stood up and looked sharply at the green-clothed man covered with injuries. You should have evidence for what you said, right? Show evidence to prove that the man is a fake. Hearing this, it seemed to be exactly what the man in green wanted. As if he had been prepared, he threw the rag bag in his hand to the ground. Look at this guy. The rag bag spread out, revealing the ape's body inside, and a clearer face that looked like Sat's. Hey, is it true? Everyone, look at his face. It looks exactly like the examiner. The candidates were also surprised. That's right, this guy is a human-faced ape living in the Lost Melody wetland. The man in green emphasized, they like to eat human flesh, but because their hands and feet are thin and weak, they often pretend to be humans and use flowers to. The guy who deceived humans with sweet words is also an accomplice of the ape. They want to lure all of you candidates into the wetland and catch them all in one fell swoop and eat them all. What? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Already frightened by the ape's face, Leorio turned around abruptly. Hearing him say that, I also think that guy is a fake. The bald man Hanzo, who was also shaken, couldn't help but speak and looked at Satsu. No wonder, the way he ran fast underground just now, he really didn't look like an ordinary normal person. The other candidates responded immediately, and then quietly formed a circle around Satsu. Group psychology, these people have passed the first round of tests together, so everyone has a mentality of sharing hardships. Kurapika's face gradually became solemn. If you are affected by such an atmosphere, you will not be able to calmly judge right and wrong. Just when the atmosphere gradually became tense. Could this be one of the items in the hunter test? Zyja, who was watching everything silently, suddenly asked in confusion. Test? Some old students in the crowd suddenly woke up and stopped moving forward. They almost forgot that this is a hunter test, and anything can become a part of the test. For a moment, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Even Leorio thought about it, retreated to Zyja's side, and asked in a low voice. Zyja, can't you judge? Just like the evil fox family, identify it. Well, absolutely not. Even you can't. Because they don't smell at all, I think someone must be very good at disguising themselves. Why would you say that? Leorio looked downcast, obviously having no other options. At this moment, Kurapika stood up. I have a way to tell the real from the fake. He looked at the two real and fake examiners. If they are real test examiners, they should have a formal hunter's license card in their hands. My license card was stolen by that guy. Before Kurapika finished speaking, the man in green interrupted anxiously. Because I was careless for a moment, everything was stolen. However, his words made people confirm the truth. I see. Kurapika already knew what was going on. But Leorio, who was standing by, was in trouble again. That means, even if he has a license card, there is no way to prove that he is the examiner. The scene seemed to be deadlocked again. Hisoka at the back of the crowd, watching this farce, he couldn't help but shuffle the cards in his hand. Two thin curved eyes full of aggression captured the right degree of attack. Just when his fingertips were about to flick and prepare to shoot the poker cards. Beep bang! A motorcycle horn and the sound of puffy purple smoke made him pause. The other candidates looked over when they heard the sound. All those who can have a hunter's license are the best who have passed the hunter test and become hunters. Molek took the universal capsule in his hand and put it away in the face of everyone's gaze. And this lost mellow wetland, including the traps and beasts in it, is only the first round of testing for us candidates. I think this place should not be a problem for some candidates, right? He looked over one by one. Among the candidates, those who were very confident in their own abilities, such as Takuto, Bodro, and the three brothers of Amurai, did not avoid the gaze and lowered their heads. Instead, they were ready to listen to what insights and opinions Molek, the most famous figure last year and the candidate who was also the focus of attention this year, had. On the contrary, Greta, Scarpeng, Dongba and other senior students who had a little more brains were thoughtful. Somewhat understood what Molek meant. Even we, the candidates, can survive such a trap wetland. There is no reason that the hunters who were carefully selected by the Hunter Association to serve as test examiners would be careless and have their hunter licenses stolen by the mere human-faced monkeys here, which are very important for professional hunters. That's right. As a real professional hunter, it is absolutely impossible to be deceived by a disguised human-faced ape. Not to mention having your hunter license stolen. That is to say, everyone who had come to their senses looked at the man in green. No, you. The man in green looked particularly ugly when he realized that he was in a very unfavorable situation. It seems that as a professional hunter, you have been underestimated by the ape. Do you think that your hunter license can be stolen if you are careless? Molek walked forward slowly, and the candidates beside him also consciously made way to leave a path for Molek. What do you think now, Mr. Sats? He smiled and walked to Sat's side. Long time no see. After walking out of the underground corridor, he took this opportunity to formally greet Sats. Of course, this is not the most important thing. But just now, in Molek's sight, a red light gradually appeared between Sats and the man in green. A red blind box slowly condensed into shape. Sure enough, this scene of the real and fake examiner is definitely a classic part of the hunter test. It is also worthy of a high-end red blind box. Long time no see, Mr. Molek. At this time, Sats, who had been quietly watching the performance of the ape, or observing the reactions and behaviors of the candidates, finally spoke. I said before, just call me Sats. He greeted in an extremely kind tone. As the child said just now, this can also be regarded as a part of the hunter test. If there are really candidates who are easily influenced by the sophistry of the ape and deceived, it also means that they are completely unqualified. The two idiots, Leorio and Hanzo, among the candidates, rubbed the back of their heads frantically. Some other candidates who were almost about to take action after being instigated by the ape also twitched their mouths. They were almost led by the ape by the nose. When they thought of this, many candidates became angry. They all looked at the green-clothed man who was about to escape. No, it should be said that the ape disguised as a human. At the same time, many candidates began to pay attention to the attitude between Molek and Sats. They said, long time no see. Xiaojie blinked his eyes to make sure he didn't hear the words wrong. Chapter 99. So, Molek knew Mr. Sats before. Ah, I think so. Killa put his hands behind his head. He originally wanted to have fun and feel the excitement and difficulty of the level, but he felt quite bored after the marathon of the first round of tests. Then the drama of the real and fake examiners appeared again, which finally aroused his interest a little. This hunter test doesn't seem to be so boring. Looking at the tone of their communication and the attitude of the examiner, it is very clear. They should have known each other before the test started, and Killa looked at the two people who were communicating. It seems that they have a good relationship. Not only Killua and his friends, but also other candidates looked at Molek and Sats who were talking with different eyes. He was a dangerous person who beat up the examiner last year, but this year he has a good relationship with the examiner. It can only be said that he is an unpredictable guy who makes people stay away from him. At this time, Molek and Sats also started to greet each other. I didn't expect that you would come here to serve as the examiner of the hunter test. I came here by chance. On the other side, many candidates also surrounded the green-clothed man and the ape in his hand. When they were ready to take them down and give them a good time. Swoosh! Several playing cards flew over and accurately cut into the face and throat of the green-clothed man. Even the ape that was about to escape was beheaded by a card. The candidates were immediately full of fear, looking at Shisuo behind them. They almost forgot that besides that Molek, there is another killer demon here who is not easy to mess with. It seems that this year's hunter test will also become more lively. Sats looked back at the 703 crowd, and then reminded Molek. That person's murderous aura has been lingering for a long time, and he is likely to take action in the next test. Well, there is no need to continue. Right in this lost mellow wetland, Shisuo is about to start a killing spree. There are also subsequent test contents, please forgive me for not saying more. Sats bowed slightly with a slight apology, although I believe that with your ability, Molek, passing these tests is not a problem at all. He thought about it, and then added, if, under normal developments, like last year's accident, no one can say whether it will happen again. It's okay, it's just a hunter test, I don't need to rely on the examiner's power to pass it. Well, the main thing is that he knows the contents of the subsequent rounds of tests. Besides, there are acquaintances in there. Molek waved his hand without any concern. And he took the red advanced blind box away. Get the advanced blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Raise Non. Source World, Naruto. Raise Non, Uzumaki Naruto's signature skill. A ninjutsu developed by Minato to maximize the effect of Kushina's huge chakra. Originally, it was inspired by the tailed beast ball and created by Jiraiya over 3 years. In short, it is to concentrate the chakra in the hand, flow it continuously in irregular directions, and compress it. Finally, a palm-sized attributeless chakra ball is formed to attack the opponent. Later, you can also inject chakra of various attributes into this Raise Non to create different effects. However, there is no such thing as chakra in this hunter world. However, the principle of the Raise Non move can be presented through other forms of power. The release system of the mind ability, the energy wave of the Kame Senryu, etc. Molek remembered that in this world, there was a guy who was particularly good at rolling balls with his hands. The scary squinty-eyed guy on Greed Island who could easily blow a head with a volleyball. Molek saved this skill and could study it later. After all, it is a signature skill from the protagonist of a migrant worker comic. By the way, Uzumaki Naruto has also encountered many cases of people pretending to be him, so is this a skill? The cunning deception of the ape is just a simple episode. Although some candidates were almost cheated, no one was in trouble at the moment. Sats simply checked the number of people, a total of 312. Only a few dozen people were eliminated. It seems that the remaining candidates have good endurance and physical strength. However, I don't know if they can survive the many traps that will follow. Sats started running again. A group of candidates followed closely behind and broke into the Shimile wetland one after another. The team of more than 300 people was huge and numerous. At the first moment, they were also targeted by many monsters in the wetland. The muddy land was even more physically demanding. In addition, the smoke that slowly enveloped the surroundings obscured people's vision. And such conditions are the most suitable environment for killing people. Zyja, let's go to the front. Killa, who also noticed this, could not help but quicken his pace. Well, it would be bad if we lost the examiner. That's not the point. Seeing that Zyja hadn't reacted yet, Killua could not help but remind. It is important to stay as far away from Hisoka as possible. Because that guy has lost his patience and can't wait to kill people. I guess he will take advantage of the thick fog to kill people. And it seems to confirm Killua's words. The curved smile at the corner of Hisoka's mouth, who was walking at the back, became more and more obvious. At the same time, the eyes that were originally narrowed, slowly opened. Zyja looked back at Hisoka, and then immediately looked back at Killua. From your look, it seems that you want to ask me how I know, right? Killa did not wait for him to ask and took the initiative to answer, because of the smell. That guy is the same kind of person as me. Really? I can't tell at all. Because I am just like the ape just now, I disguised myself very well. Killa showed a cunning smile. Forget it, one day you will understand. Karapika, Leorio, Killua said it is better to run to the front as much as possible. Zyja turned around and shouted at his companions who fell behind. Killa! This kid really has no sense of competition at all. Really, if we could get through, we would have gone long ago. Leorio looked at the dozens of people blocking the way ahead and felt powerless. At this time, the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and even the figure in front was gradually invisible. Even the only thing you could see was a vague shadow in front of you, and some strawberries popping out. Wait, strawberries! The candidates who had run off the track were stunned, and then a sharp mouth behind the strawberry bit them. Ah! Then suddenly, from under the lawn, a big mouth closed directly, swallowing all the candidates standing on it. Quack burp! The huge green frog burped lazily. Because of its slow movements, the lazy frog had to hide itself underground with its mouth wide open, patiently waiting for its prey to pass by. There is danger over there, but it is safe over here. When the candidates were panicking, a voice suddenly came from the front, which made them feel refreshed. Great, someone is here to pick us up. A group of people immediately moved forward happily, and then never appeared again. Over there is danger, it is safe here. A group of black crows spoke in human language in the sky above the cliff. And below the cliff, on the thorny stone forest, there were bodies of candidates who fell and were pierced. Cheating crow, telling lies, luring people into traps, and then pecking at human flesh. Boom! Boom! In another dense forest, explosions were heard one after another. One by one, candidates were blown away. Landmine mushroom, it would explode if stepped on, and then reproduce wildly on the prey that was blown to the point of being unable to move. Next to it, a group of butterflies emitting fluorescent phosphorus powder hypnotized the candidates one by one, and walked towards a direction. Hypnotic butterfly hypnotizes prey with its miraculous flying method and phosphorus powder, giving the larvae living food. In this trickster's lair, one dangerous creature after another began their trap hunting. The examines who had been following Sats closely also found out. Behind them, more than 100 people had already disappeared without them noticing. Not only that, the thick fog was slowly engulfing the figures in front of them, and if they got lost, they would be out. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It was precisely this kind of thick fog that was a natural place for hunting. It hurts. Leorio's cry of pain came from the thick fog behind him, causing Zyja to stop immediately. Then he ran back with a firm look in his eyes. Zyja! Killua couldn't help but turn around and call him, but Gon's figure had already disappeared. I've never seen such an idiot. Hanzo, who was running beside him, complained, it's already this time, and he's still thinking about running back to save others. Killua looked at the thick fog behind him, and his eyes gradually became bright. Indeed, he is indeed an idiot. Excuse me for a moment. Molek, who was walking in the front, also informed Sats beside him and quietly disappeared in the thick fog. As a classic scene, the blind box still appeared. Swoosh-chi! Playing cards flew out one by one, and the bodies or foreheads of the candidates were cut. Karapika swung his double swords to smash the attacking playing cards 0. Leorio also dodged as much as possible, but he was still hit in the shoulder and couldn't help but screamed. Hee! A figure slowly walked out of the thick fog. Damn, what on earth do you want to do? Leorio asked, holding his injured shoulder. I'm playing the examiner game. Hisoka's face showed a game-like fun. I tried my best not to be in the first round. The test started, and I was ready to stretch my muscles when the second round of tests began. The poker cards in his hand were shuffled, but the first test was too boring. So, I decided to help myself. He took out a joker card and scanned the people present. In short, I'm here to help him identify you. See if you are qualified to be a hunter. Hiso's words directly caused many candidates to be restless. Identification, just based on you, a weirdo. Some hot-tempered guys couldn't help but say. Did you see that the fog is so heavy now? Once you get separated from the people in front, it will be impossible to get back to the examiner. That means, you will be eliminated like us. Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a poker card stuck in his head. How rude. Don't confuse me with you. Hiso held the poker card lightly. Before you die, I will give you a word. A smile suddenly broke out on his face. Magicians are omnipotent. Don't be ridiculous. I will make sure you can never appear in the examination room again. The remaining candidates were furious, but Hisoka just smiled. Is that so? But to deal with you guys, I think one card is enough. Don't underestimate us. All the examines rushed up. Ladies and gentlemen. And Hisoka slowly posed, the greatest magician of the century, Hisoka, is here before you. Right now, I will show you a miraculous magic show. After the words fell, holding a poker card between his two fingers, Hisoka began to dance like a butterfly flying into the flowers. Chi! Every time he stood up and waved, he easily took a life. The clean and neat killing posture made people look like an art. Ah! The examines who had not yet come forward were frightened by this scene, and all screamed and fled wildly. Ha 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 ha! Hisoka also laughed like a madman, and the art of playing cards blossomed to its fullest. Soon, only 3 people were left standing. What a pity, all of them are eliminated. After venting his killing intent, Hisoka turned around and looked at the 3 people who were still standing. Now only you are left. Kurapika, Leorio, and a middle-aged martial artist. Hisoka looked around, and then his eyes fell on Leorio. Let's start with you. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps approaching the 3 people at 5.4 meters made sweat drip from their faces at the same time. Hey, when I give the signal, everyone will run away in all directions. Candidate number 76, martial artist Chen Li, tried his best to suppress his fear and said. This guy is too strong. No matter what kind of killer, he will still hesitate at the moment of killing. But he is not like this. He whispered, even if the 3 of us unite to deal with him now, I am afraid we have no chance of winning. How can we know if we don't try it? Leorio refused to give in. I guess you are just like me, determined to pass the hunter test this time, right? Chen Li clenched his wrists. It's hard to do this, but a good man never suffers a loss in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first. Seeing this, Kurapika and Leorio followed closely and dispersed. Not bad, a very smart judgment. Hisoka seemed to have finally found an interesting prey, and smiled and said, I'll give you 10 seconds as a reward. 1.2.3. As he said that, he really stood there and started the countdown. 9.10, okay, who should I play with first? He had just taken 2 steps forward when he saw a figure returning in the thick fog in front of him. Chapter 100. I still can't do it. After a simple treatment on his shoulder, Leorio slowly walked over with the stick dropped by the dead candidate in his hand. Oh! Hiso raised his eyebrows, are you determined not to escape? On the contrary. Leorio clenched the stick in his hand, my cultivation is not good enough to let people mess with me. He rushed towards Hisoka, I can't stand this. Puh! A slight cold light flashed, and the stick in Leorio's hand was cut into several pieces. Bang! Even his chest and abdomen were hit by several heavy punches. The gap in strength is too obvious. What a nice expression! Hisoka grabbed Leorio's chin with one hand. Behind that extreme anger and strong fighting spirit, there is a fearful expression of the shadow of death. He commented with appreciation, and then began to exert force without mercy. But, you can only live until this moment. Just when Hisoka was about to crush Leorio's head. Bang! The tail of a fishing rod swung over and hit Hisoka's forehead. Hisoka slowly turned his head, and there was an obvious bruise on the left forehead. Not bad, little brother. He was not angry at being attacked, but stared at Zyja who appeared, and then smiled. Is it a fishing rod? What an interesting weapon. Hisoka praised his skills and walked towards him. Can you lend it to me? Part of his attention was on this fishing rod. It is not an ordinary fishing rod that can hurt him. Hey, look at your opponent carefully, it is me. Zyja showed up, and Leorio did not hold back, and directly punched at the back of Hisoka's head. However, what he got? Bang! Hisoka did not even look at it, raised his hand and punched him in the face. It hit Leorio's cheek, causing his entire body to spin several times in the air. Seeing this, Zyja rushed forward decisively and swung the fishing rod again. But this time, he was easily caught by Hisoka. You came back specially to save your companion. He dodged the fishing rod by turning sideways, and raised his hand to accurately grasp Zyja's throat. What a good boy! Hisoka looked at Zyja's struggling face, and his still bright eyes without any fear. Very good. He smiled and curved his eyes, you passed. And the next one. Hisoka slowly put Zyja down, oh my, I didn't expect you to come back too. He turned around and took a look at Kurapika who came back, took off his long gown, and set up a battle formation with two swords in his hands, and said with a smile. It's amazing. Friendship is indeed the most precious emotion of human beings. The performance of these three people really made Hisoka particularly satisfied. This time's hunter test gave him a new harvest. It was also at this time that his mobile phone rang at the right time. Hisoka, you should come back. We are about to arrive at the second venue. By the way, I remind you that Molek is missing. The message came, and there was also a route attached. Okay, I know, I will go there right away. After replying to the person with the note Xiao Yi, Hisoka slowly walked to Leorio's side. Leorio. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. Hisoka easily carried him on his shoulders, because he also passed. What do you want to do? The fishing rod in Zyja's hand began to accumulate power again, put Leorio down quickly. If you want him back, follow me. After leaving these words, Hisoka's figure had disappeared in the thick fog. Seeing that Hisoka had disappeared, Zyja's legs softened and he sat down on the ground. Zyja. Kurapika immediately ran over to check on him. At the same time, the direction in which Hisoka disappeared. When did you start watching here? Hisoka, who was carrying Leorio, looked at the man in front of him and asked with a smile. Since you started the examiner game. Molek clapped his hands and patted off the sunflower seed crumbs. How can you watch a show without some sunflower seed snacks? Well, I didn't realize that your strength has become much stronger. Hisoka smiled, and then touched the place where he was hit by Zyja's fishing rod. I understand why you came to take the test with those three people. They are really excellent children. When he thought of Zyja and Kurapika's performance, Hisoka couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The immature ones can grow into fruits with good taste. So, are you here to stop me now? I won't do such a boring thing. Molek glanced at Leorio, who was carrying him. Your goals and interests are completely different from mine. As early as in the dense forest, when he was watching Hisoka confront Zyja and the others, the red blind box that was born on the scene had already been collected by him. Is that so? Hisoka touched his chin with one hand, and seemed to think of something. I heard that you and Maki and the other shave you had any contact with them. It's really too much. After I returned to the Sky Arena, Maki was no longer there. If I get hurt again, no one will heal me. Hisoka seemed to be in some kind of trouble, and then looked at Molek. You are more concerned about the troop, right? Ah, that's right. Molek nodded unabashedly. In the next Yukiksen City chapter, after the Phantom Troop officially debuts, that will lead to the birth of higher-level blind boxes one after another. In his eyes, they are all walking high-level blind boxes one after another. Is that so? Hisoka had some ideas again, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Then after this hunter test is over, I can tell you something very interesting. Is it the movement of the Phantom Troop? Molek looked at him calmly. They will gather on August 31st and prepare to launch an operation in Yukiksen City. Oh, do you know this? Well, and I also know that you are also a member of the Phantom Troop, number 4. Molek said lightly, and the purpose of your joining the troop is to fight with the leader Kuroro Luzul. Even the interesting things you said you wanted to tell me, I guess you should be thinking about how to use me to target the Phantom Troop, and then achieve the battle between you and the leader Kurora, right? You even know this. Hisoka couldn't help but sighed in distress. I really can't hide anything from you. Just like when we met last year, you told me everything, but... The distress was instantly swept away, and Hisoka's eyes were fixed on Molek again. You won't stop me from doing good things, right? I don't want to cause myself some unpleasant troubles. Molek said clearly, you can fight as you like, it's your own business. I'm not interested in interfering. Is that so? Then I will just assume that what you said is true. Hisoka quickly changed into a formulaic clown smile. If there is time in the future, I hope we can sit down and have a good chat. Ah, by the way. Hisoka walked forward, shaking Leorio on his shoulder. If I really killed the three of them just now, would you stop me? No. Molek replied directly, also smiling, how to kill people is your pleasure. As long as it doesn't affect me, I have no intention of doing it. Well, let's not talk about whether Hisoka really wants to kill. Even if he really kills Gon and the others, Jin will definitely not stop. And even if Gon is really killed by Hisoka, he will die completely. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He still has the natural fang that can bring people back to life, so resurrection is not a difficult task. Molek is still counting on Gon to continue to promote the plot and gather more blind boxes for him. He is really ruthless. Hisoka left this sentence at the end. But the more ruthless a man is, the more people look forward to him. He took Leorio and completely disappeared in the jungle full of traps. On the other side, Gon and Kurapika restrained their emotions and immediately followed. Molek's figure disappeared quietly here again. He had achieved his purpose of coming here. He got the red blind box and got another blind box. Get the high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Thunder God Pearl. Source World, 9 Dragon Pearl. Swish. While on the way, Molek took out a green, round bead that looked ordinary. 9 Dragon Pearl, also known as Sword Hero Legend. An early work of the original author of Detective Conan. And many contents in Conan are linked to this work. In this Sword Hero Legend, it is said that there are 9 mysterious beads that carry the power of ancient gods. Thunder God Pearl is a pearl with the power of Thunder God. When embedded in the Thunder God sword, it will exert the power of the ancient Thunder God, control thunder and lightning, and gain the power of thunder. This is also the first legendary pearl that the protagonist of Sword Hero Legend, Taijian Juro, can use normally after withstanding the test of Thunder God. Well, the protagonist faces the test of Crisis, which is already a standard plot in most anime. But as long as it can provide me with blind box gains, it is a good plot. Molek put away this Thunder God Pearl casually. It is needless to say that the power is powerful, but it is difficult to guide the pearl before it is embedded in the Thunder God sword to exert its full power. After the test, you can try to guide it. So, after passing through layers of jungle obstacles and easily solving the stupid trap beast that popped up to harm itself. Even Molek saw the martial artist number 76, Chen Li, who was nailed upside down on a tree trunk with his eyes wide open and died. This martial artist, who was originally described by the great god Dongba as having superb skills, also failed to pass Hisoka's test. After traveling all the way, Molek finally arrived at the destination of this round of tests. Biscayne Forest Park, the entrance of the park. Gon and Kurapika have also successfully arrived. They surrounded Leorio, whose cheeks were swollen and was placed under the shade of the tree by Hisoka. Pa! With Satsu raising the command gun, he fired 2 shots at the sky. Time is up. The first round of the test was officially declared over. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Satsu looked around. This is Biscayne Forest Park, and it is also the venue for the second test. Underground Marathon, plus crossing the Chimera wetland. Originally, there were 405 people in the team, but only 149 of them were able to successfully reach here. Okay, I congratulate you all again. Sats put his hands behind his back. Everyone here has passed the first test. I hope you can also pass the second round of tests. I wish you all good luck. After saying that, he nodded to Molek and walked away. Well, Molek knows this guy. After leaving, he will definitely find a big tree to secretly observe. It is just as he thought. After entering the dark jungle, Sats seemed to have awakened some special consciousness immediately. 149 people passed the first round of tests, which is an unexpected harvest. But it's a pity because the examiners for the second round of tests are Menkai and Boela. As he pondered, he could vaguely hear the sound of hunger coming from the park behind him. There are probably less than 50 people who can pass the test of these two. Sats looked back, and according to the difficulty of the questions, there may be less than 10 people left in the end. But among this group of candidates, there are Shisuo and Molek. Maybe something interesting will happen. I'm very interested. Let's take a look before we go. His footsteps stopped where they were. And many candidates naturally gathered in front of the huge iron gatehouse. It seems to be about to start. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I don't know what kind of guy will come out. Maybe he will attack us right from the start. Gurgle. A series of muffled noises rang through the iron gate in the ears of the examines. What's that sound? Before the examines could get confused, the clock on the iron door had already pointed to 12 o'clock. This was just the right time for lunch. Squeak. The green iron door slowly opened, revealing the real situation inside. Facing them was a woman with a sexy figure, wearing a fishnet top, and the young woman in jeans sat on the orange sofa with her legs crossed. Behind the sofa was a big old friend, Boera, who sat on the ground with his buttocks. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. The young woman with pink hair and several braids looked at the candidates in front of her and said with a smile. How is it, are you very hungry, Boera? She raised her head and asked her partner behind her. Gurgle. In response to her, there was a rumble of hunger in her stomach. You also heard Menkai, I'm so hungry that I'm rumbling, Menkai. Boera was so hungry that he was a little depressed and didn't have the energy to respond. He was listless and glanced at the candidates in front of him, ready to cheer up a little. The next step is to fill his stomach. No, it's a cooking test, and he needs these candidates to do it. But... After his eyes swept over a certain person, Boera's eyes suddenly froze. Then his originally cloudy and dim eyes opened as wide as possible at this moment. He looked hard and carefully. And he was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes with his fingers. He found that he was indeed not wrong. Moreover, the person he recognized also smiled and raised his hand, as if he said hello to him. Boera was instantly confirmed in his heart. You all have seen it. Here, Menchi was still explaining the opening remarks to the candidates before the test began. The second test will be conducted by the two of us. Molek, is it really you? Chapter 101. A sudden shout from behind interrupted Menchi's words. It also scared Menchi. What are you doing, Boela? Menchi jumped up from the sofa and turned to glare at Boela. However, Boela ignored Menchi and stared at the candidates in front of him. His look made Menchi angry and curious. What did he shout just now? Molek? Is he one of the candidates? Menchi subconsciously followed Boela's gaze. Does Boela know any candidates who are here to take the test this time? It's not just Menchi who is curious. The candidates outside are even more frightened. Besides the previous Sats, does he even know the examiner for the second round of tests? As a newcomer, the bald Hanzo looked at Molek in amazement, and then moved closer to the other seniors. Did he really beat up the examiner last year? Why do I feel that he knows all these examiners and has such a rich network of contacts? Uncle Bodro, who happened to be asked. What can I say? I was eliminated in the first round of tests last year. I don't know anything and I just heard it. Sure enough, this man is so elusive. The Dongba god in the crowd couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Last year he beat up the examiner, but this year he has already established a good relationship with the examiner. This man is really scary. The other candidates all had similar ideas. Of course, some people had other opinions. too cunning, so he can easily pass this round of tests. Candidate number 255, the wrestler Takuto, muttered there. But not many people paid attention to what he said. After all, with Molek's strength, he can still pass the test easily even if he takes the test normally. It shouldn't have any impact on them, right? Long time no see, Molek. Seeing an acquaintance, especially with whom they had a good relationship before, Boera, who also tasted many exotic dishes, was very happy. You are also here to participate in this year's hunter test. You should have told me in advance, so that if I had known you were coming, I could have made some preparations for you earlier. Other candidates. Hey, as an examiner, you are so blatantly claiming to use the back door for the examens, is this really okay? It turns out that Molek also knows this examiner. Zyajal looked at Molek, then at Boela. It seems that Molek knows people everywhere. Isn't this good news for us? Leorio was very happy and waved his fist. Go back and talk to Molek, and ask the examiner to be accommodating to us during the test, so that we can pass smoothly. But isn't this cheating? Killa said bluntly, Uncle, you accused me of cheating with a skateboard during the underground marathon. He still remembers the incident when Leorio yelled at him. Leorio! The boomerang hit me? Didn't Zyja say that at that time? This didn't violate the rules of the hunter test. Leorio said stubbornly, and this is not a violation, right? Well, according to the rules of the hunter test. Karapika also pondered, as long as the examiner says we passed, then we passed. No matter what method is used, including bribing the examiner. As long as you can do it, you can still successfully get the license. Zyajal looked educated, there is such a rule. But, he said firmly, I still want to pass this test with my true level. No. Seeing that the child was stubborn again, Leorio wanted to tell him to be tactful. I think if you don't pass this round of hunter test with your own strength, you may not pass the next round. Listen to me. And even if you can successfully get the license using this method, you may not be able to keep it later. That. Although I only know how to make special omelette rice, and Aunt Mit thinks it's delicious, I'm willing to try other dishes. I want to rely on myself to pass this level. Actually, I believe that even if Molek knows this examiner, he won't take this approach. By the way, Leorio, what do you want to tell me? No, nothing. Leorio was so depressed by Gon that he shut himself up. Now that you've said this, what else can I say? Karapika and Killua on the side also laughed secretly. But just as Gon said, even if he really passed the test by using unorthodox methods, then the hunter license is meaningless. At the moment, they all perked up and continued to silently pay attention to everything on the field. Hey, long time no see, Boera. Molek also smiled and greeted, and his tone was much more familiar. Compared to Sats just now, he can be said to be more friendly. After all, Boera has been following him for several months, and Boera helped him with food and guidance. The relationship between the two is naturally incomparable. How are you doing recently? Thanks to Molek. When he mentioned this, Boela smiled even more happily. I was recently rated as a 1-star food hunter. Congratulations. No, it's all thanks to the cooking methods you gave me to try, which gave me a lot of novel inspiration. Molek was sincerely happy and congratulated Boela. Boela also shared his joy with great interest. Menkai next to him heard something. Cooking methods? Novel inspiration. She knew that there was a trend in the food hunter circle recently, which was brought about by Boela. It is said that Boela has come up with a very novel cooking method for a new dish. The taste and texture are very different from the usual cooking methods, but the taste is surprisingly good. Later, the Hunter Association determined that the cooking method that Boera brought out can be used in the kitchens of various countries. It brings a new experience and attempt to the people's livelihood in many regions. It may even have the potential to become a new type of basic cuisine. It is precisely based on his achievements in this regard that Boera was awarded the title of 1-star hunter. And Menkai, as the top rising star in the food hunter world, has an extremely strong curiosity and the courage to try an enterprising spirit in the face of new things. She is also very curious about Boera's cooking. Even if she has tasted some strange dishes such as sour fish and ants climbing trees. But it still can't dispel her curiosity. Instead, it made her realize the infinite possibilities of this cuisine at the first time. There is a sufficient amount of room for research and development. Therefore, this year's Hunter test, after hearing that Boela accepted the invitation, Menkai also chose to accept it without hesitation and came here together. Originally, she was thinking about whether she could dig out other novel delicacies and dishes that she had never eaten from Boela. By the way, see what kind of dishes these candidates can make. However, what she didn't expect was that Boela actually knew a candidate present. And from what he said, to read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. It seems that this candidate seems to be closely related to the dishes he brought out before. Molek? Molek. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Men-Chi muttered to herself, and then suddenly remembered. Oh, it's the dangerous candidate who beat up the examiner last year. Thinking of the tragedy that happened in the Hunter test last year, and the kind reminder from the test committee when she took over the job this year, Men-Chi remembered such a person. But does a dangerous person like this who beat up the examiner know what a dish is? She felt it necessary to maintain reasonable doubts about this. Okay, continue what you didn't say just now. Men-Chi clapped her hands and drew everyone's attention back. This was still during the Hunter test, and Boela was chatting with someone, and she had to ensure that the test went on normally. Sure enough, I am more reliable than Boera. It is a wise choice for the association to choose me as the examiner. She thought so and agreed with it. This time, the Hunter test will be conducted by the two of us, the gourmet hunters. Gourmet hunter? What is that? Leorio and Gon, who heard this classification for the first time, raised the question together. The so-called gourmet hunter is a hunter who pursues various ingredients and dishes all over the world and constantly creates more advanced human delicacies. Kurapika still has to explain the doubt. Of course, the gourmet hunter itself is the top cook. The bald man Hanzo, who was listening next to him, immediately guessed, then in that case. That's right. Men-Chi snapped his fingers. The topic of the second round of tests is cooking. Cooking. Many candidates shouted out this topic in a clear and loud voice, which did not surprise them, but they were unwilling to accept it. Takuto, a wrestler wearing purple clothes and pigtails, couldn't help but say disdainfully. Tisk, we finally got to this level, but we have to be chefs for no reason. If you are not satisfied with this round of test questions, you can go back now. Seeing the attitude of these candidates towards cooking, Menkai's face suddenly became not very good. If there are others who don't want to participate, it doesn't matter if you go back now. Suddenly, all the discussions on the scene died down. Well, except for Boera and Molek, who were reminiscing about the past and asking about the changes and developments during this period. It seems that no one should complain anymore, right? Looking around, after finding no one had any objections, Maki's tone also softened. Then I would like to ask, what kind of food do you want to cook? Bald Hanzo asked, what are the conditions for passing? First, all candidates need to cook the dishes specified by Boera. Originally, Boera was supposed to start explaining, but after a while, I found that he had no idea in this regard. Menkai shook his head and said it for him. Only those who pass Boera's test are qualified to continue to cook the dishes I specify. In other words, as long as both of us think it tastes good, it means that you have successfully passed the second round of tests. However, as soon as these words came out, the wrestler Takuto, who had already disagreed with the test questions, was furious. How can there be such a thing in the world? He said indignantly, whether it tastes good or not depends on personal subjective judgment. Other examines who felt that it was inappropriate also echoed. Even if we all think it's delicious, if it doesn't suit the taste of the two examiners, isn't it all over? Yeah, what a joke! Isn't this unreasonable? Such words made the scene noisy again. Men-Chi's brows suddenly twisted. Okay, okay. Listen to me. She suddenly raised her voice to cover up the dissatisfied voices. I've already said it just now, those who don't want to take this test, it doesn't matter if you go home and eat yourself now. As she said that, she made a gesture of expulsion. What are you talking about? We finally came here, how can we go back like this? Leorio would not accept it. After saying that, he thought about it again and glanced at Molek, who was talking to Blair next to him. While the other candidates were arguing with Takuto, he whispered to them. Molek seems to have a good relationship with the examiner. Can we ask him to ask the examiner to say delicious when he tastes the food we made? After saying that, Leorio quickly added, of course, I didn't cheat on purpose. If it was other ways, it would be fine, but I'm really not good at cooking. And if I'm eliminated because of cooking, I will never accept it. I feel the same way. Killa next to him agreed, I just found the hunter test interesting. If we are eliminated for such a strange cooking reason, I, Qian Zhao, don't think it's a very interesting thing. But Kurapika made the worst plan. Even if Molek helps us and lets the tall examiner named Boera help us pass his test. He looked at Menchi, who was standing by with his arms crossed and watching the candidates quarreling. But with the personality of that female examiner, it's hard to say whether you can pass her test. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, that female examiner is more difficult to deal with. You say. Leorio thought about it and came up with a new guess. Molek has such a good relationship with that gourmet hunter examiner, maybe because his cooking skills are also quite good. Seeing Kurapika and Killua looking at him with a speechless expression, Leorio also felt that it was a little unreliable. Just based on Molek's outfit, plus his personality and strength. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone with a very high level of cooking skills. This style is totally out of place. Then maybe we can ask Molek to ask that male examiner to help us cook. Okay. Kurapika looked troubled and stopped Leorio's various fanciful and extremely unreliable ideas. In this kind of crooked way of taking advantage of loopholes and stealing gaps, Leorio is smarter than anyone else. And let the other examiner help them pass the difficult questions of another examiner? It's really amazing that he can think of it. Well, sorry, please continue. Zyja didn't think about these at all, and continued to ask Menkai directly. In short, if only the two of us think it's delicious, then we've passed the test. Seeing that no one dared to speak this time, Menchi put one hand on his waist and continued to shake his fingers. Chapter 102. This exam will end when we are full. When Menchi said this, many candidates looked at him again. The male examiner should be a big eater, but the female examiner doesn't seem to be able to eat much. It seems that many people will be eliminated in this round. So we have to be one step ahead and submit the food in advance to pass in time. The candidates were thinking about the skills to pass. Boela. After waiting for a while, Menchi finally couldn't help it this time. It's your turn to ask questions. She shouted directly to Boera, you haven't finished yet. You should know that your role here is the examiner of the hunter test. If you have anything else to say, you can wait until it's over. It doesn't matter how long you want to say it. She said righteously, you must live up to your current identity. Sorry Menkai, I was so immersed in the conversation that I almost forgot. Boera scratched his head after reacting. After apologizing to Menkai, he immediately looked at Molek. Then we'll have a chance to talk again after this round of testing is over. It's okay, just do your thing first. Molek didn't mind at all, and asked casually. What is the test question you want to give? Aha, this. When it comes to this topic, Boela's face suddenly ripples. The question I originally wanted to give is roasted whole pig. After all, that is my favorite food. Even if you, Molek, brought me so many other special dishes, it still couldn't shake the position of this dish in my heart. But he looked around at the candidates who were listening attentively and grinned. I have changed my mind now. Other candidates. What do you mean, after meeting Molek, you changed the test questions in your mind? It's not that the questions are biased towards him, right? It's that wrestler Takuto who is looking for death, muttering there. Be quiet, idiot. The bald guy Hanzo next to him couldn't help it. Even if we change the test questions, isn't it a good thing for us? There are so many people here. If it's roasted whole pigs, how many can he eat by himself? The number of qualified people will definitely be greatly reduced by then. Takuto was directly silenced by Hanzo's words. Mainly because it sounds really reasonable. Do you want to change the test questions? The sudden change of the plot also aroused Molek's interest. What do you want to change? I still like to eat pork. Boela said without hesitation, but I want to try a different way of eating 343. The main reason is. He looked at Molek again and couldn't help but chuckle. I want to try it, Molek. What are your cooking skills like? It would be interesting to use your cooking skills to make those dishes. Are you sure? Molek also laughed when he heard it. When I traveled with you before, you were the one who made the dishes. I never cooked. I'm sure. Boela nodded vigorously, with great trust in his eyes. I think you can definitely make the dishes I like. They have traveled together. The examinee and Menkai, who were listening attentively, had the same idea at the same time. No wonder they have such a good relationship. Xiaojiet and the others nodded in understanding. And that examiner also wants to try Morek's cooking skills, which means Morek's cooking skills must be amazing. Killa also accurately captured this point. He can still cook. Well, and being able to travel with professional hunters, and judging from the way and content of the conversation, it has always been the male examiner who cooks. Obviously Morek is in a dominant position. Karapika analyzed again. This means that Morek's personal ability may definitely be above the ability of this male examiner, or even other examiner hunters. I don't care about my ability now. Leorio was a little anxious. Compared to this, I just want to know what the test questions are. What kind of food do we have to make? Not only him, but also other examines think so. And Menchi, who was even more curious, was also looking forward to what topic Boera would give him. Ahem, the topic I gave is. Boera coughed twice, and then. Molek. He fainted. What dish are you best at? You ask him. A candidate. The candidates were almost knocked down by Boera's trick. Even Menchi staggered and was shaken, almost bending his waist. As an examiner, you are so blatant that you start asking candidates about test questions. I said I could let Molek try. Leorio, whose glasses almost fell off, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Is it what I am best at, Abe? Even Molek was a little surprised to hear Boela's question. But when he looked at Boela's extremely bright and expectant eyes, he immediately understood. Now Boela just wanted to taste the best food from him based on his identity as a food hunter. He was simply blinded by his appetite. But you are still an examiner of the hunter test, Boela. Molek decided to help him awaken his sense of responsibility as an examiner. If it were me, I would be researching a very interesting dish recently. What dish? Boela asked impatiently. The corner of Molek's mouth slowly raised an arc. 9 turn large intestine. 9 turn, large intestine. The first 2 words were fine, but after the last 2 words, Boera's face changed instantly. Large intestines, pig large intestines, what are they used for? There is no need to say more. Boera knew that among the many dishes that Molek gave him, many of them involved the processing of internal organs. Large intestines were the highlight. He also believed that with Molek's skills, he would definitely process the large intestines very cleanly, and then cook them beautifully and serve them on his table. But if it is for other candidates? 9 turn large intestine? What kind of dish is this? Have you heard of it? I don't know, no impression. Large intestine, it should be pig's large intestine? Can this thing be eaten? Who knows, but in some special ethnic groups and regions, there should be dishes of this kind. Is the focus on cooking? Shouldn't the focus be on how to handle such ingredients? That's right, you know, it's a pig's large intestine. Can it be used as an ingredient? Could it be a synonym for some other substitute ingredient? I would rather think so. Anyway, I won't handle such ingredients, and I don't want to do it. Me too, as long as I think about this aspect. Ugh! Faintly, when thinking of the situation that might be faced, the faces of many candidates all changed. Old hands like Dongba God couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Snake charmer Scarpeng's hands were shaking a little, and monkey charmer Somi and his partner monkey both retched together. Gretel looked ugly, and Bakuer couldn't help but grab his hair. Girls like Peng Si were even more frightened, and the sniper blonde beauty Shi Ba also wiped the sniper rifle in his arms vigorously to calm down. Bodro stared at his hands, as if making some serious decision. I am a senior ninja from the secret group Kumagakuer. Since I was born, what kind of training have I not experienced? Those are not a problem, let alone you said that a dish like this wouldn't be difficult for me. Hanzo started to mutter again. But seeing how he was gritting his teeth and the veins on his bald forehead, you could tell that he was struggling in his heart. Even the rhythm of the jitalaku that was tapping in the corner was a little disordered. Hisoka, who was originally watching the show, looked at his slender hands, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. I don't want to cook such a dish. Killa was the first one to refuse among the protagonists. Even if he could cut open the whole pig in 1 second, he would never touch the so-called food. Even Killua was unwilling to admit that it was food. The knife he had practiced with great difficulty was not used for such a place. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It's really disgusting. Even with Kurapika's restraint, he couldn't stand it. He can put down his dignity for his friends, but this kind of psychological and physical disgust. He may be a little helpless. If you have to cook this kind of food to pass. Zyuja's face fell into an extremely tangled look. Although he was also very resistant, if this was the only way to pass, I guess he would still really do it. Actually, I think this dish is pretty good. On the contrary, Leorio rolled up his sleeves and surprisingly did not complain. Such a test question, besides being a little disgusting, can actually discourage more other candidates and eliminate more people. For me, this is an opportunity. Leorio was full of energy. For him, who was born in the slums, he had encountered more disgusting things than this. For him, this was completely acceptable. 9-turn large intestine. What a unique dish. Sats, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, had his nose hair curled. Is it a special dish cooked with special ingredients? It seems that Morek's hometown is very good at this kind of unconventional cuisine. He only thought of using this word to describe it. Anyway, such a dish. I don't want to eat it, nor do I look forward to it. Sats himself was shaking his head. But if it is used as a test question, it is a very good test for the candidates. Then it is necessary to learn to endure everything and overcome all difficulties in an unknown and harsh environment. It is indeed a bit disgusting. Sats agrees with the significance of this question, but he will never meet. If this question is really asked, he will never stay here for even a second longer. And the question is just a suggestion now, it has not been finalized, and it will depend on the examiner's opinion in the end. For the examiner who is currently involved. 9-turn large intestine. After listening to the chat feedback from many candidates, Boera couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Don't get me wrong, this is not a sign of greed, but a real shock. As a food hunter, Boera dared not even think about it. If a candidate really brought a plate of unprocessed, smelly large intestines to him, will he eat it or not? He even dared not imagine that scene. I don't want to ask such a question. Boera's face turned pale and he shook his head quickly. Boela. At this time, Menkai's gnashing voice came from beside him. What are you doing? Menkai, who also heard the words of the candidates and made associations, was also a little crazy. Give me your own questions seriously, idiot. I know. Boela finally glanced at Molek and saw his half-smile. Boela, who almost understood his intention, immediately touched the back of his head. Ahem, the jokes stop here. He quickly took control of the current situation, next is the real question. As soon as these words came out, many candidates really breathed a sigh of relief. Some people patted their chests there, with a look of lingering fear and relief. There was also a feeling of surviving a disaster. Great, I'm alive. You shouldn't have given such a question. The person who came up with this dish is a pervert, eh? After realizing that it was Molek who came up with this dish, they all shut up. Not bad, not bad. Killua and Gon breathed a sigh of relief, and Kurapika also looked lucky. Actually, this question is pretty good. Only Leorio was mumbling in disappointment. But since they had decided not to make that dish, they could only cheer up and listen to Boera's test questions. The name of the dish I want to order is... Boela thought for a moment, and then calmed down. Braised pork. Many candidates heard this name for the first time, and they all repeated it again. Braised pork. Even Menkai raised her eyebrows, she had only vaguely heard of this dish. It seems to be a strange dish that Boela mastered later. But she had never seen it, nor tasted it. Braised meat? What a strange name. Do you know what it is? Of course I don't know. I have no idea at all. From the name, is it to use kitchen utensils to hold the meat together? It seems so. Aren't there stoves with all kinds of pots and pans in the house? Using kitchen utensils to hold the meat together. Can it be eaten? Many candidates also looked at the stoves in the house with complete kitchen utensils. Obviously, the two examiners have prepared everything for them. Baziro, this is the first time I've heard of this name. Leorio was confused, how to make such a dish. Just now, the male examiner mentioned when chatting with Molek that he originally wanted to eat roasted whole pig, but later changed his mind. Kurapika continued to analyze subjectively, but he said that he still wanted to eat pork, which means... Killa followed up in time, the main ingredient of this dish is pork. Many candidates who were also listening to Boera's conversation also realized this. Knowing that pork is the main ingredient is the key, but how to make it? Molek should know, right? Zyja thought at the first time, Mr. Examiner changed his mind because of Molek, so Molek must know the method, right? There are many candidates who have the same idea as Zyja, and they all subconsciously look in Molek's direction. Molek. Zyja is even more direct, without any defensive awareness, he asked in front of so many people, what is pork stew, how to make it? Hey, hey, hey! Kurapika and Killua next to him held their foreheads. Leorio wanted to go up and cover Zyja's mouth. Chapter 103. In this case, they should take advantage of this advantage and pass first before talking about other things. Shaojie really has no sense of competition at all. Braised pork. When asked, Molek smiled. It's been a long time since I made it. Braised pork, a traditional snack of the flower-growing family, is a fragrant big piece of meat. It has a strong sauce flavor, is fat but not greasy, and tastes so good in the mouth. Braised pork is related to the public sacrifice of an ancient country. Seeing the obscure eyes of many candidates, Molek simply did not hide it. After all, he also knew that the main purpose of Boela coming here to participate in the hunter test as an examiner was to fill his stomach. He would not expect the candidates to make any top-notch dishes. As long as you can complete the hunting of the porcupine, no matter how it tastes, you will be qualified in Boera. So, Molek directly told the method, so that at least these candidates can do it in a similar way. It won't be so painful for Boera to eat. After the public sacrifice in ancient times, the meat used for the sacrifice should be cut into rectangular blocks and distributed to the participants. Since the rectangular meat blocks must be tied with green cattail or horsetail grass when they are divided, forming a tie form, the name Beza meat came into being. However, there is another saying that when Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei became sworn brothers, they became sworn brothers. As a butcher, Zhang Fei cooked the chopped pork and the dishes in the pot together. Later, a famous chef perfected this method, and now there is the current Beza meat. Of course, there is no need to tell such allusions. That is to say, select the best fat from a pig, cut it into several long strips, and tie it into a bunch with hemp or straw ropes. As the candidates suddenly understood, Molek continued. Soak it in soy sauce, boil it over high heat and simmer it for about an hour, and it's almost done. So that's it. Many candidates nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had learned it. It sounds like the whole process is not difficult. The only difficult part may be getting pork. Ah, Molek just said the recipe for this dish. Leorio, who failed to gain an advantage, was very sad, feeling that he had lost hundreds of millions of ringies. It doesn't really matter. It takes an hour to stew meat anyway. Other candidates can learn by following along during this time. Karapika understood, it's just a matter of time. After listening to Molek's simple method, the other candidates memorized it. Bald Ninja Hanzohi curled his lips while recording. For a test question like this that only he knows, the most correct approach is to pass the test quietly and calmly by himself. Unlike now, all the candidates know it. If it were him, he would not do such a good deed. Another examiner, Men Chi, also memorized the method of making braised pork in his heart. However, with the judgment of a gourmet hunter on gourmet food, Men Chi immediately realized that the method that Molek said was not complete. Or, it was too rough. With this method, braised pork can be made, but it may not be the best in terms of deliciousness. For the candidates, it may be enough. But she, who has a strict pursuit of the taste of the dishes, will not be satisfied with just these. After learning the recipe from Molek, the other candidates did not act immediately. Instead, they looked at Boera who was sitting there. Yes, it's this kind of pork with a stick. Boera seemed to have thought of something, his mouth opened wide, and his face was red. I will never forget the taste of this meat. Very good, even this male examiner has confirmed it, then it's even better. Many candidates were immediately certain. Then everyone can freely choose various pigs that live in this Biscayne Forest Park. Boera drooled and immediately announced, the second round of tests officially begins. Catch the pig. Soon, more than 140 candidates immediately swarmed towards the forest outside. Ha ha ha, it seems that this round of test is just about catching pigs, no problem. That's right, I didn't expect that man to be able to tell us how to cook so easily. He may think that it is a dish he is good at, and he can pass it whether he tells us or not. Hee, anyway, this also gives us a chance, we have to catch it quickly. That's right, after all, there are more than 100 candidates here. Although the male examiner looks huge and has an amazing appetite, it is limited after all. A group of candidates all ran towards the forest park outside with their heads down. At this time, inside the greenhouse. Boela, do you know that candidate? Men Chi, who was also analyzing the method of making braised pork, finally found a gap and asked Boela. Ah, I met Molek last year. Still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the sumptuous braised pork feast that the examinee was about to bring him, Boera responded subconsciously. He is a very powerful and great guy. Boera thought of Molek's act of curing diseases and saving lives in the town of Balolier. Is that so? Men Chi's eyes rolled around, then what about braised pork, and those twice-cooked pork and pickled fish dishes you made before? Ah, they were all taught to me by Molek. Boela nodded repeatedly. I heard from Molek that there are 8 major cuisines in his hometown at the mainstream level, not to mention the others. For example, twice-cooked pork and pickled fish are Sichuan cuisine, one of the 8 major cuisines, and braised pork seems to belong to Shandong cuisine, another one. 8 major cuisines? Are there so many novel cooking directions and dishes? Men Chi's curiosity was aroused. How come I have never heard of it before? I haven't heard of it either. Boela scratched his head, but Molek said these are all dishes from his hometown, and the cooking methods he brought out are indeed something I have never seen before. Anyway, I believe him. Boela's saliva flowed again, and he began to wander in beautiful fantasies again. Men Chi. Sure enough, as long as there is food, you don't care about so much, right? But you are a bad guy. Men Chi glanced at Boela. You said that you can choose any kind of pig in this forest. There is only one kind of pig in Biscayne Forest Park, right? That is the most ferocious in the world, the hog-nosed pig. Hog-nosed pig, a carnivorous species. It has a big and hard nose as a weapon, which can easily kill the enemy by hitting it. If you don't have time to escape, you will even become the prey of the pig. When some candidates found the hog-nosed pig with the mentality that it was just a wild boar, their fate was already doomed. It can only be said that it was a bit miserable to pass the first level with great difficulty, but fall under such a pig's nose. In the forest. Crack! A strong crisp sound came from deep inside, as if something was broken. Oh! It's really hard. Molek looked at the pig nose that he broke off directly in his hand with interest. The texture in his hand was really hard, worthy of the title of indestructible. Unfortunately, in his hands, it was as easy as kneading tofu. This nose is really hard. Next to him, a magician who was not willing to be outdone also cut off the nose of the big nose crazy pig with a playing card. Braised pork, a dish I've never heard of. Hisso passed by Molek holding the body of the big nose crazy pig. Is this the delicacy from your hometown? Is it the delicacy you remembered before coming to Meteor Street? For Hisoka's test, Lake ignored him. You can also ask Phaeton this question, he also knows the language of his hometown. It is normal for people in Meteor Street to know something from their hometown. Whoa. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. On the other side, other candidates were still being chased by the big nose pig. As long as you break the pig's nose, you can defeat it, right? While running away, Zyja looked at Molek's actions thoughtfully. Don't be ridiculous. How can we break such a hard pig nose easily? Leorio was chased by the pig and ran wildly without forgetting to complain. I just saw the hidden weapons thrown by the ninja, all of which were bounced away by the pig nose. And that wrestler threw a big rock, but it was still smashed by the pig nose. Then why can Molek? Because he is not at the same level as us. After saying this, Leorio continued to hide here and there. Is that so? Zyja scratched his head, and then jumped directly at the big-nosed pig that rushed over. Jumped on its back. Then, bang! He raised the fishing rod in his hand and hit the nose of the boar hard. Hiss, it still doesn't work. Zyja shook his sore hands and felt a little numb. What kind of strange competitive spirit do you have? From a distance, Leorio could hear the uncontrollable complaints. It must be said that Zyja's attack still brought some pain to the boar. It immediately struggled violently on the spot. Don't move. Zyja on his back was a little dizzy from the shaking, and then the fishing rod in his hand fell again. Bang! This time it hit Jensen's head. Because for most of any creature, the fatal points are nothing more than the head and heart. There is no doubt that the big nose of the mad boar is to protect its fragile head. Zero seeking flowers. Oh! The mad boar screamed, and then fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. So the weakness is in the head. After Zyja's actions were seen by others, all the candidates found a way to capture him. Leorio picked up the briefcase, and Kurapika untied his double swords. Other candidates also took action. Soon, the mad boar in the entire Biscayne Forest Park was in trouble. Because the pork belly is used for the pork belly, many candidates simply put the whole all the giant-nosed pigs were brought back together. If I fail to cook well, I can cook them again on the spot. So, the whole Biscayne Forest presented a very spectacular scene. A group of candidates held huge giant-nosed pigs and returned to the test site. I didn't expect to catch so many. Even Menchi crossed his arms and said in surprise. It seems that we really underestimated this group of candidates. Well, it's really a big harvest. Outside the house, Sats, who was still sitting on the treetops peeping at the test, was also pinching his nose hair. But the key is to make all these pigs into the dish of braised pork. Strange braised pork, a dish that has never been seen or heard of. An unknown dish that can be chosen by Boela, one of the best gourmets in the world, must be very challenging. It is interesting to see how many people can satisfy his unusual taste. But Sats's eyes were focused on Molek, who had come to the stove. Even if you know how to make an unknown dish like braised pork, it may not be that simple to cook it. So, the focus is on Molek, the only one who knows how to make this dish besides the examiner. Sats was curious about what kind of dish this was in the tree. Many candidates in the factory also took the best piece of pork belly from the Hogwarts. Then, all of them looked at Molek, waiting for his next cooking action. Even if he had already told them how to cook, what if there were mistakes in the steps, he said. So they still had to observe his every move carefully to ensure that there would be no problems with their cooking. So, in addition to testing the hunting ability against the Hogwarts, this level also tests observation, right? Some candidates who are good at analysis, such as Karapika, further understood the purpose of this test. Under the gaze of many candidates, Molek put a piece of good pork belly on the chopping board. He picked up the knife next to him and looked at it, then shook his head and put it back. What does this mean? His actions surprised everyone. Don't you need a knife to cut this dish? Do you cook such a large piece of pork belly directly? But the pot won't fit it. Just when the candidates were confused, they saw Molek flip his hand. Instantly, a black knife that seemed to shine like a star appeared. A kitchen knife as shiny as black appeared in Molek's hand. That kitchen knife. Men-Chi, who was sitting on the sofa and ready to watch Molek's cooking, stood up at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on the kitchen knife in Molek's hand. As one of the best gourmets and cooks in the world, her knowledge and understanding of kitchen utensils is far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, when Molek took out this strange kitchen knife, she had already noticed the extraordinary nature of this kitchen utensil. What kind of knife is that? Men-Chi only felt that the knife held in Molek's hand was so attractive to her. She herself had a restless, extremely eager, and urgent desire to possess it from the bottom of her heart. This is definitely not an ordinary kitchen utensil. Even the kitchen utensil made by a psychic user is far from attracting me as much as it is now. And the knife that Molek took out was also something that was opened from the red blind box that was born in this green factory just now. Get a high-level blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Garudin knife. Source World, Cooking Master. Garudin knife, one of the legendary kitchen utensils in Cooking Master. Chapter 104. It is a pair with the Eternal Spirit Blade and is a kitchen utensil with incredible mysterious power. Legend has it that the ancient famous chef Ziyuli made 8 magical kitchen utensils with meteorites falling from the sky. Because the power of the kitchen utensils is too strong, these 8 kitchen utensils are sealed in 8 places in mainland China. If a chef can master the use of 8 kitchen utensils at the same time, the dishes cooked by using 8 kitchen utensils together can make the eater immortal. The kitchen utensils also have magical powers and can be used alone. Garudin knife is a kitchen knife specially used for handling birds and beasts. Its ability is to completely purify the ingredients between cutting. Therefore, when Molek held the Garudin knife and cut the pork belly of the Anaki pig with the knife, it seemed that there was no hindrance at all, and the blade penetrated the meat so smoothly. In just a moment, the huge piece of pork belly was cut into long strips of meat. And when the meat was cut, everyone could see it clearly. The color of those pieces of meat became brighter and redder. It was as if they were still full of vitality. Compared to the slightly dull pieces of meat in their hands, it was like 2 levels of meat. This is the Garudin knife, which purifies all ingredients. Whether it is a piece of meat that has long been rotten, or a piece of meat like a pufferfish with toxins all over its body. Under the cutting of this knife, everything will be purified to the freshest and most perfect state. That is definitely not an ordinary knife. Men-Chi's eyes suddenly became bright. She saw all the effects of the Garudin knife. If I can use this knife to process those special ingredients. Thinking of some ingredients in this world that require extremely special methods to cook successfully. With such a knife, the cooking work will definitely be reduced by most. 6, 2, 3 This is a precious knife that is enough to make the cook fall in love with it. At least, Men-Chi looked at the knife in Molek's hand, and the heat and envy in his eyes could not be concealed at all. And Boela's thoughts were relatively simple. If you use this knife to cook ingredients, the taste of the braised pork made by Molek will definitely be quite good, right? His eyes and mouth also revealed great desire and expectation. Well, the reactions of the 2 food hunters were different. The other candidates focused on the cooking methods. In their eyes, they saw Molek cut the huge pork belly into 8 pieces. Then he tied it up with the cattails he picked outside. It bubbled twice with bloody soup. Kulapika and Hanzo, who are particularly good at hands-on learning, followed and recorded while Molek was working. Add broth to the pot, then star anise, star anise, no salt, and then boil it, right? Everyone started working at the same time. Some candidates were in a hurry and didn't know the difference between star anise and other seasonings. They just put them into the pot. Compared with Molek's smooth movements, it was a world of difference. In addition to that knife, is this man's cooking level so high? Men-Chi, who was still immersed in the attraction of the Garudin knife, suddenly came back to her senses. She noticed that from the time Molek opened the market to process the meat of the Hokusaurus, whether it was knife skills or ingredients, they were impeccable. The whole person's cooking skills were much better than most chefs she had seen. Even some one-star gourmet hunters can't compare with him. You have such a great cooking skill, so you can own this knife. Men-Chi admitted that at this moment, it was not just the magical knife that attracted her. And the one who could cook, Molek himself. There is a saying that men who can cook are very handsome. Especially the dishes they make are particularly attractive. Men-Chi's throat rolled a little, and she wanted to try Molek's dishes. She was shocked by Molek's cooking skills. The super chef cooking skills that also came from Chef Boy, but it was a perfect match with the Garudin knife. It was so perfect. After cooking for a while, I realized that the time and heat were almost right. Molek immediately opened the pot, picked out the long pieces of meat, and put them in the jar next to him. Inside the jar was the soy sauce that had been seasoned long ago. He covered the lid, boiled the pot over high heat and simmered it slowly. This was the last step of this dish. While the meat was stewing, the mellow aroma began to slowly drift out of the factory. What a nice smell! A group of candidates almost sniffed their noses at the same time, and then swallowed their saliva. First, they ran dozens of kilometers in the underground tunnel, and ran a marathon for several hours. Then they were always alert in the dangerous environment of the Shimile wetland. Then they went to hunt the most ferocious boar in the world, and almost became pig feed. After such a high-intensity test, they had already felt a little tired and hungry. They stared at the jar with their eyes wide open for who knows how long. All right. Molek, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his glasses and then directly opened the jar. Immediately, the rich and mellow meat aroma spread throughout the factory. Gurgle. Boela's stomach growled even louder, and the saliva at the corners of his mouth flowed wildly. What a nice smell! Even Menkai twitched her nose, couldn't help but salivate, and licked the corners of her mouth with her pink tongue. She suddenly wanted to taste the taste of the meat made by Molek. It's really a very good smell. Even Sats, who was squatting on the treetop outside the factory, couldn't help but exclaimed. Even he had never smelled this level of fragrance. The other candidates were also swallowing their saliva wildly, watching Molek pick out the big pieces of meat. The bright red and fresh meat, with fat and lean, was really mouth-watering. It looks delicious. Leorio wiped his saliva and stared at it. So I said that Molek's cooking skills are also very good. Xiaojie subconsciously wanted to put his index finger into his mouth. With a particularly keen sense of smell, he could smell the mellow aroma of the big meat. It was as if he was kissing his nose continuously, making his throat roll subconsciously. Under the eyes of many candidates who could not move away, Molek put the 8 pieces of meat on the plate and brought it to Boera. Please taste. He smiled and made a gesture of invitation. I'm starting. Boera, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, shouted happily, and then did not use chopsticks at all. Using his big fat hand, he directly grabbed a piece of pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Well, it was just taken out of the boiling jar. The meat was still steaming hot, and it looked very hot. But Boera just picked it up and threw it into his mouth without caring. He was really a ruthless iron hand and a ruthless iron mouth. Beiji beiji. There was no sound in the entire factory. Except for the gurgling sound of the jar lid when cooking pork, there was only the sound of Boera chewing the meat. Gurgle. With the rolling of his throat, Boera swallowed the whole piece of meat. Then. Delicious. The extremely satisfied, joyful voice from the heart shouted out from Boera's throat. It's so delicious, it's really delicious. Everyone can see Boera's excitement. It's so fragrant, fat but not greasy, lean but not dry, the taste of this meat is even better than tofu, and it's even more tender. Boera kept praising, and then picked up another one without hesitation. He stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. The taste is so mellow, and the meat flavor is quite strong, which fully develops the deliciousness and fragrance of the pig with a nose. He smacked his lips, and felt that one piece was not enough, so he took 2 or 3 pieces in succession and stuffed them into his mouth together. It is really a long-lasting aftertaste, and the fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth. Boela was so full of oil when he ate it, and he was so satisfied. Any candidate who saw it knew that Molek's qualification was a foregone conclusion. And the taste of the dish he made was really that other candidates could not find any faults just by looking at it. I want to eat it too. Zyja was a little jealous when he saw it, and Menkai next to Boela had the same idea as him. She really wanted to taste this taste. I was so jealous that I wanted to try the flawless and perfect dish made by Molek's cooking skills. Even if it was just one bite. But unfortunately, Boela didn't give Menkai this opportunity. Or rather, he never thought of sharing this delicacy that he loved so much with others. Soon, Boela wiped out all the pork chops that Molek brought up like a whirlwind. It's really delicious. Under Menkai's stretched neck, Boela kept smacking his lips, immersed in this delicious taste. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. You are undoubtedly qualified, Molek. Boela immediately announced Molek's qualification. Thank you. Molek thanked him without any surprise. Whether it was his cooking skills or his skill in catching the porcupine, he was undoubtedly qualified. After the first qualified candidate appeared, all the candidates reacted with a stern look. The most important thing at the moment was to pass. Then one by one, they began to stare at the jar in front of them, calculating the time to cook. But at the same time, some candidates began to murmur in their hearts. The food made by that man tastes very good at first glance. What if the examiner eats his food and raises his expectations and requirements, and our cooking is not too good? Many candidates had such concerns in their hearts, and a sense of urgency rose in their hearts. 0. The whole factory was filled with the aroma of large pieces of meat. Yoshi, it's done. Following Molek's steps, Leorina followed closely behind. After Molek, he was the first to finish cooking the meat. But when he opened the jar and took out the pieces of meat from it, the red and black meat pieces made the curious people around lose their appetite at a glance. It's obvious that there is too much soy sauce. Menchi glanced at it and then looked away. Compared with the dish that Molek brought just now, it was far worse. The two were not on the same level at all. But when this dish was brought to Boera, delicious. He swallowed all the meat slices in one gulp and gave such an evaluation. Yaxia! Leorio roared excitedly and waved his fist there. Seeing the second qualified person besides Molek appear, some candidates felt more urgent. Some people even stopped using the original small fire and turned to the big fire directly in order to finish it faster. Mine is done too. Xiaojie took out the crooked meat and immediately sent it to Boera. Your knife skills are too bad. Menchi just took a look and said in his heart. Boera put it all into his mouth again, it tastes good. I passed too. Xiaojie shouted happily. Then Kilua and Karapika also served their dishes. The fat and lean are uneven. Too much spices. Menchi picked out various problems one by one, and Boera accepted them all and gave a delicious evaluation. Seeing this, the other candidates also presented their braised pork dishes. In order to pass the test as soon as possible, some people opened the pot and put the meat in before the stewing time was up. In this regard, Boera accepted all the meat. Even if it was the meat that Jidala served, it was in pieces and could barely be seen as meat. Boera swallowed it with difficulty, his throat rolling. Not bad. In short, it was not bad. Soon, as the meat aroma in the house gradually faded, Boera swallowed the last piece of pork into his mouth. I'm full. He burped and patted his round belly. The whole person looked particularly satisfied. Boela, do you mean that every dish of braised pork you eat tastes good? There are a lot of stewed, and even raw meat. Menchi couldn't stand it. You are so picky, what kind of examiner are you? What's wrong? Boela, who had eaten and drunk a lot, leaned there lazily. Anyway, I have eliminated a lot of people. Besides, this round of testing is not about their cooking skills. Men-chi, you are so easy to talk to. 4.3 She said helplessly, don't forget that you are a food hunter, you should stick to your different taste. As a result, seeing that Boela still looked full and could not eat anything, she could only sigh. I really can't do anything with you. Menkai took out the drumstick and hit the drum next to him hard. 71 people passed the test of cooking the big nose crazy pig braised meat. The number of people is about the same as the original result. After all, in Boela's level, those who can hunt the big nose crazy pig are basically qualified. While the candidates cheered, Sats on the treetop next to them also nodded. 71 people are indeed a very good number. Although the ferocious pig's forehead is a fatal weakness, it is not difficult to catch it as long as you master it. But to attack the world's most violent wild boar, it still requires considerable courage and instant judgment. You must also have extraordinary talent. He analyzed it again and qualified as a commentator. But now is the real challenge. In the second half of the test, that girl is a very difficult examiner. Men-chi, who became a gourmet hunter at such a young age, is also one of the world's most famous chefs. She has also won the title of the best gourmet, and has brought her natural artistic taste to the fullest in cooking. Her innate curiosity allows her to try all kinds of ingredients in the world. Once she has tasted a taste, it will always be imprinted in her mind. With her contribution to gourmet culture, she got the title of one-star hunter at the young age of 21. However, although she is gifted, her personality is also unpredictable. If she fails to do so, the candidates may be caught in a dilemma. Chapter 105. While Sats was explaining, Menkai was also swinging the drumstick in her hand and facing the candidates. I am different from Boela. I am not so easy to talk to. My review will be very strict. In the factory, she walked in front of the candidates, looked at the stove in front of them, and then gave her question. In the second half of the second round of tests, I want to eat sushi. All the candidates were once again black question mark faces. What kind of dish is that? It's another dish that I have no clue about. I can't grasp any direction at all. I don't even know what dish it is. How to make it? That's right. The pork chops just now, at least I know it's a meat dish, but this sushi, what the hell? Why do these examiners like to come up with these special dishes that are completely confusing? The examines were all headaches again, thinking hard. When Men-chi saw this scene, he twitched his eyelids and showed a smile of success. You look confused, but it's no wonder you don't know, because this is the cuisine of a small island country. Then I'll give you a hint first. Next to your kitchen utensils, there is a pot of prepared rice, which is the most indispensable thing for making sushi. Men-chi snapped his fingers again. In addition, there is another biggest hint. Among sushi, I only recognize the finished nigiri sushi. Okay, let's get ready. When I feel full, the exam is declared over. Before that, you can make as many sushi as you like. After that, she sat back on the sofa with her arms folded across her chest again. The group of candidates were left looking at the rice in the wooden barrel in confusion. Is it enough to just eat? But there are so many kitchen utensils here, and other ingredients should be needed. The other candidates were frowning, and in the crowd, a bald guy was laughing secretly, looking determined to win. I will definitely win this round of questions. Ninja Hanzo looked around at the headache expressions of the people around him, and couldn't help laughing. I am so lucky. I never thought that the traditional food of my hometown would become an exam question. But don't be too proud, lest others see it. He was clearly very proud, and he couldn't stop it. I can't be like that braised pork dish just now, and directly announce all the cooking methods. It's better to pretend that you don't know and pass the test as if nothing happened. This is a smart person. How to make it? Then, he looked at the rice ball in Bakur's hand, and once again, he turned his back and covered his mouth with his hands and laughed. Bakur. That guy seems to know. Does nigiri sushi have to be made with a hand? Leorio was also thinking hard there, I should be able to imagine the shape of the dish. But the most important ingredient is completely unimaginable. It can't be pork, right? Zyja on the side made full use of his good ability to ask questions when he didn't understand. Ask Molek, his cooking skills are so good, he should also know about nigiri sushi, right? As he said, he asked Molek again. Do you know what nigiri sushi looks like? Molek. When he asked this question, the examines who were still scratching their heads looked over immediately. Not to mention the smart examines who had tasted the sweetness in the first half of the test, they were also secretly observing Molek's movements. Such a special dish, he should know it, right? No way. Even the bald man Hanzo was shocked and looked over. Then, he saw Molek smiling and pointing in a certain direction. And the direction he pointed to. Bald man Hanzo blinked his eyes to make sure that he was right, that Molek was pointing to his side. Then he subconsciously looked around and found that the examines around him were indeed looking at him. What does this mean? The bald man Hanzo immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he heard the voice of Molek. Niji sushi is the mainstream food of a small island country, and that small island country not only has such food, but also produces a profession. Molek smiled and said, it's called ninja. Ninja. This can almost be described as explicit, and the words couldn't be clearer. That is to say, even the other candidates who haven't reacted yet all looked at the bald ninja Hanzo. In their test this time, there is only one ninja. So, niji sushi is the food of Hanzo's hometown, right? Xiaojia looked at Hanzo innocently and asked. Others had already subconsciously believed what Molek said and had preconceived this fact. And Hanzo did know how to make sushi. Hanzang. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him, beads of sweat began to appear on Hanzo's shiny forehead. He felt that he had been targeted. Whatever he did, the other candidates would follow. Especially Bakur, who had just laughed at him, now stared at him with his eyes wide open. It seemed that his idea of passing the test quietly and calmly was completely shattered. Niji sushi. Kurapika was also thinking, although I haven't seen the real appearance, it seems that there is a record in the documents I have read. It should be a dish of adding fresh fish to the rice balls mixed with vinegar and seasonings. He thought so, and then saw that Molek had walked out first. It seems that Molek should also know how to make this dish. Kurapika thought about it and immediately followed. There were also Gon, Killua, and Leorio. Seeing that a big man in the team and the most knowledgeable people left one after another, the three of them also hurriedly followed. There were also some candidates who followed immediately after thinking about it. Since Molek knew that the bald ninja came from that island country, he must know something about sushi. Especially in the previous part of cooking pork belly, he has already demonstrated amazing cooking skills. Then it should be right to follow Molek. Are you leaving now? When the bald man Hanzo saw Molek and some candidates leaving, he panicked. He thought the same as the other candidates, if Molek also knew how to cook and went to find fish meat. The group of candidates following behind would definitely imitate and make sushi together. And the female examiner couldn't eat too much at first glance. What if she was full before her turn? No. Hanzo also decisively chose to run out immediately. The powerful people went out one after another, and the other candidates, even the dumbest ones, knew to follow them. Soon, there was no candidate in the entire factory. Menkai, you are still blaming me, aren't you just as bad? Boela touched his big belly and asked back. Your nigiri should use sea fish, right? That's what makes it interesting. Menkai crossed his arms and was full of interest. I'm tired of the usual nigiri dishes. In the forest river outside, many candidates took forks and caught fish. They all followed the actions of Molek and Hanzo and caught their own, strange fish. After all, this is the world of hunters. All kinds of fish that have been seen and not seen were brought back to the table in the factory by the candidates. I don't know what unexpected results will come out, I'm looking forward to it. Compared to the other candidates, Men-Chi is more eager to try, with rather than being an examiner, it is better to say that I am here to appreciate food as a chef. Boera next to him immediately looked over and whispered, it is because of his identity as a chef that it is so bad. What did you say? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No, nothing. It is so exciting to see what innovative things they can come up with. Menchi licked his lips with his tongue, especially the candidate named Molek. His cooking skills are quite amazing. I wonder what kind of sushi he will come up with. Whether he makes sushi or not, I have to taste it carefully. Menchi was expecting, and the other candidates were waiting. They put all the fish they caught on the table, and then looked at the bald ninja Hanzo and Molek. Hanzo! Can't you guys try to do it yourself? Must you wait for me? On the other side, as if they heard Hanzo's voice, some candidates have already started to work. However, they are not developing it independently. But seeing Molek already started there, they immediately followed and imitated it. They saw Molek put rice on the table, and then put the processed fish in it. Then put in cucumbers, a little ham meat from the previous hog, a little vinegar and salt, and then roll them all together. Is this sushi? The examines who followed the process felt more and more that this was the finished product of the nigiri sushi. Even Leorio, who trusted Molek very much, was full of confidence and prepared to serve the dishes. Even Karapika nodded frequently. Although I have no idea what nigiri sushi looks like, according to the examiner's hint of the shape, it should be a dish with a fixed shape, similar to a fried meat patty or a hamburger. Then look at the chopsticks in the examiner's hand. There is also a small dish of soy sauce in front of it, which should be used to dip the nigiri sushi before eating it. Its size is exactly the same as Molek's. It's the kind of dish that looks like you can eat it in one bite. After Karapika guessed it, he immediately decided to make it according to the shape made by Molek. However, just when everyone thought that Molek made authentic sushi. After taking the test for such a long time, it's time to make some food for myself to fill my stomach and reward myself. As he said this, Molek, in front of the astonished eyes of a group of examines, put the pile of small rice rolls in front of him equals. The candidates who followed Molek. Leorio, who was about to serve his dish. Karapika, who was about to cook on the side. Did you eat it yourself, Molek? Gon, who was also halfway through, said with a confused look on his face. Why? Isn't this sushi you made? This. Molek put another rice ball into his mouth. I made it for myself to fill my stomach. Gon. I was tricked. Killa, who was about to finish the dish, sighed and put down the rice ball in his hand. The smile on Hisoka's face next to him disappeared again, and he quietly cleaned up the things on the chopping board. He and Killua had the same idea. So, this isn't nigiri sushi, right? Karapika couldn't help asking. According to the results of his reasoning and analysis, this should be fine, right? Molek put the last rice ball into his mouth. Yes, but not entirely. What do you mean? This isn't nigiri sushi, but it's definitely a type of sushi. Under the puzzled gazes of the people around him, Molek chuckled and said, it's called rolled sushi. Rolled sushi. A group of people looked at him blankly. In addition to nigiri sushi, there's also rolled 023, right? So that's it. Karapika suddenly realized, the specifications are still the same, but the method is different, right? He thought his speculation was completely wrong. The result is that the way of making is different, so the name of sushi is also different. So sushi should be a dish made by wrapping fish with rice, adding soy sauce and salt and other condiments, and presenting it in a nigiri way, right? Karapika immediately started to act. After hearing this, the others also thought it made sense and started to make it. I knew it. Hanzang, who also started to make it, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Besides me, he really knows how to make nigiri sushi, and he even made another type of rolled sushi. Hanzang couldn't help but look at Molek again, and saw that he also made the two legs of the giant-nosed boar there. Hanzang. Nigiri sushi doesn't need the meat of the giant-nosed boar. What is this man doing? Molek, what are you doing now? Shaojia quickly made the nigiri sushi while looking at Molek and asked like a curious baby. I'm going to make some dongpo pork elbow. Molek drew out the Garuden knife, and replied casually while his hands kept moving. Dongpo pork elbow, another dish I've never heard of. The test for this level was to make sushi, but Molek made some pork elbow. Xiaojia couldn't understand Molek's approach. But he must have his own intentions. Thinking like this, Xiaojia no longer cared about other things and began to concentrate on dealing with the fish and rice balls in front of him. Not only him, but other candidates did the same. Only Hisoka stared at Molek's seemingly inexplicable behavior, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. It seems that the observation and judgment of these candidates this year are not bad. Men-chi, who saw the whole scene just now, was a little surprised. At the same time, I am also looking forward to what kind of nigiri sushi dishes these candidates can come up with. It's a pity that I didn't get to eat the rolled sushi made by Molek just now. Men-chi thought with some regret. She had just noticed that Molek's sushi rolling skills were impeccable. Even some master chefs who specialize in making sushi may not be able to compare with him. It must taste very good. Thinking of this, Men-chi's regret and expectation became stronger. She is now very eager to taste what the nigiri sushi made by Molek tastes like. Chapter 106. However, when she looked at Molek again, she found that he was cutting the two thighs of the big nose pig. Men-chi. Does nigiri need the meat of the big nose pig? Or the thigh? She was confused for a moment, and even thought that Molek was trying a new way to make nigiri. But seeing that he didn't use vinegar rice at all, and even put it aside casually, he didn't want to make nigiri at all. Men-chi reacted immediately. Is it rock sugar pork elbow? On the contrary, Blaira, who was sitting behind him, looked at it for a while and suddenly said, rock sugar pork elbow. Men-chi subconsciously tilted his head back. She saw that the corners of Blaira's mouth were already drooling. It could also be tiger skin elbow. No, Dongpo elbow is also possible. Boela's stomach visibly shrank again. Menkai. So, why didn't that Molek make the nigiri sushi she specified, but made some Dongpo elbow? And, it was a brand new dish that I had never heard of, but Boela knew about. I'm so envious, no, so hateful. If he doesn't cook according to the examiner's requirements, I will judge him as unqualified. Menkai's face began to become distorted, and he was going crazy there. Finally, it's my turn to appear. The bald man Hanzo came up with a plate. As the man who knows the method of making nigiri sushi best in the entire venue, except Molek, he brought the finished product up at the fastest speed. How about this? This is the real nigiri. Hanzo lifted the lid, revealing a dish of red fish meat covered with rectangular rice. It is indeed made more like it. Suppressing the envy and jealousy in her heart, Menkai picked up the chopsticks. But I don't know how it tastes. She picked up the nigiri and put it directly into her mouth. After chewing it twice, it's not tasty at all. Men-chi's face showed obvious disgust. No, take it back and redo it. What? Hanzang obviously couldn't accept it. Isn't this just a ball of rice kneaded into a rectangular shape, and then put some mustard on it, and then put sashimi on it, so that people can eat it all in one breath? Such a simple dish, who can't make it? What's the difference in taste? Listening to Hanzo's shameless words, Men-chi's forehead was bulging with veins. So simple. Is this the kind of dish? What's the difference in taste? Don't. She grabbed Hanzo's collar fiercely. What kind of bullshit are you talking to me? Menkai's face was extremely horrible. To make good nigiri sushi, even a professional chef needs at least 10 years of effort. Do you understand? She pulled Hanzo, who was stunned, and moved violently. You laymen can only imitate the appearance at most, and the taste is far from those great chefs, idiot. At this moment, she seemed to want to vent all the resentment and anger for not being able to eat Morek's cuisine. In this case, don't give such a bad question. Hanzang's momentum was obviously at a disadvantage, but he still insisted, unwilling to be outdone. Hi! Being stimulated by these words, Menkai's face became more and more ferocious. Stop talking nonsense, are you dissatisfied? If you dare to say more, I will kill you. She pulled Hanzo and spit saliva directly, playing with super high output there. I knew it. Boela behind him had a headache, Menkai's old problem has come back again. As long as she gets excited, she will be more picky about the taste of the food. I'm afraid there are not many chefs in the world who can satisfy Menkai. Thinking of this, Boela subconsciously looked towards Molek. At the same time, a strong smell of meat filled the entire factory. What is this smell? Inspired by Hanzo, the noses of the examines who were making sushi all twitched. Then they all swallowed their saliva. Even Menkai, who had taught Hanzo a lesson and made him timid, paused. Gurgle. The fat wrestler Takuto, who was making food, had an uncontrollable roar in his stomach. However, this was just the beginning, as the bigger noise behind it overshadowed him. Gurgle. From Boera's huge stomach, a thunderous roar of hunger came out again. My stomach is hungry again. His eyes were fixed on Molek again, watching him take out the two big elbows. Then he poured the special sauce on them. Suddenly, the whole factory seemed to have detonated a spice bomb, and the rich meaty aroma swept everyone's sense of smell. Dongpo elbows, done. After putting the elbows on the plate, Molek clapped his hands. Then he looked at Boela, looking past the examines who were looking at him in surprise. I made 2 elbows, one salty and one sweet. Which one do you want, Boela? Is there still my portion? Boela obviously didn't expect, my test session has been it's over. This is not for the test, but a celebration of our reunion after a long separation. Molek said with a smile, you cooked for me before, and now I finally have a chance to show my talent. When the two of them traveled together before, Boera cooked almost all of his meals. He also served as a guide and foil, which can be said to have helped him a lot. Now that we finally meet again at this test venue, Molek also wants to treat him to a good meal. He deliberately said, why, do you think my cooking is not good, don't you want to eat it? No. Whatever Menkai was picky about, Boera forgot all about it at this moment. Now, all he could see were the elbows, and only the elbows. Menkai, who was venting his anger on the side. Why do I feel my anger rising again? Boera. Menkai threw Hanzo, who was about to foam at the mouth, aside and said with gritted teeth. Have you forgotten who you are and what you are doing? This is pure mental imbalance. Why can't I eat the food that smells so good and looks so delicious? And you, Boera, can have someone invite you to taste such delicious food? Isn't this too unfair? I have fulfilled my duty. Boela did not even turn his head back, and his steps did not stop at all. In the first half of the test, I have passed 71 people, and all of them are in compliance, without any objection, and the candidates also agree with this result. So my task is over, and now it's up to you, Menkai. After that, he quickly ran in front of Molek, showing a face full of food, it smells so good. Menkai. Her face was even more distorted. I can only say that jealousy makes people look blind. Really, being too angry makes me feel even hungrier now. Especially the fragrant smell of big meat is wafting. It's almost tickling Menkai's heart all the time. The next challenger, come quickly. She shouted, and then a group of people rushed forward in an instant. Everyone held a plate of sushi in their hands. Sashimi with white rice, mixed with mustard and vinegar. Looking at the food in front of him, Menchi suddenly felt that it was a wrong choice to ask such a question. At least, in terms of the appetite brought by the color, aroma, and taste of the food, the color and aroma of sushi are definitely not as good as that of the big elbow. Even the taste. How can the taste of sashimi and rice be compared with big meat? Looking at the sushi that was pushed in front of him, Menkai suddenly felt that these dishes were not fragrant at all. No, the sushi is pinched too tightly, the rice becomes too hard, and the taste is not good at all. Menkai's requirements and judgments have become extremely harsh now. Hearing this, Boela couldn't help but want to turn back and warn Menkai that this way of judging is too strict. But, Boela, do you want to eat pig's trotter rice? I just made a pot of pig's trotters. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. The voice of Molek coming from the side seemed to be a whisper from the devil, and it immediately pulled Boela's soul over. I want to eat it. Whether the judgment is strict or not, that's all Menkai's business. Now the world is big, but the pig's trotter rice is the biggest. As the special fragrance of the pig's trotter rice spread, Menkai's throat rolled again. The entanglement of eager curiosity and appetite made her even more manic when facing the sushi in front of her. The way to cut the sushi material is completely wrong, you have to cut it along the grain, redo it. The shape of the rice ball is too bad, at least it should be pinched into a fan or trapezoid. This one is not okay either. This one has to be redone too. Totally not okay. Menkai rejected the candidates one by one. Siso squatted in the corner and watched the whole scene. Then, he looked at Molek, who was feasting with Boera. It seems that you knew this would happen a long time ago. The poker cards in his hand fluttered like butterflies, and he did not continue to cook sushi like the other candidates. After Molek tricked many people including him with rolled sushi, Shisuo realized that there might be changes in the second half of the second round of the test. Is it because I knew the personality of this female examiner early on, and made this judgment? Or, for some reason, Shisuo had a feeling that Molek seemed to know in advance that the test question this time would be sushi. And it seemed that he knew in advance that this would happen in the sushi test. Everything was too calm, or it seemed that nothing was out of his expectation. If he didn't completely despise this female examiner or this sushi dish, then he knew everything in advance, so he didn't take any measures. There was an intriguing glimmer of inquiry in Hisoka's eyes. No matter what the situation is, it seems very interesting. Men-chi, with a heavy stomach, poured herself a cup of hot tea expressionlessly and drank it all. I'm full. She looked at the stunned candidates in front of her and said so. What does this mean? Some candidates suspected that there was something wrong with their ears and asked questions in disbelief. It means that, as I expected, all of you failed. Men-chi calmly stated this cruel fact, no one passed this test, you can come again next time. However, the candidates did not respond to her with sad and obedient acceptance. Instead, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. What on earth are you doing? Even Hanzo, who was just being scolded by Menkai by the collar, looked obviously dissatisfied at this time. Are you kidding me? The wrestler Takuto looked fierce. Who can accept such a result? The three brothers of Amurai gathered together, revealing dangerous expressions. Even the other candidates were completely unwilling to accept it, forming a circle. No one left here. But Menkai didn't care so much. She took out the phone directly from her bosom and reported the result to the Hunter Test Committee. She is serious, everyone failed. Seeing Menkai reporting there, Leorio still didn't believe it. Is he eliminated just like that? Aren't you kidding us? Even Killua put his hands behind his head, with a slightly unhappy tone. How could it be that the test is over like this? Zyuja was also not very accepting of this result. But Menkai didn't care. I said it, it doesn't matter. Her willful bad habits were unbridled. I am just reporting the results to the committee now. Impossible. The results are already out, there will be no re-examination. On the other side, Boela stuffed his mouth with barbecued pork, and mumbled to Molek in a low voice. When Menkai is picky about food, it will never end. Menkai, who was sharp-eared, heard it all and scolded loudly, Boela, stop talking and don't interrupt. Then, he sprayed at the phone again. You said that it violated the review rules? How did it violate? Didn't it decide at the beginning that I have to think it's delicious to pass? Boela whispered again, that's just a reminder to pick the fighter just needs to pay attention to the details. Shut up. Men-chi took the time to roar at Boela with white eyes and sharp teeth. Anyway, I will never change the result. No one passed the second test. She pressed the phone to death. At the same time, the Hunter Association headquarters building. President's office, room 1209. Hello? Hello? It seems that the mobile phone was hung up over there. Mr. Beanface looked at the phone in his hand helplessly. That girl has a strong personality. At this time, President Netero, who was wearing a training suit, stood on one foot, and on the other foot he was holding up a cup of cold drink. If she doesn't have a reason to convince her, she won't change her mind. As he said this, he put his mouth to the long straw connected to the cold drink cup on his foot and took a strong sip. But Mr. Beanface walked over in a dilemma. The reason she gave is too subjective. Not only is the claim too radical, but it also violates the established plan. He explained responsibly, the original purpose of the test was to test the observation and attention of the candidates through cooking. It's no use to say all this now. President Netero drank all the cold drinks in the cup in one breath. Don't forget, there are also particularly difficult and thorny characters among the candidates, such as the elusive character of Molek, but for the test, it adds a lot of instability. Chapter 107. Wow, there are many stubborn and weird guys among hunters. If these people are the examiners and score, it is easy to make super choices when facing those troublesome guys. Netero smiled and put his hands into his sleeves. Things have come to this point. I'd better go there in person. Otherwise, if what happened last year happens again, it will not be good. Mr. Damian bowed quickly. I'm so sorry to bother you. Wow, as the person in charge, of course I have to deal with such things. After all, this situation can't happen again and again. Netero turned and walked out of the office, and Mr. Damian followed him. In fact, the committee basically respects the judgment of the examiner. In the previous sessions, there was even a situation where there was not even one qualified candidate. But this year's problem seems to have happened to Menkai. It's a bit unfair to the candidates. The two walked towards the Hunter Association's dedicated airship. When passing by the Vice President's office. Have you set off yet? In front of the desk, Pariston showed his signature smile on his face. It seems that the most talented but also the most peculiar and bad-habit gourmet hunter Menchi has begun to cause extraordinary troubles for this test. If the fierce conflict between the examiner and the examiner like last year happens again. This situation has happened twice in 2 years. As the president, what should you do? I am really looking forward to it, President Netero. On Pariston's desk, there is a list of recommended examiners for this year's hunter test. Among them, the examiner of the second round of tests, Menchi, was recommended by him. As the vice president, he is very happy to see such a lively situation happen every year in the association. At the same time, in the factory for the second round of tests, I will be responsible for the review of this level. Who of you dares to have any opinions? Menchi still folded his hands on his chest and faced the examines in an extremely domineering manner. What a joke! It's really unreasonable that we can't pass the hunter test because of the cooking level. The candidates were indignant. Even Sats, who was watching the excitement outside, jumped down from the tree. It seems that this will never end. He hid at the door of the factory, stroking his nose and beard and thinking. It's not without reason that he liked to stand on the tree so much before, and the human-faced monkeys imitated him. Wait a minute. While the candidates who took 620 were still angry, Zyja jumped over directly. I must pass the hunter test, so that I can find my father. That's such a pity. Menchi said this, but there was no regret in her words. But the standard for passing the hunter test is entirely up to the examiner, that is, me to decide. Do you understand, little brother? Then, Sister Menchi. Shaojie immediately hit the snake with a stick. Just say one word, and we will test it again, right? I said no, it's no. Menchi didn't buy it. This year's hunter test is over. She stepped on the table in front of her and said viciously. You can go home, leave quickly. Bang! In response to her, there was the sound of the table being smashed. I just don't accept it. Takuto, the purple-clad wrestler, was furious and swept the broken chopping board aside. I can't just say, yes, and then touch my nose and leave. Menchi's eyes were also wrong. It turns out that it's not only the little brother who cheats. What? I've already said that you should try harder next year. Don't cheat anymore. Takuto clenched his fists and took a step forward. I won't accept this evaluation. I want to be a real hunter, not a chef or a gourmet. And a wanted bounty hunter. How can be a gourmet hunter to evaluate it? When I hear this, Menkai's eyes become completely different from just now. equals a food hunter? Laughing. Equals I don't admit it, a person like you is worthy of the hunter. On the contrary, Bo Yan, who had finished eating pork feet, couldn't listen. The heavy footsteps hit the ground, making a dull sound. When Takuto saw Boera standing up, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to wrestle. Wait a minute, Boera. Menkai put his hands on the back of the sofa. Don't interfere in this matter, okay? How can that be? Boera scratched his face. If he fights, this guy will at most lose his hands and feet. But if you, Menkai, fight, he will become a dish. Well, I hate to reason with these laymen the most. Seeing Boela come forward, Menkai took out the kitchen knife that he was holding with both hands behind the sofa. Ingredients, dishes. The examines who were listening to this were all stunned. Hi. Killa put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand on the table. He was quite interested in this kind of thing. I want to see how people are made into dishes. It's very simple, just make it into human meat buns, or human meat barbecued pork. A response to Killua suddenly came from the side. Molek. Kurapika and Leorio looked over at the same time. We are about to be eliminated, what are you still talking about? Leorio said anxiously. It is to chop human flesh into minced meat, and make human meat buns and human meat barbecued pork. After cooking a whole boar, Molek, who had replenished his energy, also came over. The big tree cross slope, pedestrians dare not pass. Hannibal called him an expert. There are classic cases of making people into food in the East and the West. Human flesh. Leorio was stunned. The emotional gourmet hunter can even make people into dishes, is this the way it means? At that moment, the eyes of the other candidates looking at Menchi were a little strange. All of them were the kind of fearful and vigilant eyes looking at perverts. Menchi. Who understands, I was originally angry because I couldn't eat delicious food. Then I was looked down upon and despised by others for my profession as a gourmet hunter, which I am proud of. Before I had time to vent my anger, I was regarded as a perverted murderer again. No one can stand this. What do you mean? Menchi looked at Molek with a dangerous look. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Why, you also have other opinions about gourmet hunters, right? She was already upset because she couldn't eat Molek's food before. And he entertained Boela, but turned a blind eye to another examiner like her, and didn't come to take her own test. All these behaviors have made Menkai very disgusted with Molek. At this time, when her anger was off the charts, Molek stood up to stimulate her again. Immediately, she was ready to go. Don't get me wrong, I have no opinion on the profession of gourmet hunter. Molek waved his hand casually. If I were to choose, I would even choose gourmet hunter as my professional hunter. Direction. After all. He looked at everyone and smiled, who doesn't like delicious food? Hi. All the other candidates were stunned. You are. The wrestler Takuto was even more confused. In this world, there are many rare delicacies, but these delicious ingredients are often extremely ferocious monsters when alive, or grow in natural and dangerous places with harsh environments, or even in places beyond human cognition. Molek introduced slowly, therefore, in this world, there are many gourmet hunters who specialize in going deep into the Jedi and risking their lives to capture rare delicacies. They bring all kinds of delicacies to the people of the world, and it is also a very respectable profession. Molek looked at BBCB, Takuto. Sometimes, the contribution made by the wanted bounty may not even be as good as that of a gourmet hunter. Whenever a gourmet hunter discovers a new ingredient, it not only means that there is one more delicacy in the world, but also means that many people can survive with this delicacy. The city can use it as a signboard to develop the tourism industry to drive the economy and provide jobs, and individuals can do breeding or planting sales business. Compared to wanted bounty hunters, gourmet hunters are closer to the public. Takuto opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But due to Molek's strength, he finally closed his mouth in a sullen manner. Do you think so? Even Menchi, after listening to Molek's words, his expression suddenly eased a lot. The fact that the other party can look at gourmet hunters in this way has saved her impression of Molek a lot. Of course, most gourmet hunters are worthy of respect. Molek looked at her again, and then shook his head. But unfortunately, this does not include you. Hi. Men Chi, who was about to put the double swords back into the scabbard, paused. What do you mean? It means that I think you are not qualified as a food hunter. Molek looked straight at her. Food hunters certainly have an endless pursuit of ingredients and dishes, and they have their own requirements and understanding of taste. However, these food hunters know what kind of place, what kind of occasion, and what kind of situation to be in, to pursue such taste reasonably and legally. If it is the kind of behavior that is just for the taste, and completely disregards everything and does not care about any constraints, in my opinion, the harm and consequences they bring are just like the criminals pursued by wanted bounty hunters, or even no less than them. When Men Chi heard this, his eyes were once again I have to squint. You said this. A faint aura began to rise from her body. Are you deliberately picking on me? That's right. Molek was not playing tricks, he was frank and direct. Although you are a gourmet hunter, your main identity now is as an examiner of the hunter test. Using the taste of a gourmet hunter as a professional to judge the test, this is a dereliction of duty as an examiner. It is not only unfair to the candidates taking the test, but also undermines the fairness of the hunter test examiner, and it is also a discredit to the profession of gourmet hunter. Molek waved his hand and swept around. So many candidates are not convinced by your result, it is already very capable. Explain the problem. It is unreasonable to impose your pursuit of food and taste on this test and the candidates. If you really like to pursue delicious food and cooking, Molek's words were also very blunt, then you should now go out into the world and chase after those rare ingredients and work hard for them. Instead of being in this hunter test venue, facing the candidates who are not good at cooking with the attitude of an examiner, and using this aspect as a way of judging to embarrass them. In my opinion, your behavior is not only not what an examiner should do, but also not what a food hunter can do. Good. When Molek said these words, many candidates cheered loudly in their hearts. Although they did not show it on their faces or say anything, they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. They had long been annoyed with the female examiner of the gourmet hunter. Judging whether they were qualified or not by the taste of the food was a joke. If the atmosphere had not gradually turned bad, they would have even wanted to applaud right there. What do you mean by that? Men Chi, who had also heard every word of these words, had already stood up. With two swords in hand and a posture in place, her aura was already rising. Are you saying that I am not worthy of being a gourmet hunter? She stared at Molek and said expressionlessly. As a professional hunter, I still believe in the system and judgment of the Hunter Association. Molek also crossed his arms, but as a candidate who has been eliminated, I am skeptical and unaccepting of the professionalism of your hunter test examiner. Eliminated? You didn't even serve the test dishes, you deserve to be eliminated. Men Chi narrowed his eyes, and the anger that had been suppressed before and not being able to taste the food rose again. I want to see what happens if you don't accept it. I don't serve the food because I don't recognize the standard of judging the quality based on taste alone. Molek said calmly, if the Hunter Association can't give a reasonable explanation and approach to this situation and the result, then. Molek also looked at Men Chi calmly, I can only rely on my own methods to solve the problem. Is it coming again? The old students who were still pulling their necks and waiting for Molek to solve the problem with expectation all changed their faces. They didn't forget what Molek did in the final stage last year. And now, Molek has clashed with the examiner again. Is the act of beating the hunter examiner going to be repeated this time? I want to see how you plan to solve the problem. Such impoliteness almost made Men Chi laugh. She took a step forward. Then, a huge figure blocked her. Get out of the way, Boela. Men Chi was in high spirits, I told you not to meddle in other people's business. Even if you knew this guy before, you can't get involved in this incident. Otherwise. Men Chi's words were not polite, I don't mind treating you as an enemy and food, and dealing with you together. How can that be possible? Boela just stood between the two of them, unmoved at all. It's not a matter of knowing each other, and I'm not here to be a peacemaker to mediate disputes. He turned to Men Chi, I'm afraid you'll be killed by accident, Men Chi. You'll die. Chapter 108. You will die, Menkai. When Boela said this, he successfully aroused Menkai's anger. What do you mean, Boela? Menkai's two knives were instantly wrapped with amazing telekinesis. Do you look down on me? Or do you think that as a one-star gourmet hunter, I can't even beat a candidate? Dash. Menkai's forehead was bulging with veins, and his tone was very aggressive, I am not that waste of Tokari last year. Dash. Menkai naturally knew about Tokari being beaten by Molek last year. But as a one-star gourmet hunter, she is far superior to Tokari in terms of strength, telekinesis, and achievements. She has achieved such success at a young age. She is in a proud position in her life and doesn't think that she will repeat last year's mistakes. No, Menkai, I know you very well. Boera shook his head without giving in, it is precisely because I know your strength that I said that you will die. Hi. I have traveled with Molek for more than half a year. Boera said solemnly, I have seen Molek in action. Last year, when hunting the Thunder Drill Pterosaur, Molek's powerful release attack made Boera unforgettable now. Even, it has been engraved in his mind and deep in his heart, leaving a deep impression. I can say responsibly. Boela said slowly, if Molek wants, he can kill everyone in the whole scene, including you and me. He has the ability. As soon as these words came out, Men Chi's eyebrows suddenly raised. The candidates in the back also took a step back. For those old students, they had seen Molek's methods last year. In the sports meeting, he embedded the swordsman Agan into the wall, and in the second and third rounds of tests, he drove away other candidates alone. Almost no one dared to confront him head-on. Even when he beat up the examiner later, they didn't feel too surprised. In their opinion, Molek was fully capable of doing such a thing. So after Boela finished speaking, they didn't think there was any exaggeration at all. After all, Molek has a criminal record. However, not all candidates think that Boera is right. Kill all. Kia raised his eyebrows and looked at Molek twice. With this strength, the poker cards in Hisoka's hand flew up and down, and the whole person was in a state of restlessness. It turns out that Molek is so strong. Xiao Jie also looked at Molek beside him with surprise. He knew Molek was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Kill all of us here. Leorio's eyes subconsciously swept to Hisoka's side. Does the male examiner mean that Molek can kill Hisoka as well? Leorio leaned close to Kurapika and whispered. Who knows? Kurapika was not sure about this, but there is one thing we can know. This male examiner has felt Molek's strength up close. And he also knows the strength of the female examiner, so he can make such a decisive judgment. It is even possible that Molek has shown great strength in front of him, leaving him with an indelible impression. Is that so? After hearing this, Leorio felt relieved. Then if Molek comes forward to take charge of the situation, we may still have room for maneuver in this test. And let's take a step back. Leorio clenched his fists, even if Molek really kills everyone on the scene, we should be able to survive. Kurapika. He suddenly didn't want to talk to Leorio anymore. On the other hand, after Boela said these words, the aura of the two swords in Menkai's hands also weakened. Although she was very angry now, she hadn't lost her mind yet. Boela had made it so clear. Even though she still felt that Molek's strength was a bit exaggerated. But she knew Boela and chose to believe him. So what if he's strong? Menkai snorted coldly and sheathed the sword. Next, she wouldn't do it easily unless it was absolutely necessary. In short, as the examiner of this round of tests, I will not change my test results. If you plan to solve the problem in your own way, then I'm always here for you. After saying that, Men Chi did not forget to take 2 steps back, looking at Molek behind him with full vigilance. I knew it. In response, Molek just shook his head. For such a willful and unruly girl, it is difficult to change her mind under normal circumstances. So, Molek took out her mobile phone directly. Then she made a call in front of many candidates. Hello. After the call was connected, a hearty laugh came immediately. Wow, why did you call me suddenly? Don't pretend, old man. Molek got straight to the point, don't believe you don't know the situation of the hunter test. Hunter test? What's the situation of the hunter test? Netero on the other end of the phone asked knowingly. Really? Molek nodded, it seems that there is really nothing wrong. Click. He directly hung up the phone. Zyja tilted his head, who is Molek talking to? Who knows, maybe it's some big shot in the Hunter Association. Killa put his hands behind his head, generally speaking, at this time, people will use their connections to get people. Before he finished speaking, the phone in Morlek's hand rang again. Ah, Mr. Morlek. In the phone, Mr. Beanface's words came with apology. Regarding the second round of tests, the association has already known about it, and the president has already started to deal with it. Morlek, oh, I thought President Netero had been completely sidelined and became a mascot puppet president. He didn't even tell him about such an important thing that happened in the Hunter test. Mr. Morlek, you are joking. Mr. Beanface sweated profusely, we have already started to deal with this incident, and we will definitely give all the candidates a satisfactory answer. How are you going to deal with it? We are going to. We are here. Netero's cheerful voice reappeared on the phone. At the same time, the sound of propellers and airships could be heard from the sky outside. What is that? All the examines ran outside and saw an airship with the Hunter Association logo across the sky. That is, the Hunter Association logo. It's the ship of the examination committee. Under the gaze of the examines, a figure slowly walked out of the door of the airship. Then, it fell straight down from the sky. Or it was airborne. Boom! The figure landed, raising a large amount of dust, almost forming a small tornado. When everything was dispersed, revealing the figure inside. The president, Men Chi, who came out, was also surprised to see the person coming. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. It's really rare, I didn't expect the president to come out in person. Sats, who was hiding and watching the show, couldn't help but look surprised. The situation where the president of the Hunter Association came out is very rare during the Hunter test. Leorio was full of curiosity, who is that old man? Karapika analyzed rationally, Menkai called him the president, so he should be. Zyajin noticed that stilts under his feet, jumping from such a high place, it's amazing. Kia nodded, yeah, does that old man have spring legs? Even a group of candidates followed suit and guessed. He is the chairman of Netero of the Hunter Test Review Committee and the highest person in charge of the Hunter Test. Boela introduced him. Then he and Menkai performed a heart source flow etiquette towards him. Ah, he is said to be the person in charge, but in fact he is just a behind-the-scenes person. Netero, wearing a white training suit, stroked his beard and said with a smile. Only when there is a dispute like this, do we have to come out to deal with it. Otherwise, if we encounter some candidates who are not convinced and act on their own, we will have a headache. As he spoke, he looked at Molek who was walking out of the crowd next to him. Hey, long time no see, President. Molek came over and greeted him familiarly. Yeah, you've been there twice in a row. Netero put his hands into his sleeves, should I say, is it just a coincidence, or is it that you and the Hunter test are not compatible? I am an honest candidate who took the test. Molek laughed and teased, but every time I always meet a weird examiner. Last time it was the brain of the extreme Shabai, and this time it was the inexplicable neurosis. Hi! Menkai, who was standing next to Boera, looked up, puffed up her cheeks and wanted to say something. But when she saw Satsu coming out of the jungle, she saluted President Netero obediently and walked to the side. Finally, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. So. Netero stroked his beard, is it all the Hunter Association's problem? You can ask these candidates and see what they think. Molek shrugged, I won't comment. Netero would not ask. If it really wasn't a problem with their Hunter Association, he wouldn't have come all the way here. Menkai. Yes. Hearing his name, Menkai immediately stood up straight. It's really rare. Even that Tigress Men Chi is so nervous and respectful. This shows that the president is very important. You also said that he is the president. And for us examines, he should be here to deal with this matter, right? Amid the discussions of the examines, President Netero continued. In the second half of the second round of the test, you want to see if you don't have the courage to challenge the unknown, so you passed the cooking test, right? Men-chi, you're right. She hurriedly explained, my purpose is actually to focus on the test of both inside and outside, so I originally wanted to debut a dish with extremely high difficulty to compete. Netero grasped the question sharply, what did you mean originally? Men-chi. She was speechless. In the end, you came to the conclusion that everyone's challenge ability is problematic. Netero continued to ask, so you judged it as unqualified, right? No. Men-chi's tone weakened. I was very angry because of the examine's contemptuous attitude towards cooking. In addition, the examine's attitude towards food hunters was very contemptuous, which made me get angry unconsciously. I was so hot-headed, and my stomach was full at that time, so Netero concluded, you think that the result of this round of evaluation is unfair, right? Yes. Men-chi closed her eyes completely, I'm sorry, I can't care about anything else when it comes to cooking. I tend to lose my sense of proportion when it comes to cooking. I'm not qualified to be an examiner, I'm really sorry. She bowed to President Netero and apologized, please declare the test invalid. Wow, you are really honest. Netero was very pleased that Men-chi could admit her mistakes. Although there are some problems with your role as an examiner this time, there is no doubt that you can become a gourmet hunter and get the title of 1 star. This is just to prove your passion for cooking once again. Then let's do this. Netero raised a finger, let's do the cooking test again. I also hope you can stay in your position and continue to take charge of the overall situation. But there is one thing, the new questions must be added to the candidates' tests by you as an examiner and by demonstrating the method. What do you think of this proposal? I think this method should convince the other candidates, right? After he said that, he waited for Menkai's decision. Yes, yes, yes. The other examines nodded vigorously. They didn't ask for much, they just needed a test that would make them feel okay. I thought we really had no hope. Even Leorio patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But the focus of this level is still on the test, so we still can't take it lightly. Karapika reminded. Great, we'll take the exam again. Xiaojie seemed very happy. None of the other candidates had any objections. Even the wrestler Takuto bumped his fists. Of course, I won't lose no matter what the test is. Seeing that the other candidates were quite convinced by this verdict, Men-chi thought about it and decided to nod and agree. But just at this time, I don't think this method is very good. A calm voice came out, I don't accept it. Who is so ignorant? All the candidates looked over at the same time, and then turned around at the same time. That person is the one who is talking, so it's fine. Who is going to make trouble at this juncture? Leorio looked over angrily, we are all going to retest, this is not a deliberate attempt to find, it's Molek. Seeing that it was Molek who stood up, he immediately fell silent. Because of the examiner's behavior, we as candidates have wasted so much time and energy. Just a simple retest, and I will not accept it obediently. Before you, President Netero, came, no matter what we said, this examiner insisted that we were all eliminated. It was only after you came that she realized she was wrong and changed her mind. Chapter 109. Can I understand that if President Netero hadn't been there, she would still stubbornly stick to her own judgment? Doesn't this mean that we can only swallow our anger and go back in frustration? Molek output steadily. But Menkai has already realized her mistake. Netero spoke calmly, and was interrupted by Molek. She said she recognized her mistake because she changed her tune after you, the old president, came and gave us justice. If you hadn't come, I feel the result would have been the same. So, Molek said bluntly, she didn't realize she was wrong, but she knew you were here. So, to sum it up, she won't change her judgment because of her duties as a hunter-examiner. She would only choose to admit her mistakes because of your status as the president. if the second half of the second round of the test is still conducted by such an examiner. Molek crossed his arms and said in an unusually straightforward tone, as a candidate, I cannot accept such a result. The other candidates all fell silent. Through Molek's words, they gradually reacted. All of them were clapping their hands in their hearts. For these examines, the Hunter Association was a behemoth. Of course, they did not have the confidence to challenge and question it. Being able to avoid being eliminated and obtain the qualification for retesting was already a very good outcome. But this did not mean that they would not have resentment towards what Men Chi had done before. As a small examinee, he had already avoided being eliminated and had regained the qualification for the test. What else did he want? And it was Molek who was not afraid of the behemoth Hunter Association and was later targeted by the Hunter Association. He dared to stand up and directly point out such a situation. No matter from which aspect, the situation described by Molek was a very favorable argument for them as examines. So one by one, they were silent and waited for the next result. You again. The first person who couldn't stand Molek's words was Men Chi. Are you targeting me on purpose? Her eyes were blazing with fire. If it weren't for the fact that President Netero was here, she would have wielded her two swords to fight Molek. I'm just stating everything that happened before, these are just basic facts. Molek glanced at her and said, just because I told the truth, you were so defeated, so are you T0 in this version. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. He looked at President Netero who seemed to be lost in thought. I am fully responsible for what I said just now, and it is all true. Boera and Sats should know and understand everything that happened just now. Molek finally said in a calm tone. If under this situation, the Hunter Association does not respond or deal with my rejection, and continues to do its own thing and start a new round of testing. At this point, he suddenly laughed. Then I can only accept it silently for the time being, and then deal with the problem in my own way later. What way? Netero seemed to be interested. You will see it later, President Netero. After leaving such a meaningful sentence, Molek said no more. At the same time, he also collected the blind box with shining light beside Netero. Well, in the plot where Netero came to preside over the overall situation. When Netero, the strongest man in the world, met the male protagonists of Zyja and other worlds for the first time. When Netero was in the first time in this official main plot under the appearance. Multiple factors add up to form a most dazzling blind box. The highest level, purple blind box. This is the third purple blind box that Molek has found after the Sky Arena and the Hunter test. After this blind box was born and condensed, he naturally collected it without hesitation. I never like to put things off until later. Netero also looked at Molek and said, so, this candidate, what is your request? It's very simple, there are only two. Under Menkai's fiery eyes, Molek raised two fingers like Netero before. First, I am very worried about the professional responsibility of this examiner. If the situation like the previous sushi dish appears again. I can guarantee you this. Before Molek finished speaking, Netero took over the conversation. In the next test session, I, the president of the Hunter Association, will preside over it, and this situation will not happen again. If it happens again. Netero laughed twice, then I can make the decision myself and directly issue the Hunter license to every candidate present. As soon as he said this, the group of candidates around him became agitated instantly. Issuing Hunter licenses directly. Leorio's eyes lit up immediately, then I don't mind at all, let's have the nigiri sushi again. Zyja also nodded his head wildly to show his agreement. This is quite interesting. Killis' interest was aroused. Even if the next question is about the cuisine I know, I will not reveal any information about it. Karapika concluded firmly in his heart. The temptation of the Hunter license was so strong that it directly touched everyone's heartstrings. The other candidates also had the same opinion. Let's have the questions about other ethnic cuisines. Almost everyone was shouting in their hearts. The weirder the better, the more demanding the better, it's better to decide the winner with taste, so that the Hunter license can be issued to us directly. At that moment, including the bald ninja Hanzo and the wrestler Takuto, they all looked at Menkai with fiery eyes. Men-chi! Okay, you are all coming for me, right? At this moment, Men-chi almost bit her teeth to pieces. I will never have this problem again. She could be said to be shouting from the depths of her throat word by word. Boyla grinned, and Sats watched this scene quietly. You are worthy of being the president. Not only did you mobilize the enthusiasm of the candidates, but you also weakened their previous dissatisfaction with Men-chi's test, and even made the candidates willing to go through it again. Most importantly, you also stimulated Men-chi, so that she would be truly rational and objective in the next test, and there would be no more problems. The more Sats analyzed in his heart, the more he admired President Netero. You are worthy of being the strongest man in the world, a figure standing at the top of all hunters. Then I have no objection to this point. After hearing this, Molek nodded and retracted one of his fingers. He also saw Netero's intention and approach, but the other party had already given such a guarantee. It's not good for me to force him too much, and I still have to stop when I see the good. Then it's the second point. Molek finally made a request, I need compensation. In other words, all the candidates who participated in the second round of the test and were eliminated by the sushi cuisine before need compensation. This is what we deserve. We have wasted our energy, mood, anger, and resentment for this, and we deserve mental damages. There is no problem with this. Netero agreed immediately. Afterwards, the Hunter Review Committee will give corresponding compensation in terms of economy and priority promotion in the next round according to the demands of each candidate. Of course, it is only limited to candidates who have passed the next test. Netero said with a naughty smile, if he fails in the next test, it means that he does not have the qualifications and ability to pass the second round of tests. In this way, Menkai's judgment of them before is not a problem, and they even have an extra chance to retest. Well, this is a good way to replace the concept. You are really an old fox. Molek glanced at him, and didn't care about it again or expose him. Netero has already made enough gestures in these two aspects and made seemingly huge concessions. It has stabilized the emotions of those candidates. Especially Leorio, after hearing that there will be financial compensation after passing, he has begun to calculate how much money he can get. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He fell into a beautiful fantasy there. In that case, I have no objection. Molek put down his hand and said no more. Ho ho ho, do other candidates have any opinions? Netero stroked his beard and looked around again with a smile. No one spoke, but everyone looked at him with burning faces. Netero nodded, and then turned to Menkai. Then, let's start the second half of the second round of the test. What is the content of the retest, examiner? Menkai didn't even think about it, and immediately answered, it's boiled eggs. When Molek made the request just now, she had already thought of the topic. It must be a very simple dish. Boiled eggs. After hearing this, the candidates were a little disappointed. Anyone can make such a homely dish. I thought you could make other strange dishes and get a hunter's license directly. Men-chi. Your little thoughts and little tricks are all written on your face. Do you really think I will fall twice in a row in the same place? She gritted her teeth in anger, but still took a deep breath. President, can you use the airship to take us to that mountain? She pointed to the Toad Tiger Mountain in the distance. Of course. Netero smiled and greeted the airship in the sky, it's a piece of cake. Toad Tiger Mountain is a mountain that seems to be split in half by a sharp sword. The huge gap in the middle gave birth to a dark cliff valley that was bottomless. When a group of candidates arrived here by airship, from the top down, I felt dizzy. What is this? What is down there? Didn't you say you were going to make boiled eggs? Where are the eggs? The Dorchi ignored these comments and said, don't worry. While taking off her shoes, she explained, it's just a deep river valley below. But the water flow is very fast. Once you fall in, you will be washed to the sea tens of kilometers away. It is unknown whether you will hit a reef in the middle or be eaten by a beast in the river. After that, she jumped directly down amid the exclamations of the candidates. Let me show you first. Equals. President Netero, standing by, with his hands behind his back, was also explaining to everyone. She is trying to get the eggs of the grape spiders that live in the Toad Tiger Mountain. In order to prevent their eggs from being eaten by wild beasts on land, the grape spiders use tough silk to hang them in the middle of the canyon. As long as you can successfully take down a grape spider egg, climb up the cliff and bring it back. When Netero finished saying all this, Menchi, who was just below, had already shown off his beautiful skills. He successfully brought the eggs from the Toad Tiger Mountain up. This is for making boiled eggs. When Netero saw this scene, he thought about it and added, only eggs taken from the bottom of the cliff can be used to make boiled eggs. If other people take a lot of eggs from the bottom of the canyon and distribute them to those who can't get down or fail to pick them, they will also fail. In this level, in addition to your own skills and strength, you will also be tested on your courage to jump off the cliff. After Netero finished this patch, he did not forget to look at Molek. He always felt that Molek was particularly fond of causing trouble for him. If he did not make such a request, Molek would definitely take advantage of it again. In response, Molek just smiled back at Netero. Netero's final words undoubtedly blocked the candidates' retreat. They could only choose to jump off the cliff or give up. Wrestler Takuto was standing on the edge of the cliff. He was afraid of heights and felt a little scared. Who has the courage to jump down the valley in one breath to die? Great! Before he finished speaking, he heard Zyja's voice beside him sighing with relief. I'm waiting for such an exam. Leorio stretched his back. Yes, it is indeed much easier to win by physical strength and skills than to cook some ethnic cuisine. Kurapika also nodded, I agree. Although he couldn't get the Hunter License 1.8 by this method. But at the beginning they also knew that this method was very slim, and such a simple, rough, and direct test method was also what they were happy to see. Immediately, several people jumped off the cliff one after another. Ninja Hanzo, Dongba God, the three brothers of Amurai, Hisoka, Ilmi, and others followed one after another. Even Molek jumped down the valley with a tiptoe. Where are the others? Menchi looked at the other candidates who were still not moving. Do you want to give up? Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Netero also gave a consolation. Sometimes giving up is also a kind of courage. Anyway, the hunter test is not only held this year. After hearing this, a group of candidates stopped struggling and quietly retreated from the mountain. At this time, Boera and Sats also made a fire on the spot and set up a big pot. This is a kitchen utensil specially used for boiling eggs. The candidates below also brought eggs up one after another. Although they were chased and blocked by grape spiders during the period, they only added some troubles in front of the army of examines, nothing more. Hey, Molek, you have so many. After landing, Zyja held an egg in his hand and looked at the bunch in Molek's hand and exclaimed. Others only picked one, but Molek packed a whole bunch and brought it back. The examiner and the president didn't say that only one egg can be brought up. Molek flipped his hand and collected all the eggs in this bunch, and this round of testing is not over yet, we still have to make this kind of egg into boiled eggs. Chapter 110. If the first egg goes bad by accident, then since we've picked so many, don't we have a chance to do it again? Molek said, and looked at Netero again. After all, there's no rule that boiled eggs can only be made once. Wow! Netero raised his eyelids, it really didn't say that. Sure enough, this guy found a loophole again. This kind of energy and ability to find trouble by taking advantage of loopholes is a bit like Pariston. Ah, why didn't I think of it? Zyja, who was originally curious about where Molek put the grape spider eggs, suddenly came to his senses. He patted his head with some regret. Damn, I didn't think of that. Leorio, who also brought back only one egg, and other candidates immediately reacted. Can we go down to pick more? The picking of ingredients has been completed. Seeing this, Menchi hurriedly clapped his hands and patched up. All candidates, now make boiled eggs out of the eggs in your hands. Dozens of candidates immediately gathered in front of the boiling pot. Let me remind you first that it is not easy to make boiled eggs. The boiling time is the most important point. The time required for grape spider eggs and ordinary boiled eggs may be different. If it is boiled for too long, you can imagine what it will taste like without me telling you, right? Of course, if it is not cooked, it will be eliminated. After hearing what Men Chi said, a group of candidates all held the scoop net and waited attentively for the eggs in the big pot to be cooked. Is it almost done? Leorio was a little nervous. No, it should wait a little longer. Karapika was very calm. I don't even know how long it takes to boil an ordinary egg. This is Killua who has no experience in boiling eggs. Ngan looked at Molek and saw that the latter simply pulled Boera to his side. Boela, I put 2 eggs in there, one of which is yours. When the eggs are cooked, help me fish them out. Okay. Under Menkai's murderous gaze, Boela still agreed. After hearing this, the other candidates also moved closer to Boela silently. Nothing is more accurate than the judgment of 12 gourmet hunters on the dishes. Soon, the grape spider eggs began to jump up in the boiling pot. Swish! Boela quickly picked up the spider eggs of Molek. Sure enough, it's now. Hurry up and pick it up, otherwise it will get hard, hurry up. The other examines followed immediately and accurately fished up their eggs. Boela, you are playing this trick again. At this moment, Men Chi had the idea of cooking Boela. However, she, who had a criminal record, suppressed these resentments and took out boiled eggs made from ordinary eggs. This is the ordinary egg we eat, and this is the egg of the grape spider. Men Chi held different eggs in both hands. Come on, compare them for yourself. The examines also held 2 eggs in their hands, tasting them one by one. Boela took the eggs early and ate them in small bites. Good, delicious. It's so delicious, ordinary eggs can't compare with its taste at all. Is this the egg of the grape spider? It's so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious boiled eggs in my life. Molek also tasted the delicacy from the hunter world and put the egg into his mouth. Suddenly, the rich taste burst out on the tip of the tongue. The taste was mellow and melted in the mouth, leaving a strong fragrance on the tongue. It was as if the vitality of the grape spider egg was still in this boiled egg. It really costs a price to collect it back at all costs. The other candidates also sighed in this way. Even Takuto, who got nothing, shamelessly asked Zyja for half. Delicious, delicious. After tasting the deliciousness of the grape spider egg, he instantly widened his eyes. I didn't expect that there is such delicious food in the world. When we food hunters discover delicious dishes that no one has ever eaten, we are as excited as bounty hunters when they catch the most wanted criminal or dig up treasure. Men Chi put his hands on his hips and immediately showed off his presence. The joy and emotion are beyond words. That's why we food hunters are willing to risk our lives for delicious dishes. These words were so powerful. Then a voice came from the side. And then, for the sake of cooking, they will disregard all facts and eliminate all candidates. Men Chi choked and her face twitched. She knew who was talking without turning her head. She simply turned her head and ignored it as if she didn't hear it. And that's it, the second round of tests has come to an end. The number of qualified candidates is 43. At the same time, the evening glow fell and the sunset rose. On the airship that transported the candidates, the second round of tests has finally been successfully completed. Mr. Demianran was relieved to see that this urgent incident was resolved. He was very happy to President Netero. He was convinced, it's all because you handled it perfectly this time, President. There's no other way. There are some very difficult thorns among the candidates this year, but we have to be very alert to deal with them. Netero was also slightly interested. This made him feel like he was in the Hunter Association, having a competition with Paris. And in my opinion, the quality this year is still very good. There should be a few promising newcomers to join us. Mr. Bean Face Man echoed, that's still a real expectation. But the test has just begun. Netero laughed and said, I wonder how many people will be left in the end. I'm looking forward to it, too, hoo. Just like that, the airship took the 43 qualified candidates to the next location. To be precise, the number should be 44. Because there was a candidate who didn't pass the second round of tests and sneaked into the airship. Speaking of which, they had the courage to sneak into the airship in midair, but in the end they didn't even have the ability to jump off the cliff to pick grape spider eggs. At night, the stars were shining. After a day of hunter tests, marathon running and crossing the Lost Mellow wetland, plus the subsequent hunting of the porcupine boar and the re-examination event, as well as jumping off the cliff of Toad Tiger Mountain, etc. Even this group of elite candidates were already a little exhausted. I would like to congratulate all the candidates again. Thank you for your hard work. In the hall where the candidates gathered, Netero introduced himself again. Let me introduce myself to the remaining 43 candidates who have passed the test. I am Netero, the head of the Hunter Test Review Committee this time. I was supposed to show up at the last level, but I didn't expect to show up under such circumstances. None of the candidates at the scene responded. This indescribable tense atmosphere is good. He stroked his curved beard lightly and said with a smile, "Since I'm here, I'll go on the road with everyone." Go on the road. These two words are really clever. Mr. Demian also stood up and presided over the subsequent arrangements. We will arrive at the next destination at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before I contact you to gather, this period is your free time. Okay, everyone can go to rest. After Mr. Demian finished speaking, the other candidates breathed a sigh of relief. Some people stretched and yawned, dragging their tired bodies to rest. To read the exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. But there are also people who still have enough energy and physical strength. Zyja, let's go explore the spaceship. Yeah. Energy. The energetic and vigorous Kija duo immediately cheered and agreed. On the contrary, Leorio and Karapika put their handbags and briefcases on the wall next to them. They are both really strong. I just want to have a good sleep now. Me too. It's been an exciting and long day. Both faces were full of fatigue. Karapika, do you want to explore the spaceship too? Zyja had no tact and made an invitation. I don't know how he knew that the other party wanted to explore. No, I don't want to go anymore. Really? What about Leorio? I don't want to go either. Leorio laughed, I don't have the energy to play anymore, you two go. Is that so? Gon thought about it and looked at Molek next to him. Do you want to go with us, Molek? I went there last year. Molek, who was opening the blind box, said casually, don't worry about me. He hasn't officially opened the purple blind box that appeared since President Netero showed up. After Gon and Killua left, he simply chose to open the box. Get the special blind box, do you want to open it? Opened successfully, obtained, Supercell Regeneration. Source World, Dragon Ball, Majin Buu. Another skill from Dragon Ball? Sure enough, as long as there are plots and scenes involving President Netero, the probability of opening things from the Dragon Ball world is relatively high. And this Supercell Regeneration from Majin Buu. Supercell Regeneration, as long as there is one cell, it can quickly recover to a complete body. It can only be completely destroyed by a strong attack or worn out to the point that the recovery ability cannot keep up with the damage before it cannot regenerate. In short, Majin Buu's immortal body. It almost has a super strong infinite regeneration ability, as long as there is one cell that has not been destroyed, it can regenerate. The previous one was Natural Fang to revive others, but this time it's Supercell Regeneration's immortal body that is specifically for my own life. Molek was in a good mood. It seems that in this hunter test with a high risk of death, 2 life-saving items and skills have been opened, which is quite considerate of me. He took out collector from his waist and shot his arm. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the other candidates next to him were shocked. What's wrong, what's wrong? Even Leorio and Karapika opened their eyes in fear. Then they saw Molek waving at them, said lightly. Nothing, I'm just doing an experiment, you guys go to sleep. Experiment? Karapika and Leorio looked at the bullet hole on Molek's arm in silence. This experiment seems to be very fatal. The pain is much reduced, and the recovery speed and regeneration ability have indeed reached an amazing enhancement. Molek looked at his hands that were not wrapped with any thoughts and energy, and began to repair himself. Almost instantly, it was immediately repaired and it was an undamaged arm again. This skill of supercell regeneration can really be called a life-saving skill. As for whether to try it again with the heart and brain, Molek is not so inclined to self-harm. By the way, awakened by the gunshot just now, Leorio was less sleepy. How many rounds are left in the test? It seems that no one has said. He looked around and found that the people around him had already run away after hearing Molek's gunshot. Even the great god Dongba had left here early, holding his head, for fear of being targeted by Molek again. Even the idea of putting verbal pressure on Leorio and Kurapika to make them nervous and exhausted was gone. Usually there are 5 or 6. Molek put away his gun and replied casually, "Last year, the test was only 5 rounds. It seems that there are still 3 or 4 rounds. Let's take a rest now." The two covered themselves with the quilt again, while the 723 candidates were resting above the airship, in the lounge inside the association. At the table, Sats, Boela, and Menkai sat at a table. "Hey, how many people do you think will be left this year?" Menkai took the lead in bringing up this topic. "Are you asking about the candidates who passed this year?" Boela asked vaguely while stuffing steak into his mouth. "Yes, although originally all of them were to be eliminated, but in the end so many people passed. I must honestly say that the strength this year is really good." Menchi sighed, "I think their quality is very good, and many people should pass the subsequent tests, right? That depends on the subsequent tests and what kind of examiners are there." Boela thought silently in his heart, if all the examiners are like Menchi, then it is possible that all of them will fail again. This year, some new candidates are really strong. Sats was holding a cup of coffee. "It looks promising." "Does Mr. Sats think so too?" Menchi's face was happy. "I think the bald man number 294 is very promising." She also emphasized, "It's not because his head is particularly bright. It's because he knows sushi well." Boela continued to speak silently. "I am sure that number 99 is very outstanding." Sats found the breath of a killer family in the crowd at a glance. His temperament is different from ordinary people. And he is very talented. I believe he must have received some special training. Menkai had a different opinion on this. "That kid. Not only is he willful and arrogant, he must be type B blood. I won't be with such a person." "Who asked you this? Moreover, willful and arrogant, it is obvious that you are more like this, Menkai." Boela continued to eat with his head down, complaining in his heart. Then, he was called. "Where's Boela?" Menchi turned to look at him. "Well, I think the newcomers are all okay, but there are some old students who are worth paying attention to, and I am quite concerned." "If you mean the guy you knew before," Menchi interrupted directly, "then you can shut up. She still has a grudge against Molek." "Boela, I'm talking about 44. I think you should have noticed, Menchi, when number 255 got angry and stood up, that guy released an amazing murderous aura. It feels like a strong murderous aura that can't be suppressed." Chapter 111. "Of course I noticed him." Menchi was also impressed when he mentioned Hisoka. "The reason why I was so anxious was because of this guy. I felt that guy was always looking for an opportunity to provoke me." "Well, are you sure you are not blaming yourself for the failure of the cooking test due to your own willfulness?" Boera closed his mouth silently again. "I feel the same way." Sats was drinking coffee from nowhere. "He is a special person. Does Mr. Sats feel the same way?" "Well, although I don't want to admit it, he is the same type of person as us." Sats nodded, "It's just that he likes to hide in the dark more than us. In fact, hunters like us are used to subconsciously seeking equal opponents, which is to gain a sense of identity from evenly matched opponents. Among these people, there are heretics from time to time. When we step on the brakes, they will step on the accelerator instead. In short, they are the outliers among the outliers." "Outliers." Bohala and Menkai nodded in agreement with this result. Speaking of aliens, an image could not help but appear in Menkai's mind. At the same time, Sats put down the coffee in his hand and looked at Boela, who was eating silently. Boela. Ah? What's wrong, Mr. Sats? How did you know Molek? Me? At the beginning. Boela thought about it and found that there was nothing shameful during the time they knew each other, so he briefly told Sats about it. So that's it, did you get to know each other for food? Sats nodded. I also met Molek by chance because of a certain relic. He gave me a very different feeling. Boela nodded in agreement, and then talked to Sats about his feelings. As for Menkai, no one cared about her feelings. While the examiners were communicating, below, Killa and Gon also circled the entire airship. And in front of the viewing window, the two had a good chat. Including but not limited to the fact that Killua came out to participate in the hunter test this time because he stabbed his own mother and brother and ran away. The two were chatting at a heated stage, and then they were interrupted by a guy who suddenly came. Candidate number 111, Anita. Want to become a bounty hunter to avenge her most hateful father's murder. And the murderer of her father was the most notorious person in the Zaldik family, as she said. In the tea restaurant on the airship. Anita, with twin ponytails, was complaining about everything that happened to her. My father was originally a businessman doing trade in Spicy Mountain. He formed a fleet to export the spice stones from Spicy Mountain to all parts of the world for trade. When the business was at its peak, he once made enough profit to buy an entire small country. But some people couldn't stand my father's success. They might be competitors and hired professional killers to kill my father. Her eyes were fixed on Killua, who was sitting there with a calm face. I heard rumors outside that someone from the Zaldik family will participate in this year's hunter test. She drew out her knife and stabbed Killua fiercely. The scene was in chaos. Even Kurapika and Leorio, who had been resting, rushed over to dissuade them. And in the corner of this tea restaurant. It seems that the information of your Zaldik family is not well hidden. The news is so easy to leak. Molek took a sip of the lava tea in his hand and looked at the guy with a face full of nails in front of him. Isn't it said outside that they want to spend 100 million genie to get your family photos? If I were a candidate for this hunter test, I only need to find a chance to take a few more photos of you two brothers, which would be enough to ensure that I would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Tick 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 tick. Jidalaku, also known as Ilmi Zaldik, who was sitting opposite Molek, just kept nodding his head and did not give any response. It was a coincidence that Molek was originally going to come to this tea restaurant to try some good food. By the way, drink a cup of lava tea to refresh yourself. As a result, he happened to run into Killua and Gon talking with that Anita. And a brothercon who was still watching his brother silently a few tables away. Molek, who could watch the fun, of course chose to sit next to Ilmi without hesitation. He continued to fan the flames. Your brother came to take the hunter test on a whim, there is no way there would be rumors outside. Then the problem may be with you. Molek put down his teacup. You came here to take the hunter license in order to complete a certain job, right? Of course, even if you don't say anything, I know it's you, Ilmi, after all, we met at the Sky Arena. He spread his hands and said, look, even I know why you came here to take the hunter license. That means you didn't do a good job of keeping secrets. Of course, I have great trust in the business level of the Zaldik family, so you might as well think about whether there is a problem with your employer. I hired you to do a certain job, and this job still requires a hunter license. This is clearly set to tell others that the enemy and guest family will come to the hunter test. I do not care if you think about it. Molek pointed towards the side, and laughed like an archfire now chased, but your brother. G. Tara's bitterness to move the head. It's really wrong that my brother is in danger because of my brother's mistakes at work. Molek continued to say, although it is easy for Killua to avoid the attack of this eliminated candidate with his ability. But what about the future? What if there is a mistake like this in your work again, and it causes people like me, Hisoka, or even enemies of professional hunters to come and kill Killua? Then what are you going to do, Jitara? Molek stopped talking before he finished. Because. Boom. A strong killing intent instantly burst out from Jidalaku in front of him. It was at this moment that the atmosphere of the entire tea restaurant suddenly dropped to freezing point. What happened? Xiaoji's hair stood up all over his body, and his hedgehog hair seemed to have exploded into a mohawk. What happened? Even Leorio and Karapika immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Anita, who was holding a knife and stabbing Killua at all times, was frozen in place, unable to move at all. In the next room. Crashed. The poker pyramid that Hisoka had just laid out in front of him instantly fell to the ground. Oh! He raised his head and looked towards the tea restaurant with interest. The examines who were resting here, especially those who had fallen asleep, suddenly looked ugly. As if they were trapped in a nightmare. Such murderous aura. Above the airship, the faces of Sats, Menkai, and others suddenly changed. This was a strong killing intent that made them all feel palpitating. Among this year's candidates, is there another person like this? They were all in doubt and immediately stood up and took action. Is it that Molek? Although he wanted to cook the other party, under this terrifying killing intent, Menchi thought of Molek first. It seems that he is the only candidate in this year who has such ability. Menchi still recognized Molek's strength. No, it's not him. Almost at the same time, Boera and Sats denied equals. This is not Hisoka. Several people have felt Hisoka's killing intent. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This is a brand new killing intent that has never been experienced before. If this killing intent is released from these qualified candidates, it means that the quality of this year's candidates is really extraordinary. Sats and Boera kept rushing down. But if there is an outsider lurking in with bad intentions. Menchi followed up with a sentence, then we are more relieved. On this airship, in addition to us examiners and candidates, there is also President Netero. Inside the tea restaurant. Everyone gave more or less different reactions to the killing intent released by Ilmi. But if we talk about the strongest reaction. Illumi. Killa hugged his arms with both hands, his pupils almost blurred black and white. His whole body was shaking, and a lot of sweat flowed down his forehead. He trembled as he said the name. No one was more familiar with this murderous intent than him. No one was more impressed and affected by this murderous intent than him. It was a childhood nightmare, like a nightmare-like fear. How could Illumi exist here? Killa subconsciously looked in the direction where the murderous aura was emanating. Then. He saw Molek sitting alone at a table, smiling and waving at him. Was it released by Molek? Killa gradually regained his composure due to his qualities as a killer. Did he release the murderous aura? Why did he do that? And it was so similar to Illumi's murderous aura. Killa at this moment was like a student with 100,000 questions. He was eager to know the answers to all this. But this farce should also end. The president of the Hunter Association, Netero, who looked like a fairy, had already come to the scene. Although the disputes and fights between candidates are not something we examiners should intervene in. But this candidate number 111 was eliminated during the second test. No matter what the reason is, since she has been eliminated, it is impossible for her to stay on this airship. As Netero finished speaking, several association staff members in black suits also came and took Anita down directly. President. Sats and others who hurried over also hurriedly greeted Netero. Well, it seems that you all feel it too. Netero nodded to several people, and then looked at Molek who was sitting there watching the show. Can you explain to us what happened just now? He looked at Molek and chuckled, as a bystander, you must know what happened just now, right? I saw it all. Molek nodded directly, she believes that he is the murderer of her father, so she wants to kill him. Succinct and to the point, one sentence directly pointed out. We all know this. Netero put his hands into his sleeves, you know what I want to ask. Yeah. Molek nodded again, but the questions you want to ask, don't you have the answers in your mind? Ilmi used his real name when registering, there is no reason for the president not to know. Netero glanced at Killua, who was already in a bad state. After thinking about it, he still felt that it would be better not to cause any more trouble. After all, there are many unreasonable people in the Zaldik family. Then let's stop here. He stroked his beard and made the following judgment. Anita, who failed to take revenge, looked sad. And just when she was about to be taken away. Laxiangshan, I have heard of this name. Molek said, the earrings you are wearing should be the crystal of Laxiangshan or, right? Anita, who walked past Molek, paused and looked at him. The black-clad staff next to him wanted to take her away, but Netero shook his head slightly at them and stood aside. This refined Laxiangshan ore is addictive. Once you taste it once, you will basically become addicted and collapse. There are many people out there who have spent all their money to buy Laxiangshan ore. Molek said slowly. You are lying to me. Anita's face turned pale. He didn't believe that his father, who had always loved her so much, was doing this kind of business outside. This is the truth. Molek continued, I think everyone here has heard about this. Examiners including Satsu, Leorio, Karapika and other candidates all nodded. They had indeed heard about it. Seeing this scene, the last bit of luck and hope in Anita's heart was shattered. Wang Nyohao, my father is a kind and gentle man. Anita closed her eyes in pain, people around him always smile. Molek, so your happiness is built on those unfortunate people, so you have what you have today. But to me, he is still an irreplaceable father. She tightly grasped the earrings made of Laxiangshan ore crystals that her father left her. That was the only relic her father left her. But the funny thing is that your father caused so many people to lose their families, but the reason for the assassination was not revenge, but the huge profit of Laxiangshan ore. Molek shook his head, since you don't have enough power to protect such a wealth, it's only a matter of time before you are targeted and have such a result. Although the words are cruel, they are the facts in this society of the law of the jungle. Molek, how do you know that Anita's father was assassinated for profit, not revenge? Zyja, who had been listening beside him, played the role of the supporting actor to the fullest. Because I killed the mastermind who hired the assassin of the Zaldik family to assassinate her father. Molek said lightly. Hi. Many people at the scene looked at him sideways. Even Anita looked up and looked at Molek in disbelief. Don't get me wrong, I'm not seeking justice. Molek waved his hand at everyone, it was purely because the mastermind knew that he couldn't keep such an industry without enough power after the assassination was successful. So he went to recruit powerful subordinates. Then he happened to run into me during the recruitment process, and there was a little conflict in the middle, and then. Chapter 112. Molek paused at this point, and everyone understood what he meant. With Molek's strength, if he really clashed with him, there would definitely be no good ending. That family is called Kenport. You can ask about the family's past and current situation when you go back. Molek finally said to Anita, but their family has emptied their family assets because they hired the Zaldik family to assassinate them. Then the person in charge had a conflict with me, so their family has basically declined. If you want to seek revenge on them, you may not find many people. After all, they have many enemies. It can be said that it is normal for families to decline and break up. That's great, that's really great. Anita cried with joy. The real murderer who assassinated her father also ended up with his family destroyed. This was enough for Anita to comfort her father's spirit in heaven. When will the revenge end? Now that the enemy is gone and she knows the business her father is doing, Anita has let it go. Even towards Killua, she no longer has the resentment and hatred she had at the beginning. After calming down, she was quietly taken away by the black-clad staff. But before leaving, thank you. She thanked Molek solemnly. Although she also knew that Molek killed her enemy for other reasons, he helped her get revenge after all. She still remembered this favor. No need. Molek didn't think there was anything to be thanked for. Originally, that Kenport was looking for death on Meteor Street, and he just took action to follow the trend. What's more, Anita made such a fuss, and also provided a blind box for Molek on the spot. It is a rare blue blind box since the Hunter test began. Because it is an original character of TVB, and it doesn't affect the plot much, so it is only blue. Molek didn't mind the low level, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. Based on the principle of not wasting it, he directly collected it. Get a medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Sun Blade. Source World, Demon Slayer. Because they all have the intention of revenge, and they all use swords, so they opened this Sun Blade. Sun Blade, weapons in Demon Slayer and its derivative works will appear in different colors according to the attributes of the user. This is also the weapon used by the swordsman of the Demon Slayer core. The blade is made of Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore, materials that absorb sunlight. It is the only weapon that can cause damage to demons, and it will appear in different colors depending on the user's attributes. There are no ghosts in this world, but there are resentments left by people who died 940 years ago. Maybe this knife can be used to exorcise them. After making up his mind, Molek took a look at the knife in the storage space and stopped paying too much attention to it. He now has many means of fighting, and he doesn't need this kind of knife that is specifically used to kill ghosts. Just like that, a group of people watched Anita, who was relieved, leave. This may be the best ending for her. But the murderous aura just now. Zyja didn't forget the feeling just now. What's going on? Do you know, President Netero? He looked at Netero and asked. Well, I know a little bit. Netero's eyes gradually began to show interest. Kia also raised his head and looked at Netero. The feeling just now will not fade away so easily. Do you want to know? Netero put his hands behind his back, shook his head and left with a smile. If you want to know, then come with me, let's play a game together. If you beat me, I will tell you, how about it? Zyja and Killua looked at each other. I'd better ask Molek. Zyja thought about it and felt that it was not good. It seems that he also knows what happened just now. Killua nodded, he also felt the same way. I always feel that this old man Netero is thinking something bad. Just when the two were about to go find Molek. If you beat me, I can tell you everything that happened just now. A light voice came again, I can also decide on the hunter license and give it to you directly. Hunter license? Killua and Gon both stopped in their tracks after hearing this promise. Is it so casual? The two looked at each other again, and then they all saw the determination in each other's eyes. Although it was casual, they couldn't refuse this temptation. So, the two caught up with Netero again and started a classic battle for the ball. At the same time, Molek, who had tasted the lava tea and watched a play, was also replying to the message on his mobile phone. I didn't tell you this time, you owe me a favor. The phone message quickly replied. I will help you do something that is not forced, except killing people. After releasing his murderous intention, Ilmi realized that something was wrong. Then he quickly ran away before everyone could react. Of course, in order to let Molek help cover it up, it was mainly Dante let Killua know. Don't let Killua know and run away in the middle of the process, which will be a headache again. For this reason, Illumi is willing to help Molek do something that is not forced except killing. Just like in the original version, helping Hisoka cover the evacuation from the Phantom Troop. Well, if it is killing, they never do business at a loss. After that, there was nothing else on this airship. The other candidates were resting, and Zyja and Killua were playing a game of grabbing the ball with President Netero. Molek also went there specially. Sure enough, at the scene of grabbing the ball, a new red blind box was condensed. Get the advanced blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, misdirection, source world, Kuroko's basketball. Another ability of the protagonist has been revealed. And this time, it is a hot-blooded sports anime. Is it because they are all playing with the ball? While watching the excitement of grabbing the ball, Molek checked this new ability. Misdirection, a magic technique that allows the audience's viewpoint to be guided by external objects and successfully produce an effect. It is also a technique used by the male protagonist Kuroko Tetsuya in Kuroko's basketball. The ability called misdirection that deceives the enemy like a phantom is to guide the opponent's consciousness to other people, deliberately making others not notice themselves. This move is combined with absolute and hidden, as well as the breath hiding of turtle immortal style, and it also has a miraculous effect. Looking at the introduction of the ability, Molek quietly combined this skill with his own absolute skills and other skills. That is, at the moment of completion. Hi! Netero, who was teasing Killua and Gon on the field, suddenly looked over with a slight huh. He narrowed his eyes and found that Molek was still standing at the edge, smiling and waving at him. His presence disappeared instantly, and there was no breath at all. If you don't look carefully, you can't even find that he is still standing there. Has his hiding ability improved again? He leaned slightly and avoided Gon, who pounced from the sky, and Killua, who jumped out from below. Netero admired in his heart, no matter when, he is constantly improving. It's really getting more and more terrible, the young people nowadays. While sighing, he forgot to glance at the two little guys in front of him who were not convinced. He also laughed more happily. More and more outstanding young people are emerging. For an old man like him as the president, what else can he be more happy to see than this? He was happy, but Zyja and Killua were sweating profusely. Really, can anyone grab the ball from this old man? He didn't even move his right hand or left foot. Killua wanted to give up, but Gon was stubborn and wanted to try again. Wow, your perseverance is much stronger than last year's candidates. Last year? Were there any candidates who tried to grab the ball from the president last year? I did give the corresponding conditions, but the other party didn't accept them and didn't want to play with me. Is there anyone who doesn't want to accept the hunter license? Yes. Netero raised his chin to the back. Gon and Killua turned their heads at the same time. Just saw the figure of Molek leaving. Molek, that's not surprising. Xiaojie nodded in understanding. I always feel that he can do anything. Swish. He turned around instantly and tried to grab the ball from Netero. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Wow, so naive. It really can't work. It really makes people not careless for a moment. A new round of ball-grabbing battle begins again. Just like that, time slowly passes. Xiaojie still fails to grab the ball in the end. But he succeeds in making President Netero use his right hand and left foot. Then he shouts "I win" with satisfaction, and falls asleep on the ground. For this reason, President Netero specially arranges the pilot of this airship to drive the ship slower. Leave enough rest time for Xiaojie. Even so, they still officially arrive at the destination at 8 o'clock the next morning. That towering tower built in the ancient forest. It is also the destination of their third round of tests, the trap tower. At the same time, inside this trap tower. Come on, come on. A man wearing savage clothes and with scars all over his face whispered with hatred. I will let you feel my resentment and pain in the past year. I will give you feedback on everything I have experienced, Molek. The voice of hatred could not be suppressed, and the man's face became more and more ferocious. The grim tone echoed in the dark corridor of the trap tower. When the morning sun shines on the sky above the trap tower. The 43 candidates also walked down from the airship one after another, looking at everything around them. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Damian put his hands behind his back and explained the rules of the next test to everyone. This is the top of the trap tower, which is also the starting point of the third test. Next, about the content of this level. He stretched out his cute little finger. The rules are very simple. As long as you can reach the ground alive, the limit is 72 hours. From now on, it officially starts. After the announcement, Mr. Damianran returned to the airship directly. Without giving the candidates any time to think about it, the entire airship immediately left here. 72 hours, that is, 3 days, right? Everyone looked at the tower under their feet. It will take 3 days to walk down this tower. It seems that there should be many traps in it. It seems that it should be more difficult than the second round of tests. Don't take it lightly. The candidates began to think on the top of the tower. At this time, at the bottom of the trap tower, in the monitoring room with a full view of all the scenes. The examiner of the third round of tests, Reber, who was wearing sunglasses and had a coxcomb, pressed a few times on the control panel. All the conditions of the candidates appeared on the big screen in front of him without blind spots. The test has begun. After adjusting the video, Reber took out a bag of rice crackers from the snack basket next to him. Crack. Pour a cup of hot tea and officially start the comfortable and cozy movie watching mode. On the top of the tower. There are no windows on all four sides of the tower, just walls. Leorio and Karapika were looking down. Going down from here is almost a suicide. At this height, if there is a slight mistake, there is basically no chance of survival. Several people were thinking about the route to go down outside, and at this time. That's for ordinary people. A candidate wearing a blue vest sportswear and a number plate 86 on his chest came over. He crossed his arms and looked confident. However, for a first-class rock climbing expert, as long as there are cracks in these walls, it is not difficult to pass this level. After saying that, he really started to practice. Following the cracks in the rock walls of the trap tower, he went down slowly and steadily like a gecko climbing a wall. His professional movements and abilities show that he is an absolute expert and master in the rock climbing world. Amazing! Gon and Killua both leaned down and looked down at the same time, and did not forget to exclaim. He climbed there in a flash. Leorio rubbed the back of his head, my scalp is numb just by looking at it. Suddenly, he heard a cry in the distance and looked up. Who is that? In the distance, several black shadows fluttered their wings towards flying here quickly. On the outer wall of the trap tower. It seems that the person who passed the third test the fastest must be me. Rock climbing expert number 86 is very confident, not only in his professionalism, but also in his physical strength. According to his estimation of the height of this tower, he can easily climb down within a few hours. Of course, this is only if there are no accidents. Hi! When a black shadow covered his head, the rock climbing expert subconsciously raised his head. Then, he looked at the three huge, human-faced strange birds next to him with horror. Cry! The three strange birds howled, waved their claws, and flew towards the rock climbing expert. But at this moment, bang! A gunshot sounded, and then a flower of blood instantly shot out from the forehead of the strange bird in the front. Bang! Bang! Two more gunshots sounded, and the other two strange birds also wailed, and their bodies fell to the ground powerlessly. Although I always respect everyone's choice to die. Molek turned the collector in his hand and then put it away. But I hate this kind of beast that takes advantage of people's misfortune and hunts at this time. If these three strange birds saw so many candidates on the trap tower and ran up there to hunt, then whoever was captured, Molek would not interfere. But if it was like now, playing such a trick, Molek would not be polite. If you still want to climb down like this, and be treated as prey by those strange birds again, it's up to you. The strange birds had already turned into three corpses and fell to the ground. Chapter 113. Molek's casual words from above frightened the rock climbing expert who was still a little frightened below. In a hurry, he quickly climbed back from the outer wall of the trap tower. Thank you, thank you. Candidate number 86, who had struggled to climb up, breathed heavily, and was grateful to Molek for surviving the disaster. The latter waved his hand without paying attention, and then put away a blind box emitting red light that condensed next to him. Well, coming to the trap tower for the third round of testing, of course, there are new blind boxes. Get a high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, natural boots. Source World, Magic Tower. Magic Tower? It just happens to be adapted to the environment of the trap tower. As for Magic Tower, if Molek remembers correctly, it should be from a web game he played before. It is a strategy-based fixed-value RPG game, which can be found by searching Baidu. The game requires a lot of thinking, and any rash choice may lead to the failure of the game. Although the Magic Tower game is not big, it is well made and has many props. And the difficulty is not low, which is a difficult test for IQ. Although the interface of the Magic Tower is very similar to that of a general dungeon game, it seems that you can pass the level by just fighting and killing. But in fact, playing this game requires a lot of thinking, and any rash choice may lead to the failure of the game. Just like the trap tower that the candidates will face next. And the props in the blind box this time are the props in Magic Tower. Natural boots can pass through various negative terrains safely. For example, hot lava, cold snow, deep deserts, and other areas. As long as you put on this pair of natural boots, everything will be as easy as walking on flat ground. Molek looked at the boots in the storage space that looked very good and nodded. You can find a suitable opportunity to change them. On the other side, it seems that it is better to walk outside. I think there must be a door leading to the bottom. Seeing that the rock climbing expert almost became food under the mouths of these strange birds, Leorio and Kurapika immediately gave up the idea of going outside. And in their sight, the number of candidates is also visibly decreasing. The number of people is getting smaller and smaller. Several people separately looked for the intersection leading to the bottom, and found that more than half of the people had found the entrance. I'm afraid they have all left the top of the tower and gone down. Kurapika pondered, and it's unlikely that those people all took the same path. The only reasonable guess is that there should be a secret door. But the number of secret doors cannot be guaranteed to be sufficient. Leorio also became anxious. What if they are used up before we find the way down? Leorio. Kurapika. There is a secret door here. While the two were analyzing, Zyja had already found the secret door. All their movements were also observed by Liber at the bottom. Director, it seems that there are two more little ghosts. They are lucky. The two generals behind Reber pointed out the unusual place. The hunter test is not that simple. Reber focused on observing Killua and Gon, who were able to reach the third round of the test as children. Looking through the hunter tests over the years, they are very rare. And such guys have a high chance of passing the hunter achievement test. Of course, there is another person who needs special attention. Reber bit a piece of senbei and looked at Molek, who seemed to be checking something in the picture. Last year, Tokari was beaten up, and even the examiner of the hunter test couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Liber seemed to recall the ferocious whispers and requests of Tokari again, and couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? Crack. The outside world is in turmoil. How can he enjoy this piece of rice cracker? It is because he doesn't want to pay attention to so many disputes in the outside world that he is willing to stay in this trap tower and be the director of his prison safely. Click. On the top of the tower. When Leorio opened the secret door found by Zyja, several iron bars directly locked the door automatically. That means this secret door has been used by other candidates. Leorio's face was not very good. Only one candidate can pass through a secret door, right? As long as someone uses it once, it will be locked. This is also to prevent the situation where one person is in the front and the rest of the group follows behind. Kurapika's face became serious, and it's best to be mentally prepared. After going down each secret door, there may be different roads connected. So the question comes back to whether there are enough secret doors. But fortunately, with Zyja's sensitivity, in addition to this one that has been used, he found 6 more. Among them, there is another one that has been used, and there are exactly 5 secret doors left. No, there should be 4 secret doors left now. Is it here? For the secret doors on the top of the tower, Molek easily found a lot of them. However, in order to get more blind boxes, he still found the 5 secret doors next to each other. The road of voting where the minority obeys the majority. Being found it. In the monitoring room, Reber saw this scene and immediately ordered the 2 generals beside him. Hurry up and prepare, let the prisoners take their positions. Yes. The 2 generals immediately got busy. The candidates are rushing down, and the main force to stop them is naturally the prisoners imprisoned in this trap tower. Reber took out another biscuit. As long as you can delay the candidates for an hour, you can shorten the sentence by 1 year. This is a great thing they have been dreaming of. Of course, they are grateful to me. It's Toguri. Thinking of the old friend who asked him for help, Liber paused while biting the biscuit. His appetite dropped again. Since he insisted that the candidate he faced chose the path of majority vote, then he should be arranged to go that way as well. I hope you can have a perfect ending, Toguri. Crack. Although Liber felt that this possibility was rare. It's here, here, and here, and here. On the top of the tower, Zyajah shared the secret door he found with his companions. Strange, there was originally another door here, was it used by a candidate just now? Zyajah was a little confused. I was thinking there was one for Molek, but he seems to be missing too. He should have found the secret door first. Leorio touched his chin and looked at the ground in front of him, but there are 5 in such a small area. I always feel a little suspicious. Maybe some of the secret doors here are traps. Traps, really fit the name of this trap tower. But with such an obvious secret door right in front of us, it is impossible to give up. Leorio straightened his clothes. It seems that this time, it depends on personal luck and strength. Killa put away his skateboard. No matter who falls into the trap, no one can complain. Zyajah also grinned. That's right. Then let's decide the order of each person's secret door first. Under Karapika's arrangement, several people quickly chose their own secret doors. Count to 1, 2, 3 and everyone jumps down at the same time. Let's part ways here for the time being. See you on the ground. Then, let's go. The 4 people counted down, and then jumped up at the same time. Clang! The stone slab turned over, the figure fell, and the secret door was locked. After landing, the 4 people looked at the bright stone wall room, and then looked at each other. All showed an awkward but happy smile. I didn't expect that we would be separated. The driving time is really short. Karapika smiled. If you can go through the adventure side by side with familiar companions, it will not only make you feel at ease, but also greatly increase the possibility of safety and passing. Really? Even Leorio breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. But before he could sit down, he heard Zyajah's cry. Molek? You are here too. Leorio and Karapika looked up in astonishment. In the corner of the room, Molek took out a chair from somewhere and sat there, looking at the 4 of them with interest. Are you here too, Molek? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Although they were a little surprised to see that it was an acquaintance, they were relieved after all. How many people should enter this room? What if other people come? Leorio looked around, and then he saw a notice on the wall in front of him. Below the notice, there was a stone platform with 4 watches on it. What is this? Everyone walked over and took a look. The road to majority rule. You 5 must follow the majority and pass the many checkpoints from here to the end. Karapika finished reading the words above, and then set his sights on the 4 watchguards on the stone platform. This should be a timer and a voting machine, right? Karapika looked at the button with circles and crosses on it, and the countdown of 71 hours and 20 minutes, and then picked it up. Others also took it one by one and wore it on their wrists. So what should we do next? While wearing it, Zyajah asked Molek next to him. Molek, you got here before us, do you know any other news? Other news? Molek pointed to the stone platform in front of everyone. There are monitoring equipment in it, and the examiner of the 3rd round of tests is observing us through various cameras. Then when we meet the requirements, he will give us certain instructions. And just after Molek finished speaking. That's right. Ribber's voice rang out from the stone platform. In this trap tower, many different paths are preset, and each path has different clearance conditions. You guys have chosen the path of minority obeying majority. This is a super difficult level that requires concerted efforts to pass smoothly. Okay, I wish you all a smooth pass. In the monitoring room, after Ribber said this, after saying that, he pressed the mute button. The voting process of the 5 people. His pair of slender fox eyes stared at Molek again. Fortunately, they all know each other. Ribber recalled the scene when Molek jumped down before the 4 people just now. The other party walked to the stone platform normally, read the rules, and then put on the meter. I also gave the same instructions. Everything seemed normal. Until, the man made an unconventional analysis. If I can't wait for the other 4 people, then I can just put on the other 4 watchguards and move forward, right? The rules don't allow it. This is a 5-person voting road. You must gather 5 people to open the door. Then I can go back to the top of the tower and bring 5 people down. The moment you jumped down, the entrance was already locked. This is easy. Just break the locks, right? And it's a 5-person voting road. Molek gently stroked his chin. When the time comes, as long as I can defeat all the other 5 people and make them obey my orders, isn't that enough? In addition, it takes 5 people to start the journey, so it is normal for these 5 people to die during the adventure. Then I can put away their wristwatches and use them normally, right? I can't deny the other 4 people because of the failure of a certain candidate. It should be okay for me to take their bodies on the road, right? When asked by Molek, Ribber's macarons were not fragrant at all. He didn't think Molek would consider the problem from such a tricky angle. And from the look of him, it seems that he wants to make the other 4 people his one-man show. If that happens, there will be less fun to watch. Fortunately, they all know each other. Ribber sighed again with relief. In this way, there will be many interesting scenes to watch. He picked up a bag of potato chips and tore it open with a squeak. And in the room of the majority decision road. As everyone's watch was put on, the stone door slowly opened. The first iron door that needed to make a choice was revealed. Do you want to continue the test? Choose the circle, don't choose the cross. You must choose it. After choosing 5 circles, the door opened quickly. Easy. Leorio was in a good mood. With the familiarity and understanding between the 5 of us, it would be great to make the right judgment together. I am also worried that if there are unfamiliar people or sinister villains who deliberately hinder us and do bad things to join us, it will be a headache. That's right. Zyajin nodded and agreed, the 5 of us can act together and pass the level quickly. Indeed. Compared to the confidence of the 2, Molek also seemed very calm. I was thinking that if it was the other 4 guys I didn't know, it might be a little more troublesome. Killa became interested after hearing this. How do you want to trouble me? It's very simple, first courtesy and then force. Molek chuckled and said something that made people shudder. First, tell them that I will make the decision this time. If anyone has any objections or dissatisfaction, just beat them up. Beat them until they obey. Karapika and Leorio. Fortunately, we know each other. The 2 wiped their sweat in front of them. And what Molek said also made them think, what if it was Hisoka who formed a team of 5 with them instead of Molek? Just thinking about it, a chill rose from the 2 people's bodies. Then immediately threw such thoughts out of their minds. On the other side. Walking alone in the dark passage, Hisoka paused. Chapter 114. Hisoka seemed to feel that someone was talking about him somewhere. Molek and the other 5 continued to move forward. Soon, the road ahead came to an end. Only on the left and right sides were there iron fences. Again. On the wall in the middle, it was written if you want to go to the right, press the circle, if you want to go to the left, press the cross. Without much thought, several people made a vote at the same time. Beep. On the display screen, 3 circles and 2 crosses appeared, and the large iron fence gate on the right slowly rose. Right. Leorio was stunned. In this case, should I choose the left? And if I don't choose the left at a time like this, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Before Leorio finished speaking, he was pushed in by Karapika. That's right. From the perspective of human behavior, when people are blocked on the road and don't know which way to go, most people will subconsciously choose the left road. Karapika said as he walked forward. The iron fence behind him closed again after everyone walked in. Killa followed and agreed, I've heard of this theory too. Wait a minute, this result is wrong. Leorio thought of 3 circles, which side did you 2 press? The right. Killa and Karapika made the same choice. Ordinary people tend to choose the left side, so we have to avoid it and choose the right side. Molek walked behind, because with the examiner's thinking, he also knows the left rule, so it is very likely that the left test questions will be particularly difficult. That's right. Karapika and Killua both agreed. Leorio's face suddenly turned awkward, so we are the ones with simple minds, right? Zyja. Am I really on the same level as Leorio? He really didn't want to admit this fact. There are actually more possibilities for 963. Molek continued with a smile, For example, while knowing the rule on the left, the examiner may also predict our prediction and increase the difficulty on the right. But it is also possible that he predicted our prediction and chose to increase the difficulty on the right. Leorio. What prediction or no prediction, the brain seems to be a little bit not working well. But if I were the examiner, Molek said directly, I would make it more difficult for both the left and right sides, so that no matter which path the candidates choose, it would be particularly difficult. Then, at this time, the candidates who choose the other path will start to complain, saying that if they choose another path, it might not be so difficult. If the examiner takes the opportunity to say something that seems to agree with the monitor and microphone, the seeds of division and infighting will be planted at this moment. Reber in the monitoring room. All the answers are correct. He did think so originally and planned to do so. Why do you say originally? Because the current 5-person team is obviously different from the 5 different candidates he expected. This method will hardly work for a group that knows and understands each other. So, those prisoners need to appear. Crack. Reber bit a cookie and turned the screen to the battlefield where the next few people were about to arrive. In addition to these prisoners, there is another person who makes him particularly concerned. Who is this? When the road on the right came to an end, Leorio and his companions stopped immediately. A huge and wide space appeared in front of everyone. In the middle of this place, there was a huge square stone platform standing in the air. 4 torches were placed at the 4 corners of the stone, illuminating the entire space. The orange-yellow flames shone here, giving a feeling of an underground arena. And Leorio and his group were at the entrance of a cliff-like passage. When they were looking at the surrounding environment, suddenly, at the entrance of an almost identical passage on the opposite side, a few figures appeared in the shadows. Look! Killa, who had captured it keenly, motioned for everyone to look over there. They saw a group of people wearing blue cloaks, walking barefoot on the ground, with chains on their hands and feet. Director Reber, a candidate is coming. The tall cloaked man at the front raised his chained hands towards a certain monitor. Please help me take off the handcuffs. In the monitoring room, Reber, who was waiting for the show to start, pressed twice lightly. The handcuffs opened and the iron fell to the ground. The tall cloaked man grabbed the covering on his body and threw it to the side. Finally, I am temporarily released. It seems that he is venting his distress and enjoying the breath of freedom. Similarly, he also revealed his true face. A bald man emerged from the crowd. He has a cleaner head than the bald ninja Hanzo, wearing a dark black short-sleeved top, and his upper body is bulging with strong muscles. He is tall and looks very difficult to mess with. We are the testers specially appointed by the Hunter Test Review Committee. If you want to pass this level this time, you must fight against the 5 of us and win. The tall and strong man yelled and announced the test rules for their level. That person seems very strong. While he was speaking, Xiaja and the others were also looking at him. The competition is 1-on-1. Each person can only play once, and the order is decided by each person. Since you are using the majority rule, 5 people only need to win 3 games to pass this level. He explained the rules clearly and logically. Similarly, if you lose 3 games, your hunter test journey will end here. You will be stuck on this cliff and can't move forward or backward. You can only wait for time to pass. The rules are very simple and easy to understand. The competition will be a 1-on-1 duel. The specific duel method is uncertain and is determined by the 2 people on the field. There is no tie, only win or lose. As long as one of the parties has admitted defeat, the other party will win that round. If you have lost 3 games or do not accept the competition, then it means that your hunter test journey has ended here. Now, vote whether to accept this test. If you accept, please press circle, and if you do not accept, please press cross. After the explanation, the tall man Batman, who looks like Dwayne Johnson, waited for the decision of the 5 people on the opposite side. He didn't dare to say anything more, not even to make any extra movements. Not only him, but also the other prisoners around him. Because behind them, the figure in the corner was full of resentment and hatred. This figure was different from the others. He didn't wear any handcuffs or anklets, as if he was not a prisoner here. In fact, he was indeed very special. Before coming here, Director Reber arranged for them to say, "Just do your normal test to stop the candidate on the opposite side. But if the man in a black suit on the opposite side comes on stage, you don't have to worry about it. Someone will naturally help you. Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with you. You just need to wait for the final result." Although these vague words were not made clear, Batman could roughly guess some of them. Especially the full of negative emotions and energy that were about to overflow, which made several people feel cold and lean to the side uncomfortably. Is he here for revenge? Such an aura, coupled with Director Reber's previous words, made Batu, who had rich experience and analytical ability, give the answer in his heart instantly. He was able to be arranged by Director Reber to participate in the Hunter test, and to go to the trap tower and act with us prisoners. Either the black suit candidate opposite him has an irreconcilable hatred with him, or Director Reber has a good relationship with him, or both. Batu was silent in his heart. The guy who could make Director Reber make such an arrangement must be no ordinary person. What's more, the aura he exuded made even him feel frightened and palpitating. As a result, such a person still needs to seek revenge, and it is a seemingly endless revenge. He even needs the help of Director Reber, the candidate in the black suit, to read the exciting novel, Go to Fila Novel Network. Batu subconsciously looked at the platform at the entrance of the opposite cliff. Then, he saw the other party smiled at him, and there seemed to be a joke in his eyes. Batu immediately retracted his gaze, lowered his head and looked at the ground without looking at it anymore. This is a fight between the big guys, and it is better for him, a prisoner, not to participate too much. Another choice. Leorio frowned, isn't this a waste of our time? In order to pass the test, we have to accept this duel. Everyone has to press the circle. Looking at the time on his wristwatch, which had dropped to 70 hours, he decisively pressed the circle. Others followed suit and pressed the button at the same time. Beep. A screen slowly rose in the center of the square stone platform. 5 choices appeared at the circle position above. All unanimously approved. Very good. Seeing this, Batet raised his head again. Let us choose the candidates for the battle first. Originally, Batet wanted to be the first to appear, but he always felt that it would be better for him to watch the situation from behind when these big guys were fighting. Siza, you go first. Batman took a step back and let a prisoner in a blue cloak come to him. You want me to go so early? Ah, use your deceptive appearance to let the other party feel what is the hidden fear. The cloak was thrown away, revealing a thin man. The long bangs on his head covered one eye, and the overall face shape was similar to Sanji. The other side has sent out the first player. Change? I thought it would be the uncle who was explaining the game. He doesn't look that powerful. Leorio was still analyzing the opponent's manpower, and Zyja had already put his backpack on the ground. I'll go. He raised his hand to signal. Killa looked at him and asked, Are you okay? Yes. Gon nodded, this guy doesn't look that scary. Judging people by their appearance. He's a prisoner anyway. Everyone also saw that the guy wearing anklets and handcuffs should be the prisoner in this prison. Then he was specially arranged here to stop them and waste their time. Don't worry, that guy is not a fighting type. Zyja stretched his body, then jumped and rushed to the stone platform in front. I believe I will win. He stood opposite Zyja with full confidence. Kia put his hands in his pockets, this guy is indeed not a muscular strong man. Leorio carefully identified, but he feels weird. The guy coming up from the opposite side was short, with no trace of muscle on his body, and even a little decadent. It's a bit strange. Kurapika found something unusual. Logically speaking, this man should also be a serious criminal here. But I can't feel any murderous aura from him. Killa nodded, it's indeed not murderous aura, but there is another dangerous evil aura. It's that kind of cunning, deceptive aura. Molek suddenly spoke from behind. Kurapika, Leorio and Killua turned around at the same time. Deceptive aura. Molek nodded, well, he is a very famous swindler. Do you know him, Molek. It's okay, I know a little bit. Molek looked at the man on the stone platform, who was stroking his hair that seemed to have been treated with rejoice. Siza, a serial bomber, is also an arsonist and fraudster, sentenced to 149 years in prison. Bomber? Arson. Leorio immediately raised his voice. Doesn't that mean that the other party is very likely to? Calm down, Leorio. Karapika interrupted him. He was originally just a prisoner, and his handcuffs and anklets have just been opened. It's impossible for him to prepare a bomb on his body. And even if he has prepared it, it can't be such a dangerous thing. Killa also saw it clearly, otherwise, he is very likely to plan to escape with these prisoners with the bomb. As the examiner of this round of tests, you should not make such an unwise choice. Crack. In the monitoring room, Reber bit a snow cake and nodded after listening to Killua's analysis. Indeed, he would not give any extraordinary help to these extremely dangerous prisoners who were serving sentences of more than 100 years. They were just disposable items to block the candidates. Being able to extend their prison sentences for a few years was already a special favor, which made them grateful. Want something else, dangerous items? You're dreaming. Therefore, at most, Liber only provided Sai Jia with the 4 candles he requested. 2 untouched candles, 2 tampered candles, of different lengths. A wide arena space, on the stone platform. How are we going to decide the winner? Shaojie moved his body and asked, you said at the beginning that the way of duel is free to decide. Then, a subtle smile appeared on Sai Jia's face. How about I propose it to you? Yet, Shaojie has no objection. As you can see, I don't have much confidence in my physical strength. I'm not good at fighting with fists and running around the field. Sai Jia simply said his situation directly. Shaojie tilted his head. I prefer to use my fists, because I'm not good at thinking. So it's better to keep it simple. Is that so? Sai Jia's smile deepened. Then I think you will like this game. He turned his hand and took out 2 candles from behind. After seeing this, Leorio and others who knew his identity as a bomb maniac immediately became alert. Don't worry. Sai Jia laughed slyly. This is not yellow explosives, but just an ordinary candle. This is a simple game I thought of that was designed specifically for us. We light these 2 candles at the same time. Whoever's candle goes out first loses. What do you think? Xiaojie gave a thumbs up. Well, it's very simple. It's really easy to understand. Let's use this to decide the winner. Chapter 115. Okay. After getting the answer he wanted, the corners of Sai Jia's mouth slowly rose. Then choose one of these 2 candles. As he said that, he loosened one of his hands, revealing a half candle. If you want to choose the long one, press the circle. If you want to choose the short one, press the cross. The majority's decision will prevail. As soon as Sai Jia finished talking about the rules, Leorio on the opposite side immediately shouted. There must be a trap. In response, Sai Jia just smiled indifferently. Under normal circumstances, of course, everyone chooses the long candle. But, that's just the general situation. Leorio said without thinking, the long candle must have been tampered with. That's just inference based on normal logic, but the other party also knows this, so they reverse prediction and may also tamper with the short one. Karapika analyzed, just like Molek said, the other party predicted our prediction. Leorio, but if you worry about this and that, then... Yes, it will never end. Karapika said in a deep voice, this is a dilemma of choosing between 2 options. When people are forced to choose one of 2 different conditions, they will be particularly vigilant and unable to make a judgment immediately. And if the choice is wrong, the psychological blow will be more severe than the ordinary choice of choosing between 2 options. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a swindler who has been imprisoned for more than 100 years. Karapika and Leorio were unable to make any decision here. And Sai Jia, on the opposite side, simply sat on the ground. You can take your time to think about it. He continued to stroke his greasy hair. Anyway, we have plenty of time here. Although it is a game of majority decision. But you can discuss it freely here first. Saiza easily stimulated everyone. At the cliff, Leorio was a little impatient, so, which one should we choose? Long or short? Kilo looked at the restless Leorio, and then suddenly looked at Molek. Can you tell which of the 215 candles has a problem? Karapika, who originally wanted to let Zyja make the decision, and let Zyja take a gamble with his wild intuition instead of worrying about it here, also looked over. Molek was able to recognize the arsonist, so he must have known these tricks and methods. Those 2 candles are all problematic. Molek just glanced at them and he gave his judgment with a smile. Both have problems. Leorio was stunned when he heard this. What's the point of taking out these 2 candles of different lengths? It can't be that one burns fast and the other burns slow, right? No. Kilo was enlightened. If the candles you take out for Gon to choose from are all problematic, and if he uses normal candles, then he basically won't lose. Karapika had a look of realization, so no matter which one we choose, we will be hit, right? You mean? Leorio also understood, both candles have problems, and he still has a normal candle in his hand, right? In an instant, Leorio, who reacted, soared to the top of his anger. What a jerk! He was just pointing at Saija's nose, he cursed, the opponent is a child, and he actually used such a mean and shameless method. They are prisoners here. Molek could understand, they are already prisoners, who would play fair and square with you. And in order to reduce the sentence, it would be strange if you don't make 120,000 efforts and use all your best skills to fight us. Besides, the rules don't say that you can't cheat. Don't think they follow the rules. Assholes! Leorio was still furious, gritting his teeth and shouting at the stone platform. Zyja, there are problems with these 2 candles, we don't choose either one. Well, I know. Zyja nodded, and then looked at Zyja who was already a little restless in front of him. I don't want either of these 2 candles. He grinned at Zyja, I want the long candle on you, that is fine. Shaojie was very cunning and chose the safest one. Zyja. It's over, his trick was exposed. However, as a person who has experienced the ups and downs of the fraud market for a long time, Zyja will not be easily shaken or just give up. I don't have the things you said. Zyja denied it, there are only these 2 candles. You can only choose the long one or the short one, there is no other choice. This is already a direct cheating. I don't want it. Shaojie also refused to accept it, if you give me these problematic candles, I will definitely lose. He was not stupid, and he insisted, I want the long candle without any problem. Saiza, the candle in front of me is fine. Shaojie, I don't believe it. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. And Saiza also realized that if he continued to fight like this, the situation would still be in his favor. Anyway, the purpose was to better consume the opponent's time, so that he could swoosh. As Saiza was planning various ways to delay the fight, he felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. Then he felt a warmth on his cheek. Saiza subconsciously touched his hand, and it was covered with blood. His ear had been pierced by a bullet. Sorry, I haven't practiced my shooting skills for a long time. Molek held the collector in his hand and pointed it at Saiza, chuckling. I accidentally got a little rusty. You are breaking the rules. The Batman on the opposite side stood up immediately after seeing this. It was agreed that this duel would be one-on-one. You are breaking the rules by intervening so casually. I said, I was just practicing my shooting skills, and I accidentally got rusty. It's just shooting skills. Molek interrupted calmly, just like this guy bit off the candles on his body and there were no other candles. I'm curious, what if I accidentally shot him to death while practicing shooting here, and then I found other candles from his body? He smiled, but his eyes were calm, looking at the prisoners opposite. What should I do then? Bat Du's mouth twitched and he didn't say anything. Is there a normal candle on Saija's body? They didn't say a word just to achieve their purpose of wasting time. But when Molek pointed out this problem directly, they had to face it. And they also found that the methods of this examinee in a black suit were much more cruel than they imagined. Even the bottom line of the rules was played more flexibly than them. How come this style of behavior is like that unreasonable mafia family? Batman muttered quietly. That's because there's no need to reason with prisoners like you. Molek on the other side heard it clearly and pointed it out directly. Although you said you came to help us assess us, you are actually just prisoners who failed in the outside world and ended up here. Recognize your own identities. If you can honestly abide by the rules, it's fine, but if you want to do something weird. Molek chuckled, I don't mind executing all of you guys now. Batman, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to complete the 5 duels and pass the hunter test? That's because you guys are playing tricks on me, so I'll do this. If I really can't pass this round of hunter test because of this situation. Molek raised his head and looked at the surveillance camera, I don't mind having a good chat with the examiner of the 3rd round of test after it's over. It should be the director of this prison, Bounty Hunter Reber, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Reber, who was monitoring in front of the screen. It's broken, it's coming to me. He immediately put down the snacks in his hand and decisively announced to the microphone. Don't play any shady tricks anymore. If there are any accidents because of this, you will bear the consequences yourself. Liber's words directly acquiesced to Molek's choice. The main thing is that he didn't know about the other candidates, but with the approach of Molek, he could really do it. His old friend is a living example. Liber would not burn himself for these prisoners. At the stone platform, Liber's voice spread throughout the space. After knowing that Liber would not protect him, Sai Jia could only helplessly take out the long candle that was fine. Then, the result of this round of competition was already doomed. On the contrary, it was the prisoner Cliff on the Batdut side. Sure enough, still so arrogant, still so unreasonable and intimidating others. Behind the prisoners, there was a whisper. Full of resentment and anger, the extremely oppressive Lo Oram made Batut and others stand on end. They were sure that the guy behind them, who was a big shot to them, definitely had a grudge against the man in the black suit. On the stone platform, after Sai Jia and Shaojie chose the candles, they immediately lit them and started counting. After Shaojie chose the longest candle without any problem. There were only 2 problematic candles left in Sai Jia's hand, plus a normal short candle. No matter which one, they couldn't beat Shaojie. Then he could only watch the candle in his hand burn out before Xiaojie's. I lost. Beep. After Sai Jia lost, the screen on the cliff on Morek's side also changed from 0 to 1. This also means that they have won the first game. Very good. Leorio cheered, this time, we got a good start and won the next game directly. He couldn't help but make a yeah, well done, Zyja. In this way, as long as Morek and I win 2 more games, we can pass the level. Killa and Karapika on the side. Has this guy completely forgotten the existence of us? Unlike Leorio, who was beaming with joy. Saiza walked back from the stone platform in a more decadent manner. Not only did he fail to win this round, but his ear was also pierced. It can be said that both his dignity and face were lost, and he almost couldn't come back. It was a complete loss. You see, you hit a wall, didn't you? A prisoner wearing a blue cloak at the back sneered. Who told you that you can only play tricks with small props like this? Saiza silently retreated to the corner. Okay. The prisoner said, and took 2 steps forward. If you want to deceive people, you have to risk your life. Now it's up to me. Grunt. As he spoke, the handcuffs and anklets on his body opened automatically and fell to the ground. After Zyja returned, the opponent also decided on the opponent. Okay, let me do this one. Karapika felt that he had to do something. Otherwise, if Leorio and Morek had passed the level and he had done nothing, Leorio would have laughed even louder. And with his personality, he would definitely use this as a contribution and qualification to ask everyone to make the decision he wanted in the next choice. Well, there is no doubt that Karapika felt that this guy could definitely do it. So, he stood up and planned to take over the second match. On the opposite side of the prisoner cliff, the prisoner who had untied the shackles on his body also swung his blue cloak to the side. Suddenly, the extremely hideous, ugly, vicious, weird, and non-human face appeared in front of everyone. The The sudden appearance of this ugly and indescribable criminal really brought a great visual impact to Leorio and others. Even Molek, looking at this daunting appearance from such a close distance, felt that it was not easy for a plastic surgery to fail like this. The two eyes were one big and one small, one bulging and one shrinking. The two eyelids were directly turned up, and the whole mouth of teeth was either broken or rotten, and there was not a single good one. Even the teeth that could still be seen were all there. It was exposed and bulging out. The ear was also sunken, and the other one seemed to be wearing an earmuff. As for the nose, it was nowhere to be found. The chin seemed to have many patches on the jaw. Compared with this zombie-like face, even Franklin's Frankenstein-like face seemed much more amiable. What's more, this guy has no idea of his own ugliness. He was stirring up his disgusting muscles, with 19 blue stars on his left chest. This guy doesn't look easy to mess with. Leorio came close to Kurapika and whispered. If it doesn't work, just admit defeat, and leave the rest to me and Molek. Killa on the side. So you really didn't count me in, or you forgot about me. It seems that the other party is also thinking about turning the game around, wasting more of our time, and regaining some of their momentum, so they sent a powerful monster out, right? Leorio adjusted his small round glasses on his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next guy should be easy, right? Zyja on the side tilted his head as he listened to Leorio's words. He always felt that what he felt was somewhat different from Leorio's perception. This guy who looked scary didn't bring him much fear. As for Killua, he was still sulking at being ignored and didn't want to pay attention to Leorio, a guy with poor eyesight. He was indeed quite angry, but after listening to Leorio's wrong judgment of the guy in front of him, he was actually less angry. Well, there is no point in arguing with him because of poor eyesight. On the contrary, he thought calmly and prepared to watch this battle. Another prisoner playing some tricks. By the way, Molek. Zyja seemed to remember something and asked Molek beside him, do you know who this guy is? You seem to know these prisoners very well. Chapter 116. I can't say I know him too well. Molek looked at Zahu, who was flexing his muscles and posing on the stone platform. Like this guy, I don't know his past. There is some information about Zahu, whether it is Baidu or Wikipedia, or even the official Hunter website. Molek only remembers that he is a long-term prisoner. He is a repeat offender of fraud and extortion sentenced to 108 years in prison. He looks scary, but the scars on his face are actually caused by failed plastic surgery. He installed steel on his right hand, and the number of people he had killed on his chest showed 19. So far, I have killed 19 people. On the stone platform, Zahu pointed to his left chest. But the number 19 is not good. It makes me feel unhappy all the time. He clenched his palms hard, making a crisp sound, but now, I am excited. Finally, the 20th person came to die voluntarily. Tisk, is it a serial killer this time? Leorio spat, Kurapika, if you can't beat him, just give up. Anyway, we are behind you. Kurapika on the stone platform ignored him. I'm a person who only cares about life and death, and I'm interested in excitement. I can't get excited unless I fight to the death. I don't play a game that doesn't hurt, and I don't accept a duel that stops at the right time. Zahu smiled cruelly, with one claw facing the sky. I want blood. Your internal organs. And your painful expression. On the stone platform at the cliff, Zyja's head tilted even more. Killa didn't even look at him straight in the eye. Only Leorio was still observing the stone platform nervously. No problem. Kurapika just nodded without hesitation, you decide the way to win first. I will fight in the way you decide. Zahu, oh! You are so brave. I thought the other party would be hesitant, but the result was so decisive that some surprises could not be revealed on the surface. Then, let's play a game that will never stop unless the opponent surrenders or dies. He shook his neck and continued to make a creaking sound. However, I want to warn you, even if you surrender halfway, don't expect me to stop attacking you when the victory or defeat is determined. Kurapika still looked calm. I understand, let's do it. Zahu's right big eye slightly bulged. This guy a fool? Did he not understand what I said at all? Or is he so slow that he didn't feel anything even when he saw my scary look? Swish! On the other side, Kurapika has taken off his clothes. It can be said that he takes off his clothes every time he is solo, just like Shiryu in Saint Seiya. Let's get started. Kurapika waited calmly. Chahu, oh! You are brave. But, there is one thing I forgot to say. He raised his finger and shook it. No weapons are allowed, only fists and feet can be used to decide the outcome. Although I am an examiner, I am also a prisoner, we are not allowed to carry weapons. Okay, I know. Kurapika was fine with it, and threw the 2 swords he was carrying aside. Anything else? If not, we can start. He really has weapons. Xiaohu looked at the 2 swords on the ground. But, he didn't seem to rely on them very much. Is he confident in himself? No, that shouldn't be the case. Perhaps it's because there is no way to retreat? It seems that he was frightened and lost his judgment after seeing me like this. Fortunately, he had already prepared a special move to deal with such a slow guy. On his right arm, and behind him. Hey, is Kurapika okay? Leorio was still worrying uselessly. In my opinion, this guy looks very difficult to deal with. Zyja straightened his tilted head and looked at Killua. What do you think, Killua? I don't feel anything. Killua was relaxed. In his opinion, the opponent was full of flaws. Let alone killing, I'm afraid the opponent doesn't even have the courage to hit people. Just bragging. Really? I don't think there's anything to worry about. Seeing that he was not the only one who felt this way, Zyja was more convinced of his judgment. The more I look at it, the less scary it seems to me. Leorio was worried and reminded. Kurapika, you have to strike first. If you attack head-on, it might be disadvantageous to you, Before he finished speaking, he saw Zaho leap forward. Let me show you how scary I am. He jumped high, swung his right fist, and smashed down at Kurapika. Boom! With one blow, gravel flew everywhere. Kurapika dodged in time, but Zaho's right hand smashed directly into the floor. And left a big hole on the ground. Break the floor with one strike. Leorio continued to yell with his eyes wide open. At the stone platform, Zaho slowly raised his right fist. And as if accidentally, he turned around and revealed the tattoo on his back. It was a spider tattoo with 12 legs. That is. Leorio recognized it at a glance, that's the mark of the Phantom Troop. Gon's eyes widened as he heard it, is that the group that killed all of Kurapika's clansmen? That's right, that's Kurapika's enemy, the notorious murder group the Phantom Troop in the world. Leorio nodded solemnly, I didn't expect this guy to be a member of their group. He's not a member of the Phantom Troop. Molek on the side suddenly spoke up. Isn't it? Leorio was stunned and looked over in confusion, but the spider tattoo on his back. Members of the Phantom Troop will have their own numbers printed on their spider tattoos. Molek explained simply, and no one welcomes the troop to be imprisoned as prisoners. Once they fail, the end is death, and then new people will replace them. Everyone has strong strength. This guy is far from the real Phantom Troop in terms of momentum and methods. Is that so? Leorio pointed at the spider tattoo on the other party and asked subconsciously, but the tattoo on his back. Then, his body suddenly stiffened. He also thought of a possibility, or fact. The other party is probably a fraudster, right? Gon said bluntly, just like the last guy who competed with me for candles. Leorio. It's embarrassing to be tricked by 2 fraudsters in a row. But Molek, you know so much about the Phantom Troop. Killua put his hands behind his head and looked at Molek and joked, are you a member of the Phantom Troop? I'm not an expert in killing people, and I don't have any interest in crime. Molek said seriously, I'm a law-abiding citizen, not a criminal wanted by their group. Killua. You seem to be from a gangster family, and you always take human lives to practice your gun skills. And you still say you are law-abiding. It's a bit inconsistent. Hehe. On the stone platform, after showing off, Zaho turned around again. I installed steel in my body, so that my fists are strong enough to break rocks. I will print the record of the phantom troop again. No. Anyone who sees these two moves at the same time will never have the courage to duel with me. Xiahou smiled proudly in his heart. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Then he felt that he would be invincible as before, and turned to Karapika proudly. What's wrong, are you so scared that you can't speak? Xiahou said proudly, I am one of the 4 kings of the Phantom Troop, and the title given to me by the outside world is Destruction King Xiahou. He continued to commit suicide and stepped on the minefield accurately. Xiahou, dancing on the tip of the knife, said proudly. The first attack just now was just a greeting, and the next move is not to hit the floor. But if you want to admit defeat here, I can give you a chance to live. He seemed to be condescending and trampled on the dignity of the weak. How? Ah? Hi. GG. Molek typed these 2 words in his mind, and Leorio and Gon beside him also guessed that the test was almost over. This is the taboo that Karapika can't tolerate the most, and the guy opposite him has violated it. I can only say. Some people really want to die. Karapika, angry. Even Gon's expression became serious, which was rare. Karapika slowly stood up on the stone platform in front. At this time, Xiahou had already noticed something was wrong. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then, I saw Karapika's pair of red, clear eyes. In those eyes, there seemed to be anger and hatred, which was both beautiful and terrifying. What do you want? Xiahou's body retreated uncontrollably. You didn't hear what I said. In return, Karapika ignored him and pressed forward step by step. If you admit defeat now. Stop, or I'll hit you again. Xiahou's right hand was shaking and a little red and swollen. Because the steel was too painful, he could only hit once a day at most. Before being captured, Xiahou had a spider tattoo on his back and pretended to be a member of the Phantom Troop. Team member. But he himself is not very strong, and he may not have killed anyone, so he is called a paper tiger. In the past, he just wanted to bluff to scare off his opponents. But this time, he hit the wall accurately. Before Xiahou wanted to say anything else. Crack! Karapika's big hand grabbed his cheek directly. And took advantage of the situation and lifted him up high. I know I was wrong. Xiahou, who was in the air, finally panicked, and shouted for help there. However, in response, Karapika punched him hard in the face. Bang! The force hit him so hard that he fell on the stone platform in an instant, and his life or death was unknown. I'll give you 3 pieces of advice. Karapika slowly closed his fist and stood up. First, the mark of the real Phantom Troop should have the number of the members embroidered in the spider pattern. His voice was low and powerful. Second, they killed too many people and would not bother to count how many people they killed. Third, don't say the 4 words Phantom Troop again in this life. The red eyes shone with firm determination. Otherwise, I will never let you go. After saying that, he didn't even look at the guy lying on the ground. He picked up the clothes on the ground and turned back to his side. No, are you okay? Leorio's voice was a little lower when he asked. It's okay, I'm not hurt. No, I mean. Leorio stretched out his finger cautiously, can I get close to you now? Karapika raised his head, his eyes had returned to normal color. In fact, I have long seen that this person is just a paper tiger pretending. Yes, is it? Leorio pulled the corner of his mouth. I felt something wrong when I first saw his scary face. I didn't expect it to be fake. Karapika continued to walk inside. I can see that his tattoo is fake. But when I see the spider's mark, my eyes will immediately turn red. He leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. To be honest, when I see a spider on the ground in front of me, my personality will change drastically and I will lose all my rationality. But my reaction means that I haven't forgotten my previous hatred. I should be more grateful. After saying that, he lowered his eyes, so that people could not see his expression at this time. After hearing this, Gon and Leorio looked at each other immediately. Be careful not to let Karapika see spiders in the future. Well, let's wait until the test is over before telling Kurapika about what Molek knows about the Phantom Troop, otherwise it will affect his mood. Leorio and Gon had a brief discussion and quickly reached an agreement. The cliff opposite. It's useless. He lost so embarrassingly. I didn't count on this guy. Dino. The only thing he can do is Ishi's scary face left by a failed plastic surgery. The prisoners in blue cloaks also sneered at the fallen Zahu. They looked down on this guy who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside and could only fool people. Even Reaper in front of the screen was biting a chocolate bar and expressing his opinion on the current scene. It seems that there are also guys with both skills and intelligence in this batch of candidates. Even if there are intelligent criminals on the other side, it will probably take some effort. Crack. It's fun to watch it this way, isn't it? The scene returns to the cliff on Zyja's side. Who should we send to the field next? Everyone is discussing the next candidate to appear. I think we can let Molek go and win the opponent directly 3-0. Gon made a suggestion. I think so too, we can end the battle as soon as possible. Killa agreed. Leorio, no, I can also end the battle quickly with 3-0. Killa, but I think Molek is more trustworthy. Yet. Gon nodded repeatedly, Molek is more reliable. Leorio. Very sad, very shocked. But compared with Molek, he really has nothing to say. Just when Leorio was about to give up. I think we can still let Leorio take action. Molek stood up and said this to everyone. Molek. Leorio's eyes were filled with tears instantly, he felt that he was believed. Well, I am quite confident in Leorio's strength. Molek said this. He looked at the cliff opposite, and a subtle smile slowly spread across his mouth. If he was not mistaken, there was an old acquaintance Aji among the prisoners opposite. I didn't expect that you would come here specially to wait for me. Chapter 117. You may be looking forward to my coming on the field, revealing my true colors, wanting to shock me, and then wanting to fight me happily, right? But unfortunately, if you are taken away directly with a score of 3-0, then your hope will be dashed. I would like to see what kind of expression you will have at that time. With the martial arts perception of the Kame sensory style, how could Molek not notice that there was a guy waiting for him on the opposite cliff? Here, Leorio was rubbing his hands in preparation. Okay, this one is up to me. He clenched his fists, hurry up and carry that guy back. Tell the next guy to come and die. That won't do. The other side of the Batman sat on the ground, the winner is not yet determined. What do you mean? This guy just fainted. Batman tried to move his body outward to avoid contact with the increasingly low pressure inside. We are fighting to the death. Unless one party admits that he has lost, the fight will continue until the other person dies. This guy is still alive and has not admitted defeat at all. Leorio felt unhappy after hearing this. Tisk, a lot of bullshit nonsense. He turned around and looked at the man sitting there. Kurapika said, Hey, Kurapika. Just let that boastful king die a quick death. I refuse. Hey. The outcome is obvious. But. From the moment the opponent loses the will to fight, I will not attack again. Kurapika said his reason, simply put, I don't like to take advantage of others in distress. Leorio was a little anxious, what are you going to do now? The result depends on him. Kurapika said calmly, after he wakes up, the final result will come out naturally. Under the current situation, I don't want to do it again. Leorio. Veins suddenly bulged on his head. How about I do it for you? Killa flexed his wrist and stood in front of Kurapika, I guess you haven't killed anyone. He looked at Kurapika who lowered his head, are you afraid? I have never thought about whether I am afraid of killing people. Kurapika was silent for a moment, and said slowly, it's just a one-on-one competition. You have no right to intervene. That's true. Killa thought about it and stepped aside, I didn't expect you to have such a hard temper. That's right, but no matter what. Leorio's tone became a little heavier, this is a team competition. Don't cause trouble to everyone. Sorry, I don't want to change my principles. Kurapika still insisted. Leorio's anger level soared again. Okay, then let's do a minority obey majority rule. Press the circle button if you agree to kill that guy with one sword. Press the cross if you disagree, and it's started. He pressed the circle button without hesitation. As a result, there was no movement on the big screen. Why doesn't this show up? Because they don't want to control us. Zyja, who didn't have any buttons, whispered, we can decide this issue by ourselves. Leorio, okay, let's vote by raising our hands. Raise your hands if you agree to let that guy die. The scene was completely silent, and no one followed him and raised their hands. What do you guys want? His impatient temper was about to get out of control. Killua looked speechless, because it's meaningless. Kurapika said he won't change his mind. If we agree, there's nothing he can do if he doesn't go. But didn't Kurapika swear to destroy the phantom troop before he wanted to become a hunter? Leorio couldn't accept it, then don't worry about it. You have to pass the hunter test at all costs. Am I wrong? Kurapika simply closed his eyes. I have tried my best, but I just can't do what I can't do. You guy! Leorio's cheeks were about to bulge. He wanted to grab Kurapika's collar and shake this bastard awake. But at this moment, there are two kinds of things that can't be done. One is that you can't reach your ability to complete it, and the other is that you don't want to do it and are unwilling to do it. Molek also came over. You belong to the second situation. Ah! Kurapika raised his head, mentally prepared, and looked directly into Molek's eyes. I'm sorry, I won't go. I'm not here to force you. Molek interrupted him and said, in such a world, you have your own principles, which is a very rare thing. But what is even more rare is that you can maintain this principle in all situations. He said slowly, I just have a few questions now, and I need you to answer them, Kurapika. Kurapika looked at Molek without saying anything. Leorio, who was standing next to him, also became less angry after Molek came forward. Qua and Gonzalo were listening to the conversation between Molek and Kurapika. You said that you would not attack again the moment your opponent lost his will to fight. Molek went straight to the point, what if you are facing a genuine member of the Phantom Troop? Would you still make such a choice? Swish! Kurapika suddenly clenched his clothes. At the same time, the keywords were triggered, and his eyes began to turn red and black again. Second question, if someone is willing to tell you the whereabouts of the tribe's eyes, but the price is to end the life of the person lying on the ground, what will you do? Kurapika's breathing became a little disordered. In fact, I think that in this world, everything has a price. The so-called principles are the same. Molek said leisurely, it's nothing more than the price to pay, whether the principles can give way. Just like what you are doing now, Kurapika. Now this is a common group combat method for 5 people. And because you are unwilling to take action, Kurapika, we will stay here forever. Thus, time is wasted, and it is even possible that it will continue like this until all our time is exhausted. Zyja couldn't help interrupting when he heard this, but the other party just planned to admit defeat. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he wakes up to judge the result? What if the other party keeps pretending to be unconscious, or just stays unconscious like this? Molek just looked at him, the final result is that all our time is wasted. So, because of your principle, Kurapika, our test will fail this time. I don't want to blame you, I'm just telling you the price of doing this. Leorio will not pass the test and will not be able to become a doctor to realize his dream. Zyja will not be able to get a license to find his father. And after you have harvested their disappointment and broken friendship, you can't continue to catch the Phantom Troop, and I can say responsibly. Read the exciting novels, just go to Falu Novel Network. He looked at Kurapika and said, you will never have this opportunity again. Kurapika raised his head suddenly, and looked at Molek with his red eyes, as if telling something. You will understand some things after you become a professional hunter. Molek knew what he was thinking, this is a hurdle that determines whether you can continue qualification to chase the Phantom Troop. If you can't pass even such a small hunter test because of your principles, and give up the vow you once made to get a hunter license for revenge, then I also suggest that you let go of this hatred in the future. Because your principles and your hatred are incompatible under certain circumstances. When you make the choice of principles, you basically lose the qualification for revenge. There is gain and loss, and it is difficult to have a solution that is perfect in this world. After saying that, he no longer looked at Kurapika, who lowered his head again. But if that's the case... Leorio opened his mouth. He wanted to say that choosing principles was Kurapika's own business. Now that they are a team, they also have to consider others. This is just a trap of majority rule. Molek glanced at Leorio. Majority voting seems to be very convenient and efficient. In fact, it is a very dangerous trap. Respecting this method seems to respect the will of the majority, but in fact it is a system that obliterates minority opinions. If this happens again and again, the opinions of the minority are constantly obliterated, and their hearts will inevitably anger, dissatisfaction, isolation, distrust, opposition, and then the entire team will disintegrate. As Leorio's face gradually became clear, Molek continued. If the five of us are close friends for many years, it would be a different story. But we have only known each other for a few days. Being forced to accommodate the opinions of others will easily force yourself into a dead end. And in voting, there are absolutely two ways to solve it, that is, discussion and raising hands. Especially raising your hands. Without the protection of anonymous voting, knowing who is against you but not having the opportunity to refute is the worst way to vote. Leorio. Having said that, it seems that he has just done all these stupid things that he shouldn't have done. So what should we do now? He suppressed his embarrassment and shook the time watch in his hand that was ticking away by the second. As for the situation, you have already analyzed it, so there should be a solution, right? Without forcing Kurapika. His tone was also a little weak, knowing that he had just done something stupid that he shouldn't have done. It's very simple. I said, there is a price to pay for doing anything. Molek snapped his fingers lightly. The first method is that we don't have to care what Kurapika thinks at all. If you think this is a waste of time, Leorio, then you can just go up and kill that guy yourself. I go up directly. Leorio's forehead was full of black question marks, but isn't this a one-on-one duel? And it's between Kurapika and that guy. So I said, there will be a price to pay. Molek looked at the cliff opposite. What if someone on our side goes up and kills that guy? Then you are interfering with their duel. Bat Dut thought about it and responded truthfully, you violated the one-on-one rule, and as usual, you will be judged as the loser in this game. Understood. Molek nodded, and then turned to the crowd here, so, the price is that we will lose one game, and then... He glanced at Leorio again, the person who takes action may also earn Kurapika's disgust. Leorio immediately curled his lips. In the current situation, Kurapika's disgust? It's almost enough to attract his disgust. He even wanted to beat the other party up. In that case, it seems that there is actually no loss. Killa rubbed his chin, and seemed to be eager to try. In this case, even if we take action, it will only be a win and a loss. We will pass the next two games. But Kurapika? Gon still wanted to respect Kurapika's personal principles. They were all companions, and he wanted to protect them. Gon, Kurapika disregarded our entire team because of his principles, so... Killua couldn't help but take action, and walked forward. Then it's reasonable for us to take actions based on our own standpoints to pass the test without worrying about him, right? That's true. Xiaojie thought about it and really couldn't find any fault with it. He is not a selfish person, and he understands that if you can do it on the first day, I can do it on the 15th day. It was Kurapika who ignored the qualifications of other companions for his own principles. Then it is okay for Leorio and Killua to take action without considering Kurapika's principles. Besides, he doesn't want to be eliminated here. Just like Molek said, as long as you can afford the cost of doing something, then others have no reason to stop you. Emotionally he didn't want to see this, but based on reason. Xiaojie was still silent. However, just when Killua was about to step forward. Although I'm not an old man, I'm not a child either. Leorio stood in front of Killua, he took a deep breath. But at least we have come all this way, I still don't want to break up with you guys because of this level. He wanted to beat Kurapika, but he didn't want to turn against him. Seeing this, Gon's face showed a bright smile again. Even Kurapika, who had fallen into silence, looked up and glanced at Leorio. Kia didn't intend to stop, but don't you want to pass, uncle? I've already told you, I'm about the same age as you, don't call me uncle. Leorio complained, just now Molek mentioned the first method, so there must be a second method, right? Ah, there are indeed some, but they are not as simple and crude as the first one. A slight smile also appeared on Molek's face. Although, it is undeniable that Leorio has various problems. And he is not like Kurapika who carries a blood feud, nor is he like Gon who has the genetic talent of the Fulai family. He is not a super killer like Killua who was born in a killer family since childhood. However, it is precisely because he is more like an ordinary person that he is more real and down to earth. The subsequent interactions between the two also confirmed his character. He helped his companions to disguise and deceive the phantom troop in the hall, and he was able to punch Flying King for Gon, and he was praised by Chider as an excellent doctor. From these aspects, we can see that he has many shortcomings, but also many advantages. He is a flesh and blood person. Molek walked to the edge of the cliff. The guy on the stone platform may have died a long time ago and can't wake up at all. Bato immediately responded, I have already said that this guy just fainted for a while. Really? Molek smiled slowly, and then drew out Collector again. I don't believe it. Chapter 118. What are you going to do? After seeing Molek take out the gun, Batdut was instantly alert. He just fainted now, and he didn't violate any rules. Fainted is just what you said, we can't be sure. Molek turned the gun in his hand, don't worry, I don't plan to practice shooting this time. I just want to find out whether he really fainted or died. Batdut wanted to say something else. Then he was interrupted by Molek. We will not accept your one-sided statement. It's like if I judge now that he is dead, we have already won. In this case, it will be the prisoner's turn to not accept it. Well, let's have a bet. Batdut smiled as expected, and then the smile froze. No bet. Molek refused bluntly. I don't like gambling, and I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. He said seriously and solemnly, so, in this situation where both sides are deadlocked, either let the staff of the Hunter Association come forward to make the judgment. Or, Molek raised the muzzle of his gun again, I will shoot his head right now, and we will lose this game. Anyway, it's just a win-lose situation. As long as we win 2 more games, we can still pass the test. After that, the muzzle of the Collector was already aimed at Zahu's head. I don't mind taking a prisoner's life here. Molek said ruthlessly, anyway, you are just a group of prisoners who have committed many crimes. Let me kill, and there is no burden at all. Batdut. Being ridiculed like this again, his face was not very good. I will give you 5 seconds. If you still can't make a decision, my gun will make the decision for you. Molek glanced at the stone platform, and his body was a little tense. Don't doubt my shooting skills. I have practiced it just now. It is considered to be quite accurate. Of course, if 1 or 2 shots can't hit, then I will have a second shot, a third shot. It's nothing more than more pain. The devil's whisper that seemed to come from hell made Zahu's body tremble slightly. 5, 4, 3. Click. The obvious sound of loading the gun was heard, and Molek's hand was already on the trigger. 2. Wait. Zahu's body trembled, and he immediately got up from the ground in panic. I woke up. Even if I lose, I don't want any amnesty anymore. He rolled and crawled towards the cliff on his side. It's much safer to be in prison than here. I won't play with you crazy people. At the same time, the number above Molek and his men changed from 1 to 2 again. We won. Now we have 2 wins. Xiaojie cheered again. As long as we win 1 more game, we can pass the test. Winning 2 games in a row really boosted their morale. Very good, it's my turn to play next. Leorio even mustered up his strength and waved his arms. Hurry up and let the next one come over quickly. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly exploded from the opposite side. What a useless guy! At the cliff of the prisoners, a hand directly pressed Zahu, who ran back, into the wall. It was as if the whole person was embedded in it, and blood immediately flowed out of his mouth and nose. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. I've had enough of this boring game. The voice with deep resentment was read out, and batted, Sai Jia and others hurriedly retreated to both sides. The figure behind was revealed. It was a man with scars all over his face, wearing the fur of a wild animal, and his hair was scattered behind him. He exuded a strong resentment all over his body, and his expression looked like he had a deep hatred. He stared at Molek and the others. He had lost 2 games in a row, and he couldn't hold back. The eyes full of murderous intent and hatred made Leorio and others feel uncomfortable and puzzled when they were stared at by a beast. Who is he? Leorio, who was about to go on the court, couldn't help but pause. Why are you looking at us like that? Leorio was sure that this was the first time he had met the other party. Then his eyes swept over Gon, Karapika who stood up to check, and Killua. Except for Killua who seemed a little uncomfortable, the other 2 were also on guard and more confused. Is it Killua? Leorio thought so. Snap! He came for me. Molek stepped forward and patted Leorio on the shoulder. You can just give up later. You can't handle this guy. Leorio. He turned his head blankly, so who is that guy? Him. Molek glanced across and snorted, just a pathetic loser. Molek. A roar suddenly came from the other side, do you still recognize me? The scarred man stepped onto the cliff passage, I came here to take revenge this time. This year, I am no longer an examiner, but an avenger. Just to defeat you, the devil. Swish. He took out a short-handed curved knife from his arms, with a fierce momentum. This year? No longer an examiner? Avenger. Connecting these 3 keywords, it is easy to get the answer. I remember Molek also participated in the hunter test last year. Zyja couldn't help but look at Molek. Ah, but didn't pass. Karapika nodded solemnly. And the reason for not passing is... Kia was staring at the Avenger man opposite him seriously. He felt a kind of aura that made him uncomfortable and uneasy. And that aura was very similar to his brother Illumi. He beat up last year's examiner. Leorio's throat rolled and he said with difficulty. That means... Everyone almost said in unison, he is the examiner from last year. The examiner beaten up by Molek. They didn't add the word beat up, mainly because they saw that the other party had a deep resentment and didn't want to provoke him again. No wonder I feel so wrong, I feel uncomfortable as if I was pricked by needles. Leorio moved awkwardly, so he was the former examiner. And those who can serve as examiners are all professional hunters of the Hunter Association, real hunters. Leorio was getting less and less confident. Now let him meet such a serious hunter. And the key is that he is fierce and evil, coming for revenge with hatred, and he is not easy to mess with at first glance. With different purposes, he is obviously more powerful than him. He is the real hunter. On the contrary, Zyja's eyes are bright, this is another professional hunter who can be seen up close. Professional hunters have a similar dangerous aura to Illumi. Kia's mind was working quickly, that is to say, they have secrets that I don't know. He also thought of what Molek said just now. If you don't pass the hunter test, you can't have the qualifications for revenge. And this secret can only be known after passing the hunter test. He couldn't help but look at Molek's back. No, Illumi must know and Molek must know it too. So, is this also the reason why they are so strong? At this moment, a blazing flame suddenly burned in the strange light. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I thought I came here just to kill some time and relieve my boredom, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. It seems that I must pass the hunter test this time. Kia's heart successfully aroused the desire to pass the hunter test. On the stone platform, the examiner Tokari, who was beaten by Molek last year, had already appeared, and gritted his teeth. Since the end of last year's test, I have only one thought in my heart. That is to kill you and avenge my injuries. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he wished he could eat Molek alive. Now, stand up. I want you to taste for yourself the humiliation I suffered in the past. Toguri roared loudly, and his aura was constantly surging. What should I do? Originally, Leorio, who wanted to step onto the stone platform, wisely retracted his foot. This is not as simple as a test, and it is also mixed with the personal grudges between Molek and the other party. Things have begun to become a little complicated. And the most important thing is that Leorio does not want to fight with the examiner who has served as the hunter test. He is still clear about his own weight. Still the same as before. Molek was not moved at all. Leorio, since you said you want to go, it's your turn to go. But sweat began to appear on Leorio's forehead. That guy specifically asked for you, Molek. Besides, I won't be his opponent. He whispered, I think if I go up, I might be cut into several pieces by the knife in his hand. Well, Leorio is quite self-aware. It doesn't matter, just admit defeat here. Molek had thought of everything long ago, then we will only lose once, and the rest will be left to me and Killua. But Leorio naturally understood, but he also considered Molek. The opponent is obviously coming for you, Molek. If you go on stage, he may not give up. Then this is not a problem we need to consider. Molek's mouth corners slightly raised, we abide by the rules and admit defeat in this game. But if the other party still refuses to step down and keeps pestering us, the examiner of this round of test will give us its statement. Kurapika and Killua suddenly understood after hearing this. This is a reasonable use of the rules, throwing the difficult problem to the examiner of the test. Molek deliberately did not play in this round and let Leorio give up. Then the examiner of the previous session who came on stage would definitely not just follow the rules and step down obediently. Once the long-suppressed anger begins to vent, it will definitely not be restrained. So, using the desire of the previous examiner for revenge, can we win more favorable conditions for our side in this round of tests? It's really worthy of being called Molek. Kurapika and Killua both admired in their hearts at the same time. Killua even looked at Tokari on the stone platform with a little pity in his eyes. It's so pitiful. Even if he came for revenge this year, he was still regarded as a tool for profit by Molek. He didn't even look at him straight, or he didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, Killua looked at Molek again silently. The previous examiner on the opposite side looked quite powerful, but he was beaten so badly by Molek last year, and he still had such a deep obsession. And now, Molek seems to not care about him at all, and is obviously stronger than him. Many thoughts emerged in his mind, and Killua felt that he had once again refreshed his understanding of Molek. This person is more terrifying than he imagined. Hey, why are you still nagging? Tokari on the stone platform was already impatient. Come up and die. I must let you taste it, that. Sorry. At the cliff, Leorio touched his head with one hand and raised the other hand weakly. I'm going to play this round. Hi. Toguri was stunned. Besides, I choose to give up, you win. Leorio touched the back of his head and smiled. Toguri. What did you say? Toguri obviously didn't expect Leorio's words. But soon, after he reacted, he was even more shocked and angry. What do you mean? He spitted and was so angry that he almost cursed. Are you going to hide like this? Molek. You coward, jerk, coward. Wait a minute, you are going too far, uncle. Shaojia couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't understand the situation clearly, his team had already given up and admitted defeat. Then this round of the battle was over, why was he still cursing? According to the rules of the test, uncle, you have it's over, it's time for others to take over. Shaojia said seriously, now you have won one game, we have won 2 games, it's time for the 4th game. Tokari. Do you think I'm here to play this kind of test game? Show me some respect. I'm here for revenge, understand? Don't give me that. Tokari doesn't care about that. Today I must fight Molek to the death. He swung the knife in his hand forward. Molek, stand up quickly. You have obviously violated the test rules. Seeing the other party so blatantly violate the rules, Zyaj's brows immediately twisted. We have all admitted defeat, uncle, you hurry down. As soon as his stubborn temper came up, he directly confronted Toguri. Ahem. Even Karapika coughed twice and stood up to help. Zyaj is right, we are abiding by the rules of the battle, but the other party is so careless that he tramples on the rules as if it were a child's play. He went straight to the core of the problem. This makes it difficult for us to be convinced of the tests that follow this way. That's right. Leorio nodded repeatedly and agreed loudly. He was the fastest to rush into something that was beneficial to his side. According to the rules, he should indeed step down. At this time, Reber's voice sounded from the surveillance speaker next to him. But because of some special circumstances now, I can provide you with a two-choice vote here. The first one is to let him step down, and our test will continue according to the original rules. Chapter 119. The second option is to let candidate number 406 Molek come on stage and compete with the examiner. In the sound of the trumpet, Reber spoke quickly. However, since we are the first to violate the rules, as long as candidate number 406 Molek finishes the competition, no matter what the result is, you will be treated preferentially. On the subsequent majority decision Trap Tower Road, you will encounter troublesome levels including but not limited to Guess the Current, Circle and Cross Maze, Dice Minefield, etc. If everything goes well, it will conservatively take about 10 hours to pass these levels. This is based on excluding the possibility that you fail to pass the level and are eliminated. So, if candidate number 406 Molek is willing to accept the competition, I can make the decision and arrange for you to go straight to the last level. Reber was very direct and laid out all the conditions and benefits. Friendly reminder, the speed of clearing the trap tower in this round of tests will determine the advantage of the fourth round of tests. The sooner you clear the trap tower, the greater initiative and advantage you will have in the next fourth round. In the monitoring room, after saying all this, Reber leaned back in his seat. Pick up the potato chips next to him and chew them like a hamster. I can only help you here, Huju. Reber ate while watching the screen on the big screen. If the opponent still doesn't take the challenge, then you can only wait until the end of this hunter test to find him. Thinking of this, Reber couldn't help but sigh. In fact, in my opinion, letting go of obsession may be the best solution. According to my observation, even now you are still not his opponent. I already have a bad premonition now. At this time, at the cliff platform. Reach the last stage directly. Hearing such a condition, Leorio's eyes sparkled. He admitted that he was tempted. But this is your own business, Molek. Leorio, who knew how to consider his companions, still smiled and said to Molek. You make the decision yourself. Yeah. Gon and Karapika had no objection at all. They would never embarrass their companions. They would never interfere with Molek's choice on such a matter. Since you all said so. After hearing this, Molek raised his hand and touched Zyaj's hedgehog head. I don't like to waste time either. And the guy on the stage is so impatient, he seems to want to reincarnate so quickly. He smiled and walked forward slowly, then I will fulfill his wish. Tap, tap. On the spacious platform, only the sound of Molek's footsteps echoed. Is it coming? Killa, who had been silent all this time, also had a gleam in his eyes at this time, and the whole person stood up again. Let me see what the secret of their strength is. He stared at the situation on the field with a burning gaze. Killa is now looking forward to it. Ha, you are still good. Seeing Molek walk up to the stone platform, Tokari's face suddenly showed a cruel smile. Since last year's hunter test, I have been practicing hard for a whole year to seek revenge on you. Swoosh! The curved short knife in his hand was instantly rotated by his single finger and turned in circles in the air. It was as if it had been turned at an extremely high speed, and it was spinning like a sawtooth cutting wheel. The whole person's body was full of telekinesis, and the energy was surging, wrapping around the scimitar in his hand from top to bottom from his body. Really? Molek just watched his actions. I don't see any improvement in you. This energy and telekinesis did not increase much at all. And in the use of the entanglement of energy, and even the advanced use of skills it did not improve much. In other words, Toguri did not work hard on the key basic source power and telekinesis. On the contrary, the best is yet to come. Toguri grinned, and took out the same short knife with his other hand again. Just like the other one, it spun at super high speed in the air with one finger. Two-sword style. Molek's eyes were as calm as ever. Lost the main point and pursued the trivial. He had only these 4 words to say about this. My wounds. Thinking of the past humiliation and the unforgettable injuries on his body, Toguri's face suddenly changed. The smile instantly withdrew and became gloomy and terrifying. I must take revenge today. Swish! He threw the 2 rotating short knives in his hand into the air. Then he took out 2 identical scimitars from behind again. Infinite 4-sword style. He swung the 4 knives in relays, caught them and threw them away, constantly applying the rotation speed. Amazing! At the cliff behind, Leorio's eyes almost popped out. Those are 4 daggers that look so sharp, and they rotate so fast. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. That examiner actually caught them all. Ah, this control, and the speed of the hand that applied the rotation, are all exquisite techniques. Kulapika also had a serious expression. If it was you, Leorio, who was on the field just now, I'm not sure if you could survive. Leorio. You don't need to tell me, I can feel it myself. Facing such a spinning knife, and 4 of them, he definitely can't dodge. There's no way he can escape the possibility of being cut into pieces. It's coming. Killa on the side was slightly shocked. When Toguri took out 4 knives and started to spin faster, he faintly felt the uncomfortable breath coming from the other party. It was very similar to when he faced Illumi before. Sure enough, is it this kind of strange power? Killa clenched his hands tightly. Illumi, and the power that Molek will use. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 4 scimitars were constantly caught and thrown in Toguri's hands, and the rotation speed was almost reaching the peak. While this was a move that was absolutely troublesome in the eyes of Leorio and Kurapika, Molek had only one feeling. An acrobat. Or, like a fan seller. After all, Toguri's catching and throwing movements, plus the movement trajectory of the knife, really resembled the rotation mode of the fan shutter. No wonder, the original battle between him and Hisoka was called a duel between circuses. Well, one is a juggler, and the other is a magician. But Molek is a professional, and he would never laugh under normal circumstances. Watch this, Molek! Toguri roared, and the 4 scimitars in his hand suddenly flew out. Continuously, from all directions and angles, they flew towards Molek. Get out of the way! Xiaojiet and others saw this and shouted hurriedly from behind. While they were talking, Molek had already changed his body shape constantly, dodging all the flying knives that were attacking him. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Toguri caught the knife and laughed grimly, caught the knife and sneered. Up and down, left and right, front, back. The knives attacking from all angles are to cut you into pieces. The dense flying knife trap, like a net of heaven and earth, wrapped Molek layer by layer. It was impossible to advance or retreat, as if he could only keep dodging there. Until the moment when his strength was exhausted, he was torn into pieces by many blades. It's over. Leorio hugged his head anxiously. Molek, if you can't hold on, you can admit defeat. But this is no longer a normal fight. Kurapika also had a heavy face. The other party said that he wanted to fight Molek to the death. This is a life and death battle, either you die or I die. Molek is in danger. To be fair, according to Kurapika's own analysis, if he were under such an attack, he would have no chance of survival. Zyja beside him clenched his fishing rod, his brows were raised, and he was no longer calm. Hehe, no one can escape the attack of the infinite 4 swords flow. Toguri's face began to twist. I want to see you struggling in pain and being tortured with my own eyes. It seemed that he had seen the beautiful side, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The humiliation I tasted last year, I will let you taste it thoroughly this year. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He roared and turned the speed of the flying knife again. Go to hell, Molek. Swoosh! With Togari's strong determination and the pleasure of revenge coming soon, the attack of the flying knives became more fierce. However, is that all? Molek stopped dodging. Then he stretched out his hands slightly. A simple grip. Puh! The two high-speed spinning flying knives were easily caught in his hands. Then he gently waved forward. Clang! The other two subsequent curved knives were also easily blocked by the two knives that Molek held. Fancy! He laid the two curved knives flat and gave such an evaluation. How is it possible? The expression on Togari's face froze instantly. Even Kurapika and Leorio in the back had bulging eyes. Catch it, catch it! They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The flying knife that dazzled them and they couldn't even find its trajectory and trace was easily caught by Molek, and even knocked down. Great! On the contrary, Zyja breathed a sigh of relief. Let go of his worries about Molek. I knew Molek would be fine. A sunny smile appeared on his little face again. On the stone platform. I admit that your four-sword flow angle is indeed good. Molek bent his wrist, but for me, it's useless. Just catch it easily and then crouch it down, there will be no problem. He said it very naturally. As if it was an extremely easy little thing. But Tokari on the opposite side had already begun to sweat profusely. I have been practicing hard for half a year to catch the flying knife I threw. Swoosh! Molek turned the scimitar with one finger, and a stronger mind attached to it, exerting a stronger force than before. Just now, it was spinning at a higher speed. Nothing. He chuckled, it seems to be much simpler than I thought. Plop! In front of the monitor room screen, the Sufal and Reber's hand fell to the ground. Strange, monster! He looked at Molek in the picture and muttered. As a friend of Tokari, he knew too well how hard Tokari had worked to practice this four-sword flying knife in the past 6 months. And he had also practiced with Tokari as a sparring partner and could feel the power of this move. But now, it was easily cracked by Molek. He could even reproduce this move in his own hands. He had practiced hard for more than half a year, but in the hands of the enemy, he could easily imitate and perform it just by looking at it and feeling it. This is definitely a huge blow to the practitioners. It's over. Reber silently took out a few green dumplings that he had prepared from the snack basket next to him. I will miss you in the future, Tokari. From the moment Tokari's knife was caught by Molek, everything was doomed. As an outsider, Reber has seen the final outcome of the matter. But Tokari on the stone platform still couldn't accept it. Impossible, how could this be possible, how could you catch it? Tokari's pupils trembled and roared, and he couldn't accept this result at all. Not only him, but also Leorio and others behind him rubbed their eyes hard. I guess I saw it right. Leorio wiped his small round sunglasses vigorously, then put them on again and watched carefully again. Molek, did he catch the four-sword flying knives that were tightly wrapped around him? Zyja didn't forget to add, and it was very easy. Kurapika also breathed a sigh of relief, not only did he catch it, he even blocked other flying knives. To achieve this step, eyesight, judgment, nerve reaction conditions, body movement, speed, strength, all neither of them can be missing. Molek's seemingly relaxed behavior actually shows his strength. For the first time, he showed such a serious look. Molek is stronger than we thought. After all, he was the one who beat up the examiner last year. Even Killua whispered beside him, it seems that this year, the result will be the same. He looked at Togari who was almost collapsing, and he will face a worse ending. Failed to get revenge and was slaughtered. Killua shook his head. In this situation he had seen too much. At the same time, 4.0 looked at Molek's back and confirmed it again. Just when Molek took the knife, he felt the familiar feeling again. If possible, he would also know this secret and become more powerful like Molek and Ilmi. How could it be, how could it be like this? Tokari was hit and staggered back. No longer arrogant and happy as before. I still like your unruly look at the beginning. Molek smiled slightly, if possible, I hope you can recover. You are, a monster. Tokari was so unconscious that he couldn't hear Molek's words clearly. I don't deserve the words of a monster. A gust of wind blew, puffing up his black suit. I'm just an ordinary gangster. It's a pity for you, all your efforts are in vain. To kill someone, you must also destroy his heart. Molek left him the last words. In fact, you were really luckier last year than this year. At least last year, I was able to save my life. Swoosh shua! The flying knife flew faster than before, flying towards Tokari, who was completely unable to block it. Puff! Blood spilt everywhere. Molek was not as perverted as Hisoka, who chopped off the other's head and decorated it on the platform. He just let him suffer as little pain as possible, and go to another world to continue to collapse. Puff! Tokari fell weakly on the stone platform, no longer having any signs of life. But his white pupils and his mouth that opened wide in fear and collapse could not close for a long time. At least, he was left with a complete body. For the sake of him providing Molek with another blind box. Molek looked at the blind box that was gradually condensing and taking shape beside him, and smiled again. The blind box in this classic plot scene also slowly condensed and took shape at this moment. Chapter 120. Well, just as Molek was about to kill Tokari, the blind box belonging to this place was also slowly condensed into shape. Just at the moment when the competition was over, the blind box emitting dazzling red light appeared again. Another red high-level blind box. This can be regarded as the last gift Tokari brought to Molek. Last year, you provided me with red blind boxes, and this year is still the same. Molek took a last look at the fallen body. This may be the only value of your existence to me. He put away the blind box without hesitation. Get the high-level blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get Vibranium. Source World, Marvel Universe. Another metal. It is the same powerful metal as the time digital alloy obtained on the Poseidon ship before. Vibranium, a meteorite from the sky, is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. It is second only to adamantium in terms of the hardness of the alloy itself, but ranks first in terms of defense because of its ability to absorb kinetic energy. Vibranium has a supernatural oscillation characteristic, which can emit oscillation waves of specific frequencies and wavelengths. This makes it very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible. Because its molecules are relatively static, it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy. This characteristic allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. This also makes it able to resist extreme pressure, extreme temperature, radiation, electromagnetic spectrum, and other attacks. It can be said that it is the best material for making equipment. The most famous is Captain America's shield and Black Panther's suit and claws. Also in Avengers 2, the ultimate weapon used by Ultron is made of vibranium alloy. Because it's also revenge, you opened this shield made by Iron Man's father for Captain America. Molek still remembers it in the Civil War of Captain America 3. Because Captain America Steve Rogers protected Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier who had killed the Howards. Iron Man Tony Stark, who wanted revenge but failed, thought that Steve Rogers was not worthy of the Captain America shield made by his father. So Steve gave up his identity as Captain America and returned the Captain America shield to Tony. Unfortunately, the name of the movie is Captain America 3. If the name of the movie is Iron Man, it would be different. The treatment of the protagonist is also obviously different. Molek put away this vibranium and gave it to King to make protective gear. When Molek asked about the progress these 2 days, King also sent a message. His friend, the craftsman who made the equipment, was very interested in the rare metals that Molek had brought out. If Molek can come up with more quantity and more types, presumably, there will be no problem in the manufacturing. Molek's requirements are not high, just better looking and more comfortable than the battle suit of Wakanda Black Panther. So, we have won, right? Zyja doesn't care about Tokari's death at all, because that is the path he chose. Then it's time for them to reap the fruits. Yes, the opponent fell to the ground. Molek won. Leorio's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his tone became higher and higher. That is to say, we can save so many level obstacles and reach the last level directly. Molek won, his companions were safe, and they could reach the last level even further. We can pass the level as soon as possible and take advantage of the 4th round of tests. Just thinking about it is so cool. Ah, this is indeed the best result for us. Karapika also smiled. As for Killua, he is now focused on exploring the secret and power. On the stone platform, Molek moved his wrist and looked at the prisoner cliff opposite. Now we have won 3 games, and we can also get preferential treatment. He smiled at the stunned Batu. Of course, if anyone is not convinced, or does not have time to play and wants to experience it. And those who want to play a gamble with us and bet on our time are also welcome to come up. The group of prisoners looked at each other, and no one said a word. Saiza turned his head to the side. The other one, Lilut, who didn't have time to play, also quietly lowered her presence and retreated to the back. She was a female long-term prisoner, sentenced to 112 years of hard labor for selling rare creatures and violating the gambling law. She was also a psychiatrist, very good at psychological warfare. According to her plan, she was going to gamble time with this group of examines. In the original version, she used psychological warfare to win all of Leorio's points in the rock-paper-scissors competition. Leorio not only lost the battle, but also lost 50 hours of time. But now it seems. Fortunately, she didn't get to play. She glanced at Tokari, who was lying on the stone platform and had no life, and then looked at Saija, who was embedded in the wall next to him. She silently tightened the shackles on her hands. Even the previous examiner who made them tremble was easily killed by the other party. Then it would be a piece of cake to kill them. Sure enough, in the hunter test, not only do the candidates face life and death dangers, but even the examiners may not be able to protect themselves' life. Even Leilut glanced at Saija, who was surviving after playing on the field. In today's world, only children can understand mercy. Congratulations on passing this round of levels. The voice of Reber came again from the horn. Please go back and follow the instructions of the prompt to go to the shortcut to the last level. According to the rules, Reber provided Molek and his team with a shortcut to the last level. Great! A group of people were there in joy. No members were injured or reduced in number, the team did not have conflicts or splits, and there was no need to make extra disputes and choices, just going straight to the last level. This is simply too smooth. Molek, are you okay? Xiaojiet also knew to ask Molek with concern after he came back. Don't worry, I won't get serious with this. Molek waved his hand casually and said lightly. Isn't it serious yet? Karapika and Killua looked at each other subconsciously with tacit understanding. Compared with Leorio and Gon, they can better understand the strength and toughness of Molek. Let's go. Leorio was full of energy and didn't think about anything else. To the next destination, let's go. The group headed directly to the last checkpoint. And just when they took action, other candidates were also struggling on other roads. Among them, on a single-person road. In a dark room. Human flesh, I want human flesh. A prisoner in a blue prison uniform sat there, his handcuffed hands eager to move. Seemed to be particularly eager to grasp something. He was still muttering, I don't care about commutation of sentence or anything like that. As long as I can feel the feeling of grasping human flesh again, let me savor it again. Squeak. The dark stone door of the room slowly opened. Tap. A figure walked into the room with the sound of slow footsteps. Oh, there's someone in this room. The magician came here with a very freehand and playful attitude. Someone is coming. The prisoner in the room suddenly became a little short of breath. The fresh and lively candidate he had been thinking about was finally here. The examinee who had the extra fresh meat texture could not wait any longer. Dang! The next second, the shackles on his hands and feet were all unlocked at this moment. The first thing the prisoner did was, not taking off the blue cape that represented his prisoner status. Instead, he squeezed the stone platform next to him with his broad palm. Jala! Instantly, a large piece of the stone platform was pinched off by his bare hands. Gripping it hard in his hands, it turned into gravel powder. Oh! Hiso's face had an interested smile, nice grip. It seems that you have a talent for this. He slightly pinched a card. Perhaps, This guy in front of him can make him feel a little bit of the fun of the game. In the monitoring room, while Ribber was instructing Molek and the others on how to take the shortcut, he focused on the scene here. I didn't want him to appear at first. But since the opponent is also a murderer demon, then it's a professional match. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The murderer demon versus the dismemberment expert is also a very interesting duel. Ribber didn't feel the bloodiness of the upcoming battle at all, but picked up a piece of crisp and put it in his mouth with great interest. The hunter test is merciful. Especially for our murderers. Ribber started his career of watching the show. In the dark room. After throwing the gravel, the prisoner finally took off his blue cloak. The blonde and blue-eyed, melancholy-looking Western classic middle-aged appearance was revealed. Johnny, a long-term prisoner, a mass murderer sentenced to 968 years in prison, also known as the dismemberment expert. This is the most proud capture achievement of the prison director, Ribber. He is the most bloodthirsty and cruelest pathological murderer in the criminal history of Sabah City, having killed at least 149 people. The targets were not related, regardless of gender, age, rich or poor, relatives or strangers, all the victims were ruthlessly dismembered by him, which is a very famous case. All the bodies have one thing in common. No matter which killing, it was done with bare hands. It is because Johnny's fingers are so strong that he can easily tear the human body, cut human flesh and crush the wall with bare hands. When the police found the bodies of those who were killed, none of them were intact, all of them were torn into pieces. At least the bodies were divided into more than 50 pieces, so she later got such a nickname. And when Johnny was caught by the police, he did not resist at all, which was quite unusual. He was easily tied up. Ribber took out a lot of snacks. But when Johnny was put into the police car and was about to start the engine, he secretly cut a piece of the policeman's wrist without anyone noticing. What he is best at is tearing off the flesh of the human body with his bare hands without any weapons. He enjoys tearing people's flesh apart. I don't know how to feel the flesh, but I'm looking forward to this battle. Ribber was also paying more attention to his most proud arrest record. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of sparks could be created by the encounter between the same perverted killers. It's been a long time since I can catch human flesh again. There were still gravel chips between Johnny's fingers. Looking at Hisoka who came in, he was eager to move. I haven't caught the flesh of a living person for a long time. Is that so? Hisoka pinched the poker cards and looked at the other party slightly. It seemed that he was looking for the right angle. What we are going to do now is a one-sided killing game. Johnny walked forward slowly. Uncle, I have no interest in any tests or amnesty. I just want to relieve the pleasure of tearing meat with my hands, that's it. After saying that, Johnny rushed towards Hisoka. However, Hisoka, who was firmly locked in his sight, suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. Then, you seem to like tearing the flesh of your opponent very much. A light and slow voice suddenly sounded from behind Johnny. Then, Johnny felt that his big hand, which was particularly eager for flesh and blood, had lost control. My hand. The originally decadent eyes suddenly widened, and Johnny watched his left hand flying in the air. 053 Moreover, it was separated from his body. It was no longer under his control. I think this is a very bad habit. The slightly amusing voice sounded again. Swish. This time, Johnny felt that his right hand was also immediately lost. Contact. Plop. The sound of both hands falling to the ground at the same time rang out. It is necessary to help you correct this wrong idea. Johnny could no longer hear the subsequent voice, or rather, he no longer had this idea in his mind. The only feeling he had was that all parts of his body were leaving him. First, his hands, then his feet, calves, knees, thighs, arms, shoulders. It was as if he was being cut precisely by a sharp weapon. If he had previously torn someone's flesh apart, that was the way to dismember a body. And now Johnny was facing dissection. My body, give it back to me, give it back to me. He struggled to make a lingering sound from the depths of his throat, but it was useless. Because he no longer had any part to support his body. And then, a bright light flashed before his eyes. The world in front of him was spinning, and then it turned into darkness. Indistinctly, he seemed to see a headless corpse, where blood was gushing out. Bang! The cut body staggered, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Tap, tap, tap. The whole dark room was silent, with only the sound of the distant footsteps. It seems that you have changed this bad habit, no need to thank me. A faint teasing voice came, and no one looked back again. Dismemberment expert Johnny, the final result was that he was dismembered. Reaper in the monitoring room watched this scene in silence. He looked at the strawberry mousse in his hand and saw how similar it was to the blood in the picture. Sure enough, the murder expert is better. He threw the strawberry mousse aside expressionlessly. No wonder he was the guy that the examiners in the first 2 rounds had to be wary of. It seems that in this round of tests, no one can stop him. Reaper felt that he could withdraw the subsequent targeting and arrangements for Hisoka, because it was meaningless except for committing suicide. On the contrary, the other 5-member team. It's a good show to watch. Reaper pressed the beep twice and adjusted the image of Molek and the others to the maximum. It covered the bloody image just now. Then he took out another chocolate wafer and chewed it slowly. After Molek killed Huo. Chapter 121. Reaper also fully abided by the agreement and pointed out a quick shortcut for the 5 people. It took less than half an hour for everyone to avoid a series of difficulties and go straight down. It came to the small room at the last checkpoint. The candlelight flickered in the room, which was quite gloomy. This is the last checkpoint and the last fork in the road of majority decision for you. As long as you make this last choice, you can reach the final bottom of the tower. In the center of the room, there is a statue of a goddess who seems to be imprisoned with her arms tied up. Reaper's voice came from there. Please press a button and choose which door. You have 2 ways to choose. Below the statue of the goddess, under her left and right arms, there are 2 iron doors. The first one is a long and difficult road that all 5 people can pass through. The other one is a short and simple road that only 3 people can pass through. Which one do you want to choose? Xiaojiet and the others looked over and saw a cross painted on the left door and a circle painted on the right door. Choose the short and simple road and press the cross. But if you want to press the cross, please use the handcuffs on the wall to handcuff 2 of them. The door will only open after 2 people are handcuffed. And the 2 handcuffed people cannot leave here unless the time is up. Everyone automatically captured the position of the 2 handcuffs and chains hanging on the wall behind. Obviously, if you choose this road, you must sacrifice 2 companions. Is there anything else to say? Leorio put his finger on the circle without hesitation. Others made the same choice. By the way, if you press the circle button, no matter what method you use, it will take at least 45 hours to pass the level. If you choose the cross, you can reach the end in 3 minutes. Come on, do you want to choose the circle or the cross? Use your last majority vote. After that, Reaper chose to shut up and said no more. In fact, this was just a routine notification for him, just based on the status of the few people he observed. Basically, he knew which path they would choose. They are companions who have overcome difficulties together along the way. Even if they were unfamiliar with each other before, they would have a friendship of life and death, not to mention these people. Then under the premise that there is plenty of time, they will definitely choose the circle. Reaper threw almond cashews into his mouth while visually estimating. Without thinking too much, he knew which one this group of people would choose. And the fact is just as he expected. Beep. 5 circles immediately appeared on the screen. Of course, the 5 of us have to pass through and leave together. As the door on the right opened, Leorio complained. What a shortcut to pass the test quickly, doesn't it still take 45 hours in the end? Because if you choose the cross, it only takes 3 minutes. Kurapika looked at the chronograph on his hand, it's only 3 hours now. There are still 69 hours on their chronograph. Compared to the original experience, this time is really too much. Well, if we press the cross, then we will definitely be the fastest candidates to pass the test. Kia also smiled and said, but in this case, we have to leave 2 people behind. The examiner is really thoughtful for us and has prepared various weapons from various places on the wall next to us. This means that we will kill each other to decide which 3 people will leave. I can't stay anyway. On the nearby walls, there are swords, spears, axes, meteor hammers, maces, and all kinds of long and short cold weapons. Zyja didn't even look at it, and walked directly to the passage on the right. We won't stay, we have to go together to pass the level. Of course. Leorio walked in front and entered the passage first, but I'm not very happy to know that those who reach the bottom first can get preferential treatment in the next round. At this rate, it will take us nearly 2 days. Maybe someone will arrive before us during this period. Then we will be a little behind others. Leorio cursed, obviously still had some opinions. Zyja followed the others into the passage, but he stopped after a few steps. What's wrong, Molek? He turned around and looked at Molek, who was standing at the entrance and looking at the wall. Nothing, I was just thinking. Molek rubbed the wall that connected to the forked passage. Is there a possibility of a third way? The third way? Karapika and Killua, who were walking in front, also looked over after hearing the sound. Well, if we can break through this wall. Molek stopped rubbing. Then wouldn't it be possible to go from here to the shorter and simpler fast passage over there? Break through the wall. Is it possible to do this? Leorio said subconsciously, and then was quickly interrupted by Zyja. Sure. He also reacted, his eyes sparkling. Isn't there an axe on the wall outside? Can't we use the axe and hammer to open this wall? Axe. Hammer. Yes, there is this trick. Killa suddenly realized, and Karapika nodded. I didn't expect that the examiner wanted to leave it to us as a weapon to kill each other, but at this moment, it became a tool to help us move towards a simple passage. It's really worthy of Molek, with such thinking. Finally, he looked at Molek, and his heart was full of admiration. This approach of breaking the conventional thinking mode and framework is really not simple. I'll get the axe. Leorio rolled up his sleeves. After learning that there was a faster way to get through, he seemed full of energy. Axe? No need to be so troublesome. Molek shook his head when he heard this. I've said it before, I hate wasting time the most. If you use an axe to dig, it will take at least nearly 40 minutes. So. Strands of telekinesis began to gather towards his palm. This feeling. Kia's pupils shrank again. Here it comes again. He felt it on Molek again, and it was so close and so strong. So what's wrong? Leorio still had some doubts on his head. But just as he finished speaking. Boom! A violent explosion instantly erupted from the palm of Molek's hand. What is this? In the monitoring room, Reber's fox eyes widened slightly. The whole person sat up straight instantly. Is it a telekinetic bullet? With his sharp eyes that resembled fox eyes, he naturally saw Molek's movements and moves. It seemed that the energy was infused like a telekinetic bullet, causing a violent explosion on that wall. Is he a release system? But judging from his personality, I think he is more likely to be a materialization system or even a trait system. And the idea of opening up the third channel without being bound by the thinking framework is obviously not something that a rough release system can have. Reber was thinking. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. And inside that passage. That's all right. Molek clapped his hands and announced that the work was done. I saw that a hole had been blasted out in the wall where he had just placed his hand, which was passable. You can go from this long and difficult passage to that short and simple passage. Leorio opened his mouth in astonishment, and Karapika stared at the scene in a daze. The dust produced by the splashing of gravel has not yet dissipated. Good, so powerful. Zyja also murmured this sentence with a fixed look in his eyes. As for Killua, he had already retreated a long way away at the moment of the explosion, like his hair was standing on end. This is the power, there is no doubt about it. After experiencing it personally at such a close distance, Killua was once again certain. How did you do that? Killua, unable to hold back his thoughts any longer, took this opportunity to ask directly. Why can you easily blow up this wall? And when you fought with the examiner from last year, you also showed extraordinary strength, right? His question brought the other three back to their senses. Extraordinary strength, what do you mean? Leorio still didn't quite understand, and Gon tilted his head. Kurapika seemed to be thinking about something, but he was still not sure. This question. Molek walked straight to the other side of the passage. After you pass the hunter test, you will have the answer. He is not the kind of guy who likes to teach others. What's more, in this hunter test, there is also a Lumi, a perverted brother complex. They should deal with the matter of beating the Dike family themselves. Pass the hunter test. Killa gritted his teeth and followed immediately. Kurapika thought of what Molek said before, if he couldn't even pass the hunter test, then he would lose the qualification for revenge. There must be something I don't know. He thought about it, and then stepped over the wall with a firm look in his eyes. Zyja also wanted to go over with a fishing rod, but was pulled by Leorio. Do you know what they were talking about, Gon? I don't know. Gon shook his head honestly. But if he could tell us, Molek would have told us when Killua asked just now. And since Molek said that as long as we pass the hunter test, we will know everything. He showed his bright white teeth again, then let's do our best to pass it next. You guy. Seeing that Gon didn't care at all, Leorio couldn't help but smack his lips. He took another look at the exploded wall. I always feel that this world is very dangerous looks. He shook his head and sighed as he walked into the passage. This short and simple passage is a downhill sliding section. The group paid attention to their feet and quickly arrived at the final pass along the path. At the bottom of the trap tower, in a wide circular stone wall space. The stone door opened and Molek walked in first. Candidate number 406 Molek, the first candidate to pass the third test, took 3 hours and 12 minutes. The system in the stone wall automatically recognized the number and played it. Later, Killua, Kurapika, Gon and Leorio walked in one after another. Candidate number 99 Killua Zaldik, the second candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 3 hours and 12 minutes. Candidate 404 Kurapika, the third candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 3 hours and 12 minutes. Candidate 405 Jeffrey, the fourth candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 3 hours and 13 minutes. Candidate 406 Leorio Paladinet, the fifth candidate to pass the third round of tests, took hours and minutes. The 5 people became the first candidates to pass the test and arrive here. Very good, so the third round of tests is considered qualified. After hearing the announcement, Leorio felt relieved. It is also used to count the order of passing and the time of passing. I think it will definitely play a big role in the next fourth round of tests. We who passed the test first have already taken the advantage and initiative. This also means that their chances of passing the fourth round of tests have increased a lot. Such good news really made him excited. Yet, Xiao Jie also looked around with bright eyes. All this is thanks to Molek. That's right. Leorio agreed very much, it's all thanks to Molek that we can pass so easily. He is not stupid. Whether it is the fact that he broke his dangerous and troublesome moves against the examiner of the previous session and easily defeated the opponent, or the power of blasting the wall with his bare hands. Molek's performances one after another have already demonstrated his extraordinary excellence. Following Molek, he passed the third round of tests so easily, simply, quickly, and efficiently. Then as long as he holds on to Molek's big and thick legs, the fourth round of tests will be a piece of cake, right? That's true. Kurapika also agreed with what Lei, Qian Yozhao, Oli said. At the same time, he was also feeling in his heart that it was fortunate that Molek was their companion, and fortunately not their competitor. In short, what we are going to do next is in this spare room wait for the remaining 60 hours, right? Killa put his hands behind his head and said in a bored tone. He also figured it out. Since Molek didn't want to say it, he would just wait until he passed the hunter test and came to him with the hunter license. Anyway, with his confidence in his own strength, passing this hunter test would be a piece of cake, right? He then focused his eyes and attention on the empty land in front of him. Well, in addition to the stone doors leading to this place, there is only the time display at the top, plus the notification system. There are still 68 hours and 40 minutes. Xiaja also counted on his fingers. That is to say, it is almost 3 days, and they didn't spend much time here. It seems that waiting in such an environment is also a test of patience. Kurapika could only comfort him in this way. Although, he also felt that it was boring to stay here all the time. Without the pressure of passing the level, they had nothing to do. What else can we do? Leorio had already laughed and felt the boredom and sleepiness. Can we turn it into a resting place here? He said casually, and saw Molek also took out something casually. That is. Leorio blinked. He remembered that Molek took out this capsule-like thing when he ran the ultra-long marathon in the first round of the test. Then, he conjured a motorcycle on the spot. Are you going to ride a motorcycle to relieve your boredom? This is good country. Chapter 122. Leorio planned to watch from the side. I can also go for a ride in this room and show off my driving skills. Bang! The familiar purple gas came out again. It won't be so boring to play with a motorcycle, and there is such a large space that I can give it a try. I just wonder if Molek can lend it to me to play with. Halfway through his words, Leorio suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did the smoke that came out this time feel much larger than the previous motorcycle? And the huge dome shape that was vaguely revealed did not look like a means of transportation such as a motorcycle. Instead, it looked like house. Leorio stared blankly at the white house with chimneys that gradually dissipated as the smoke gradually dissipated. It's actually a house. His eyes gradually became dull, and then became dotted. What is this? This movement naturally made Kurapika, Gon, and Killua hear it. When they all looked over, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Killua, White House? With a chimney. Kurapika, where did this come from? Did it appear out of thin air? So weird. Too unreasonable, right? Gon, so cool. Is it made by Molek again? It's amazing. The three people were amazed there, giving different reactions and expressing their inner surprise. It was originally a motorcycle, and now it's a white house. It came out of such a small capsule with a puff of smoke. Leorio himself was a little incoherent, gesturing with his hands in the air. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. This is absolutely against common sense. Kurapika was puzzled. I have never heard that a capsule can hold a whole house. Even the technology outside has not reached this level yet, right? Compared to Leorio's confusion and Kurapika's bewilderment, Xiaja accepted it quickly. He came to the door of the White House with great interest and asked Molek. Can I go in and take a look? Molek. Of course, this house is for us to rest. Molek took the lead and pushed open the door. Killua, come and see Molek's house. Xiaja excitedly greeted Killua, who was still looking at the house. I'm here. Killua took one last look at the number 1 on the house, shook his head, and followed Gon in. Leorio behind and Kurapika followed subconsciously. 220. As soon as everyone came in, they were once again surprised by the decoration inside. This house doesn't look big, but it has all the facilities. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, sofa, dining table, refrigerator, shower room, everything is available. There's even a TV. Leorio looked at the TV embedded in the cabinet and couldn't help but smack his lips. All kinds of household appliances are very complete, and it can be used as a normal house. Kurapika sighed as he looked at it. Compared with the house he lived in when he was in the Kuruda tribe, such a house is much more complete. Compared to where I lived before, it's much better. Leorio was also envious. When he was young, he and Paido lived in the slums. Such equipment is really unimaginable. Is this Molek's own house? Xiaja looked at everything inside like a curious baby. He had lived on Whale Island before, and he had never seen such urbanized equipment. This is where I live when I travel outside. Molek opened the refrigerator and took out a few bottles of drinks. My real residence is somewhere else. He threw all the drinks to a few people. But think about it, it's still incredible. Kia took the drink and said, such a large house can be packed in a capsule. Why bother? Leorio, on the other hand, looked at it with a smile, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank it in big gulps. Ha, cool. He wiped the corners of his mouth happily. As long as there is a place to stay and a comfortable rest, that's enough. His requirements are not high. Besides, Leorio's goal has always been to be a doctor, and he doesn't care or pay attention to this aspect. That's right, before the upcoming 4th round of tests, there is enough rest. Kurapika also nodded gently. For us, it is also an advantage. As he said, several people found a place to rest. Kurapika and Leorio sat on the sofa, and Zyja took Killua to explore with great interest. Even if it is just such a small house, there are many interesting places. Molek simply turned on the TV and watched some interesting programs in this hunter world. When it was time for dinner, Molek also took out many grape spider eggs that he had captured in Toad Tiger Mountain before. Add bread, baiach, coffee, and some other ingredients to entertain everyone. Wait for a beautiful enjoyment after lunch. Everyone washed up, yawned and took a relaxing nap. Some slept on the sofa, some on the carpet. Of course, Molek slept on the only bed. Just like that, when several people were resting in this small house. Time was also slowly passing. After almost 3 hours. Finally, the second stone door slowly opened. A charming figure walked in with cat steps. Candidate number 44 Hisoka, the 6th candidate to pass the 3rd round of tests, took 6 hours and 17 minutes. Hi! The ranking of the 6th candidate in the broadcast made Hisoka slightly concerned. Then, he saw the strange white house in this wide space. Hiso! This shouldn't be the room that the Hunter Association provides for candidates to rest, right? Hiso slowly walked towards the White House. However, when he saw the number 1 on the White House, it was very similar to the number 9 on the motorcycle that someone took out during the first round of the test. Are there 5 people in front? Comparing the identities of the 5 people's small group, Hisoka understood instantly. So that's it, is it them? That capsule is really a very convenient prop. Hiso finally took a look at the White House and changed his position with a smile. Just opposite the White House, he sat down directly, took out his playing cards, and stacked a pyramid. He didn't come. Inside the house, Zyja, who had woken up, looked through the window and saw Shisuo sitting down opposite him, and he was relieved. After all, anyone who sees such a house would be a little confused. Leorio wiped his forehead. If Hisoka really came to the door directly, it would still make people nervous. Hisoka has passed the test, and there will be more and more other candidates in the future. Kurapika thought for a while, should we remind them? Otherwise, there may be other candidates to disturb them in the future. Click. Under the stone wall, Hisoka was building a playing card pyramid from the bottom. Swish. Suddenly, the sound of the door curtain being pulled came, which made him look over subconsciously. Then he saw Zyja open the window and stick a piece of paper on the outer perimeter of the White House. He saw Hisoka looking at him, smiled and waved his hand, and then decisively returned to the house and closed the window tightly. It's them. Hisoka looked at the paper Gon had posted. Only there is a number written on it, number 406. Well, this is Molek's candidate number card, which is quite simple and direct. Nothing can be more useful than Molek's name among this group of candidates. Hisoka. He chuckled, retracted his gaze again, and concentrated on dealing with the poker cards in front of him. Time passed bit by bit. In the trap tower, many candidates chose different paths and fought there. Just like the 3 brothers of Amurai chose a 3-way road. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The 3 people relied on the tacit understanding between brothers and overcame many difficulties without much effort. And there is the bald ninja Hanzo, who relied on his superb qualities to overcome the levels one by one. And the rookie killer Dongba, who was supposed to form a team with Zyja and the others, but accidentally chose the 2-person passage this time. He and the monkey trainer Suomi got together and were sweating profusely because of the difficulty of the level. In short, one by one, candidates began to overcome the difficulties in this trap tower and move down. Just like this, a few hours passed. Candidate number 301 Jidaleku, the seventh candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 12 hours and 3 minutes. The third stone door opened, and the disguised Ilmi walked in with his head clicking. The seventh? He clicked and saw Shisuo stacking pyramids there. Then, he quickly noticed the White House. Well, it's so big and the color is so conspicuous, it's hard not to notice it. Number 406? The residence of Molek? It seems that the 5 people, including him, should be in that house. Ilmi looked at the number on the white paper and walked towards Hisoka. At the same time, another stone door next to it also rumbled up. Hello. A ninja with a shiny forehead ran in. I must be the first to arrive. He cheered confidently, but the next moment. Candidate 294 Hanzo, the 8th candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 12 hours and 4 minutes. Hanzo's happy expression froze on his face. 8th. He immediately looked around. Well, Hisoka, and the candidate named Jidaleku who looked difficult to mess with. Hanzo's gaze paused for a second at the 2 people, then he immediately looked away. Besides the 2 of them, there were 5 other people. The next second, Hanzo saw the white round house. House. He was stunned. Looking at this house, there is another house at the bottom of this tower. Is it provided for us to live in by the hunter test at? Before he finished his daydream, he saw the paper on the wall with number 406 written on it. It seems to be the examinee's own. He also thought of Molek and his extraordinary performance in the first 2 rounds of tests. He decided not to provoke him and went around to the side, training on the spot. Forget it, the 8th is the 8th. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Except for the examinee number 406, the others who passed should be the companions next to him, who followed him, right? Thinking of this, Hanzo immediately ate a lemon. I'm really lucky to be helped through the test, he said with a sour tone. Then he started practicing on the spot, chanting something. It was less than half an hour. Candidate 384 Greta, the 9th candidate to pass the third round of tests, took 12 hours and 27 minutes. The 9th. Greta, a black man who walked in with a blowgun, raised his eyebrows when he heard the number. It only took 12 hours to clear the trap tower that took 72 hours to pass. This is definitely an excellent ability. Greta wanted to see who was faster than him. Then, he had the same reaction as Hanzo. Forget it, let it be. Greta took his eyes off the White House and accepted the result and sat on the ground against the wall. Time continued to pass bit by bit. Soon, a day passed. Considering that the first candidates to pass the level can rest and replenish their physical strength, the Hunter Association was very considerate and provided food. Although, it was just ordinary single-person food pushed out by the dining cart. And the food was just a simple pack of compressed biscuits and a cup of hot porridge per person. The candidates who passed the level in the bottom space came forward one after another and took their share. When Greta came back with her share of food, 2 more stone doors rumbled open almost at the same time. Great, finally reached the end. Beokul, carrying a bow and arrow, walked out and breathed a sigh of relief. The experience during this period can be said to be full of dangers. But at least it was a close call, allowing him to successfully come here. But just after he finished speaking, a man dressed in Indian clothes and holding a spear walked out of the stone door that opened next to him. Candidate 384, Bayoker, and Candidate 371, Go-Si, arrived at the same time and were determined to be the 10th candidates to pass the third round of tests. It took time 30 hours and 11 minutes. The 10th? Not bad. Bayokur didn't have much of a time obsession. Seeing the food on the iron rack nearby, he immediately walked over there. Only the 10th. Go-Si, on the other hand, looked carefully at the candidates who had already arrived. Hiso savored the biscuits, Hanzo and Greta chewed them, and Jidaraku ate them like tomcat chewing bubble gum. In my opinion, they should all be good players. I really hope I can fight them. Suddenly, his eyes paused, There are only 4 people. There should be 5 other candidates. What is that? Beokul, who was collecting food, finally found something wrong. What's wrong with that house? Go-si also looked over immediately. A white round house with a chimney was particularly conspicuous. No 406. He stared at the number seriously. If he remembered correctly, the number represented the man named Molek. He beat up the examiner last year. He was very powerful and could be said to be the strongest among the many candidates who came here to take the test. If I have to choose someone to fight. Go-si clenched the spear in his hand tightly, then it can only be him. He came to participate in such a hunter test in order to be able to constantly challenge the strong. There is no doubt that in his eyes, Molek is definitely the most worthy target for him to challenge. Just when Go-si made up his mind and went forward to get food to replenish his physical strength. Chapter 123. Suddenly, a strong meaty aroma came, filling the 360-degree circular space. Almost at the same time, everyone's nose trembled. Received this meaty aroma. It's coming from that house. Without thinking too much, everyone knew where the smell came from. Not to mention the white chimney, which had begun to emit smoke. They must be cooking delicious meat dishes inside. Hanzo crunched hard on the relatively hard whole wheat compressed biscuits in his mouth. I was so envious that I couldn't help but grit my teeth there. They were eating simple food outside, while the people inside were eating a delicious meal. Hanzang, who was mentally unbalanced, didn't dare to imagine how happy the people inside were. It's so comfortable. In the hall of the room, Leorio picked up a piece of meat from the grill in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he took a big gulp of beer. This is life. He vented as freely as Nohara Shinashuk's father, Nohara Hiroshi. Although, they both used the same voice actor. Indeed, it's hard to imagine that we can eat barbecue leisurely here in this hunter test with life and death danger. Kurapika held the tray in his hand and placed the pieces of meat evenly on every place on the grill. All this is really thanks to Molek. Gon also put some vegetables such as mushrooms and tofu rolls. He is a child who is not picky about food. I haven't eaten like this for a long time. Killa was mixing the dipping sauce and sauce next to him. Honey, cheese, sweet chili sauce, sugar, whatever sweetness you want can be put in it. He likes chocolate candy beans, but he is a heavy lover of sweets. Don't worry, I have plenty of ingredients in this house, so you can eat as much as you want. Molek said, and did not forget to pick up a few pieces of roasted beef shanks and pork belly. Wrap it with lettuce leaves, add a few cloves of garlic slices, and put it in your mouth. The taste is so good. Molek, why do you add garlic slices to meat? If you don't add garlic to meat, the flavor will be half as good. Is that so? Let me try. I still think sweeter meat is more fragrant. Hey, Killua! Your honey splashed into my dish. How dare you say that, Leorio? You poured too much wine, and the foam came out. The 5 people were noisy, putting meat and vegetables, pouring beer, and drinking drinks. It was so pleasant and cheerful, the scene and atmosphere were extremely lively. Especially knowing that they will face the hunter test with an uncertain life and death next. Such a rare short enjoyment is a luxury for them. Leorio and Kurapika also enjoyed this moment. Especially Kurapika, after his people were killed. It has been a long time since he relaxed and rested like this, and a smile appeared on his face. Especially compared with the people outside, I saw that they seemed to eat compressed biscuits. Indeed, they don't eat as well as we do. Ha 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 ha, and they sleep on the hard floor. How can we eat so well and sleep well? The 4 of us will recuperate, and they may not rest well. We will be in the advantage in the next round. Leorio and the others are very satisfied with the current situation. It is no problem to stay in this room for the remaining dozens of hours. In this way, several people in the roundhouse ate barbecue, chatted, and watched TV, and had a very pleasant time. On the contrary, a group of candidates outside could only eat compressed biscuits silently, which seemed a bit desolate. Time was passing by minute by minute. Other candidates passed the test one after another. For example, Bodro, Pengxi, the three brothers of Amurai, Zixi Tuer, Ba Peng, Suomi, and Dongba. They were all familiar faces. Those who could come here and pass the 3 rounds of tests were all outstanding among ordinary people. Especially Suomi and Dongba, it was really not easy for them to pass and arrive here together. However, everyone who came here saw the extremely eye-catching White House. Especially the candidates who came here at lunchtime. Looking at the fragrant smoke, and then looking at the compressed biscuits and white porridge in his hands. Such a contrast and gap really makes people lose their balance. It's too much. Han Zhang's mouth was full of compressed biscuits, chewing and chewing, as if he was really eating meat. The last time we had barbecue, the last time we had soup, this time it's hot pot. He bit the compressed biscuits into pieces with a snap. Are they here to participate in the hunter test, or are they here to play house and travel? Han Zhang, who was unable to eat these delicacies, could only be jealous and angry. And facing the glaring number 406, he would naturally not ask for it to avoid danger. I could only be miserable, eating biscuits by myself with the aroma. Others also huddled there silently. I just wanted the time to pass to come quickly. 3 days passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Although I was taking the exam, the students seemed to be suffering a little bit. Squeak. When the time was reset and the countdown ended, the door on the ground of the trap tower slowly opened. It was at this time. Let's go, time's up. Inside the White House, Molek changed his clothes and walked to the door. Oh! Leorio was the first to respond, full of energy and in great condition. The rest during this period of time has made him look rosy. Not only him, but also Karapika, Xiaja, and Kilua are full of energy. Then it's the 4th round of tests. A group of people walked out one after another with expectations and confidence for the next one. Then, they saw a group of candidates staring at them. What happened to them? Xiaojia looked at the examines with bitter and vengeful eyes and scratched his cheeks in confusion. Nothing. Karapika and Kilua could naturally imagine how much hatred they had for eating, drinking, and resting well in the house. Hurry up and pull Xiaojia, who looked puzzled, and walk outside. Bang! Molek pressed the button, and the house turned into a universal capsule again and returned to his hand. After putting it away, he also ignored the green eyes of other examines and strode towards the outside of the trap tower. Others naturally did not dare to say anything to Molek. They could only be silent and come outside together. At this time, Liber had been waiting outside. Dear candidates, congratulations on escaping the trap tower successfully. With his hands behind his back, a cock's comb and fox eyes, and wearing a grey coat, Reber introduced himself. I am the wanted bounty hunter and director of the penitentiary, Reber. Now I would like to invite you all. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an airship rose from the cliff behind him. Get on this airship immediately. So, this is not even giving extra time, and it is going to fly directly to another examination room? The candidates did not think about it, and one after another boarded this Hunter Association's special airship. After nearly 2 hours of sailing, they arrived at their next destination. It seemed like an island with a tropical rainforest climate. And around this island, there are many sunken ships that seem to have been in distress. When the airship landed on the island and got close enough, the candidates realized it. Such an island looks like a warship. After the candidates got off the ship one by one, someone was already waiting for them there. Dear candidates, welcome, come to our hotel. The hotel owner and the proprietress welcomed at the same time. We are the owners of the only hotel on this island. As you can see, this island is a huge warship anchored here. We have transformed this ship and now it provides accommodation for you. In the past, we were honored to provide King Nepala with accommodation here, and many celebrities have also stayed here. Our hotel is the Beau Palace on the sea. The boss was there touting his own hotel, boasting about it. There is only one purpose, that is, to pay a deposit of 10 million ringgits when checking in. 10 million ringgits. Even in a 6-star hotel, you can live beautifully for more than half a year. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. If the candidates had so much money, they would not come here to take the test. No one wanted to do it, and Leorio, who was sensitive to money, was even more furious. Do we look like the style of a prince? You are simply robbing money. Even Xiaojie said weakly, we kids don't have that much money. The boss smiled and offered everyone a compromise. If the candidates don't have enough money, we have other ways to make you pay for it. Hi. The candidates all stared at each other. To be honest, our main business is antique trading. There are shipwrecks everywhere in the waters of this island. If you can find any treasures on these wrecked ships, you can use them as collateral. Of course, we are also willing to provide you with accommodation rooms for free. Friendly reminder, candidates need to check into the accommodation room before tonight. The boss and the boss lady said this, and the more than 30 candidates present also understood it. Isn't this just to make them free labor to explore the treasure? Moreover, this may be a part of the hunter test. After all, the ability to find treasure is also one of the basic abilities of a professional hunter. There is no other way, everyone can only go to see. This also applies to Leorio and the others. After all, the boss had emphasized that they needed to check into their hotel room before tonight. This also meant that they could not stay outside or anywhere else. For this reason, Molek's capsule White House could no longer be considered. Molek did not go to those rotten ships to dig for treasure like the others. Instead, he strolled around the beach twice and came back to the boss to identify the treasure. Of course, what he appraised was what he had. Dang! Molek casually threw a few golden coins in front of the boss's desk. Huh? These gold coins are well preserved. It's rare to see such good quality. The boss carefully identified them and found that they didn't look like they were fished out of a shipwreck in the sea. It looked like they were just produced in a gold processing factory. Well, these gold coins were generated by the characteristics of death and tax when Molek killed his opponent with Collector. Every time an opponent is executed, 25 gold coins will be automatically given. He still has a lot of these gold coins in his hand now. Unfortunately, the number of gold coins is too small, and they don't look like antiques. The boss coughed lightly, I can only give you a second-class cabin at most. Well, second class is second class. Molek took the key of this room without caring. The main thing is that this hotel does not have any rooms above the second class. The other candidates who followed were the same. Bakur took a plate worth 900,000 rings and gave it to the second-class cabin. Zyja and Kilua found a box of gems worth 10 million rings, and they were still in the second-class cabin. On the contrary, Leorio only found a box of shells and was given a small independent suite with the most ample sunbathing. When Molek took the key, he found his room. After opening the door and walking in. Not bad. Although the room is a little old, it looks very tidy inside. Whether it is the quilt, pillow, or bed sheet, they are all cleaned up. It can be seen that the proprietress is taking care of it carefully on weekdays. From this perspective, it is not a bad idea to live here. I just don't know who my next roommate will be. Molek casually lay down on one of the soft big beds. The soft pillows really make it easy for people to relax. He also thought of the funny story of many candidates changing rooms in the original version. Hanzu found the crown of the tragic Prince Jera III who disappeared for unknown reasons on the day of the coronation ceremony in a certain country in the 16th century. He was very dissatisfied with living with Karapika who lived with him just because he found a pendant. So he went to complain to the boss, and was bumped by Leorio, so he exchanged rooms with him. In Leorio's words, my room is a private suite with super light. You can enjoy it however you want. Well, this room does have good light, but it is exposed to the sun and it is uncomfortable. Forget about enjoying it. If it gets any hotter, Hanzo's head will be dried out. And Badro and Go Si the two, wearing red and blue clothes, are guys who refuse to admit defeat. One is a martial artist, the other is a warlike nation. After the two were assigned together, they began to work hard to compete through various training. And Dongba, a super veteran who participated in the hunter test 35 times, although he never passed, but at least he was able to survive every test. It was also in this room assignment that he encountered such a danger. He was assigned to the same room with Jidalaku, also known as Yilmi. Dongba. How could I be in the same room with such a monster? It happened that the monkey trainer Suomi wanted to change rooms because if he stayed in that room, his partner monkey Kamli would get gastroenteritis. The timely rain Dongba god immediately appeared and quickly changed rooms with the other party. Then Suomi was surprised to say, "I owe you a favor," and the exchange went very smoothly. Then, Dongba came to the room full of poisonous snakes, where the snake charmer Scarpeng was. Dongba. Peng Si, who said "I can't even breathe with that guy," was determined to change rooms. Hu Beiyi Dongba god appeared in time again and exchanged the key in her hand. No matter what kind of roommate it is, it's better than those two monsters just now, right? With this thought in mind, Dongba god met his last roommate. Hehe. Zisuo occupied 2 beds and stacked a pyramid of playing cards there. Dongba. AWSL. Just when everyone started to find their roommates to move in. Squeak. The door of Molek's room opened. Chapter 124. Squeak. The door of this cabin was opened by the second roommate. Molek looked over when he heard the sound. A beautiful woman with golden hair and wearing the same black suit as him, who looked extremely capable. She was tall and wore sunglasses to cover her eyes. But when she met Molek's eyes, even though they were blocked, Molek still felt the stiffness and shock on the other side. Obviously, this beautiful sniper had never expected that she would meet Molek in this cabin. This guy was notorious and extremely dangerous among the candidates. Bang! She turned around and closed the door without any hesitation. Molek guessed that she should have gone out to change rooms. However, after Dongba god changed all the rooms that needed to be changed, can she find other suitable rooms that she is willing to change? It is estimated that there are no other suitable rooms. Molek waited quietly in the room for a while. Then the door opened again, and the beautiful sniper walked in silently again. Yo! Molek raised his hand and greeted. It seems that there is no suitable room outside to change. Candidate number 80, the beautiful sniper Shi Ba, remained silent. In fact, there are still people outside who are willing to change rooms. Well, it is Dongba god himself. However, after the extremely painful experience of changing rooms twice in a row, he was cautious and asked who Shi Ba's roommate was. When he found out it was Molek, Dongba almost went crazy. He couldn't tell whether he was crying or laughing and said to Shiba, "My roommate is Shisuo, are you willing to exchange with me?" Shiba. Although Molek looked very dangerous, he was much better than the perverted killer Shisuo. At least after the 2 hunter tests of 897, Molek had almost no lives. On the other hand, Shisuo had the experience of killing people in every test. Compared like this, Molek's side was safer. Shiba walked to his bed silently, took off his sunglasses, and revealed a pair of vigilant eyes. "Don't look at me like that," Molek said leisurely, "I will never attack anyone without a reason. I am fundamentally different from those murderers who take killing as fun. I don't have such interests and hobbies." He made an inviting gesture to Shi Ba, "Would it be convenient for us to chat? What do you want to talk about?" This was the first sentence she said after she came in. "Let's talk about why you want to become a professional hunter." Molek said, "Of course, before asking others, you should answer yourself first. I still understand this courtesy. I want to become a professional hunter because I have a subordinate who is a professional hunter. He heard that the benefits and treatment of the Hunter Association are pretty good, so I plan to take a test first." Subordinates of professional hunters. Shi Ba was obviously stunned when he heard it. But when I think of Molek beating up the examiner last year, it doesn't seem so strange with such strength. It's just that the style of painting is a bit strange. I and others worked hard and long to become a professional hunter. As a result, the other party's subordinates are professional hunters. Doesn't this mean that they risked their lives to participate in such a hunter test, but in the end they became the same people as his subordinates? Then aren't their efforts and hard work just a joke? Everyone has their own path to choose. Molek saw what she was thinking. Among so many hunter professions, there are also contract hunters. There is nothing wrong with hunters who are hired as bodyguards for wealthy people. Contract hunters, right? Shiba looked up at him. So you are the employer, and you hired some professional hunters as your bodyguards, right? Do I need a bodyguard? Molek looked at her strangely, and then shook his head. I am also hired by someone, but I am the captain of the bodyguards, and I have other hunter bodyguards under my command. You are actually a bodyguard. Shiba really didn't expect it this time. The terrifying monster that the examines regarded as a demon turned out to be a bodyguard protecting others. What? Don't they look like him? They really don't look like him at all. Why? Shiba couldn't help asking, why would someone like you be a bodyguard? Can't someone like me be a bodyguard? Molek looked at her righteously. You are discriminating against the bodyguard industry. You have to change this wrong idea. Shiba. Is the focus on the bodyguard industry? The focus is on you. It's hard for her to imagine that a ruthless and terrible guy would be a bodyguard for a rich man. How big of a heart must the person who hired him have? Of course, it's mainly because my employer offers me a good salary, so I have no intention of leaving for the time being. Molek said casually, but if one day I'm not happy with my job, I will fire him and leave. Shiba. If you want to resign, it shouldn't just be a simple resignation, right? Okay. After saying so much, you haven't told me the reason why you want to become a hunter. Molek changed the subject. I became a hunter, of course, to enjoy the treatment after getting those licenses. Shiba was silent for a moment, and then slowly said. After hearing about Molek's story, she felt it was too bizarre, so she didn't resist it. And I heard that after becoming a professional hunter, you will be exposed to another world, a new power. You heard it right. Molek nodded directly, that's right. According to the requirements of the Hunter Association, only by passing the Hunter test can you get the qualification to enter that world. Is it true? After hearing the confirmation from Molek, Shiba couldn't help but cheer up. Then it seems that I have to pass the Hunter test. Her eyes became more determined. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have to pass the Hunter test to get that kind of power. Molek used himself as an example. Look at me, I haven't got a license yet, but I'm still pretty strong, right? Hi. Shiba looked at Molek again. Indeed, whether it was Molek or Hisoka, they were both inhumanly strong. It seemed that they were in a completely different world from them. They also came to take the test to get a license, which means that they got this kind of power without passing the test. That is to say. Well, passing the Hunter test can allow the Hunter Association to teach you that kind of power, but if you have a channel, you can also learn it from other aspects. Molek smiled and took out a business card. If you fail the Hunter test this time, you can come to me. When you learn this power, it will be much easier to take the Hunter test again. He handed the business card to Shiba, and reminded him. Of course, it is definitely not free to get such power. A subtle smile appeared on the corner of Molek's mouth. It also costs a certain price. Tonight's night is particularly clear. Bodro fell asleep with Go-si in his arms. The two of them cherished each other and looked very close. Shisuo folded 3 poker pyramids on Dongba's bed, broke his personal best record, and fell asleep contentedly. Leaving Dongba alone, wrapped in a quilt, curled up at the door like a big fat worm. Hanzo was so hot that he turned into a red Rambo, and he took off all his clothes except for his crotch pants, but he still couldn't fall asleep. The monkey trainer Somi was sleeping soundly, but his partner Kamli was sleeping with his head tilted. The monkey was scared out of his wits by the bitter Jidarera. Snake charmer Scarpeng played his snake charmer flute, but the snakes he raised were very interested in Peng Si, who was taking a bath. The 3 Amurai brothers shared a room, but the eldest and the second brother slept on the bed, and the youngest brother Amurai slept on the floor. Leorio and Karapika became roommates and lived together. But when Leorio came out of the bathroom without clothes after taking a bath, he was hit hard and grabbed wildly by Karapika. In return, Leorio lay on his back on the bed, with deep resentment. We are all men, what's the problem with getting naked? It's your own perverted thoughts, I can't stand it. Be careful or I will really attack you, sissy. The 2 children, Xiaja and Killua, slept in a very bad posture, one with one leg stretched out. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Compared to these people, Shiba had a hard time falling asleep. When Molek said that a price had to be paid, her heart tightened. When she asked what the price was, the other party just said lightly, "Wait until you make up your mind. The current price is only the current price. When you want to find it again in the future, it may be different." It was this sentence that made Shiba's mood not calm down. Until... Swish! Molek, who was sleeping soundly next to him, suddenly got up and scared Shiba. "What's wrong?" "They left." "They? Left?" Shiba looked confused, and then saw the Hunter Association's special flying ship, which had been parked outside, suddenly take off. The airship had been staying there, and everyone thought that it would take them away again after the break. But now, it actually left them behind and flew away alone. The departure of the airship naturally shocked a group of people. They woke up from their sleep and ran to the place where the airship was parked without even having time to put on their clothes. Then they watched the airship gradually rise higher. "Have we been abandoned here by them?" Leorio, wearing a simple shirt, watched from afar. "We were a little careless." Killa, wearing only a simple vest, also sighed. "So what should we do now?" A group of examines could only watch the airship getting farther and farther away in their eyes, and there was nothing they could do. "Molek, do you have any ideas?" Xiaoqiet, who was also wearing only a vest, came to Molek's side. "Did you have such an experience last year?" "Not at all." Molek crossed his arms. "It's really hard to have so many candidates like this. It is quite rare to just leave without saying anything after being thrown into a place." "But the boss said before." Xiaojie recalled, "He said that the next round of the fourth test will be held in 3 days. During these 3 days, all candidates can have a good rest here." "So, are we going to stay here for 3 days?" The two of them were talking like this, and then the other candidates next to them also subconsciously gathered around to listen. Like in such an emergency, when everyone was at a loss. If someone could come up with an idea and become the backbone leader, it would also give everyone a reassurance. "In fact, it's not a good idea for us to speculate here." Molek glanced around, except for Shisuo and Ji Talaku, who should be resting without any concern. Everyone else almost came over. The simplest and most effective way is to call directly and consult the Hunter Test Committee. See what they will say. Molek said so. "It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, Bakuer in the crowd immediately shook his head. "I have tried it just now. There is no signal in this place, and the phone cannot be dialed out. Unless we look for a radio on this ship to see if we can get in touch with the outside world. But there is little hope. So, they have completely cut off contact with the outside world." Everyone looked unhappy, and then looked at Molek. "It is true that ordinary phones cannot be dialed, but..." Molek casually took out a seemingly ordinary phone. "It is not necessarily the case for special ones." "Special?" Baokul was stunned. "No matter how special it is, it needs a signal to get through. This is common sense. If there is no signal, it is simply beep beep beep." Molek pressed the hands-free button, and the call sound was heard by everyone present. Baokul. It actually got through. Click. The other end of the line was quickly connected. "Hello." A confused, somewhat unclear male bass voice came from the other end. And the candidates present instantly recognized it. "It's the male examiner of the second round of tests." "Hello, Boela, it's me." Molek said directly, "Are you eating again now?" "Ah, it's Molek." Boela heard it and seemed a little surprised. "It's so late, why did you suddenly think of calling me?" "Because we are now thrown here by 5.8. Molek said calmly, "We got out of the trap tower." "Trap tower?" Boela was even more confused. "Then you should have arrived at Gunkanjima, how come you were thrown here?" Suddenly, he seemed to react and quickly shut up. But it was already late. The other candidates pricked up their ears when they heard this. "You really know what's going on at Gunkanjima?" Molek had expected this. "Okay, tell us your next plan." That won't work." Boela hesitated. "This is related to the Hunter test, I can't reveal it." Sure enough, it's still related to the hunter test. Molek nodded as expected. Boela, you have two choices now. The first one is that you tell me the main test content of this Gunkanjima session, and I'll give you two menus later. The second one is that I'll call the hunter test committee for consultation or complaint. It's no use. Boela hesitated, because the boss reminded you to stay here for 3 days before. It is part of the test. And the treasures you fished out of the sea were left in the room by the boss and his men, so your complaint will not be accepted or accepted. In that case, Molek said directly, I will use my own method to deal with the problem. He looked up and looked at the airship that was about to disappear from his sight. Although the airship has flown far enough, it is not a big problem for me to shoot it down. The boss and his wife are also on the airship, right? It just so happens that I will ask about the rules and details of this test. Chapter 125. He left before he explained clearly. This examiner is not qualified. But Molek smiled slowly into the phone. Boela, you know me. When I shoot down the airship, if I accidentally use too much force and destroy the airship and the boss's family, I will not be responsible at all. Just like the thunder drill pterosaur that was captured at the beginning. Boela. This is a threat, isn't it? Boela has never forgotten that on the coast, Molek sent out a so-called Kami school Kigong and beat the thunder drill pterosaur until only its neck and head were left. That scene is still vivid in his mind, and it keeps rolling in his mind. I know. There was no more hesitation on the other end of the phone. I will tell you the situation of this test. As if he was afraid that Molek would really take action, Boela made a choice quickly. But he had not forgotten, it is the two new cooking menus. You have 5 seconds. Molek said calmly, if I don't know the situation of this test within 5 seconds, I will take action immediately. Still want a cooking menu? When I asked you to choose just now, you didn't want to help. Now you are forced to choose but you still want to ask? Dream. I know. Boela sighed, and then immediately told Molek all the contents of this incident. Just when he was about to speak, all the candidates were about to listen carefully. Molek turned off the hands-free directly. Other examines. How can you play like this? As they stared at each other, Molek put the phone to his ear and listened to everything. At the same time, on the other end of the phone. Click. After he finished speaking and the phone was hung up, Boera breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like there's no problem. He wiped the sweat off his face and said to the people sitting around the table in front of him. Can he really knock the airship down from the sky? Men Chi, who was sitting next to him, was the first to speak. I don't believe it. Well, Molek has done this before. Boela said weakly, 19 and I think he may have been a little restrained. Men Chi. Indeed, Molek's strength is not comparable to those ordinary candidates. Sats pulled his nose hair, and even many professional hunters would not be his opponents. He recalled the time when he and Molek faced the fierce and evil guy without eyebrows who stole the pharaoh's costume. So, Boera was right. Liberate the durian millefeuille and kept saying, after all, if the examiner we arranged accidentally died in the hands of the examinee, it would be a big problem. But this is the first time I have seen an examinee who threatened the association with the examiner's life, right, President? Wow wow wow, it is indeed the first time. Netero sat at the table, laughing happily. He listened to all these words throughout the whole process, and found them interesting. This hunter test may become the most interesting one he has seen in the past few decades. But Boera is right. We still need to know how to make choices at critical moments. Netero stroked his hooked beard. Anyway, Gunkanjima wants to test their comprehensive ability and teamwork ability. Even if Molek knows the content, it won't affect it. Other candidates seem to be very wary of him. He has the ability to pass the level even without knowing the content, so we don't have to worry about this aspect. Just wait and see what they do. The other hunter test examiners nodded. And Boera showed a difficult smile. My new menu. It's not that I don't want to choose the first one. Just as Netero said. Even if Molek doesn't know the specific content, he can pass it with his own strength. So when Molek called to ask for a choice, if it was normal, Boera would not even think about choosing the first one. But this time Netero was right next to him. As an examiner who is still testing, he can't be so blatant in front of the president of the association. I really want to help, but I can't do this in front of the president. Boela sighed in his heart again. At this time, Menkai also added at the right time. It's a pity that we can't see the 2 menus of possible new dishes. Boela. Don't say it, my heart is bleeding. On the other side, at Gunkanjima. Click. After learning the whole process from Boela, Molek also hung up the phone. Well, the specific test content is not much different from the original Gunkanjima test. He put away the phone and looked up. Then he saw a group of candidates around him, all gathered around him. Nearby. What's going on, Molek? Shaojiet asked first. The other candidates looked over eagerly. Well, I've understood everything. Molek nodded to everyone. This is indeed a hunter test. Everyone was mentally prepared for this, and there was no surprise. But what's next? They were all waiting for Molek to say the follow-up content, but Molek obviously didn't want to say more to them. Okay, everything is clear, everyone can go back to sleep. Molek waved his hand, and he looked like he wanted to leave. Other candidates. How can they still sleep at this time? And they don't know anything about it, they are completely confused. What on earth happened? Among the crowd, the bald ninja Hanzo couldn't help but ask. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it after dawn. Molek ignored him. I'm going back to sleep now. And Molek glanced at him. You come out like this, it really affects the city appearance. Affect the city appearance? Other candidates subconsciously looked at Hanzo. Then, ah, pervert. The female candidate Peng Si screamed and ran away quickly. So all ninjas are like this. Hey, it's really perverted. No wonder it's a sushi bastard. A group of people also looked at Hanzo subtly, whispering there. Hanzo. A gust of night wind blew, and Hanzo, who felt the chill all over his body, realized. I had taken off all my clothes in the room before, and only wore a crotchless pants. But when I heard the noise, I ran out directly, and I didn't wear anything else. It's over, my image. Hanzo was completely shattered. The next morning, when the first ray of morning light fell on the island, many candidates came to the deck. Hanzo was dressed tightly and huddled in a corner without saying a word. Bakur tried the communication equipment on the warship again. There was no problem with the radio, but no sound could be heard no matter which radio channel was tuned. That is, it was completely impossible to contact the outside world, which was no different from being in distress here. There were also some candidates who learned that this was a hunter test. I didn't get much rest last night, thinking I could find some clues to leave here. Some people found a box of compasses, and some people also found the treasures they collected stored in the innkeeper's house. Some people even found a map strip in the management office. It showed the direction of the map from their Gunkanjima location to the next round of test location, the Jingbei Island. Many candidates thought that this was left by the innkeeper on purpose for them to see. They were all ready and wanted to leave here. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. But considering that Molek knew all the contents of this test, they all held back and waited for Molek to come out on this deck. See if they could get any other useful information. Everyone, it's so early. When Molek, who woke up naturally from a comfortable sleep, came out and saw so many people, he greeted them naturally. Other candidates. It's not early, they didn't sleep much last night. So, can you tell us the content of this test? Greta from 384 asked first. Why? Molek just replied lightly, why should I tell you? This is the information I got through my own connections and channels, and it is also very important information for passing the level. Since you want to become a hunter, you should know that valuable information is very precious and important. If you want to ask casually and want to take information from me, it's a bit too naive. This truth is also understood by the candidates present. They also thought that it was not so easy to get information from Molek. What do you need? The eldest of the 3 brothers of Amurai asked. You can't give me what I need. Molek glanced at them and shook his head. Other candidates. Isn't that because they didn't think of telling them the news? Some candidates secretly curled their lips and left quietly. When they were exploring before, they found a logbook. It said that the ship was stationed on this island at the end of the war. It is very close to Jingbei Island from here. Even if it is just a small boat, it only takes about a day to get there. Staying here is just to see if they can get more useful information. Now that Molek is obviously unwilling to share, there is no need for them to stay. The boat has been found. Some food and water have been loaded. We can set off directly. Okay, let's go. There were nearly a dozen candidates in the group, and they left here quickly. Molek didn't care about those guys who were going to die. The candidates who were able to pass the third round of tests relied on their own wisdom and physical strength to pass the difficult tests in the previous tests. Of course, they would not listen to other people's opinions so easily. It is normal to have their own ideas. After a group of candidates left one after another. Soon, there were only more than 20 people left here, including Molek. I believe in Molek. Zyja spoke first. You have a way to pass the level, so we can just follow you. That's right. Killa responded. Not to mention Leorio and Karapika. They all went all the way here with Molek from the beginning of the Poseidon. As long as they act together with Molek, passing this round of tests will not be a problem. The other dozen or so candidates who stayed behind had the same idea. The main reason was that they were deeply impressed by the previous experience in the trap tower. Xiaojiet and his friends who followed Molek lived in a comfortable white house and ate barbecue hot pot. But they could only sleep on the cold floor and eat simple compressed biscuits. Follow Molek, there is meat to eat. This is the consensus of the people present. As a ninja, I have a sixth sense of danger. Hanzo also stood up at this time. I know you may not believe it, but this intuition has helped me overcome many difficulties. So, I think the dangers faced in this 287th test are definitely not small. Hanzang said seriously, I think the candidates who can stay are willing to cooperate with each other. He looked at Molek and said solemnly, although we may not have what you need, Molek. But we can help and make this test pass faster. Hanzang clenched his fists forward, since we choose to stay, we must have the idea of serious cooperation. I will definitely not drag my feet. Bodro, Pengsi, Suomi, Bakur, Go-Si, Zixi Tour, and even Dongba God who are still here. All nodded. They have thought it through long ago. In the current situation, it may be difficult to pass the level by relying on one person's strength. The only best solution is to hold on to Molek's thighs. And they have discussed it privately, even if Molek does not accept it. They follow Molek silently from behind, and maybe they can also pass the level. It is much better than guessing blindly by yourself. Many hunting in the past the conclusions drawn from the test of people, such as this kind of unauthorized action without understanding the situation. The results are usually extremely miserable. So we plan to nominate you, Molek, to be our captain. The great god Dongba said righteously, become our leader. We will do as you ask. The remaining candidates nodded in unison. Is that so? Molek just gently stroked his chin. Then, when he saw the blind box slowly condensing in the scene, he finally smiled. No problem. Although Gunkanjima is not the main plot of the comics, it belongs to the original animation. But every original plot is created with the participation of Togashi. In the official interview with Togashi, he put some parts that were not reflected in the main plot of the comics into the original plot. For example, at the beginning, Leorio stole fish and worked in a circus. This is actually similar to the main plot. The reason why Molek stayed on this island and did not stop it in time last night was to see if there was a blind box. Now it seems that the result did not disappoint him. The blind box shining with red light gathered on the ground again. On the basis that these candidates planned to work together and overcome difficulties together. It was under this situation that such a blind box was created to meet the plot of Gunkanjima. And so many candidates who fought on their own came together. Then the things opened in this blind box are definitely very good. Get a high-level blind box, Do you want to open it? Open it. Open successfully, get Zen Seal. Source World, Armor Hero. Chapter 126. Zen Seal. A skill from Armor Hero. The time-stopping skill of the light and shadow armor is to temporarily stop the flow of time within a specified range. This is a special skill common to the light and shadow armor. The activation method is to put your hands together in front of your waist to emit energy waves. This is a time-based skill that can be used to freeze the opponent for advantageous combat. The battle between masters is often within a breath, or even shorter. At the end of Armor Hero, the 5 armors need to be combined and united to defeat the final Black Demon Emperor. It just happens to reflect the theme of unity on Gunkanjima this time. With the Zen Seal, it is equivalent to making Molek invincible in some aspects. Of course, the prelude to putting your hands together to launch this move still requires posture and time. The premise is that this move cannot be interrupted when it is launched. However, at the critical moment, it is completely fine to use it as a trump card. After getting the blind box that I wanted and being satisfied with the harvest, there is no need to stay on this battleship island any longer. Molek decisively took over the responsibility of leading the captain. Then he left and arranged the work. This test is mainly to test the candidates' ability to work together. It is expected that tonight, after the sunset, the weather will be unusual. The tornado will combine with the vortex current to cause a storm that occurs once every 10 years. The topic of our test this time is to escape from this place. He gave us 3 days. Excluding the treasure hunt yesterday, there are actually only 2 days today and tomorrow. Tonight, there will be the first wave of severe storms, but it will not affect the island. It will wreak havoc in the outer sea. This is also a warning and reminder for us. The focus is on the second wave tomorrow night. Molek explained in detail to the candidates, and then pointed to the outer wall of the warship next to them, which was taller than them. There, barnacles attached to it one after another. As we all know, barnacles, which are hated by marine life, often attach to rocks and underwater buildings in groups. Since they can run to such a high place and attach here, it means the second wave tomorrow night will swallow up this place. So, if we don't leave tomorrow night, we will sink with this island. So, Molek told everyone present the content, time range, and restrictions of the test. Everyone showed a look of sudden enlightenment. In this way, the way to pass the level is to work together and rely on everyone works hard to leave here. Karapika fell into analysis again, then the method of leaving becomes the key. Hanzo nodded and said, if the wind and waves are so strong, ordinary small boats can't leave at all. Even if you can break out of this island, you will be completely scattered by the big waves outside. So, the two looked at the huge warship under everyone at the same time. That's right. Molek clapped his hands lightly, the answer is what you think. To leave, we need this warship under us. This warship looks old and badly damaged, but in fact, there are no problems with the main equipment such as power, control, and driving. Or even if there are problems, people from the Hunter Association have come to inspect and confirm them. The candidates who got the answers took action one after another. On the one hand, they checked the various equipment on the warship, and on the other hand, they saw how to separate the warship from the rocks. The propeller at the bottom is entangled by seaweed, and someone needs to expel it. Someone in the cab needs to have an overview of the overall situation. The power room needs to be checked, and then the power supply needs to be turned on. To get the warship away from the rocks, the explosive force of the bomb is needed to push it. There are shells under the sea, which can be taken up in diving suits. As for the problem of insufficient fresh water, we can use evaporation to extract fresh water. As for food, we can just remove the barnacles on the hull and shell them and cook them. Molek arranged all the major aspects in an orderly manner. Gazika and Killua took care of the entangled seaweed, Leorio Bodello and Gosaiko dived to get bombs, Shiba was in the shooting room calibrating the crosshairs and angles of the shooting, Chief and Scarpeng were responsible for the transportation in the middle, Dongba and Somagia and his monkey provided lighting and navigation, Bakur and Zixiter pushed the power lever, and the 3 brothers Yamurai were responsible for extracting fresh water and collecting barnacles. After all the personnel were arranged, Molek handed over the remaining tasks and the control of the situation to Hanzo and Karapi. 2 people are stuck. Compared to the original brainless groping, this time, under the leadership of Molek's efficiency, it was much faster. In this way, it is expected that everything will be ready tonight, and we can officially leave early tomorrow morning. The original Battleship Island plot. The first day of searching for treasures, checking in, and changing rooms were all normal. On the second day, the candidates were like headless flies, fighting on their own, and no one stood up to lead. As a result, many candidates fell into the deep sea in the first wave of storms in the evening. This also made the remaining people spontaneously organize together and elect Kurapika and Hanzo as captains. Then everyone worked together and spent the entire third day to complete everything. And successfully got out of here and completed the test. Now, with the intervention of Molek, everyone joined together directly on the second day. And they had to work together more efficiently and more harmoniously than the original version. Especially with a common goal, knowing what to do next, with a clear line of defense and motivation, and under the leadership of the backbone. The progress of the recovery and debugging of the warship was extremely fast. It didn't even take a day. Before evening, in the evening, everything was ready. When the time comes, just use the cannon to smash the rocks and let the warship get out of it, and we can leave. A group of people were busy all day and were very pleased to see the results in front of them. And the key is to complete it one day in advance, so that even if there are any omissions and deficiencies, there is still a whole day tomorrow to make up for it. So, in the evening, a group of people drank the fish soup they caught and ate a barnacle seafood feast. The storm came as expected. The huge tornado waves connected the sky and the earth, almost penetrating everything in the world. Such a terrifying momentum is enough to prove that Molek did not lie, and also proved how correct their choice was. Especially Dongba and Suomi saw the other candidates who had left before being sucked into the whirlpool through the blurred light. The ship was destroyed and the people fell into the sea. They were all sucked into the deep sea one by one, and basically they could not survive. So, the remaining candidates rested early in the evening. When the wind and sea were calm on the third day, they all gathered again in the early morning. After seeing the storm last night, they didn't want to stay here any longer. Especially after there was a bigger storm tonight. Boom! Under the roar of the huge cannon, the surrounding rock walls were all broken. Successful! Amid the cheers of a group of examines, Kurapika drove the rudder in the control room and successfully controlled the Gunkanjima to leave here. Even Hisoka and Jitaraku squatted in the corner of the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. All the remaining 20 or so examines on the ship passed without exception. It's one day faster than I thought. At the same time, the Hunter Association's special airship floated in the sky again. Although I know the specific content of the test, it is really rare to be able to mobilize all these candidates, and everyone plays their role. Ribber stood at the window, looking at the candidates below. The number of qualified people, 25, is really an excellent number. Where are the words? All the examines who drove the warship out of that sea area passed the temporary test stage this time. As for those who died in the sea before, there is no need to say more. Ribber landed the airship on the deck of the warship. As soon as he landed, he announced a good news to all the examines present. Congratulations, everyone, you can participate in the fourth test, and the entire Hunter test only has 2 rounds, the fourth test and the last test. As long as you pass 2 more rounds, you can get a Hunter license. This news also made everyone see the dawn of hope and cheered up. I am honored to continue to be responsible for the fourth test. Ribber snapped his fingers, and then a beautiful lady wearing the clothes of the Hunter Association came over pushing a cart. I would like to ask everyone to draw a lot first. Draw lots? What is this for? The candidates, who were afraid of being cheated, did not make a single move. In this box, put the same number of cards as the number of you. Ribber tapped the association box on the cart. Now, according to the order in which you cleared the trap tower, each of you will draw a card. Clearance order. Leorio keenly caught the keywords and immediately looked at Kurapika. And the latter happened to look at him, and the two nodded at the same time. It seems that this is what I said before, the advantage and initiative, Killua. Zyja's eyes lit up, and he said happily to Killua beside him. Ah, it's finally this step. Killua nodded. I thought this examiner had forgotten the benefits that belonged to us. The other 20 examines heard the conversation between the two and looked over immediately. They seemed to know something. The great Dongba rolled his eyes and then came over quietly. Hey, Zyja. He leaned over to Zyja's ear. What do you mean by advantage and initiative? Ah, it's what the examiner Mr. Liber mentioned to us before, that the person who clears the trap tower first will have the advantage and initiative in the next 4th round of tests. Since he had just worked together with his partner, Xiaojie did not hide anything and told everything. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The time to pass the level. The other candidates began to recall the number of qualified candidates announced by the system after they arrived at the bottom of the trap tower. It seems that this is all preparation for the 4th round of tests. Now, please let Mr. Molek draw first. Molek stepped forward and drew a card from it. And the moment he took the card out of the box, the indicator light on the box lit up. The number on the card he took out has been recorded. Molek took a look at the number on the card and put it away. Then, Killua, Kurapika, Gon and Leorio came forward to draw cards one by one. But when Gon drew his card, he was obviously stunned. Then the remaining candidates also spontaneously lined up in the order of qualification. After all the candidates have drawn. Okay, now there should be a number on the card you drew. Ribber put his hands behind his back. That number, in simple terms, is the number of the candidates currently present. And the number you draw determines. Ribber's fox eyes narrowed. Hunter and hunted. What does this mean? The candidates were puzzled and waited for Ribber to continue to explain. That is to say, the theme of the 4th test is to take each other's number tags. Some candidates reacted instantly and their faces changed. So the numbers on the tags you drew represent the candidate numbers, which are your targets. Ribber made the final decision. This box has recorded the numbers you drew, and you can do whatever you want with the tags you drew. When he said these words, many candidates present had already taken off their number tags and hid them. And they looked at the people around them with vigilance. Xiaojie looked at the numbers on the tags in his hand, and he was a little hesitant to speak. As I said just now, the candidate who draws the number corresponding to the number is your prey. You have to snatch the number plate on the prey, and if you want to pass the 4th test, you must get a 6-point plate. Ribber raised his finger. Each number plate in the 4th test represents a different number of points. The target number plate decided by the draw just now is 3 points. He made a 3-point gesture. The candidate's own number plate is also 3 points for himself. In short, if you successfully seize the target's number plate and protect your own number plate at the same time, you will pass the 4th test. Maluhao, by the way, you can get 1 point by seizing number plates other than the target. Of course, no matter what method you use, as long as you get 6 points, it will be fine. We will stay on Jingbei Island for a week, and the venue is the entire Jingbei Island. As long as you can collect 6 points on the number plate and show up at the gathering place on time, you will pass the level. After saying that, Liber gave everyone time to react and digest, and then planned to board the Hunter Association's spaceship. But at this moment... Please wait a moment, Mr. Reber. Xiaojie called him directly. What's wrong? Reber turned around and looked at Xiaojie and said, any questions? I think I have explained it clearly enough. Well, I do understand the rules. Xiaojie nodded first, then asked in confusion, but you didn't say, what if you draw the number of your own card? I can't hunt myself, right? My own card. Reber was stunned at first, and then immediately understood. You mean, the number you drew is your own number, right? Yes. Xiaojie nodded, and for fear that Reber would not believe it, he took out the card he drew. It was indeed written on it that it was 405. The one who drew it was himself. The other candidates were also stunned when they saw this scene. Is there anyone else who can draw a number card and draw their own? Xiaojie, cover the number, don't show it. Leorio behind hurriedly reminded, what if you're... He was a little stuck in his reaction. If I'm not mistaken, there should be only one zhuang card in the box representing the number of each person's number card. Chapter 127. Karapika explained slowly. Then Zyja drew his own number, and no one else can draw his number. Zyja is safe, and there is no need to hide. Zyja drew his own number, so others don't have to worry that Zyja will hunt them. And Zyja drew his own number, so Zyja doesn't have to worry about others hunting him. Because as Liber said, there is only one number card for each person in the box. It can be said that Zyja is currently the safest and least threatening candidate among all the candidates present, no doubt about it. He drew himself, and this lucky probability of 1 in 25 was encountered by Zyja. It's really. Even Karapika couldn't help laughing. Not only him, Liber couldn't help but look at Zyja twice more after confirming it again and again. You are lucky, kid. He couldn't help but sigh. Like I said before, your own number is worth 3 points, and your target's number is also worth 3 points. And now, your target is yourself, so according to the rules, the number on you is already worth 6 points. Xiao Chiet, who listened carefully, suddenly brightened his eyes. Then if that's the case, well, as long as you can keep your own number, when the time comes, you return to the gathering place on time, you will automatically pass. After Liber finished speaking, he looked at the group of candidates with different expressions, some envious, some surprised, some jealous, and some slightly resentful. After all, you drew your own number from the 25 cards. Sometimes luck is an indispensable part of a hunter's career. Okay, now let me confirm again, is there anyone else like candidate 405 who drew his own card? No one answered in the audience. Then it seems that there is only one lucky person. Reber nodded, I wish you good luck too. After that, he left again. And this time, he really left. Great. Zyja smiled happily, in this way, I don't have to hunt others. And you don't have to worry about others hunting you. Leorio looked at him with envy and jealousy. But he was also very happy for Zyja. Next, you will be the safest and the first one to pass the level among all of us, Zyja. Not necessarily. Karapika calmly analyzed, although Zyja will not be the target of other people's 3-pointers, his brand is still worth 1 point. What if someone in 407 draws Hisoka or Molek and finds it difficult to deal with them, and give up the goal, and start looking for the 1 point in the hands of the other 3 candidates? But the price of snatching this card from Zyja may be higher. Kia argued, knowing that Zyja can pass as long as he protects his number plate. If he comes to Zyja again, he should think of how hard Zyja will fight to protect his number plate. Compared with others, robbing Zyja is definitely a bad deal. According to common sense, it is true. But Karapika glanced at the candidates around him. It can be found that many people's eyes and attention are still on them. If it is for the candidates who are only a little bit away from passing, they will also try their best to snatch the number plate from Zyja. And, people's jealousy is always hard to guess. Things that harm others and benefit oneself are also possible. Karapika thought silently. But no matter what, Zyja's safety is indeed greatly improved now, and the crisis is equivalent to no crisis. And the remaining candidates do not have Zyja's good luck. They can only be vigilant and prepared, and be wary of everything around them. After all, they have the prey they have drawn, and they are likely to become the target of others. After Liber left, the whole scene was handed over to the further commentator, the beautiful Lady Kara. She led everyone and boarded the boat to Kabiru Island. All passengers who participated in the 4th test, you have worked hard. She was very passionate and introduced with a smile, this ship is expected to arrive at Kabiru Island in 2 hours. Then here, I want to tell you a good news. All candidates present will enjoy free transportation to and from the examination hall for next year's Hunter test. So even if we fail this time, we can still challenge again next year. The whole ship was silent, no one paid any attention to her. This made her feel a little frustrated. But since we have come here, we must be aiming for a direct clearance. Who would want to do it again next year? And when we escaped from the island, everyone was working together and had a great tacit understanding. After the results came out, when we came to the fourth round of tests, everyone was filled with hatred for each other. From the original cooperation, it turned into mutual slaughter in a blink of an eye. The cruelty of the hunter test can be seen. If you want to pass this round of tests, there are only a few ways to get 6 points. Leorio and Kurapika, they went down again. Consciously, they came to Molek's side and listened to his explanation. After all, they have become a small group along the way. And the most important thing is that Molek is very strong. It can temporarily bring a certain sense of security. With such a backbone, they can gather here. One is to keep your own number plate. Molek casually narrated, 3 points of your own number plate, either get 3 points from the target, or hunt the other 3 candidates to get 6 points. The other is after your number plate is taken away by the enemy and cannot be taken back. You can get 3 points from the target, plus 3 points from the other 3 candidates. And directly hunt the other 6 candidates. Of course, this difficulty is not ordinary. He didn't put away the number plate number 406 on his body at all, and he was not afraid of becoming someone else's prey. The same thing happened to Shisuo and Jidalaku. This is the performance of a person who has great confidence in his own strength. That being said, there are many different situations when it comes to actual operation. For example, if you want to hunt a certain target, but your target's number plate has been snatched away by other candidates as a 1-point plate, then you will have to face the situation of getting 3 points again and finding new opponents. Similarly, when you snatch 3 points from the other 3 candidates, you will also face the risk of drawing the hunter they regard as their target and coming to your door. So, if that's the case, the most convenient, fastest, safest, and optimal solution. Leorio scratched his head, it means grabbing the target's number plate, right? If. He looked at everyone, if the number plate I drew is yours. Anyway, if it were me, I would be ruthless. Kurapika said calmly. Ah, you really did draw our number plate, didn't you? No. Really. I have no reason to lie to you. Even if I really draw you, I will tell you clearly and then start a formal one-on-one hunt. That's really ruthless, but I didn't draw you either. Because Molek was here, the other candidates avoided approaching this place. So Leorio poked his head and made sure that there was no one around, then he whispered. Why don't we take out our numbers and have a look? Zyja also looked at Killua next to him. Killa, are you available? It's not inconvenient. It just so happens that the number I drew is not yours. Since Leorio and Kurapika said so, there was no need for him to hide. As for Molek, everyone jumped over tacitly. With Molek's strength, if they were really picked and came to him, they would not even have the ability to refuse. It was not within their consideration. At that moment, everyone except Zyja took out their cards. Then, the 3 of them saw the series of numbers in each other's hands. Kurapika's hand, 197. Leorio's hand, 198. Killa's hand, 199. Kurapika. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Killa. Kata, Leorio. Gon. All 3 are targets in the same order. Leorio couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Am I seeing right? Is it such a coincidence? What a fate! Hey, this is quite interesting. Killa showed an interested look. No wonder, I felt this number was familiar from the beginning. Kurapika nodded in understanding. Number 197 to 199, 3 consecutive numbers, and they also made it to the 4th round of the test together. Then there is only the 3 brothers. Killua took over. Leorio and Gon also subconsciously looked to the side. There is only one family that can be called the 3 brothers in this hunter test. The 3 brothers of Amurai. And when they looked over, they found that Amurai, one of the 3 brothers, was also looking over here. After the 2 sides looked at each other, they quickly retracted their gazes. What should I do, brother? I just saw them and they seem to have noticed me. Amurai said in a panic, will this alert them and make them think that my target is one of them? Calm down, Amurai, what a mess. The eldest brother Amurai snorted coldly, the target you picked is number 403, who has the simplest mind and is the easiest to deal with among those people. That's right. The second brother Omori nodded in agreement. Number 404 Kurapika has a high balancing ability and looks very tricky. Number 405 is a lucky boy. Number 406. Let's not talk about this. In short, your target this time has the conditions to be set free. After they are scattered and alone, we will help you defeat them together. The three brothers immediately discussed again. On the other side, the top of the cabin location. Bald Ninja Hanzo was sitting cross-legged, as if meditating. But at this moment, he couldn't calm down. That guy. He looked at the number he drew again, his eyes slightly solemn. It seems that he is not an ordinary candidate. Other candidates also put away their number plates. On the one hand, he was thinking about finding out the situation of his prey, and on the other hand, he was on guard against the guy who was hunting him. Just like this, in this cruel and contradictory atmosphere, the boat has arrived at the coast of Jingbei Island. This is an island that looks like glasses, or barbels. But because there is a small bulge in the middle of the two spheres of this island, so in the eyes of some unruly guys, it looks like something else. Now, prepare to disembark in the order in which you first pass through the trap tower. The guide, Ms. Kara, opened the disembarkation passage. The way we adopt is to wait for the person in front to go ashore for 2 minutes before the next person goes ashore. 1 week later, please come back to this place with the 6 points you have obtained and gather. After hearing these words, Leorio finally understood what Liber meant by the advantage and dominance he had mentioned before. In this way, the candidates who arrive on the island first can ambush or set traps on the island in advance, and at the very least, they can detect the target's movements. After Kurapika's analysis, Leorio patted his chest confidently. This is even better news for us. Ah, that's right. Killa nodded slightly, then let's work together as we said before. Well, in this way, we can get the target number plate as quickly as possible, and we can also prevent others from targeting us. When they were on the boat, everyone had already made up their minds how to get the target number plate as quickly and efficiently as possible. I'll help too. As the lucky one, Zyja has an obligation to help. He has already passed the level, so naturally he has to help his companions. Now, please ask the first candidate to pass the test to come forward. At the announcement of Miss Kara, Molek stepped directly onto the wooden board. After taking 3 or 2 steps to the shore, he stood there motionless. Then he looked at the candidates on the boat with a calm gaze. Many candidates. Did they treat them as prey right from the start? And they were so blatant, not taking them seriously at all. The faces of the group of candidates suddenly became not so good. But except for their faces there was nothing else they could do except look ugly. Next, the next candidate. Kara pretended not to see anything, and looked at the timer, calling the next candidate who passed the test. Killa also walked out with the skateboard. Then, he stood beside Molek and looked at everyone again. The rest of the candidates. Aren't you too arrogant? Do you really not treat them as human beings? Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, and some people were a little worried that they would become their prey. However, their faces were still not dark enough. When the third Kurapika got off the boat, he stood with Killua and Molek. The candidates could no longer express their current mood. No, that's impossible. Dongba Master was in the crowd, and he twitched his lips. They are planning to hunt together, right? Then, whether it is the target they are targeting or the examinee who is selected as their target, it will be quite difficult. Then, when the fourth Gon carried the fishing rod and walked towards Kurapika and Killua, Dongba and other examines were completely confirmed. These people must be acting together again. Then they will have to worry about whether they are the target of these people. Fortunately, my target is not one of them. The Dongba god wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking relieved. But next to him, the monkey trainer Somi's face couldn't be uglier. The card he hid on his partner Kamli had 404 written on it. His target was Kurapika. But judging from the current situation, if he wanted to get the number plate from the other party. Chapter 128. Then they must be enemies with this group of people. What's the difference between this and the three guys who acted together with the three brothers of Amurai? It's obviously hunting and being hunted, but they actually formed a group. Do you dare to chase them one-on-one? He was mad and furious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh dejectedly and accept this fact. Dongba. He looked at the new killer who had said he would cooperate with him. Our cooperation plan may have to be changed. Dongba. What should I do, brother? Amurai also seemed very anxious. They seemed to be doing collective activities. Especially when Leorio also stepped forward and stood together with the others. Amurai was even more anxious. It seems that things are more difficult than we thought. The eldest brother, Amurai, and the second brother, Omori, also looked solemn. They are too numerous and powerful to deal with in a short time. Then let's go and get our two targets first, and then come to help Amurai after getting 6 points. If it doesn't work, we will help him get the number plates of the other three candidates. The three brothers exchanged glances and decided on it temporarily. Tap tap tap. Hiso walked leisurely and got off the boat. After looking at Molek, he walked into the depths of the jungle with a crooked smile on his face. That guy. Hanzo on the boat tightened the sign in his arms, and the number on it was 44. The number that was supposed to be drawn by Zyja was taken by him unlucky. Damn it, if it doesn't work, I can only get 3 points from other people. This guy Hisoka is too difficult. As a ninja, Hanzo could only suppress his thoughts for the time being after weighing the pros and cons. Click, click, click. Jitaraku shook his head and staggered down from the boat, walking straight into the jungle. After 2 minutes, Hanzo jumped up and quickly moved towards the depths of the jungle. While turning and moving, his figure disappeared from the spot. The subsequent Greta had a dark face, and people couldn't see his expression. But this time, not only was his face dark, but his luck was also not ordinary. Number 301. He recalled the number he drew and Jitaraku who had just staggered into the inside, and fell into deep thought. His target is Jitaraku and Yilmi. It seems to be out of tune, but I always feel I felt a sense of danger coming from him. Let's wait and see carefully. The hunter's instinct made him choose to be fully prepared before taking action. The next person to come ashore was Bayoker. He looked at Molek and his companions with caution. After realizing that they had no intention of taking action, he ran away quickly. The next one was Go Si. He was wearing a red vest and a turban, and he got off the boat with a spear in his hand. But Go Si did not sneak into the depths of the jungle carefully. Instead, he came straight towards Molek and his companions. Hi! Originally, Leorio and his companions, who were quietly waiting for the three brothers of Amurai to get off the boat, saw someone coming straight towards them, and immediately took alert and stood up. Is this uncle's target one of us? But according to our current number, shouldn't he first enter the jungle and hide in the dark, and then take the opportunity to attack us secretly? Maybe he has his own unique ideas. While several people were whispering and exchanging opinions, Go Si had already come close. Swish! He threw a card in his hand directly to the ground. It was the card that was taken out of the box before, and the number on it. It was 99. Me. Killa saw the number and couldn't help but take his hand out of his trouser pocket. So uncle, your target is me, are you going to attack me? As long as Go Si nodded or said yes, Killua would not mind immediately protruding his palm into nails harder than a blade. Shao Jie, Karapika, and others beside him were also ready. However, I'm not interested in children. Go Si didn't even look at Killua, which surprised them. Even though I know you're very powerful, I don't have the desire to challenge you. He looked straight at Molek. What I want is to challenge the strongest. Killua. Okay, whatever you want. The murderous aura on his body subsided, and he retracted his palm again. Although he felt that he was underestimated, since he wanted to challenge Molek. That would be fun. Kia wished him good luck. Not only them, but also the candidates who had not yet disembarked were paying attention to Go Si's challenge. Perhaps this was to set an example for them, who had to face such a small group of candidates. I'm going to bet on the pride of the Baianu warriors. Swoosh! Go Si grasped the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear pointed firmly at Molek. "Wheel, as mercenaries of war, the warriors of Yanu must go wherever there is war. It is our mission to lead the way and kill the enemy." Go Si said in a deep voice, "We, the Bayanu people, hope to always maintain the reputation of the strongest. So, when I decided to participate in this test, I felt that I must fight with you." He held the spear tightly, his eyes full of determination. Challenging the strong without fear of life and death is indeed a very brave character. Molek slowly raised his head. "I know that no matter what gap in strength I tell you, you will not pay attention, but will only strengthen your own ideas. So." Molek's posture moved, "Let you experience it firsthand." "Who?" A breeze blew. Molek had disappeared from the spot. Where did he go? Go Si's eyes opened as wide as they could in an instant, and then the pupils instantly turned white and lost their luster. Boom! His body fell straight to the ground. Before his consciousness faded, he could vaguely hear the following voice behind him. "Under normal circumstances, it takes 10 days of rest before you can wake up. Just take a good rest and wait for the next hunter test. This is the price you pay for challenging me." Then, Go Si completely lost consciousness. Molek's fingertips turned the number plate he got from Go Si, and his eyes looked at the candidates who continued to get off the boat. He said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to continue to challenge me." Everyone, even including Bodro who was getting off the boat, took a step back when they saw Molek's smile. "But you'd better be determined to die, because I'm not sure when I might be in a bad mood and kill someone. Also, you have seen the price of challenging me, and I welcome you at any time." Snap! He took the number 371 plate in his hand and put it away. Seeing this scene, the eldest of the three brothers Amurai on the boat behind him suddenly looked ugly. "That idiot!" He gritted his teeth and looked hateful. But this was not directed at Molek, but at Go Si who was lying on the ground. Well, Go Si was his target this time. But now, with Go Si's extremely irrational behavior of challenging Molek, his number plate fell into the hands of the other party. This made it much more difficult for him to get it. "But at least my brother can stand on the same front with me and face the common goal," the younger brother Amurai muttered behind him. For some reason, seeing his brother's angry look instead, he felt better, even more relaxed. He even felt that it didn't matter if he couldn't get the target number plate or pass the hunter test this time. With Go Si as a precedent, everyone else avoided Molek when getting off the boat. Except Shi Ba. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Before entering the jungle, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of Molek. Then she saw the latter looking at her with a smile. Shi Ba. She couldn't help but speed up her pace with her sniper rifle. 384, Greta is not such an easy target to deal with. When Shi Ba thought of the number he drew, his heart was a little heavy. As a veteran who has participated in several hunter tests, Greta is a well-deserved veteran hunter. He has a lot of experience, and like her, he is good at long-range blowguns. It may take a lot of effort to take him down. After she left, the snake charmers Scarpeng, Zixi Tour, Chief, Jianmei and other candidates also walked past Molek and others with vigilance and trepidation, fearing that they were their targets. However, after most of the candidates had left, this group of people still did not make any moves. This also made the remaining candidates more nervous. "Is my luck not so bad?" The beekeeper girl number 246 covered her chest with both hands, and the pressure made her a little breathless. Especially the number inside, number 406, made her heart heavy. "How could I be so unlucky? I drew such a hot number that is basically impossible to get, and I am also one of the targets of this group of people. There are 5 people on the other side. Excluding Xiaja, she has a 1 in 6 chance of being involved." This made Peng Si pale, and she felt bleak about the future of the next test. "I was thinking about whether I could get the number plates of the other 3 candidates to make up the 3 points. It seems that my hunter test can only end here." Just when Peng Si was complaining about herself, the leader of the 3 brothers of Yamurai finally stepped onto the wooden board to disembark. Please give me flowers 0. Like other candidates, he was alert to the movements of the group of Molek and others. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart how to get the number plates he needed to pass the level. He just walked towards the dense forest. Seeing that he was almost entering the forest, the group of people had not made any movement. He was relieved and rushed in directly. Just as he entered, whoosh! Killa and Gon immediately rushed out and followed. Big brother! Be careful! They're in! Seeing this, the faces of the second brother Omori and the younger brother Amurai changed immediately. Instantly, they shouted together and reminded the eldest brother in the forest. Gagajie! Their shouting startled a series of crows, and then there was no movement in the forest. 2 minutes passed. The second brother Omori immediately got off the boat in a hurry and ran into the forest. But at this moment, swish! Leorio drew out his short knife and rushed up immediately. Taking advantage of Omori's panic, he found the most suitable opportunity to attack. Damn it! Omori was so anxious that he only cared about his elder brother and completely forgot about the things he needed to guard against. Am I also a target? He immediately adjusted his position and wanted to respond in time. But the three brothers always acted together, and their individual combat capabilities were not very strong. Not to mention that Leorio suddenly attacked this time. He was thinking about other things and was completely unprepared. He responded in a hurry. In addition, there was someone helping to take care of him next to him. Bang! When Kurapika's unsheathed double swords hit Omori's forehead, he simply rolled his eyes and fainted. Done. At this time, Killua dragged the boss Amurai, who was also knocked down by him, out of the woods. A long dragging mark was also left on the ground. Such a vivid hunting happened in front of the remaining candidates, which really gave them goosebumps. And looking at the two brothers lying on the ground, their lives unknown, they were all silent. They couldn't help but feel sad for the rabbit. Brother! Not to mention Amurai, who was crying and wailing there. No need to cry so miserably. Killua pinched his ears, you're the next one. Amurai's screams stopped abruptly. Then, with a look of horror, he looked at the words that put such great pressure on his little heart. Found it! Leorio searched for Amurai and Omori. Finally, he found 2 number plates. The next one is yours, Killua. After handing number 197 to Kurapika, Leorio reminded Killua. Ah! Killua responded, then it seems that the last number plate should be on him. Amurai. Asking a question, is there any chance to get away? Waiting online, very urgent. This examinee, please get off the boat. Miss Kara next to him turned a deaf ear to everything, but when the time was up, she began to urge and remind. Please get off the boat immediately, don't delay the time of the examines behind. If you stay any longer, you will be regarded as not complying with the test rules and will be eliminated. Amurai. I'm already facing this situation, whether I'm eliminated or not is just a matter of time, right? Didn't you see that group of people waiting for me below? Some people have not taken the test yet, but have been eliminated. Amurai is the best interpretation of this. That. He suddenly remembered something and asked, if I am eliminated, will my number plate be useless? Then those who target me will not be able to get my number plate. If that's the case, he would rather be eliminated than hand over his number plate. Amurai thought with a hum in his heart. If that's the case. Kara showed a charming smile, you will be eliminated, but your number plate will remain on the ship and become ownerless. Then it won't matter who takes it. Hi. Amurai looked disappointed and dissatisfied, why is that? Why are you still talking so much? Killua below was already impatient, if you are really eliminated early and I can't pass. His eyes became dark, don't blame me for killing you. Click. The sharp nail clippers appeared from his palm again. Amurai. There's no point in talking about this. He could only get off the ship dejectedly and gave his number plate to Killua. Announced the end of this test. 9. Chapter 129. Then Amurai dragged his 2 brothers who were beaten unconscious and disappeared into the jungle. Their hunter test this time could only end here. So that group's target was them. The remaining candidates were relieved to see the number plates of the three brothers taken away. This also means that the target prey of this group has been obtained and qualified, and they will not attack them again. At the same time, it also solved the more difficult group of Amurai, the three brothers. No matter from which aspect, it is good news for them. But they forgot that there is also the most critical person, Molek, who has not found his target yet. It seems that they can only come again next year. The great god Dongba thought gloatingly in the back. Being the target of that group of people and satisfying their prey is also a rare value that these three brothers have brought to us other candidates. Now we don't have to worry. After Amurai, the rest of the people continued to walk. Pens, Long, Somi, and others also got off the boat one by one. During this period, Xiaja, Kilua, Karapika, and Leorio all subconsciously looked at Molek. Found that he still didn't make any moves. Until... Okay, let's start from this time. The great god Dongba raised his strength and strode off the boat with his head held high. I have participated for 35 times in a row. I have had enough. This time, I want to pass the level and become a hunter. As long as I pass this fourth round of tests, and then the final ultimate test, it will be fine. My target is Peng Si from number 246. That girl is a candidate who is good at using drugs. She likes to set traps first, and then wait for the other party to take the bait. She is a woman like a spider, but she is easy to deal with. 743 Dongba has already thought of how to deal with her. If you meet her, just pay special attention to the wind direction and your feet. Her level is very ordinary. If you fight her, you will win 100% in hand-to-hand combat. Very good, it seems that this time, it is indeed my chance. The great god Dongba is ambitious and plans to step into the jungle and dig 3 feet into the ground to find Peng Si. However, at this moment... Wait a minute, Dongba! The familiar voice made the figure of Dongba god stop there immediately. What happened? He turned his head like a machine and showed a rather stiff smile to Molek. Nothing. Molek walked forward with a smile. I just want to borrow your things. Things? What things? Dongba laughed dryly. Except for the laxative drink, what else do I have? Is it what you need, Molek? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. No, you have it. Molek chuckled, and slowly took out a sign in Dongba's increasingly pale face. Last year, you handed me the laxative drink and wanted to send me off. Then now. Molek pushed the number on the sign in front of Dongba, just be a good person and send me to the last stage of the hunter test. The number 16 on it was particularly dazzling. I. Dongba's eyes were full of pain and despair. Am I your target? He rolled his throat hard and said bitterly, it seems that my life is really not so good. I had just made up my mind to pass the hunter test and become a hunter. But in the blink of an eye, he was eliminated. Faced with Molek's borrowing, Dongba didn't say anything more. He handed his number plate to Molek with trembling hands, and then left in an extremely desolate figure. Mr. Dongba looks very lonely. Xiaja looked at Dongba's leaving figure, and he always felt that the other's world seemed to become grey. If your number plate was taken away, it would probably be the same as his. Kia joked. For such people, there should be no sympathy. Leorio said bluntly, for him, the main purpose is to destroy the newcomers anyway. Since he has participated in so many hunter tests, it doesn't matter if he takes the test again next year. He said, tossing the number plate in his hand, in a good mood, anyway, I won't come again next year. This year, we only need this last test to pass it. Karapika nodded and smiled. This fourth round of tests seemed extremely dangerous, but it was unexpectedly easy to pass. This was also a very lucky thing for them. It seems that we are the first batch of qualified candidates. The next step is to wait for the end of the last week. He looked around and then rolled up his sleeves. Xiaja, do you want to go on an adventure? Yeah, okay. Xiaja nodded repeatedly. The two little brats started their own play life again. Kilua and Xiaja, they know who is hunting them, and they are basically out of danger now. Karapika found a place to lean on. Sit down in the safety of the rock. But we can't be careless yet. After all, we don't know who is targeting us. He continued to regain his composure and said calmly, maybe the other party is still quietly observing us in the dark. You are right. Leorio agreed, then put down the suitcase in his hand and took out the dagger to prepare. While resting, he always remembered to be alert to the surrounding environment and movements. This test is not just about getting the target's number plate. You also have to prevent yourself from becoming someone else's prey. Moreover, there is a full 7 days. Others also have a chance to snatch the number plate from their hands during this time. How to protect yourself and the number plate in your hand is also a test. As for Molek, he has no concerns or worries in this regard. Bang! Purple gas was puffy, and the White House reappeared. For him, it was just another week of rest here. A week is just right. Walking into the house, Molek sat on the soft sofa. Jin sent a message before, and it is estimated that the new equipment will be ready in a week. Just right to wear it and participate in the last final test. While Molek and others were resting or alert. And in the depths of the dense forest, many hunting actions of the candidates began to take place. The first to act was the great god Dongba. When he handed the number plate to Molek, Somi, who had been wandering nearby, also saw everything that happened. When Dongba, who seemed to have his soul sucked out, walked in, he immediately looked at him with sympathy. However, he moved his ears and saw Dongba mumbling something, so he couldn't help but prick up his ears. I won't give up. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. As long as I get Pengxi's number plate, and then find the other 3 candidates' plates, I can still pass. That's right, let's do it. Somi quietly took 2 steps back. Dongba, who lost his number plate, has already set his sights on his prey and the other 3 candidates. This way, he can get 6 points, but the difficulty is not ordinary. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The most important thing is that this conflicts with Suomi's own goal. His goal is Kurapika, and it is obvious that Dongba can't help him now. Originally, I was thinking that if it didn't work out, I would just collect the points from the other 3 candidates, but now it seems. He glanced at Dongba's condition and retreated again. Dongba had nothing now, but he still had a number plate on him. What if Dongba got angry and wanted to take his number plate? Thinking of this, Suomi weighed the current situation again. I'm going to get 3 number plates from other candidates, and Dongba wants 1 too, so there is a high possibility of a conflict. So, he left quietly with his partner calmly. It's better to separate. Dongba didn't care about Suomi's situation. After he made up his mind, he took action immediately. He embarked on the journey to find Pengxi. Little did they know that Pengxi was looking for the other 3 candidates just like the 2 of them. Her target was Molek. If she really wanted to snatch him, it would be the same as seeking death. Hanzo had the same idea as Pengxi. He also felt that looking for Shisuo would not have any other results except losing his life there. Then he chose to look for the other 3 candidates. And this also led to the fact that the candidates with average level on the island basically suffered. Like Zisichuer, Chief, Bakuer, Jianmei, Long. These people, in addition to hunting their own candidates, also have to face the candidates who want to get 3 number plates. Their survival pressure is not ordinary. Not to mention, there is also Hisoka. He obviously doesn't want to go to such great lengths to find his target, but plans to just kill 3 people and get the number plates. It is against this background that the atmosphere on the entire Jingbei Island is even more solemn and heavy. In a dark underground cave, there is an extremely strong smell of blood. Ka 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 ka. After a strange twitching sound, there was a young voice. Hiding in this place, and setting so many snakes as traps, it is really painstaking. Jidalaku's mouth has a tone that is completely different from his appearance. It sounds particularly young and clean. But all this is in vain. Jidala was swaying with his body, and his feet were stepping on countless severed bodies and jumping poisonous snakes. He walked to the snake charmer, Scarpeng, who had been pierced with nails on his face and had long been silent. He took the number plate 103 he wanted from him. As for the poisonous snakes behind him, they also huddled in the cracks of the rocks without making a sound. They didn't dare to make any unusual noises or show their faces. Anyone who did this, the snakes all turned into broken sections under his feet. Snakes are killed in seconds if they show their heads. This man is not just a lie. After getting the number plate, Jidalaku returned along the original path. Stepping on the broken snakes on the ground, he slowly walked towards the bright cave entrance in front of him. At this time, on the branches near the cave entrance, a small blowgun slowly emerged from the gap between the leaves next to it. Greta, who was hiding in the treetops, was very patient. He had already applied a drug that could immediately paralyze the whole body on the tip of the poison needle. As long as you are hit by an arrow, you can basically let him do whatever he wants. Judging from the structure of this cave, it must be pitch black down there. Even if a candle is lit, there will only be a faint light. So once you come out of it, even for just a moment, as a normal person, his eyes will definitely adapt to the dazzling light outside and close subconsciously. At that moment, it is the best time for me to launch. Greta was ready to go. This was the best distance he had found. Even if he missed a shot, he could retreat immediately. Even if the opponent was very dangerous, Greta was sure that he could get away calmly. This was his confidence as a senior hunter with rich experience. But he didn't know that there was an old saying that went like this: those who are used to riding horses are used to falling, and those who drown in the river are good at swimming. People always fall flat on their face in what they think is their profession. Another place. Tisk. Shiba was very upset and threw his number plate to the side. Swoosh. A ninja with a shiny forehead also went straight to the number plate without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. Damn sushi bastard! Shiba cursed inwardly, and then looked at the sniper rifle in front of him, which was cut into several sections by shuriken and had kunao darts stuck on it. It was already scrapped. She sighed helplessly. Shiba's sniping skills, which she was proud of, were useless in front of Hanzo. But fortunately, Hanzo's purpose was just for the number plate. After Shiba handed over his number plate, the guy also disappeared. But my journey to the hunter test has come to an end. She sat dejectedly on the big rock next to her. It's the same again this year. I finally made it to the 4th round, and I was only one step away from the final test. But it seemed like a natural chasm, and I couldn't cross it, and I fell here 2.3. If this continues, maybe it will be even harder next year. The competition is more intense, and the possibility of passing the test will become increasingly slim. In this way, let alone obtaining that kind of strange power, maybe I would have died in these tests and competitions. Thinking of this, Shiba hesitated. Finally, he fumbled in his arms and took out the business card from that night. The man who shared the same room with him left him a business card. Nasra family, hi. At the same time, other candidates were also hunting each other. Baokul was lucky to get the target number 362 from Jianmei, who was at the bottom of the list. Bodro and Zixi Tour also fought for a while and finally won. Put the target number 89 in his pocket. It has to be said that sometimes luck is indeed a part of strength. Neither of them drew a particularly difficult target, and they were not troubled by it. Thus, they got the qualification to pass the test without any danger. After getting the number plates they wanted, the two of them quickly disappeared and hid on the island. Dongba searched for Pengxi's traces, while Pengxi looked for a place suitable for setting traps and letting the candidates fall into the trap. She thought that someone would definitely come to hunt her. When the time comes, she will kill this one and then go find the other two, and she will naturally pass the test. Somi was also quick. However, with his weak strength, he often just followed behind Hanzo, several steps slower. While he was still searching for the traces of the examines, Hanzo had already beaten up the chieftain who came to him. Sorry, if you want to hunt me, you may have to practice for several more years. Hanzo tossed the number 105 card in his hand, but a few years may not be enough. On this basis, you may have to multiply it by several more years. Chapter 130. But anyway, thank you for your number plate. He expressed his sincerest gratitude to the chieftain who had drawn the target and came to hunt, or more accurately, to give the number plate. Now I am only 1 point away from passing. After saying that, he left the chieftain who fell to the ground unconscious and whose knife was broken in 2 pieces, and his figure disappeared again in the dense forest. As time went by, the hunt gradually reached its climax. Under a cool tree somewhere. Okay. The figure of a magician also slowly stood up. It's almost time to start looking for prey. Hiso picked up the number plate in front of him that someone had left behind. This was what Ilmi had left for Hisoka when he came here just now. In his words, I came out of the cave fine, but this guy actually hid in the dark and attacked me. I was so angry that I killed him. With the skills of Ilmi, the direct descendant of a killer family, playing assassination in front of him was no different from showing off one's skills in front of an expert. When Ilmi walked out of the underground cave, a poison needle shot out from the gap in the treetops. Ilmi naturally dodged it easily, and then immediately launched a pursuit. Assassinating him in front of him was a provocation for him, an assassination descendant. Not to mention his skills, the firing of those mind nails was enough to make Greta suffer. In the end, he died because of his rich experience, failed to escape successfully, and fell into Ilmi's hands. Then Ilmi rushed here and met with Hisoka. After throwing Greta's number plate to Hisoka, he also restored the scene to its original state. Then he dug a hole on the spot and buried himself in it. I will sleep here until the day the test ends. I will not come out during this period. Good night. After sending his blessings, Hisoka also started his hunting career. 384? What a pity, it's not my target. Hisoka looked at the number, then gently flipped his palm a few times, and put the number plate somewhere unknown. I don't know how he did it. I have tried so many times, but it's never as easy as him. Hiso recalled how Molek took out various items with his backhand, and a few glimmers of exploration flashed in his eyes. It's really curious. Even Hisoka started hunting. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where the candidates would gather a week later. Baokuer, Bodel also emerged from a hidden place, and Illumi also crawled out from underground. By the way, he also restored himself. Those examines who got the number plates they wanted also gathered here. It seems that it will be over soon. On the coast, Kurapika opened his eyes and looked at the Hunter Association's airship flying quickly towards this side at the distant skyline. Leorio stretched his body and said, I don't know how many people will pass this time. It would be best if no one else passed, and only the 5 of us were left, and then we all passed the final test directly. He was daydreaming there again. They are all gathering here. Killua was always alert and observed the examines approaching nearby. Maybe some of these people are just missing a number plate, and then they want to counterattack at this meeting point. Are there any such guys? Shaojia looked around. His eyes flashed from Jidaleku, Bakuer, and Bodro one by one, and he felt that they had no such mentality at all. But Hanzo, who came late, looked a little embarrassed. If you look closely, you can still see some spots on his body from the sting of poisonous bees. I was careless. I didn't expect that the girl would have such a trick up her sleeve. I almost capsized the boat. After Hanzo arrived, he took a deep breath, and then looked at the flying ship coming in the sky, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The process was a bit tortuous, but all in all, the result was good. He put away the 3 number plates he hunted and his own number plate together. And the number plate he hunted for at the end was number 246, Peng Si's number plate. Coincidentally, when Hanzo was searching for the last candidate, he found Dongba. Just when he was about to make a move in secret, he accidentally learned from Dongba's mumbling that his number plate had been taken away. And now he was on his way to search for his target, number 246 Peng Si. Seeing this, Hanzo followed directly. Following Dongba, they found a hidden rock cave. There, they also found Peng Si. Dongba wanted to grab Peng Si's number by force through physical combat, but Peng Si, who was obviously prepared, did not give him this opportunity. Instead, he used his own medicine to knock Dongba out directly. Han Zhang saw all of this and felt that he had figured out Peng Si's background. Then when Peng Si was happily trying to find the number plate from Dongba, he chose to attack suddenly. As a result, after Peng Si was caught off guard, it was as if a switch was triggered. Suddenly, a lot of black flew out of her hat. Poisonous bees. They attacked Hanzhou with great force. Then, he spent a lot of effort to finally deal with the group of poisonous bees and Peng Si. He got the number plate from her. But that girl is a bit pitiful. Looking back now, Hanzhou still feels a little emotional. Originally, she set a trap to ambush the people who were hunting her and get the number plate. After knocking Dongba down, I searched his body for a while but couldn't find the number plate. Hanzhou still hasn't forgotten Peng Si's incredulous and confused look. That is, he took decisive action when she was wavering, and then he was targeted by the poisonous bee after making some achievements. It's a pity. You should come back next year. At least, I saved my life and have a chance to come again. Hanzhou thought silently. Then he turned around after hearing the noise and saw Hisoka walking slowly towards him. On his way here, he saw the bodies of two candidates. One was candidate number 34 Long, and the other was Somi with his monkey. Especially Somi, he and his monkey couldn't escape. Both the two people and the monkey were killed by a single blow. From Hanzhou's perspective, they were directly cut in the fatal part by some sharp weapon. And speaking of sharp weapons, they can be so clean and deadly, and they still have horror on their faces before they die. At present, on this island, there is no one else who can do this except Hisoka's poker cards. Just when all the candidates from all sides gathered here, under the flash of light that cannot be seen by the naked eye, a blind box slowly took shape. And, inside the round white house on the coast. Although Jin sometimes seems unreliable, but Molek looked at the clothes passed to him on the table in front of him, and his eyes were particularly satisfied. In terms of aesthetics, it is at the leading level in the world. What appeared in front of Molek was a set of tight-fitting Western-style suits that were all black. From the shirt inside, to the sweater outside, and the trousers below. All are full of streamlined fashion aesthetics. Simple, grand, profound, with a touch of black and gold texture, it makes people feel slim and fashionable at first glance, calm and measured. I specifically asked someone to tailor it for you based on your figure. There was a message from Jin on Molek's phone. The slim and stylish dark gold suit is fashionable, clean, natural, simple, and generous, and can well reflect the fashion taste. That series of compliments and boasting words, Molek only after a quick glance, he looked at the main functions below. The two materials you gave are really good, especially the latter. Originally, the first alloy was very hard, and it was a very good optimal solution for making protective gear and weapons, but it was a little lacking in clothing. But it happened that after you sent the second material over, adding it in made the overall clothing material more flexible, and it would be silky and comfortable to wear. The designer decisively combined the two materials together, and made this very good battle suit with all his efforts. Even I don't have it. Jin Rishan jumped out of his mind and said such an enviable sentence. And he was really jealous of this dress. Not only is it comfortable to wear, it is breathable, has good moisture absorption and heat resistance, and shows the quality of the dress. It is also fireproof, waterproof, poison-proof, and anti-telepathic. With the blessing of these two materials, the defense is self-evident. Even if ordinary people wear it, even if they face the attack of a psychic user, they can offset most of the impact and damage. Even the most valuable thing is that even if a psychic user exerts his psychic power, this dress can play a certain role in isolating and reducing it. This is simply not something that can be done with the material that this continent can have. Jin sighed again, and even because he couldn't type fast enough, he simply sent a voice message. Not to mention, as a wearer of the Nin ability, after wearing it, it can also increase the strength of his Nin power and expand his Qi. As for the amount of increase, it all depends on the wearer's own level. In addition to clothes, there are also some protective gear such as wrist guards and chain mail, which can better ensure your defense and safety. In short, it took a lot of effort for the other party to make such a set of equipment. So after making this set, I decided to leave the remaining materials and scraps to others. Molek had no objection to this. After all, he asked someone to make this set of equipment, and it was so complete and so beautiful. To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. It was even made in such a short time, and it was very considerate to send it here. And maybe the after-sales service will be covered in the future. After getting better materials, he can continue to process and strengthen them. Just giving some of the remaining materials without paying any other rewards, Molek felt that he had made a lot of money. Next time, if there are such new materials, it doesn't have to be metal, it can also be medicinal materials, food ingredients, etc. I can help identify and process them for free. This is the last voice message Jin left for Molek. Molek also replied with a next time, plus thanks. Jin sent another middle finger pattern. Wow! Molek quickly put on all the clothes and suits on the table. They fit tightly to his body and are very flexible, not stiff or uncomfortable at all. There is no discomfort, but it feels light and comfortable. Looking at the mirror, he looks neat and tidy, and also has a bit of free and unrestrained flavor. It shows the charm and stability of men, and it is casual and natural. It really fits me well, and it's so comfortable to wear. Molek casually put on the wrist guards and other things. He also put on the natural boots he got from the trap tower. These boots, which can be worn as if on flat ground in any harsh and dangerous environment, match this outfit. It can be said that this set of equipment has no blind spots. Next, it's the final test. After everything was ready, Molek walked out of this universal capsule house. Squeak! The moment he pushed the door open, all eyes were on him. Hi! The first person to speak was Xiaja. Did Molek change his clothes? It's normal to change clothes after wearing them for so long. Leorio twisted the tie on his neck that he had worn for many days, but he didn't think it was a big deal. If he had so much money, he would also change his clothes every day without repeating them. He does look more handsome than before. Kilo looked him up and down. If he had gold-rimmed glasses, he would look like the kind of person I met when I was doing commissions before. What kind of person? Gon asked curiously. Killa curled his lips, a beast in human clothing. Gon. Karapika thought it was a bit strange that Molek suddenly changed into a new set of clothes. It seems that he, Leorio, Killua, and Gon have been wearing the same clothes all the time without changing them. And the other candidates who took the hunter test all washed their clothes before putting them on. When taking the test, they must wear the clothes that suit them best and are most comfortable. This sudden change, is there any special situation? His clothes. Siso and Jitaraku stood on the shore, squinting at Molek's new outfit. Both were highly skilled in Nen, and after using condensation to focus their eyes and watch, they could also sense the extraordinariness of this outfit. Although they were not sure what the specific use was, it was made by Molek and was worn by him. It was obvious that it was not a simple item. Color. After Molek came out and put away the universal capsule house, he also saw another red blind box condensed in the center of the venue. Sure enough, there are blind boxes on this Jingbier island. And it is a high-level blind box of red level. Get a high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, big and small pills. Source World, Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Well, nothing is more worthy of being called a hunter than Big Wolf who has been committed to hunting lambs. Or, is it hunting sheep? Big and small pills are specially invented by Big Wolf to sneak into the sheep village to catch sheep. The pills in the pill tube are divided into white pills and black pills. White ones are shrinking pills, and black ones are enlarging pills. The effect is that after taking the pill, the size of any part of the body can be changed by remote control. Anywhere. Wait. Molek's eyes moved, and then he put it away decisively. What a good thing. The effect of this thing is much better than some skills in some aspects. Well, unless it is similar to the ability of the rubber fruit that allows one's body to stretch freely and be as big or small as desired. In short, after putting this good thing away in the sky, the Hunter Association's airship also arrived on time and landed slowly. Dear candidates, the fourth test has officially ended now. Please return to the starting point as quickly as possible. 1 hour from now is the buffer time to return to the starting point. If you can't return to the starting point within 1 hour, you will give up the qualification to pass the test. Please be sure to return in time. Chapter 131. In addition, after returning to the starting point, any change of number plates will be invalid. If the judges find out, you will be disqualified immediately. Please pay special attention. The announcements came from the airship, resounding throughout the island. There is an hour of buffer time to return, and to protect the eligibility of the candidates at the gathering place. Specially requesting not to exchange number plates here, is also to prevent someone from setting up an ambush at the gathering place for a last-ditch effort. However, if anything happens on the way here, the Hunter Association will not care. But there are only a few candidates who can really get the 6-point number plate. Therefore, after an hour of buffer time, only a few people came to the coast. The fourth test has officially ended. By the last minute, there were 10 people on the scene. In order of the size of their number plates, they are: Hiso, with his own number 44, got number 34, Ryu, number 118, Somi, and number 384, Greta. Bakur, with his own number 54, got the target number plate 362, Temple. Killa, with his own number 399, got the target number plate 199, Amurai. Bodello, with his own number 191, got the target number plate 89, Sichuar. Hanzo, with his own number 294, got number 80, Shiba, number 105, Kai, and number 246, Pens. Jitaraku, his number 301, got the target number plate 104, Beipeng. Karapika, his number 403, got the target number plate 197, Yamurai. Leorio, his number 404, got the target number plate 198, Omori. Zaija, his number 405, also targeted himself. Molek, his number 406, got the target number plate 16, Dongba. After each candidate handed his 6-point plate to Miss Kara, the commentator, they all passed. During this period, Molek also handed in the number 1 that he had paid the price for when he challenged himself with the 4-point plate. When he qualified and boarded the ship, Hisoka also threw the target plate he had drawn on the ground. 54. When Bakur saw this, he felt a chill in his heart and broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, Hisoka was too lazy to look for someone, but cut off 3 number plates directly. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape. This time, he was definitely able to escape death. With this extremely fortunate feeling, he also boarded the Hunter Association's airship. At the request of the test organizers, all the candidates for this test came to the center of the hall to gather. The door opened, and the examiners of this test, led by Netero, walked in one after another. Well, Boera also lowered his head and reluctantly walked in. Thank you all for your hard work. Netero put his hands behind his back, looking kind and encouraging. The 10 candidates here are all qualified candidates who have passed several tests. But I didn't expect that among the 10 people, 6 are novices. Except for Molek, Hisoka, Bakur, and Bodro, the other 6 people are all participating in the Hunter test for the first time. Very good, this year is a great harvest, wow wow wow. Netero smiled happily. In the past, the probability of a novice passing the exam was only 1 in 3 years. But this year, the situation has changed. In the past 10 years, there was not a single qualified novice candidate. It's so gratifying to have so many promising young candidates gathered this year. The final test will be held in 3 days, and you will be tested in the hotel rented by the Hunter Committee. Before that, I hope all candidates can rest and recuperate. After saying that, Netero turned around and wanted to leave. I have a question. When Leorio saw the person in charge was leaving, he immediately asked, what is the content of the final test? Secret. What? Leorio and the other examines stared at each other, watching Netero and the examiners leave one after another. Boero was still a little hesitant to speak. But Molek just nodded at him and waved to him to leave. It's not like he didn't understand, and if he had anything to say, he could say it later. After the examiners left, this huge airship seemed particularly empty. The last time I rode the airship, it felt like I was squeezing sardines. The few normal candidates who remained sat together. I didn't expect there would be only 10 people left. Hanzo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The airship seems a little too big now. But I'm still a little worried. Leorio put his hands on his knees. From the tone of that old man Netero, what exactly is he going to test us on? Kurapika stopped analyzing. The content of the test is something we can't even think of. You're so boring. Leorio complained, don't you see that everyone is nervous? Stop pouring cold water on us. Yes, is that so? Kurapika glanced at everyone present. Bodello was calm, Bakuer had clear eyes, Gon blinked, Hanzo looked calm, and Killua looked indifferent. As for the latter on the other side, Hisoka continued to build his poker pyramid, sprinting towards the highest record. Jidaraka was still shaking his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. Molek was holding a mobile phone, and he was texting someone. Kurapika. It seems that you, Leorio, are the only one who is nervous in the whole audience, right? Everyone has gone through so much hardship to get to this level, and no one wants to be eliminated, right? Leorio said with deep emotion. That's right. Hanzo crossed his arms. Anyway, we are all novices in the hunter test, and it's useless to say anything more. In this case, we should ask for advice from experienced people, right? That's right. Kurapika agreed with this decision. I have no problem with that too. Leorio's eyes lit up. Then they all looked at Bakuer who was sitting on the side. Bakuer. It's no use asking me. Bakuer, who was called out, waved his hands and said, I was eliminated in the 4th test 3 years ago. This is the first time I've made it to the final test like this. Hanzo was immediately disappointed. After all this time, it turns out that you are unreliable. What do you care? Ignoring Bakuer's bared teeth, Kurapika looked at Boudreaux who was calm next to him. So, what about this? Mr. Boudreaux? Baudreaux raised his eyelids slightly. Do you have any experience to share about the final test? Kurapika continued to ask. You should know something, right? Hanzo turned around immediately and clenched his fist in anticipation. As the saying goes, ginger is still spicy with age. Yet. Boudreaux nodded seriously. He was quite pleased with the flattery, but I was eliminated in the first test last year. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. You can't do it either. Zyja blinked and looked at Molek behind him. Molek, you go. I also participated in the hunter test in 2016, the final test. I was also disqualified in the 4th test. Knowing what Zyja wanted to ask, Molek replied directly, and by the way, he pulled a scapegoat. It's the same with Hisoka. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hisoka on the side. I quit on my own initiative. He was concentrating on stacking the pyramid there, and he didn't forget to fight back. But it's completely different from being disqualified. Others. It seems that none of them have any experience in the final test. However, I can probably guess the content of the final test. Boudreaux sat up straight, and immediately showed his mature and steady appearance. As long as we think back, we should be able to guess the content of the test so far. The first level is a test of physical strength. He began to analyze the first round of Marathon and Shimala Wetland one by one. The first round of tests tested the contestants' physical strength, endurance, and willpower. The second round of tests tested the contestants' observation, knowledge, and creativity, and jumped off the cliff to get eggs to test the courage of the candidates. The third round of tests tested the contestants' persistence and perseverance. And the fourth round of tests that just passed tested the contestants' hunting and survival abilities. This uncle's analysis was very logical, which made people nod their heads frequently. So don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what you think about the last round of tests. Hanzo couldn't help but scratch his ears and urged. Hehe, don't you understand yet? Bodro first slowly closed his eyes. There should be another project, which is the project that has never been tested in the tests so far. What is it? Hurry up, uncle! What other projects have not been tested? His words successfully aroused the interest of everyone present, and they urged. That is. Bodro suddenly opened his eyes, the profound knowledge that a hunter must know. That is to say. He was also very passionate, stood up, and said generously, the last level is a written test. After this sentence, the whole place fell silent. It was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's heart, making everyone's faces intertwined and mixed under the black and white light, showing all kinds of expressions. Crashed. The pyramid of playing cards in front of Hisoka collapsed. The clacking sound of Jitarakuna next to him also paused. Only Molek's phone was constantly vibrating. Receiving and sending text messages. Ha 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 ha, written test? If the hunter test really requires a written test, it would be fun. Just by looking at these words, Molek knew that Jin on the other end of the phone was laughing. Well, if you don't know how to share such an interesting thing, it would be too boring. The reason why the joke is fun is that people who understand it need to participate in it and get it. It is interesting. This is too exaggerated. I have never heard of a precedent of a hunter test requiring a written test. No, but we can propose it to Mr. Netero. It's not impossible to take the test. Jin kept sending messages there. Indeed, the current hunter's professional level is too poor. Compared with us in the past, it is really far behind. If they have 1/10 of the knowledge we had at that time, I would be willing to carry out my work on Haizu. It must be said that Jin is indeed qualified to say this. Whether it is repairing the ruins of Lulika or discovering the reproduction method of two-headed wolves. This kind of knowledge reserve in archaeology, history, and biology is absolutely amazing. Not to mention that Jin is very familiar with ancient languages from ancient times to the present, such as ancient Capet and Nankal. Later, in the Byang team, in the duel with Professor Kurdley of Barbad University, he said that he could speak another trillion. Although Jin said that he had not been to school, he just liked to remember things that interested him. But the knowledge he currently possesses is enough to rank among the top ones in the world. Then don't you worry that Zyja can't pass the test. Molek continued the live broadcast, and several people were already holding their heads and having a headache. If you really can't pass because of this, then there's nothing you can do. Jin was very single and said, then just try again next year. He was very cunning and would not tell Molek too much about his arrangements and plans. At this time, everyone at the scene was still worrying about the written test that might come. It's so hard to get to this level, but I have to take another written test. Leorio was distressed. Indeed, those who want to be hunters must be proficient in history, biology, and other knowledge. Karapika nodded in agreement. Without rich knowledge, I'm afraid there is no way to complete some tasks. Among these people, he is the calmest. He is also the one with the most profound knowledge and the richest amount of knowledge. Yes, that's right. Hanzo's tone was also a little stuttering. I think so too. Aren't general exams at least divided into two projects, art and subject? I haven't studied for several years. Bayoker even held his head and wailed. The whole audience was silent, as if shrouded in a cloud of sorrow. Only Molek was pressing the buttons on his mobile phone so fast. That, Molek. Zyja, who was originally a little bitter, saw that Molek didn't take it to heart at all. I couldn't help but ask curiously, Molek, don't you worry? Don't worry, not at all. Anyway, the final competition will definitely not be a written test. But, in order to watch the fun, Molek added fuel to the fire. I think even if there is a written test, the examiner will not casually give some particularly broad and professional tricky questions. Just like the second round of tests, no one has heard of sushi, except Hanzo. Although the examiner played it too much, his original intention was to test our observation and creativity. So, even if it is a written test, it is impossible to test too disjointed content. Like the restoration of ruins and the cooking methods of the menu. If it is these contents, it is too unfair for candidates who do not want to become ruin hunters and food hunters. Molek's seemingly reasonable words once again successfully attracted everyone's attention. What do you mean? Bakur asked tentatively. This written test is likely to be targeted. Well, have you forgotten that when the guide took you to the hunter test venue, there was a basic question? Molek snapped his fingers lightly. Why do you want to become a hunter? In other words, what do you want to do after becoming a hunter? What kind of professional hunter do you want to be? That is the so-called original intention of hunters and your original intention. Original intention? Intention. Leorio, Bakur, and others were at a loss. Uncle Bodro's mouth was twitching. What he said just now had no basis at all, just to show off his reasoning ability. But he didn't expect that he would be recognized more and more, and continued to reason out so much content. Even these contents sounded very reasonable to him, as if they were true. Yes, there is another aspect that can be tested. Chapter 132. Karapika's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly understood what Molek said. We have come this far and have gone through so many tests. Now, looking back, are we still determined to become a hunter? This last level should be a test of our determination to be a hunter and our original intention. This is mentioned in many literary works. The last level is to test the heart of the tester. Inner heart. Leorio was confused. How should this kind of thing be tested? Should it's time to start from the hunter you want to be and your original purpose? Karapika returned to his area of expertise and began to analyze in detail. For example, if you want to be a relic hunter, you might be asked about relics, history, and geography. If you want to be a wanted bounty hunter, you might be asked about the many evil criminals in the world, the major crimes they committed, and the plans and ideas on how to capture them. When he mentioned this, Karapika's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. As for other hunters, I guess, they are all the same. Karapika's analysis made it sound more reasonable. So, if you want to become a fantasy beast hunter, you have to know a lot about fantasy beasts and biological things. Bakur also whispered, and seemed to have found the direction. What about people like me who need a hunter license to enter a certain place just to obtain something important? Hanzo asked subconsciously, what should we do? Zyja also agreed, as for me, I mainly want to find my father. Then maybe we need to ask questions like what functions and benefits we can get after getting a hunter license. Karapika was also uncertain, or what should we pay attention to after becoming a hunter, and the rules and regulations to be followed in the Hunter Association. Wait, how does he know about us? What kind of hunter must we become? Leorio proposed a different view. What if we change our minds halfway, or we are wary of the guide's intention when we first face him and lie? What if that's the case? Molek suddenly spoke again. Perhaps he needs an interview. Interview? Well, let's ask about our personal situation in detail, and then it will be convenient for him to ask questions. At the same time, in the examiner's meeting room on the other side of the airship, the examiners of the 580th round of tests all sat together, and the table was filled with fruits and snacks, and personal photos of the candidates. There was a mountain of pudding on Boera's desk, and he was digging hard with an oversized spoon. I didn't expect this year's results to be so good. Sats simply held a cup of coffee in his hand. By the final test, there were still 10 people left. The most surprising one is this guy. Menkai clipped Leorio's photo. I thought he had been eliminated a long time ago. In terms of personal ability, Leorio is indeed the worst among these people. But who made him be with Gon and Karapika, and have a good teammate? By the way, President. In front of Liber was a pudding of the same type as Boela, but much smaller in size. What kind of questions do you plan to set for the final test? Yes. Menkai's attention was also drawn back. Even we don't know what the final test questions are. Boela was also sipping pudding. Although the newcomers this year performed particularly well, how many people can pass it depends on the final test content. That's right. Netero nodded. He also put the cantaloupe ice cream cake in his hand into his mouth. For the final test, I still need to make some preparations. Prepare. Menkai looked at the bean-faced man beside him curiously. What does the president want to do? Mr. Bean-faced man, I don't know either. He spread his hands and sighed bitterly, I can't even figure out what the president is thinking. Well, the main thing is that a troublesome guy just suggested to me that the last stage can be a written test. Written test? The other examiners were shocked. Even Ribber and Boera put down the desserts in their hands. Written test? Men Chi was dumbfounded. President, are you serious? The root of the written test is everyone's fear. It is a troublesome test that makes people headache, and even they are not immune. You can consider it. Netterol laughed and ate the cake. It is completely unclear what he is thinking. But before that, he suddenly had an idea. We can meet them first and listen to their ideas. Interview? Our ideas. On the other side, the candidates. After listening to Molek's words, Kdi, Leorio and others still didn't quite understand. And just at this time, dear candidates, please pay attention. After a melodious announcement, the broadcast came. Now at the beginning, candidates whose numbers are called, please go to the interview room one by one for the interview. Candidate number 406, Mr. Molek, please go to the interview room. Leorio and others. Look, the interview is here. Molek smiled, and then stood up under the pale eyes of Bakur, Leorio and Hanzo. Wait for my good news. Then, he walked towards the room outside. By the way, he also collected the blue blind box condensed in the room. Well, such an interesting written test link naturally has a blind box. And what it opened? Get a medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Happy Memory Powder. Source World, Happy Planet. Happy Memory Powder, the invention of the polyhedron in the Happy Planet. After sprinkling it on certain items and eating it, you can gain a memory beyond that of ordinary people. Well, for example, if you sprinkle it on bread, it has a similar effect to Doraemon's memory bread. Of course, the side effects are similar. In such an occasion, it is really quite happy. The conference room is decorated in a simple Japanese style. On the wall behind, there is also the word heart written in characters. President Netero sat cross-legged under this word. Come, please do it first. After Molek came in, they were all old acquaintances, so Netero directly invited him to sit down. This shouldn't be the final test. Molek asked casually as he sat down. Ah, it's not in front of me yet. Netero looked at him calmly. Before, someone who likes to join in the fun suggested to me that I can use a written test as the final test. What do you think? I think it's okay. Molek smiled back, I have no problem anyway. Netero took his hands out of his sleeves, you are really confident. However, back to this interview, this will be used as a reference for the final test. He put out photos of Molek and other candidates. I want to ask you a few questions. Netero also took out a pen and paper. First of all, why do you want to be a hunter? I'm just curious about what the hunter test is like. Molek replied, and with a hunter license, it's very convenient to do things in some aspects. Even. He stared at the president's eyes, if you are gone one day, I will also be eligible to run for the president of the Hunter Association. Is that so? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Netero nodded slightly, so you came for me. So among these candidates, who do you care about the most? He continued to ask without any concern. Molek thought for a while, if I care about the most, there are many, such as number 99, number 405, and no 301. So many? Why? Because I am curious about no 301's plastic surgery skills. I don't know how he changed his appearance by inserting so many mind nails into his face. For number 99, it is because he and number 301 are brothers, and from my observation, number 99 seems to be very indifferent to his brother. And he has not discovered the true identity of no 301. Molek talked freely. If number 99 witnessed no 301's restoration of his original appearance and became his most afraid brother, I think that scene must be very interesting. And number 405, he is Jin's son. I think you also know this president, and I and King Kong well, it's somewhat related, so it's only natural to care about his son. Netero couldn't help but look at Molek twice more, and then nodded. Sure enough, you are a person who likes to watch the fun and don't mind the big things, no wonder you can get together with Jin. Can I take this as you saying that we are birds of a feather? Ahem, last question. Netero coughed lightly and changed the subject. Who among the candidates do you least want to fight? There is no one. Molek simply said, anyway, I can beat anyone. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Netero recorded these answers, you can go out. Click. Molek walked out and closed the door. Then, he saw the candidates pretending to pass by in the corridor at the entrance. Seeing this, the corners of Molek's mouth slowly rose again. One of the questions is why you want to be a hunter. The rest is subjective judgment related to individuals. After saying that, Molek ignored the group of guys pushing and shoving. Think about the rest yourself. After leaving this sentence, he went back to rest. Sure enough, is it related to the original intention of being a hunter? Hearing Molek say this, Hanzo and Leorio could not sit still. I'm going to recite the hunter regulations. I also want to find books related to fantasy beasts. A group of people rushed to the library in a hurry. The next person to be interviewed is Hisoka. Why do you want to be a hunter? Of course, if you have the qualifications of a hunter, you can do many things more conveniently, such as killing people. If you become a wanted bounty hunter, you can ignore the death of the criminal. The one you care about the most? Number 406, I have been paying attention to him since last year. The person I least want to fight is still him, because of various reasons at the moment, I feel that now is not the opportunity. By the way, the person I want to fight the most is you, President Netero. Still provocative as always, but Netero ignored him completely. Just recorded the answer and let him go. Well, Netero is not interested in fighting with someone like Hisoka. Even though he is strong, he is almost formed, unlike Gon and Killua who still have infinite potential and plasticity. Nor is he like the later Ant King, who has absolutely overwhelming strength. Netero can find some people of Hisoka's level in the Hunter Association. Those people are enough for him to play with on weekdays. Then the next one is Jitaraku. The one I care about most is number 99, the ones I don't want to fight the most are number 44 and number 406. The answer is concise and clear. As for the purpose of becoming a hunter, it is to complete the work better. Next is Hanzo. Because he had a preconceived impression before, facing Netero's question, he also told his purpose truthfully. I am a jonin of the hidden group Kumagaku Ryu, and I became a hunter to find the dream scroll. No one asked who you are, just your purpose, okay? I care most about number 406 and number 44. I feel that they are the strongest and most difficult to deal with. Once I fight with them, it may be very dangerous. The one you least want to fight? Of course, it's still the two of them. As I said just now, I have also been through a lot of fights, but this is the first time I've met two people like them, looking at that difficult guy. Blah 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 blah. Netero. Well, he was sure that this bald ninja was a typical chatterbox, and his words were not ordinary dense and many. Finally, he really couldn't help it, interrupted Hanzo's words, and asked him to leave. Hanzang left with a sense of unfulfilled desire. The next one is No 53's Bakuer. The purpose of becoming a hunter is to become a fantasy beast hunter and explore all kinds of rare fantasy beasts in the world. The person I pay the most attention to is number 406. He is a person who makes people completely confused about what he is thinking, and I don't know what he will do next. The people I am least willing to fight are number 44 and number 406. I should be no match for them at all. His answer was very honest and unremarkable. Next was number 191, Bodro. The one you pay the most attention to? This may not be accurate, but Hisoka's eyes make people feel uncomfortable, and number 406 is also a difficult person. The guy who is thinking about it. The ones I least want to fight are number 99 and number 405. As a fighter, I really don't want to fight these two kids. Then there is No 405's Zyuja. The one I care about most is No 44's Hisoka, and the ones I least want to fight, are these 4 people. I can't choose. He included Leorio, Killua, Kurapika, and Molek. The one I care about most, if it's positive, it's number 405, and if it's negative, it's no 44. This is the official rational answer from Kurapika. If there is a legitimate reason, I can fight anyone, if there is no reason, I don't want to fight anyone. Comparatively, Leorio seems to be much more temperamental. Number 405, the person I care about most is him. I have been influenced by him along the way, and I hope he can advance smoothly. Speaking of this, he smiled very manly, so the person I least want to fight is Zyja. Of course, he did not forget to add later. I said at the beginning on the Poseidon that the purpose of my becoming a hunter was for a lot of money, mainly because I wanted to become a doctor and needed high tuition fees. He felt that this kind of thing must be made clear to Netero. So I am determined to become an excellent doctor. Any medical problem can be tested on me. Netero. After sending away Leorio, who seemed to have some mental problems, Netero immediately called for the next one. Also the last one, Killua, number 99. Chapter 133. What is your purpose of becoming a hunter? Netero asked as a matter of routine. Originally, I was bored, so I planned to come here to have fun and kill time. Killua sat on the ground, but his eyes were wandering around Netero. But later, I found out. He looked at Netero with deep eyes. After passing the hunter test and becoming a hunter, you will learn some very powerful power. Netero, who was recording, raised his head suddenly, and then lowered his head. He did not hide it, you are right. That is my goal. Killua's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Okay, let's talk about it after you become a hunter. Netero casually said, which candidate do you care about the most? With his brother around, if he wants to become a hunter, I wonder if there will be any other ups and downs and variables. I will definitely become a hunter. Killua saw that the old man didn't care, so he emphasized it again, and then answered his question. Number 405, he is a child like me. Who do you least want to fight with? It's him, number 53. This guy doesn't seem to have much fighting spirit. It's boring to fight with him. Is that so? Because of Killua's previous answer, Netero didn't intend to expose him and let him go back directly. I see. The effect is better than I thought. Netero took the information back to the meeting room and held a large brush, writing there. Everyone's wishes are more focused than I originally expected. That's it. He waved his hand and kept writing and drawing there. President, what are you doing? Sats came over curiously. I'm grouping for the final test. Grouping for the final test. All the other examiners came over after hearing this. Seeing the lines and pictures on it, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. President, are you going to let these candidates have a one-on-one elimination match? Wow, that's right. Netero was very proud of his idea. I plan to have a unique duel. This is the 4th time I have such a wonderful idea since I became the president. Menchie quietly came to the side of Mr. Beanface Man. How old is the president now? I heard that he was nearly 100 years old 20 years ago. After Mr. Beanface Man finished speaking, he couldn't help but wiped the sweat from his forehead. As long as it wasn't some kind of written test, he could accept any other method that was difficult to convince the public. Especially a duel, which was the most controversial test method. But, President, when everyone looked at the list of groups, they were all stunned. Are you serious? They asked their souls. I'm serious. Netero emphasized in a serious tone. The president's eyes are indeed serious. Therefore, President Netero, who was very serious in all aspects, officially decided on the method of this final test. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the airship docked in the hotel under the Hunter Association. Dear candidates, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the final test venue. Please give your best and get the results you want. Under the announcement, the remaining 10 people walked into the venue. The whole room was very empty. Apart from the floor and the door, there were no other buildings or furniture. You can let go of your hands and feet. Very good, I have memorized all the medical knowledge I can remember. Leorio was full of confidence, and the hundreds of rules of the Hunter Association, I have already completed the Xiao Chao, and I am just waiting for the test. Kurapika on the side heard this and couldn't bear to watch. You still use this cheating method, then why in medicine? In medicine, if you know it, you know it, and if you don't know it, you don't know it. You can't cheat on this. Leorio rarely showed a serious look, this is a matter of life and death for the patient. In this regard, he has absolute principles and will never let down the chain. Kurapika couldn't help but look at him, and seeing the firm look in his eyes, he couldn't help but smile slowly. That's why they are companions. Did everyone have a good rest? After the candidates stood in a row, and a group of examiners also appeared. Mr. Damian was also pushing a huge cart with a panel covered with a cloth on it. This is a hotel run by the committee. We have rented it until the end of the duel. Duel? Leorio, Hanzo and Baku were obviously stunned. Yes, duel. Netero raised his index finger and shook it lightly. The final test will be conducted in a one-on-one elimination match. What? One-on-one elimination match? Hanzo was stunned and his face fell. No, is it going to be a written test? Leorio also looked like he couldn't accept it at all. Written test? Netero looked at them, you guys knew about it too. Hi. Well, the senior members of the Hunter Association did propose that the last round of tests should be a written test. Netero stroked his beard, but I rejected it. Why? Leorio, Hanzo and Baku shouted at the same time. Because even you have guessed the content of the test, so in order to ensure fairness, I will of course abandon it. Netero said as a matter of course, isn't the Hunter test just to highlight the unpredictability? Leorio and the other three. What they said makes perfect sense, and we have no way to refute it. But it is fortunate for them that they don't have to take such a brain-wrenching exam. That is. How many brain cells have they lost in the past 3 days? Okay, now I will announce the grouping method for the one-on-one elimination match. Ignoring the three guys wailing like losers, Netero directly lifted the cloth on the panel. The grouping situation below was revealed. The grouping was divided into 2 parts, left and right, according to the normal elimination match mode. But this is not the point. The point is that with the extension of the promotion path, there is only one place at the top. That is to say, in this year's Hunter test, is there only one person who passed? Everyone was shocked by this grouping method. Netero was also very satisfied with everyone's expressions. How about this grouping method? Isn't it interesting? It's more than interesting, it's simply shocking. While the examines were struggling to accept this fact, they couldn't help but look for their own numbers and opponents. On the far right, first, Hisoka, number 44, was fighting against Kurapika, number 404. 2 people competed, and the one who advanced would face Bodello, number 191, and then the one who advanced again would face Leorio. On the far left, first, number 405, Gon, against number 406 Molek. The person who advances will face number 294 Hanzo. The person who advances next will face number 53 Bakuer, and then advance to face number 99 Killua, and then the last one on the left is number 301 Jidaraku. Finally, the people who advance on both sides will compete for the top position. When seeing this ranking, Kurapika's eyes and expression suddenly became serious and solemn. The person you meet in the first round is Hisoka. Leorio smacked his lips in surprise, and then immediately moved close to Kurapika's head. Kurapika, you have to beat him no matter what. No one wants that lunatic to advance. According to the trend of advancement, he was unwilling to face Hisoka. I will beat him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kurapika whispered, extremely determined, I will definitely win. Not only that. After Leorio's eyes moved from the right to the left, his eyes widened immediately. Zyja, your first game is going to compete with Molek. Zyja had already noticed it without Leorio emphasizing it. At this time, his hand was tightly holding the fishing rod, and his little face was full of indescribable expressions. The atmosphere of the others was also relatively quiet and strange. This seemingly qualified method that only one person could pass was really a bit discouraging. Especially when there were monsters like Hisoka and Molek. No matter how you look at it, it's not their turn to pass. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke the silence. President Netero laughed again, don't get me wrong. As if the prank of a naughty boy had succeeded, the old man laughed happily. The final test, the condition for passing is. He raised the finger of his other hand again, as long as you win one game, you will be qualified. This unexpected rule made the examines look at him in unison. That is to say, the winner of the one-on-one elimination match will directly stand out as qualified. On the contrary, the losers will continue to advance until they reach the top of the schedule. In short, the person who finally advances to the top of the schedule is the only one who fails. Everyone's eyes lit up and understood. The key point is that only one person fails, right? Hanzo began to rub his wristband and became eager to try. That's right. Netero nodded, and everyone will have more than 2 chances to win. So that's how it is. Leorio breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't be so scary, it will be much easier. He suddenly thought of something, and then immediately turned to look at Kurapika. Kurapika, you must admit defeat to Hisoka. Don't let him advance. Kurapika, can you be quiet for a moment? And his attention has been on the schedule. Is this schedule easy or not? No one can tell until the official competition is over. Not sure. Dear candidates, if you have any questions, you can ask them later. Mr. Demianran also stood up at this time. I will now report the schedule of the one-on-one elimination match for all candidates again. Please confirm your rounds carefully. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the first round, number 405 Zyja will fight against number 406 Molek. When Zyja heard this match, he couldn't help but rolled his throat again. Am I going to fight Molek, right now? In the second round, number 44 Hisoka will fight against number 404 Kurapika. In the third round, the loser of the first round will fight against number 294 Hanzo.